The quiet and lovely girl awaits me at the corner of the city. This is the origin of Jing Shu's name. Under the iron-fisted management of the town government, Jing Shu barely survived until the 9th year of the apocalypse. By that time, corpses of the starved were everywhere, and a bite of food was extremely precious. At this moment, Jing Shu accidentally activated a Rubik's cube and obtained a portable space where she could farm, finally allowing her parents to have enough to eat. But who would have thought that after being so cautious in the apocalypse for so long, she would fall into the trap set by her own relatives? Jing Shu regretted it. She shouldn't have let her parents help her aunt. Her mother always felt guilty. Your eldest uncle's family died tragically. It's all because I was incapable. Now, only your aunt is left. Since we don't worry about food now, let's share some with your aunt. So, every few days they would send over common foods like cabbages and sweet potatoes. Later, it escalated to her aunt bringing her whole family over. Sister, I knew you found Wang Kongxi's secret grain storage. Otherwise, where would you get so much food without farming? Take us there so you don't have to keep sending me such small amounts that aren't enough anyway. Don't worry, only our two families will know this secret. Jing Shu's mother was momentarily stunned and then furious. How could she explain this? Helping you was out of consideration for being the last remaining relatives. How can it be taken for granted? An enraged Jing Shu directly kicked them out and severed ties. Later, her aunt came to make trouble several times, all ending unhappily. Fearing they would come to rob them, Jing Shu specially reinforced the doors and windows. To avoid trouble, they even stopped going out. But then, her father's close friend came with his wife and child. When he knelt down, holding up the 100,000 yuan he had owed her father for 13 years, trembling and crying, "Old Jing, I've finally gathered the money. Is it too late? For old time's sake, please help us." Her father had no choice but to take in the family of 3. That night, the two chatted by candlelight. This money would have been useful if it came 10 years earlier. Now, in this apocalypse, its only use is to start a fire. Jing Shu sneered, lighting a stack of banknotes and throwing them into the stove. Thanks to your uncle's son introducing me to your mother and getting your aunt a job. Debts of gratitude are hard to repay. After saying that, her father thought of her aunt's recent troubling demands for food, sighed and said, "These times, people are driven by hunger." Who would have thought that the next night, Uncle's son and her aunt colluded to break into their sealed house? 7 or 8 people armed with sticks and broken glass bottles burst in. In the chaos, Jing Shu resisted fiercely and was killed. But before dying, she took a few down with her. Tomorrow, just wait for the town government's judgment. None of you will escape. Jing Shu thought vaguely before losing consciousness. Unfortunately, the Rubik's cube space couldn't hold people. She didn't know how much time had passed. She only felt her throat burning as if about to spew fire. Jing Shu coughed violently a few times and suddenly woke up, sitting up abruptly and looking around in shock. What came into view was a familiar scene. A wall of bookshelves, a computer desk, and a familiar big soft bed. Isn't this how her bedroom looked before the apocalypse? Jing Shu's heart pounded wildly. With trembling hands, she groped for her phone on the bed and saw November 1st, 2022, Tuesday, 10:39 a.m. 2 months before the apocalypse, she had returned to 10 years ago. Back to when she was 22 years old, just graduated from college, a youthful time. Reborn? Jing Shu clutched the quilt tightly, her knuckles turning white. She understood that it wasn't a dream. The 10 years of hardship, hunger, and fear were vividly engraved in her bones. She had pinched herself purple countless times, hoping it was a nightmare, but, unfortunately, she never woke up. As if recalling something, Jing Shu got out of bed and swiftly pulled open the curtains. The soft sunlight instantly flooded in. Feeling the sunlight she hadn't seen in 10 years, memories flashed through her mind like a movie, recalling the chaotic scene before her death. Finally, she burst into tears, crying out loud. In this life, she would never repeat the same mistakes. She rejoiced at finally seeing sunlight again. She hated, she was angry, she grieved for her parents. In an instant, Jing Shu experienced all emotions, leaving her mind blank. After crying for a few minutes, the familiar hunger made Jing Shu calm down. She ran to the kitchen and found a bowl of warm milk, an egg, half an ear of corn, and a steamed bun in the pot. Jing Shu grabbed the steamed bun and devoured it, picked up the milk and gulped it down, then took the corn and bit into it. The chewy texture and fragrant, glutinous taste instantly exploded in her mouth. At this moment, Jing Shu felt that the happiest thing in the world was to be able to eat grains. Although she had a portable farming space in the 9th year of the apocalypse, unfortunately, many species had become extinct by then. The seeds that could be found were even fewer. Being able to grow something to fill their stomachs and survive had become a luxury for most people. Jing Shu carefully peeled the egg, first biting off some egg white, which tasted fresh and fragrant. Then she evenly sprinkled salt on the yolk, put it all into her mouth, and chewed slowly, savoring it endlessly. High-quality ingredients often only need the simplest cooking methods. For ingredients like eggs, whether boiled, fried, scrambled, steamed, marinated, or made into tea eggs, they could make the kid next door drool without even coating them in batter. Young people who haven't experienced famine and disaster will never understand why the elderly pick up rice grains that have fallen on the ground and eat them without minding the dirt. To eat well and be full in the future, Jing Shu began to think about her Rubik's Cube space. The 3x3x3 Rubik's Cube is a cube toy made up of small cubes. In the game, the 6 faces are scrambled and, through transformations, restored to their original state. At 16, Jing Shu achieved a 6.8-second restoration, becoming the fastest high school student in Wucheng, and felt it was meaningless. At 18, her father Jing gave her an adult gift, the Rubik's Revenge, a 4x4x4 cube, whose English name implies revenge. After a few unsuccessful days, Jing Shu didn't touch it again. In the apocalypse, out of boredom, she started playing again, and her restoration speed became faster and faster. But it wasn't until the 9th year that she activated it. Jing Shu later pondered the activation conditions for a long time. It should be the speed. Only that time, when I used less than 30 seconds, did I activate the Rubik's Cube space. Jing Shu returned to her bedroom and found the 4x4x4 Rubik's Cube, the portable space where she could farm, from a pile of miscellaneous items in a storage box. Jing Shu flexed her hands, took out a timer, took a deep breath, and started twisting the Rubik's Cube at the sound of the ding. As time ticked by, the colorful Rubik's Cube in Jing Shu's hands began to become orderly from the center at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, one face after another became neatly arranged. When the last rotation aligned, Jing Shu pressed the timer with a snap. Year 0, 2859. Success. Jing Shu's head went boom, and then she lost consciousness. That's right. Activating this portable space didn't require any blood or incantations. All she needed was to restore the scrambled Rubik's Cube within the specified time, and it would take root in her mental world, recognizing her as the master. In her previous life, Jing Shu took a full 9 years to activate the Rubik's Cube space by sheer coincidence. Who could have imagined that a toy Rubik's Cube was actually a space? Other people's spaces were usually rings, bracelets, necklaces, or in the most bizarre cases, directly within their minds. Moreover, the activation conditions for Jing Shu's Rubik's Cube space were so stringent that without being reborn, it would be impossible to know about such a thing. No matter how you look at it, fate finally changed at this moment. She regained consciousness when her phone's ringtone jolted her awake. The phone kept ringing incessantly, like a death sentence. Jing Shu shook herself up from the ground, put down the 5th-order Rubik's Cube, upgraded from the 4th order, and saw an incoming call from Zhu Zhengqi. Jing Shu's thoughts were pulled back, and memories from 10 years ago gradually became clear. She pressed the answer button.
Hello? Why aren't you answering the phone? I've got great news. I've got you signed with Stardream Entertainment. They handle promotion, marketing teams, character creation, and packaging all in one package. Although it's a bit pricey, the top few right now were all launched by them. Miss, you're finally going to be famous. Zhu Zhengqi on the other end sounded extremely excited. Jing Shu's memories were finally triggered. Her childhood dream was to become a star. Later, she attended a third-tier art college in Wucheng. It was only in university that she realized becoming an actor or a star wasn't easy. You either relied on your biological father, a godfather, or had an interesting soul. Because good looks are commonplace, having an interesting soul is 1 in a million. Since Jing Shu was only slightly attractive and had nothing else, she decided to lower her standards. After graduation, she stayed at home, trying to become a popular live streamer, but no one watched. So, through her father's colleague's son, Zhu Zhengqi, she found a marketing team. In the initial phase, they used zombie followers, mass barrage comments, fake donations, and inflated popularity. In short, they pretended that her live streaming persona was very popular to attract others to follow and donate to her. I've already sent you the electronic contract. Go to a print shop, get it printed, then sign and stamp it. First, pay a 300,000 yuan deposit. Hello? Jing Shu, are you there? Jing Shu squinted her eyes and recalled her past life. At this time, after receiving Zhu Zhengqi's call, she was very happy. Her parents fully supported her, and then using money scraped together from selling the family car and commercial properties, she became an internet celebrity. They sold her persona, did marketing hype, and with tens of thousands of internet trolls manipulating the chat room daily, she did gain some fame. Unfortunately, just as she started receiving advertisements, the apocalypse began. It was like killing a chicken to steal some rice. In this life, Jing Shu didn't want to become a star or a popular live streamer. She just wanted to eat well, sleep well, stay healthy, and have a strong body in the apocalypse. Zhu Zhengqi, thank you. Sorry for the trouble I've caused lately. I suddenly don't want to be an internet celebrity anymore, Jing Shu said calmly. Zhu Zhengqi was obviously anxious. Why suddenly don't want to be an internet celebrity? This is your lifelong dream, %. Jing Shu suddenly remembered that in her previous life, Zhu Zhengqi worked so hard because he took a 50,000 yuan commission. This approach wasn't right. Taking commissions was normal, but she later found out that her father, to show gratitude, had sent several more red envelopes. What was most disheartening was that the normal price didn't require so much. It turned out that by using Zhu Zhengqi and leveraging connections, it was actually half as expensive, clearly overcharging acquaintances and exploiting people. I just don't want to do it anymore. Thinking about her space, Jing Shu hurriedly hung up the phone and closed her eyes. She silently recited Space Rubik's Cube, and the entire world transformed. Indeed, her spiritual body had arrived at her Rubik's Cube space. The surroundings were pitch black with only a huge Rubik's Cube emitting incandescent light. Each small cube had its own independent frame. Jing Shu could see through, zoom in, and overlook the Rubik's Cube space from above. Jing Shu's Rubik's Cube space was quite different from those in novels. Through a year of exploration, she discovered that first, besides humans, intelligent beings, she could collect anything by touching it into the space. Her own body couldn't enter. Only her spiritual consciousness could. The good thing was that she had absolute control over the Rubik's Cube space. Secondly, initially, the Rubik's Cube space consisted of 4x4x4064 1 cubic meter small cubes. Oh, wait, not quite. The center already occupied a 1 cubic meter spirit spring. In reality, the spirit spring was shrunk to the size of a basketball in the center, and in her previous life, it never filled up the 1 cubic meter in a year, highlighting its preciousness. The 1 cubic meter spirit spring was the unmovable core of the Rubik's Cube space. It bubbled continuously in the center, and each of its 6 faces had a transparent transport line connecting to 6 movable, attachable black farmland plots for irrigation. Jing Shu discovered that if she didn't farm, the spirit spring could produce 6 more drops daily. Conversely, if she farmed, it could only produce 20 drops daily, about 1 millimil, roughly 1 gram. The Rubik's Cube space consisted of 1 cubic meter of spirit spring, 6 cubic meters of farmland, 57 cubic meters of space. These 57 cubic meters could be divided into 57 independent 1 cubic meter spaces, or freely connected, which was the most significant difference from spaces in novels. She maximized the use of space, leaving no room wasted. Even more astonishing, each farmland cube's 6 sides could be planted, meaning there were 36 square meters available for planting. Lastly, the farmland space's time ratio was the same as the outside world. If vegetables weren't harvested, they would wither. If harvested but not placed in the space, they would dry up. The growing and harvesting times were identical to the outside world. The Spirit Spring's role was to accelerate growth time by 2-fold and increase yield. If there were seeds, the Spirit Spring would automatically irrigate 1 drop per farmland plot daily. If she felt growth was slow, she could add more drops. However, the Spirit Spring accelerated growth by 2-fold daily, meaning vegetables would mature in about 6-10 days. Spaces without living beings had time standing still. For example, hot water placed in the space would remain at the same temperature regardless of how long it stayed. Jing Shu conducted an experiment by placing a live mouse inside. The time in that independent space started flowing, becoming synchronized with the external world. Jing Shu thought this was similar to the farmland. Mice would age and die or starve if they didn't eat. If she placed vegetables inside, they would eventually rot, and hot water would cool down after a while. This was Jing Shu's Rubik's Cube space, a magical, unique space. Looking at the neatly arranged Rubik's Cube, the empty space, and the black farmland, Jing Shu felt a sense of satisfaction. In the apocalypse, where farming was impossible without sunlight, she relied on her Rubik's Cube space. Coming out of the space, Jing Shu examined the 5th-order Rubik's Cube that her previous cube had transformed into. It was the key to the space's evolution. No matter how far it was, as long as Jing Shu wished, she could summon it back to her Rubik's Cube space at any time. The real Rubik's Cube space existed in Jing Shu's spiritual world. Others couldn't see or touch it. In her previous life, Jing Shu had experimented, having her parents try various methods to perceive the Rubik's Cube space, including having her mother play with the cube, but it was useless. Once the Rubik's Cube was activated, it recognized its master. The current Rubik's Cube space was 64 cubic meters. To evolve it into a 5555-125 cubic meters space, she first had to learn how to solve a 5th-order Rubik's Cube. In her previous life, Jing Shu practiced for a year but was never proficient due to power outages, lack of internet, and insufficient systematic formulas. Upgrading the Rubik's Cube space would have to wait. The most important thing now was to stockpile supplies and prepare for the apocalypse coming in 2 months. Although it was a bit rushed, Jing Shu was already very satisfied. It was now 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Her parents had gone to work and wouldn't be home until late afternoon. Taking advantage of this time, Jing Shu needed to write a detailed plan. However, from the moment she was reborn, Jing Shu had decided, eat on time, sleep on time, and strengthen her exercise routine. Nothing was more important than eating. In this life, she would no longer order takeout. Jing Shu walked into the kitchen, rolled up her sleeves, and began washing rice, slicing cured sausage, and cleaning vegetables. She smeared some oil at the bottom of a clay pot, added water and rice, then a bit more oil, brought it to a boil over high heat, and then simmered it over low heat. Once cooked, she added the sausage and vegetables and cooked it a bit longer. Smelling the fragrant aroma of rice, Jing Shu swallowed her saliva while preparing the seasoning sauce, thinking about her plan as she cooked. After it was done, she turned off the heat, cracked 2 eggs into the pot, and let it stew for another 5 minutes. Then she lifted the lid and drizzled the seasoning sauce over it. The fragrance of the rice mixed with the aroma of the cured meat had fully permeated the clay pot rice, and the 2 sunny-side-up eggs emitted an enticing glow. 8 or 9 years without eating rice, Jing Shu said, tears streaming down her face as she swallowed hard. Unable to wait, she brought the small clay pot directly to her mouth. She took a bite of the cured meat and then a bite of rice, chewing slowly, moving it back and forth between her teeth and tongue, letting her taste buds experience the utmost satisfaction. Finally, swallowing the flavorful food, Jing Shu felt a sense of happiness lifting her spirits. Compared to what she ate during the apocalypse, grass roots, tree bark, rotten corpses, it was worse than what pigs and dogs ate.
Carefully scraping the last piece of crispy rice from the pot into her mouth and licking clean the remaining sauce and vegetable leaves, Jing Shu burped contentedly. She quickly washed the pot and tidied up, then opened her phone and began listing her recent plans in the notepad. With a plan, she could steadily and orderly collect supplies over the next 2 months. Otherwise, remembering one thing today and forgetting another tomorrow would lead to a lot of unnecessary work. At the same time, she downloaded tutorials and methods for solving Rubik's cubes from the 5th to the 17th order onto her phone. Jing Shu didn't know how many levels her Rubik's cube space could reach, but it's always good to be prepared. After all, it would be her greatest reliance after the apocalypse. At 3 p.m., after listing her plans, Jing Shu discovered a big problem. She had no money. So Jing Shu began calculating the total assets of their family of 3. Her father, Jing Un, was a small shareholder and woodworking supervisor in a large-scale renovation company in Wucheng. More than 20 years ago, he partnered with his friend Wang Zhong. The friend provided a 100 yuan rental fee, and he invested his carpentry skills. Through hard work and treating people with integrity, they achieved today's scale, earning 8,000 yuan per month plus an annual dividend of 200,000 yuan. Wang Zhong didn't take a salary. He only took an annual dividend of over 10 million yuan. Jing Shu quickly wrote on her phone ways to generate funds. 1. Have her father withdraw his shares and buy out his portion to get money. Her mother, Su Lanji, was a civil servant with a monthly salary of 4,000 yuan. 2. Sell her mother's collection of stamps and banknotes. Looking at their salaries, Jing Shu's family had a yearly income of several 100,000 yuan, but expenses were high. The family had 2 cars to maintain and a big baby, Jing Shu, to support. Last year they had taken out a loan to buy a villa in the mountainside suburbs. Father Jing was the guarantor, and it was registered in Jing Shu's name as a dowry. They could also spend weekends there to relax. In 2022, housing prices had already fallen, especially in third-tier cities in the northwest. The suburban villa was 5,000 yuan per square meter. Calculated based on land and building area, it totaled 168 square meters, with a 50 square meter yard included, amounting to 840,000 yuan. The villa had 2 floors, each 168 square meters. The top floor had a sun terrace of over 40 square meters. Since the family was in the renovation business, Father Jing had the house decorated after it was handed over, and even dug a 20 square meter basement, completely spending all their money. Their current residence was an 86 square meter school district apartment in the city center, which could sell for 1.3 million yuan. In the second year after the apocalypse, the whole family moved out because floods submerged half the city. To be precise, 30% of the Earth's land was submerged, but there were reasons for this, which we'll discuss later. They also had a 15 square meter prime commercial space, which brought in an annual rental income of 50,000 yuan. In her previous life, they sold it for 600,000 yuan to help Jing Shu cover her expenses to become an internet celebrity. As for Jing Shu, she was still in a deficit situation. The family had at most tens of thousands of yuan in cash. The rest were immovable assets and 2 cars. In her previous life, Father Jing's Toyota Prado was sold for more than 200,000 yuan. They couldn't bear to sell Mother Jing's small BMW. In this life, Jing Shu decided to sell both of her parents' cars and also sell the commercial space and the school district apartment. Happily, she wrote down the 3rd point on her phone. The villa couldn't be sold. Its geographical location was excellent. Whether it was floods, earthquakes, or storms, it wasn't significantly affected. In her previous life, the city center was directly abandoned, and a new district began to be established in the suburbs. Previously, it was said that a bite of food could exchange for a villa, and it wasn't a lie. Jing Shu's family's villa was indeed traded away. Only then could their family of 3 survive and get through the most challenging 5th year of the apocalypse. Find Uncle's son and get back the 100,000 yuan he owed her father. That's enough for now. I'll write more as I think of them. First, I need to secure some funds to gather supplies, then start on plans 1 and 4. Jing Shu squinted her eyes and thought. Zhu Zhengqi's WeChat messages kept pinging, filled with promotional talk encouraging Jing Shu to become an internet celebrity.
Wait, I can trick my parents by saying I want to become an internet celebrity. Won't that get me the money? Jing Shu suddenly slapped her thigh. If things went like they did in her previous life, wouldn't the money problem be quickly resolved? Otherwise, there was really no reason to persuade her parents to sell the commercial space, cars, and apartment. Could she tell them that in 2 months the Earth would lose sunlight and be shrouded in darkness every day? However, that wasn't the scary part. In over a month, China would announce that a planetary collision was imminent, and the upper atmosphere and distant fragments would rapidly surround the Earth, blocking sunlight. They would prepare everyone and even issue generous subsidies. Unfortunately, they only predicted a month without sunlight, not realizing that the sun would be blocked for the next 10 years. What was even more terrifying were the ensuing disasters. The Earth's temperature, which should have plummeted due to the lack of sunlight, actually soared globally that year, entering a period of extreme heat, darkness, and water scarcity that lasted a whole year. The disasters brought by high temperatures were enormous. Grain yields were non-existent. The most direct impact was the rise in ocean temperatures, freshwater fish dying from heat, tropical areas turning into deserts, sea levels rising, island nations being submerged and disappearing, leading to refugee crises. Then, in the second year, floods and heavy rains began. Finally, the drawbacks of losing sunlight began to manifest, with temperatures plummeting drastically, entering a global extreme cold mode. Houses and cars become worthless in the face of life. Jing Shu shook her head, hoping to change the course of history. Her previous life was her previous life, and this time there would be no apocalypse. However, the necessary preparations still had to be made. Therefore, Jing Shu could never confront Baozi's parents about it. She couldn't mention the space, rebirth, or the apocalypse. Otherwise, given their personalities, if they told their relatives and friends, being considered fools, stupid, would be a minor issue. If the prophecy were to come true, she might even be scolded to death for not having spoken up a few years earlier. With her plan in place, Jing Shu quickly found a reason to calm Zhu Zhengqi down. Let me have another month to think. If I still want to be an internet celebrity, I'll come to you again, okay? After all, 1,000,000 yuan isn't a small amount. Zhu Zhengqi, who had been bombarding her with WeChat messages, finally quieted down and didn't dare to push Jing Shu too hard. Jing Shu changed her clothes, put on her bag, pushed a shopping cart, and found her father's secret stash of 3,600 yuan at home, leaving at least 100 yuan. Additionally, she had 6,059 yuan in her WeChat wallet and borrowed 6,000 yuan through Jebei before heading out. In Jing Shu's family, her mother handled the money. Her honest father had devoted his entire life to the 3 women he loved most: his mother, his wife, and his daughter. Arriving at the print shop at the entrance of the residential complex, Jing Shu used her phone to change 3 aspects of the electronic contract. She altered the deposit to 800,000 yuan, the full payment to 1,500,000 yuan, and even changed the company name. She printed it out, signed, and stamped it. That evening, she could discuss getting the money with her parents. The first thing Jing Shu needed to do now was to go to Wucheng's largest agricultural wholesale market to buy seeds, and while there, purchase seasonings and other items. As the saying goes, with grain, there's no panic. Even if tomorrow was the end of the world, she could survive well. She would save some for Double 11, Singles Day, on Taobao to splurge on other things. The main feature of this wholesale market was no individual sales. Everything was sold in bulk, by the box or piece, which perfectly suited Jing Shu's current needs. It took a 20-minute taxi ride to reach the place. Looking at the bustling wholesale market with vegetable leaves scattered on the ground and large trucks constantly coming and going to transport goods, Jing Shu couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that in 6 months, a single cabbage could sell for over 1,000 yuan? The wholesale market was vast, divided into major sections such as vegetables, fruits, dried goods and snacks, frozen and preserved foods, and seafood. In the vegetable section where Jing Shu was, the middle 2 rows of stalls had heavy-duty trucks carrying box after box of fresh vegetables. Some had already sold more than half, while others had been removed after selling out. Looking out, she couldn't see the end of it. On both sides were wholesale stores selling seeds, agricultural byproducts, seasonings, and other bulk items. Jing Shu visited over a dozen of them in a row, purchasing a variety of seeds for vegetables, fruits, cotton, medicinal herbs, sugars, rice, wheat, legumes, and oils. Regardless of whether she could use them in the future, she thought to herself that at least she was preserving some roots for Huaxia, China. If one day there was sunlight and she could cultivate land, it would be better than all these things becoming extinct. Every shop owner looked at Jing Shu as if she were a fool, as there were over 100 varieties of just corn, not to mention the various vegetables and fruits. It's like this. I'm from the National Agricultural Environmental Protection Ecological Testing Bureau. This is my work ID. Photoshopped it myself from Baidu. I need a large number of seed samples. If you have any other seeds, please sell me some more. Usually at this time, a longer name would be needed so that others wouldn't understand what exactly you were doing. Associating with the XX Bureau made it seem like you were inspecting whether their store's products met quality standards. At this point, shop owners would put on a friendly smile and start introducing their products. Jing Shu carefully labeled each package of seeds with instructions and precautions. When she finally checked out, they even gave her some additional items as gifts. For example, the boss sold asexually propagated cultivated crops, sweet potato and yam tubers, potato tubers, onion and garlic bulbs, sugarcane stems. These weren't valuable, but to contribute to the country, the boss gave her some of each. Jing Shu gratefully placed them into her small shopping cart. To her surprise, they also sold mushroom kits, black flat mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, elm yellow mushrooms, king oyster mushrooms, chicken leg mushrooms, lion's mane mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, and tea tree mushrooms. The wholesale price was 4 yuan per package, weighing 2 caddies, about 1 kg. They didn't require watering, could sprout in about 10 days, and would produce mushrooms 3 times. However, as long as she took them back, Jing Shu had a way to keep them growing indefinitely. Mushrooms could be considered one of the few vegetables that could grow in the apocalypse, saving countless people. Although Jing Shu had gotten sick from eating flat mushrooms, it didn't stop her from eating other types. Jing Shu ordered 2 packages of each, added a 15 yuan delivery fee, wrote her address, and after a while, the distribution center would directly deliver them to her home. After buying the seeds, Jing Shu continued walking, pushing her small trolley. She secretly transferred the seeds and sweet potato and yam tubers into her Rubik's Cube space, since it couldn't be seen from outside anyway. Although the seeds were only in 1 or 2 units each, the variety was so extensive that Jing Shu spent a total of 1,030 yuan. Jing Shu quickly found a large seasoning wholesale store. Upon entering, she was greeted by 10 large jars of aged vinegar neatly arranged, creating a spectacular scene. "Hello, boss. Do you offer free delivery?" Jing Shu asked, eyeing the shrewd middle-aged woman diligently calculating numbers with a calculator. "Free delivery starts at 2,000 yuan. Take a look at what you need first. No bargaining," the middle-aged woman replied without lifting her head, while also busy telling the young man behind her who was stocking shelves. "Friendliness Supermarket's goods. Hurry and deliver. They're pressing again." It was evident that although the location was a bit off, business was good, mostly supplied by regular customers. Jing Shu walked in and began examining the prices one by one. She couldn't help but admire how cheap things were at the wholesale market. Items in supermarkets were being sold for 3 times the price. However, here, wholesale sales started at 100 caddies and weren't available for individual purchase. Prices: Shaanxi aged vinegar, 270 yuan, 100 caddies. Low sodium salt, 180 yuan, 100 caddies. Soy sauce, 140 yuan, 100 caddies. White sugar, 300 yuan. Rock sugar, 180 yuan. Cumin, 1,000 yuan. Sichuan pepper powder, 490 yuan. Taitali chicken essence, 85 yuan. Oyster sauce, 280 yuan. Star, anise, 120 yuan. Cinnamon powder, 760 yuan. Black pepper powder, 700 yuan. Baking soda, 400 yuan. Cooking wine, 300 yuan. Cold-pressed sesame oil, 3,500 yuan. Jing Shu felt she must be crazy. How could these seasonings make her drool? Especially the cold-pressed sesame oil, Adding a bit to hot pot or noodles made them truly aromatic, lingering on her teeth. Heaven knows that in the apocalypse, there wasn't even enough food, let alone wasting food byproducts like seasonings. In the future, if she wanted to eat well, she'd probably have to make them herself. There were no seasonings in the apocalypse, except for a small amount of strategic supplies, salt, that could be obtained weekly. These seasonings were truly used sparingly in the apocalypse. In her previous life, after Jing Shu's family was washed away by floods in the second year, they never tasted any other seasonings again. They either ate communal meals or dug up rotten food. Rotten food referred to a new species that evolved over long periods of darkness. A type of decayed organism, tiny things densely packed and continuously reproducing, easy to catch. Boil the rotten food in plain water, add some tree bark, some salt, and, if possible, sprinkle some chopped scallions. That was a decent meal. Seasonings like vinegar, sugar, and salt theoretically don't expire. As long as spices like star anise and cinnamon are kept dry, they're fine too. These can be stored for a long time, so it's worth stockpiling more in the villa's basement without taking up precious space in her Rubik's Cube space. Jing Shu discreetly wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth and said to the busy calculating lady boss, "I'll take 1,000 caddies of aged vinegar, 200 caddies each of salt, soy sauce, white sugar, rock sugar, chicken essence, oyster sauce, and star anise, and 100 caddies each of 5 spice powder, cumin, Sichuan pepper powder, cinnamon powder, black pepper powder, baking soda, cooking wine, and cold-pressed sesame oil." Although the items were sold by weight, in reality, the vinegar came in 5-liter portable jugs, soy sauce and oyster sauce in 1-liter jugs, cooking wine and sesame oil in glass bottles, and the rest in 500-gram or 250-gram packages, making them very convenient to use. The lady boss quickly wrote up the order, glanced up at Jing Shu and asked, "Do banjiang, fermented bean paste, chili sauce, and chili powder sell very well? Don't you want some?" Jing Shu thought for a moment. She planned to stockpile raw materials in the first month and process food in the second month. By then, she'd definitely pickle a lot of vegetables. She could make chili sauce from the peppers grown in her space. As for dubanjiang, she could make it too, but it wouldn't taste like the store-bought kind. "Then add another 200 caddies of dubanjiang," Jing Shu said, unconsciously swallowing a mouthful of saliva, which earned her a strange look from the lady boss. This girl had been swallowing saliva since she entered. Could she be ill? The lady boss continued calculating, and Jing Shu also started crunching numbers on her phone's calculator. She wasn't the type to accept whatever price the shopkeeper quoted. "That'll be 12,090 yuan in total," Jing Shu announced first. The lady boss nodded, recalculated to confirm, and then said, "Orders over 10,000 yuan come with a free case of curry blocks." Jing Shu immediately thought of curry chicken rice, and her mouth started watering again. Jing Shu left her address, paid the money, received the receipt from the boss, exchanged phone numbers, and agreed on delivery before the end of the day. She happily left the shop and continued exploring. With 1,130 yuan left, the vegetable stalls were already emptying, and the seasoning shops were starting to close. Jing Shu decided to make some additional purchases. She bought 10 caddies of whole black peppercorns for 80 yuan. Freshly ground over steak would be incredibly delicious. She wholesale ordered 100 caddies of brown sugar for 600 yuan and 150 jars of wangzi fermented bean curd for 920 yuan, all to be delivered together by the seasoning shop. With only 30 yuan left and the sky turning dark, Jing Shu took a taxi home. When Jing's father returned home from work today, he stealthily prepared to take out 500 yuan to buy a birthday gift for old son's son. However, when he opened his stash, there was only one 100 yuan bill left. His expression changed unpredictably. Shocked, uneasy, and unwilling, all at once, probably recalling the fear of being dominated by the demon king. When Jing Shu arrived home, she saw her father sitting on the bedside with a constipated expression, sighing and hesitating whether to confess to Jing's mother. Jing's mother was cooking in the kitchen. "You little rascal, always come home right at mealtime." Smelling the aroma mixed with a burnt scent, her mother's cooking skills were as bad as ever. Looking at her mother's still relatively young and pretty face from 10 years ago, Jing Shu felt a lump in her throat, not daring to imagine how her mother would look 10 years later, aged with white hair and malnourished, gaunt cheeks. Suppressing her emotions only strengthened Jing Shu's resolve to sell the house and car to stockpile supplies, determined not only to keep the family well-fed during the apocalypse, but also to live a good life. Just after dinner, the deliveries of mushroom kits and seasonings arrived together. Under her parents' puzzled gazes, Jing Shu had all 20-some large boxes moved into her bedroom. She then took out the contract to show her parents and explained, "Zhu Zhengqi helped me find a marketing team. They said they'd package me into a gourmet internet celebrity, live streaming while selling food. So this afternoon, I went to wholesale seasonings." Since she couldn't let her parents know about the space, she had to openly explain the reason for stockpiling supplies to avoid arousing suspicion in the future. Jing Shu felt she was a genius for coming up with this plan that killed 3 birds with 1 stone. "Why did you buy so much? Can you use it all?" As the family cook, her mother was always concerned about economic issues. "Won't hundreds of jars of pickled vegetables need thousands of caddies of vinegar?" Jing Shu pulled her parents aside and explained the process of building a persona, hype, hiring internet trolls, how much it costs, how to accept advertisements once she became popular, and how profitable it could be. Just like in her previous life, her parents immediately started figuring out how to help their daughter with her career, not wanting to worry about her future once she succeeded. Jing Shu added, "A rich second generation making and selling gourmet food by herself. This kind of persona needs to be live-streamed from the villa. We also need to renovate some areas of the villa." "All right, tomorrow I'll find people for you. Labor and materials will be at cost. Once the money is freed up, we'll renovate as you wish," her father agreed without hesitation. He always unconditionally supported the 3 women in his life, no matter what they wanted to do. "Let's sell that commercial property and my car," her father decided, making the same choice as in her previous life without hesitation. "We can sell my car too, but we're still short by 600,000 yuan," her mother said worriedly. "How about selling this apartment and moving to the villa?" "Commuting from the villa to work is over 30 kilometers, that won't do," her father objected, mainly because the villa was too remote. Jing Shu suggested, "The contract says we need to pay an 800,000 yuan deposit within 3 days. Why don't we sell the commercial property and Dad's car first to pay the deposit? If we don't have enough time, we can borrow some emergency funds from Aunt, Uncle, and my aunts. We have a month to gather the rest." In this life, Jing Shu no longer felt any guilt about spending her parents' money. Instead, she was excited. She wanted her parents to see her aunt's true colors through the act of borrowing money. So they agreed on this plan. They immediately registered the sale information on 58.com, setting lower prices due to urgency and requiring full payment. Jing Shu aimed to attract wealthy buyers, leaving ordinary people out of it. "Dad, look, it's Uncle Sun's son's 23rd birthday today. Did you give him a gift?" Jing Shu showed her father a picture from her social media feed. "Not giving one this year," her father said gloomily. With his secret stash gone, what could he give? "Oh, Dad, look, Uncle Sun's son just got a new Mercedes-Benz and said, 'Thanks to Dad for the birthday gift. So lavish.'" After saying this, Jing Shu saw her father's face darken. Knowing when to stop, she quickly left. "Uncle Sun, who owes you 100,000 yuan, better cough it up soon." Back in her bedroom, Jing Shu closed the door. She first stored the mushroom kits, which occupied 1 cubic meter in her space, then moved all the boxes into her Rubik's Cube space. Using her perspective ability, she checked everything. The unopened packages of salt, chicken essence, sesame oil, all quantities were correct and the dates were fresh. Only after confirming did she place them back in her bedroom. Although 3,000 caddies of seasonings sounded like a lot, stacked high, they only formed 3 rows and didn't take up much space. Jing Shu marked off the items she'd purchased on her phone's checklist, noting quantities and adding curry blocks, 100 boxes per case, 10 caddies of black peppercorns, 100 caddies of brown sugar, 150 jars of Wang Zihe fermented bean curd, and 22 mushroom kits. Organizing her stockpile was Jing Shu's happiest time. It was like counting money every day. Author's note: all the prices have been verified and researched, referencing previous wholesale prices. Every amount of money spent has been carefully calculated, real and effective, not randomly written. While exercising, Jing Shu closed her eyes and entered her Rubik's Cube space. She selected seeds needed to make pickled vegetables before the apocalypse and began planting them in the fields. The fields in the Rubik's Cube space didn't require seedling cultivation, watering, or pollination. However, Jing Shu decided to raise bees there eventually. Honey is great for beauty treatments and can be used for face masks. After some thought, Jing Shu made arrangements: 12 square meters of red chili peppers. With the aid of the spirit spring, they could be harvested every 5 to 6 days continuously. They're essential raw materials for making chili sauce, spicy pickled cabbage, spicy beef jerky, and more. 6 square meters of mustard greens, harvested every 7-8 days. Jing Shu's grandmother was skilled at making various pickled vegetables. Just imagine, during the apocalypse, how delightful it would be to eat a bite of Wujiang mustard greens with steamed buns. 6 square meters of Chinese cabbage, harvested every 5-6 days. Spicy cabbage, crispy pickled cabbage, sour cabbage. Not only do they store well and avoid attracting attention in the apocalypse, but they're also delicious appetizers. 3 square meters of white radish, harvested every 5 days. Making small pickled dishes and storing pickled radish can last for a year or two. 3 square meters of cucumbers, harvested every 6-7 days. The thought of pickled cucumbers made Jing Shu's mouth water. 2 square meters of spring bamboo shoots, harvested every 5-6 days. Pickled bamboo shoots and marinated bamboo shoots are absolutely delicious. 2 square meters of long beans, harvested every 7-8 days. Sour long beans are the perfect companion for instant noodles. 2 square meters of garlic, harvested every 6 days. Sweet garlic and pickled garlic cloves are so good that Jing Shu could eat a whole plate by herself. Products from the space are always top quality. The garlic grown here is different from those ordinary ones outside. Besides, she wanted to cultivate garlic sprouts, so she couldn't be careless. Jing Shu sowed the seeds densely and covered them with a thin layer of soil. After all, the space's fields didn't suffer from malnutrition or uneven sunlight. 58.com was very efficient. Jing's father had already received several calls and scheduled multiple prospective buyers to view the property tomorrow. He even took half a day off for it. Jing Shu didn't join the excitement. Although she had no money, she couldn't waste time. She asked her parents for their medical insurance cards and planned to go to the pharmaceutical wholesale center tomorrow to buy medicines. Located next to Wucheng Tumor Hospital, the medicines there were not only cheap, but also unlimited in quantity, perhaps to meet the huge demand of the tumor hospital. In her previous life, Jing Shu went there every 6 months to buy medicines for various relatives. At the beginning of the apocalypse, medical insurance cards were limited to 100 yuan per day, and soon they couldn't be used at all. It was a pity that the tens of thousands of yuan in her mother's medical insurance account couldn't be spent. Both her father and grandmother had high blood pressure, and medicines became even harder to find after the apocalypse. Unfortunately, her grandparents passed away in the first year. This time, she wouldn't let history repeat itself. Jing Shu also asked her father for the original design plans of the villa, intending to modify them herself so she wouldn't be caught unprepared when people came to renovate. With the plan ready, Jing Shu returned to her bedroom, opened her laptop, and copied Baidu entries, maps, recipes, medical knowledge, and more. She also downloaded a library software. While the computer was downloading, Jing Shu reviewed the tutorial for the 5th order Rubik's Cube and began practicing. The first 2 years after the apocalypse were manageable in the villa, but in later years it became unsafe and they had to flee with the larger group. Her current space was still too small. Jing Shu needed to upgrade her Rubik's Cube space as soon as possible. She had many things to prepare. Boom, boom, boom! Today's morning news. The soybean milk machine emitted irregular roaring sounds like artillery shells, mixed with the rhythmic chopping of vegetables, her mother's dissatisfied nagging, her father's aggrieved rebuttals, and the sounds of the news broadcast.
All these noises reached her ears. Same world, same mom. It wouldn't be normal if she didn't vent some emotions early in the morning or wake up the entire building. Ah, it's my first day reborn and I can't even sleep in. Jing Shu tossed and turned. In her previous life, before the apocalypse, no matter how noisy it was outside, she could sleep soundly, even answering her mom in her sleep whether she wanted fried or boiled eggs. After the apocalypse, Jing Shu developed neurasthenia, easily awakened, fearing that the next second would bring an earthquake, flood, or be surrounded by rising tides of rotten corpse creatures. Finally, with dark circles under her eyes, Jing Shu finished washing up. Her parents had already left for work. The soybean milk was still steaming. Jing Shu added sugar and stirred it. She rolled up an egg pancake with a sausage and devoured it, polished off a plate of cold cucumber salad with 2 chopsticks, grabbed the last steamed sweet potato, didn't bother peeling it, and swallowed it in one bite. The sweet potato flesh was fragrant and sweet, and the chewy skin couldn't be broken down even after a long chew. Swallowing it brought immense satisfaction. The soybean milk was the finale. The rich aroma and light sweetness flowed from her tongue to her throat, warm and comforting as it filled her stomach, making her whole body feel cozy. No wonder her mother's breakfasts were the best among her 3 daily meals, because breakfast was all semi-finished products, requiring only heating and minimal cooking skills. Once she had money, Jing Shu planned to stock up on frozen goods from the wholesale center. After eating, Jing Shu went out and took a taxi directly to buy medicines. She also brought along a credit card she had never used before, with an overdraft limit of 40,000 yuan. The pharmaceutical wholesale center was only slightly larger than a regular pharmacy. As soon as she entered, a sales assistant approached with a basket, smiling brightly. "Hello, how can I assist you?" Confirming her gaze, that was the smile of seeing money. "Hello, I'm here to buy medicines for my grandparents and relatives in the countryside. Here are the hospital certificates and photos of their ID cards, a total of 11 people." Jing Shu expertly presented the documents. Some medicines required proof to purchase. The sales assistant's smile deepened. "For high blood pressure medicines, there's a national subsidy. We'll need to register it later." "I'd like to buy more at once. It's too much trouble to bring medicines each time." "Can I use the medical insurance card?" "No problem. Just leave the card here. We have branches that can rotate swiping it. We'll call you to pick up the medicines once the transactions are completed," the assistant said proficiently, saving Jing Shu the hassle of going to different pharmacies daily to use the card. Jing Shu showed the assistant the medicines her grandmother needed, and the process became much easier. The quantity for 11 people was already substantial, and she bought a 2-year supply for each person, which was sufficient. With over 10,000 yuan remaining on the medical insurance card, Jing Shu bought common medicines: heat relief pills, medical alcohol, saline solution, essential balm, wind oil essence, Huoxiang Zhengqi liquid, Yunnan Baiao, life-saving items in the apocalypse, which she bought in large quantities. When the assistant heard Jing Shu asking for a whole box of wind oil essence, her gaze became somewhat meaningful. She had heard that many young people like to apply wind oil essence to their private parts for stimulation. Leaving the medical insurance card and password, and registering the information of distant relatives and neighbors in the countryside, Jing Shu paid an additional 200 yuan for delivery. The goods would be delivered directly to her home. After seeing off the delivery person and having the boxes of medicines placed in the living room, Jing Shu had already thought of a reason for buying so many medicines. She checked off the medicines on her phone's checklist. Seeing that it was only 11 a.m., she quickly headed out again, taking a taxi to Wucheng's livestock breeding base. Jing Shu urgently needed to raise some livestock. Making jerky and smoked meat was secondary, really. The main purpose was to test how much the spirit spring needed to be diluted to achieve the best physical enhancement for humans, and to test whether drinking the spirit spring would accelerate aging, this potential downside. Author's note: from personal experience, bringing medicines back to the countryside in one trip is very troublesome, so I buy a lot each time. In her previous life, after placing the only mutated live mouse she had into her space and starving it to death,
Jing Shu no longer had any samples for experiments. Awkward. It's true that eating vegetables grown with the spirit spring can strengthen the body, but cabbages that originally took 90 days to grow became plump and white in just 5 days with the spirit spring. Does accelerated growth shorten their lifespan? Once the crops in the fields mature, the spirit spring stops supplying automatically, but if not harvested for a long time, they will age and dry out. Does this mean that as long as there is spirit spring, the vegetables won't age or dry out? What effect does the spirit spring have on animals and humans? So Jing Shu went ahead to the livestock breeding base to experiment on livestock of different sizes and lifespans. In this life, she didn't want to be weak and be killed so miserably. She wanted to become strong in all aspects, keeping a low profile in life but ready to act boldly whenever necessary. As soon as she arrived at the breeding base, a row of small truck drivers approached to solicit business for transporting livestock. Jing Shu spent 300 yuan to hire Sister Zhou, who had 7 years of driving experience. The smell emitted by the various livestock at the breeding base was unbearable. Jing Shu quickly selected 15 hens, 2 roosters, 6 female ducks, 1 male duck, 5 rabbits, and 10 quails, swiping 2,500 yuan from her credit card. Sister Zhou efficiently moved the cages onto the small truck in batches. Next, she bought a young heifer for 4,000 yuan, a young bull for 3,500 yuan, 1 male and 1 female lamb totaling 1,700 yuan, and 1 male and 1 female black piglet totaling 1,000 yuan. She heard that black pork was delicious. Slurp. Not only did Sister Zhou help her pick and bargain, but she also got the sellers to throw in some feeding boxes and troughs. By the time the two of them had packed all the purchased livestock into the truck, it was already 3 p.m. Fortunately, the piglets and lambs were small and didn't take up much space, and the chickens, ducks, and rabbits all had cages. But the chickens and ducks kept squawking. Couldn't they learn from the piglets and find a comfortable spot to sleep? Before getting in the car, Jing Shu took photos of the license plate and the cows and sheep in front of Sister Zhou. After getting in, she smiled and explained to her, "Just letting my dad know I'm safe and that I've made the purchases. He's always worried about me shopping alone." When a girl goes to remote, unpopulated places, she needs to be extra cautious, especially when carrying livestock worth 2,700 yuan. Money can tempt people. It's best not to test human nature casually. That's the way it should be. Girls need to have such awareness. "Don't worry, young lady. I'll get you home safely," Sister Zhou said with a smile, not minding at all, as the young girl acted very naturally. Following the GPS, Jing Shu had Sister Zhou drive to the villa, which was quite remote, with hardly any cars in sight. They swiped an ID card at the community entrance and drove a bit further to reach the place. Sister Zhou even helped unload the chickens, ducks, pigs, sheep, and cows. Jing Shu swiped her credit card for 350 yuan and said, "Sorry to have delayed your lunch, sister. Here's an extra 50 yuan to compensate you." Sister Zhou left her phone number, grinning from ear to ear. As she left, she thought, do people living in villas now like to raise pigs and sheep? City folks really know how to have fun. Jing Shu didn't dare to use her space at the villa's entrance. This housing development was built in 2018, and not far away was a community that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Although more than half of the units hadn't been sold, and those that were sold were mostly for investment, who knew if someone might be living there? Who knew if there were cameras around? With 1.4 billion people in China, enough houses have been built to accommodate 6 billion people. She opened the courtyard gate, and after multiple trips, Jing Shu was panting heavily. After closing the gate and checking the surroundings, she placed the 2 calves and 2 lambs into a combined 4 cubic meter space. When the cows and sheep grew bigger, she would need to expand the space. For now, it was just right, not crowded with room to move around. She put the 2 black piglets into a separate 1 cubic meter space, 17 chickens into a 4 cubic meter space, 7 ducks into a 2 cubic meter space, 5 rabbits into a 1 cubic meter space, and also allocated a separate 1 cubic meter space for the 10 quails. Jing Shu threw in the feeding troughs and unlocked cages and fetched water from the villa to pour in. The chickens stopped clucking, and the sheep became quiet. The space seemed to have a magical effect, simulating the most suitable temperature and climate for them. Aside from the space occupied by the livestock, Jing Shu had 1 cubic meter of feed, 1 cubic meter of mushroom kits, 1 cubic meter of seeds, and 1 cubic meter of sweet potato and yam tuber seeds gifted by the shop owner. Jing Shu's space usage: 1 spirit spring plus 6 farmlands, plus 13 cubic meters for livestock, plus 4 cubic meters for miscellaneous items, leaving 40 cubic meters of space. The cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and rabbits would continue to use the space, but after making dried meat and smoked meat, Jing Shu planned to keep just a few breeding pairs. She would have to prepare diluted spirit spring water when she got back. The feed could last a few days. Once the vegetables in the space matured, she could feed them vegetable leaves. Jing Shu took a tour around the villa for an on-site inspection, further refining the renovation plans in her mind before locking the door and leaving. She wanted to find a taxi but waited 15 minutes without success. She had to add 10 yuan on Didi to get a car from 5 kilometers away. Without further ado, Jing Shu headed straight to the new energy car market. The reason was simple. She was about to renovate the villa, and without a car, it would be really inconvenient. By the time they sold the house and car, she could use the new energy car to go to work for a few days. After the apocalypse, she wouldn't have to commute so far anymore. After the apocalypse, cars that ran on gasoline and diesel became scrap metal because there was no fuel, including those that ran on natural gas. Only new energy cars were popular, especially when fleeing and seeking refuge. Having a new energy car while others walked and you rode. She had planned to buy a new energy car sooner or later, so why not today? New energy cars had developed to this point, always being hybrids of oil and electricity, as problems like power and endurance hadn't been solved yet. Market share was very low. No matter how much they boasted, they could only run over 100 kilometers before needing a recharge, couldn't go over 60 km/h, charging required supervision. It was hard to find charging stations, and the batteries might fail at any time, not retaining value. But, in the apocalypse, if you had a car that could run, you'd be secretly laughing. No matter how powerful a fuel-burning car was, if it couldn't run in the apocalypse, what's the use? Without saying anything, Jing Shu went straight for the BYD Song Max, an old model. It came with more than half in subsidies, a luxurious 7-seater, spacious, with energy-saving LED lights, 360-degree panoramic imaging, and charging cost only a few yuan each time. Now, buying the luxury top model after all fees only cost over 60,000 yuan. She chose a red one and shamelessly took out a loan, swiping her credit card for a 27,000 yuan down payment. After completing the procedures, buying insurance, and getting a temporary license plate, Jing Shu drove the Song Max home like that. She had gotten her driver's license at 18 but rarely drove her parents' cars, so Jing Shu's skill level was, as long as you stayed far away from her, you'd survive. After much effort, she managed to park the car in the community parking space. Jing Shu then swiped her card to buy over a dozen bottles of mineral water. Completely penniless, and with her stomach growling, she went home. Opening the door, she saw her eldest uncle and aunt and uncle neatly sitting on the sofa, all turning their heads simultaneously. Jing Shu swallowed, glanced at the time, 6:25 p.m. Oh, even if they were all off work, why were they looking at her like that? What happened? Upon seeing her uncle's family, who hadn't yet met their tragic end, Jing Shu let out a sigh of relief. Her impression of her uncle Su Yiyang's family was that she often went to their house to play when she was young, and her aunt Wang Fang would cook dishes that Jing Shu loved. After her maternal grandparents passed away, although they lived in the same city, they rarely met, only gathering for a New Year's Eve dinner during the holidays. In the 3rd year after the apocalypse, a global earthquake occurred. Wucheng, situated in a basin, experienced quakes every 3 or 4 days, generally not exceeding magnitude 6. Unlike Sichuan, where tremors happened twice daily, and every 1 or 2 months, a major quake would occur. The people of Sichuan joked that the earth was their bed that year. Despite this, the Wucheng government still required citizens to sleep in squares, shelters, or open fields at night and even distributed supplies. Jing Shu remembered clearly that her aunt said that night, Sleeping in the square is too smelly. People grind their teeth, fart, and snore. Everything happens. We've just had minor quakes these past 2 days. There won't be another. The Lee family goes home to sleep every day without any issues. Besides, Su Long can't stand this cold weather. Let's go home for the night. Su Long was her uncle's son, 5 years younger than Jing Shu, a precious child born late to his parents. Her uncle's family went home to sleep, and that night a magnitude 6 earthquake struck, with the epicenter right in their area. The surrounding residential buildings collapsed. There were no search dogs dispatched for rescue, no firefighters to search and save people, not even news reports or investigations into how many died in this earthquake. Because it was the apocalypse, people died every day. More people went to scavenge for supplies. Without sunlight, the crops that could be grown were too few. There was no cotton for clothes or quilts. Everything was lacking. Many people came to the ruins to pick up things, occasionally uncovering a few corpses and even stripping off their clothes. Jing's mother cried, wanting to search for the bodies with her younger sister. Her aunt wept and said she was scared, so Jing's mother pulled her father to search. They eventually found them, but the sight was too horrible to bear. Jing Shu felt that her mother's indulgence of her aunt, always wanting to give her everything, was partly because of the tragic death of her uncle's family. In this life, Jing Shu didn't want to give her mother any reason to spoil her aunt, nor did she want her mother's own brother to die again. Her aunt, Su Mei, loved beauty, but wasn't beautiful herself. Her daughter, Zhang Han, was 20 years old, and their mother-daughter relationship wasn't good. Because her aunt's husband, Zhang Zhongyong, came from a family that favored sons over daughters. In 2002, during the strict enforcement of the one-child policy, Zhang Zhongyong was a government employee aiming for promotion, so he couldn't have a second child. From that time on, their marriage likely started to deteriorate. Zhang Zhongyong kept a mistress and even had a son. A few years into the apocalypse, he openly acknowledged this relationship. Under pressure, her aunt had to accept sharing her husband with another woman. But it wasn't until just before her death that Jing Shu learned that Uncle Sun and her aunt had been entangled for a long time. Uncle Sun lacked courage. While her aunt's husband dared to be open about his affairs, Uncle Sun only dared to act secretly. Without her father's love or her mother's care, Zhang Han grew up selfish and self-centered, hostile toward everyone. As for Su Mei, who repaid kindness with ingratitude, Jing's mother couldn't bear to see her die, and Jing Shu also couldn't bring herself to let her die. She felt compelled to push her to the brink of a deep abyss, then kindly pull her back, only to push her again. Gurgle. Gurgle. Just as Jing Shu was reminiscing about past events, her stomach growled uncontrollably, and at this awkward moment, it was particularly loud. "You little rascal, where have you been messing around again? Today we've invited your uncle and your aunt and uncle-in-law over for dinner to discuss your situation." Jing's mother came rushing out of the kitchen holding a kitchen knife and handed Jing Shu a piece of over-fried fish. "Eat this to tide you over and chat with your uncle and the others." That scared me to death. Seeing the burnt fish, her aunt stood up. "Let me help you, sister." Su Mei had eaten enough of Jing's mother's cooking since childhood. At first, she thought her sister did it on purpose, but later realized she genuinely had poor coordination. Su Mei had even felt smug, thinking her sister wouldn't find a good husband. Who knew? Su Lanji, who couldn't cook or do any chores, found a good man who loved her, pampered her, and entrusted her with the family's finances. Their daughter was cherished like a treasure. Su Mei, who could cook and do everything, ended up with a husband who only despised her, required his approval for every purchase, and was a male chauvinist. Their daughter was treated like a burden. Why was that? Su Mei clenched her palms, suppressing her emotions. Tonight? They want to borrow money? Dream on. Jing Shu placed the mineral water in her bedroom and discovered that the boxes of medicines she bought today had been piled into her room, making the space already filled with seasonings even smaller. Fortunately, her aunt and the others probably hadn't noticed. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they came to borrow medicines during the apocalypse. She came out to chat with her uncle and the others for a while before her father returned home.
For the honest Jing's father to ask to borrow money, a hint of difficulty appeared on his face. Dinner was ready soon. It had to be said that her aunt's cooking skills were appreciated by everyone at the table. Jing's father filled the glasses for her uncle and uncle-in-law. After 2 drinks, he got to the point. Jing Shu's dream has always been to become a star and a streamer. As her father, I'm very happy that she has found a career she loves, and of course, I will fully support her. Now the opportunity has come. An entertainment company has sent a contract. As long as we pay a sum of money, they can make her famous, and she will be able to earn money herself in the future. I'm very proud of her. Isn't it just 1.5 million yuan? I'll get it together for her. As Jing's father spoke, he raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. Her uncle and uncle-in-law also followed suit. Her aunt and aunt-in-law silently ate their food. Jing Shu's eyes suddenly turned red. She didn't know why, but deceiving her naive father into lowering himself to borrow money, was she doing the wrong thing? No, it was to let them reevaluate her aunt. At the same time, to see how her uncle's family would interact in the future. Don't test human nature casually, because it can't withstand scrutiny. Why did Jing Shu want to borrow money? First, to let her parents know who helped them in times of trouble, so they would have an idea in their hearts. Second, borrowing money now to buy various supplies was actually to help those who lent them money to avoid the disasters of the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, money would become worthless, and supplies would be valuable. They could repay with supplies then, helping them survive better in the apocalypse. Jing Shu wouldn't forget those who helped her and would treat them well. That was the reason for borrowing money. But if no one lent her a penny, should Jing Shu still give supplies after the apocalypse and support ungrateful people? The shop is profitable, but it can't compare to the money Jing Shu can earn herself. We sold it today for 600,000 yuan. The money has already arrived. We'll sell the car and the house. Old son still owes me 100,000 yuan and said he'd return it in a few days. But we need to pay an 800,000 yuan deposit for the contract tomorrow. The car is hard to sell quickly. The reason we invited everyone today is to borrow some money from you. We'll repay you when we've sold our assets. For his daughter's future, Jing's father, despite his reluctance, spoke up. He looked at everyone nervously and expectantly. In Jing's father and mother's minds, they would repay the money in a few days. It was just a matter of turning it over. Everyone was close family. They should agree, right? If the roles were reversed, Jing's father and mother would support without a second thought if their relatives had difficulties. Old son will repay the money? Tisk, so naive. Old son's money is with me. There's a saying, if you don't spend money on your wife, someone else will spend money on her for you. Su Mei thought smugly, glancing at the man metaphorically wearing a green hat, being cheated on, and found that Zheng Zhongyong was leisurely drinking, completely indifferent. It seemed he wouldn't express any opinions, leaving her to handle everything. Su Mei gritted her teeth, her nails digging into her palms. Clearly, he wanted her to be the bad guy, to turn them down. What entertainment company is it? Don't get scammed, there are too many frauds nowadays. Her aunt-in-law focused on a different point. It's introduced and guaranteed by the son of an old colleague of mine for over 20 years. Jing Shu, bring the contract for everyone to see. Jing's father trusted Zhu Zhengqi greatly. Jing Shu's heart skipped a beat. As a lawyer, would her aunt-in-law discover something? Jing Shu took another bite of rice before returning to her bedroom to retrieve the contract for her aunt to review. In her mind, she was already considering what to say if her deception was uncovered. Who would have thought that professionals like lawyers also have occupational habits? Her aunt didn't check the company's name but directly looked up the company's credit code, which is equivalent to an identification number. The company and the contract are all fine, her aunt said. That's good. I plan to gather the 800,000 yuan deposit first. Jing's father and Jing Shu both breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere then became awkwardly silent. Uncle Su Yiyang glanced at Zhang Zhongyong, who was drinking, and Su Mei, who was eating. We have some spare money. We're not in a hurry to get it back. We'll lend you 30.
Aunt Wang Fang shot a glance at her husband, and Uncle quickly corrected himself. "We'll lend you 20? Ahem." Wang Fang coughed twice. Uncle's face turned red and he hurriedly said, "We'll lend you 100,000 yuan. No rush to repay. Take a few years to get back on your feet." Saying this, he nudged Wang Fang. "Transfer the money to Lanzi via WeChat. Just transfer it directly to Jing Shu. Big brother and sister-in-law, you can repay us in a few days when the money comes through. We're just helping you out temporarily." Jing's mother felt a bit uncomfortable, sensing that her sister-in-law was acting as if they wouldn't repay the money. At this point, Aunt Wang Fang was placed by Jing Shu in the category of people who can lend a hand in times of need. Jing's father then turned his gaze toward his younger sister. The main event was finally here. Jing Shu was a bit excited. She accepted the transferred money and observed her aunt, who was pretending to be oblivious. Whether she could plant a thorn in her mother's heart depended on this moment. She hoped her aunt wouldn't disappoint her. "Little sister, Zhongyong, what do you think?" Uncle Su Yiyang felt the need to break the awkward silence. Zhang Zhongyong paused with a piece of fried fish halfway to his mouth, smiled, and said, "Mei Mei, it's your family's matter. You decide." Then he put the fish into his mouth. Su Mei Mei silently cursed Zhang Zhongyong 100 times in her heart and began to complain about how they recently bought a house and were poor, how their child's art school tuition was expensive, and so on, all to say they didn't have money at the moment. Jing's mother remembered how her younger sister had come to Wucheng without a job or a boyfriend and lived with them for 4 or 5 years. Despite being poor, she never uttered a word about it. Later, they even helped her find a job, and she moved out only after marrying Zhang Zhongyong, who worked in a government office. Ugh. Zhang Zhongyong spat out the overly salty fried fish, thinking about his little mistress who not only could fry fish but also drained him every time he felt parched, and remembered she liked the small BMW. "Big sister, we're a bit tight on money lately and are considering buying another car. How about selling us your small BMW?" Zhang Zhongyong suddenly interjected. Having just sold their left cheek, their right cheek was now being slapped by Zhang Zhongyong. Su Mei Mei's complaints were in vain, but thinking that Zhang Zhongyong already had an Audi, this small BMW must be for herself? Su Mei Mei had always envied Su Lanji for having a small BMW. Now, was it going to change owners? "Well, we're not planning to sell it for now." Jing's father was reluctant. "Although the car is 3 years old, it's only been driven over 8,000 kilometers. It's practically new. Besides, you know Lanji, no matter how long she uses something, she keeps it like new, maintaining it carefully. You'll have to sell it eventually. Why not let family benefit? Sis, sell the car to us at a discount. I've never owned a car in my life." Su Mei Mei was so happy she could fly. Jing Shu was dumbfounded. She had expected her aunt not to lend money but hadn't anticipated their shamelessness in trying to take advantage of family. The key point was that Jing Shu didn't want to have any financial dealings with them. If they sold the car now and it became useless during the apocalypse, her aunt would come crying, and wouldn't Jing's mother feel guilty and offer more compensation? They definitely couldn't sell it to this family. "My mom's car isn't for sale. If we sell this apartment and move to our villa so far away with no taxis available, how will we get to work?" Jing Shu quickly said. Jing's mother hesitated. She wanted to sell the car to her younger sister at a discount. "My dear sister, you have to pay the deposit tomorrow. Sell us the car and we'll pay you directly. Second-hand cars aren't easy to sell now." "Aunt, why don't you just lend us the money?" Jing Shu added fuel to the fire. Su Mei Mei showed a moment of embarrassment. "You little rascal, you really know how to joke. We only have a little money saved for buying a car." Jing's mother's eyelids drooped. It was the first time in so many years that she had asked her younger sister for help, and this was the result. "I'll call old son and see if he can repay the money tomorrow." Jing's father really didn't want to sell the small BMW. He got up to make the call, and soon they heard his excited voice. Great. Thank you so much, old son. Let's settle it tomorrow at noon." The deposit issue was temporarily resolved. Her uncle's family transferred 100,000 yuan on the spot. However,
her aunt failed to buy the car and didn't lend any money, dealing a double blow to Jing's mother. A pleasant surprise in a way. Her aunt was always digging her own grave. In their previous life, her naive parents never wanted to trouble others and never asked for help. So, don't test human nature. Relationships can break down after a few tests. Tonight, Jing's father and mother were destined to feel upset. Tomorrow, they might not only be sad but also doubt life. Thinking about it made Jing Shu a bit excited. No, quite sad. Growth always comes with a price. Only through pain can one gain insight. Back in her bedroom, Jing Shu first entered her space to check on the living conditions of her food supplies. The black pigs had eaten their feed and gone to sleep. The cows and sheep were peacefully together, occasionally changing positions. The little rabbits were hopping around in an ample space, leaving droppings everywhere. To her surprise, the quails had laid 2 eggs and were still brooding. The boss had said that light could increase the quail's egg production rate, and the Rubik's Cube space had plenty of light since it was itself a luminous object. The 17 chickens were a miserable sight. There was chicken poop everywhere, and the 2 eggs laid had been stepped on and eaten. Jing Shu needed to think of a solution. She labeled each bottle of mineral water with a number and cut strips from a white shirt to write corresponding numbers. First, she diluted 1 drop of spirit spring water in 250 grams of mineral water for the female cows, sheep, and pigs. For the male cow, sheep, and pig, she diluted 1 drop in 1 kilogram of water. For the 15 hens, she started with dilutions of 1 drop in 100 grams and increased the amount incrementally. 1 rooster received spirit spring water. The other didn't, as a control to observe differences and lifespan. She also numbered the ducks, rabbits, and quails and fed them according to their numbers. Jing Shu wanted to test the effects of the same dilution of spirit spring water on animals of different sizes and lifespans. After numbering them, she tied cloth strips around each animal's neck in the space and placed the mineral water bottles in the space where the feed was. Jing Shu directly delivered the water to the cows' stomachs. The cows might have felt that their mouths were inexplicably pried open, and a lump of water mysteriously bypassed their throats and entered their stomachs. You might not believe me, but the water went into my stomach on its own. Jing Shu operated skillfully and quickly finished feeding the diluted spirit spring water to all the animals. The poor rooster labeled 0 received nothing. In the space, the 6 plots of farmland had sprouted, with some seedlings already a few centimeters high. If she hadn't planted them herself, Jing Shu wouldn't have known what she had sown. The farmland in the space needed infusion only once a day, and Jing Shu also fed the spirit spring to her animals once daily. Each time she gave them about a mouthful of water, so the 20 or so drops of spirit spring extracted today could last for a while. After leaving the space and searching for information on Baidu, Jing Shu went to the lawn downstairs and picked a lot of dry grass to bring home. She re-entered the space and used absolute control to dismantle the chicken coop, laying it flat and fixing it 10 centimeters above the ground in the space. She then made 15 nesting boxes with the dry grass for the chickens to lay eggs, and also made nests for the ducks and quails. This way, the eggs laid by the chickens would be in the nests, and the chicken droppings would fall through the coop directly onto the ground of the space. After a few days, when they dried, Jing Shu planned to mix the chicken droppings with pig feed to feed the pigs. Eureka! According to Baidu, pigs benefit from eating this, and it saves Jing Shu the trouble of finding places to dispose of chicken manure. However, dealing with pig, cow, and sheep manure would be a problem in the future. She added more feed and regular water for all her little darlings. Jing Shu exited the space and began diligently practicing the Rubik's Cube. This wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. Sometimes luck played a part. The only thing she could do was practice hard, becoming more proficient with time. She aimed to upgrade to the 5th order Rubik's Cube before the apocalypse. On November 3rd, the 3rd day after her rebirth, Jing Shu went for a morning run after being awakened by noise. Her parents were greatly surprised. In fact, Jing Shu mainly went out to dispose of the manure. Every time she ran past a garbage container, she would stop briefly.
With a touch, she could instantly dispose of one type of livestock's waste, then move on to the next. No wonder they say that products from the space are always top-notch. The spirit spring was incredibly effective. Early in the morning, upon entering the space for inspection, she found that a thick layer of manure had already accumulated. The space that was originally just right now felt a bit crowded. The female cows, pigs, and sheep were noticeably larger, hungry, and moaning. The males had grown slightly but were not hungry. Jing Shu hurriedly fed them with feed and water. The chickens, ducks, and quails had laid many eggs. The higher the spirit spring content, the more eggs they laid. Jing Shu allocated 3 cubic meters to store different eggs and marked a few to let them hatch, to see how long it would take. She added 4 cubic meters for the sheep and cows and 2 cubic meters for the pigs, leaving only 31 cubic meters of space. The feed that was given as a bonus was no longer sufficient. It seemed she had to buy more today. The spirit spring seemed to accelerate growth, intake, and digestion. Fortunately, she hadn't rashly drunk it herself. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After cleaning up the manure, Jing Shu went home to eat breakfast. It didn't affect her appetite. In the apocalypse, as long as it was edible, Jing Shu had eaten it, including farmed grain worms, also known as maggots. In the first year of the apocalypse, due to extreme heat, many livestock and people died, and countless rotting foods bred countless maggots, which were everywhere. Jing Shu originally wouldn't eat them even if threatened with death, but when she was so hungry that she didn't even have the strength to speak, and when the coarse grains distributed by the government turned into various preparations of deep-fried, braised, and stir-fried grain worms, she found that she got used to it after eating. After all, it was meat. I don't want my parents to suffer the hardships I've endured, Jing Shu thought, but I wouldn't mind watching Su Mei Mei go through it again. Breakfast was thick pumpkin porridge, steamed potatoes, a plate of garlic scapes pickled in vinegar, and pancakes as the main course. Her parents had specially taken a day off to wait at home for Uncle Sun's money. After eating, Jing Shu drove straight to the feed factory, wholesaled a whole truckload of feed, and stored it in her space. Jing Shu intended to raise some chickens, ducks, and cows at the villa as well. Feed was a must-buy in sufficient quantities, otherwise there would be no excuse to bring them out during the apocalypse. Then, Jing Shu navigated non-stop to the aquatic breeding base to buy fish fry. In Jing Shu's plan, she intended to dig a small pond in front of the villa to raise lotus leaves, lotus roots, fish, and shrimp. Even without sunlight in the apocalypse, it wouldn't matter. She could buy lamps and generate her own electricity to ensure the fish wouldn't die. Mainly, it was a cover so that she could occasionally throw some fish produced in her space into the pond to enjoy. Slurp. There were too many kinds of fish fry at the aquatic base, and Jing Shu could only selectively buy some. Otherwise, the small space wouldn't be able to accommodate many. She found a large aquatic shop and explained to the owner that she had dug a small private pond and wanted to raise crayfish, hairy crabs, various fish, lotus roots, and lotus flowers for her family and relatives to eat. After listening, the owner, although not recommending such a way of farming, still provided Jing Shu with a package and some precautions. He suggested that she divide the pond into several areas, separating aggressive fish like bass, catfish, and mandarin fish. When they grew larger, they could be mixed together to eliminate the weak and diseased. Crayfish and crabs could be raised together. Crabs would eat weak and sick shrimp. In the end, Jing Shu bought 2 caddies of crayfish, 2 caddies of hairy crabs, 1 caddy of eels, 1 caddy of loaches, 1 caddy of crucian carp, 1 caddy of silver carp, 1 caddy of abalone, 1 caddy of oysters, 1 caddy of scallops, 1 caddy of clams, 0.5 caddy of razor clams, 0.5 caddy of mandarin fish, 0.5 caddy of grass carp, 0.5 caddy of bass, 0.5 caddy of catfish, 0.5 caddy of grouper, 0.5 caddy of snakehead fish, 0.5 caddy of octopus, 0.5 caddy of softshell turtles, 10 caddies of sprouted lotus roots. The owner explained the concept of ecological fish farming to Jing Shu, using fish to raise fish. The package also included various fish insects, aquatic plants, algae, and other plankton, various fish feeds, tools, nets, and a bunch of other aquaculture-related items. The owner also told Jing Shu that small-scale private farming was very flexible. Mixing chicken manure with microbial agents, adding wheat bran, cornmeal, etc., made excellent fish feed. Feeding crayfish mainly required high-protein animal feed, various animal carcasses and internal organs, as well as crops like wheat, soybeans, and winter melons. It could also be combined with rice cultivation. With this, Jing Shu integrated her crop planting, animal husbandry, and aquaculture into a new ecological cycle, achieving complete self-sufficiency. The owner helped load the boxes of fish fry, toolboxes, and other items into her car, and mentioned that she could come back next April or May to restock. At that time, stocking the fry would be easier, and they would grow fat. Considering the knowledge the owner shared, Jing Shu didn't mind that he had sold her fish fry along with a bunch of tools for 3,000 yuan. In half a year, 3,000 yuan wouldn't buy anything, and today's fish fry would become one of her family's food sources for the rest of their lives. Driving to a remote place, Jing Shu dug some soil from each field in her space and laid a thick layer in a newly combined 8 cubic meter space. After all, loaches and crayfish like mud. Then she placed the nearly 20 caddies of fish fry into it, and as per the owner's advice, she simply divided the area to prevent the fry from cannibalizing each other initially. After busily returning home, it was already 2 p.m. Jing's mother was cooking while arguing with Jing's father, and the quarrel was quite heated. From the smell of burnt food overpowering the aroma, it could be judged that Jing's mother was very angry. Jing's father was sitting on the sofa, smoking one cigarette after another, occasionally retorting, "He must have something important, or maybe he didn't see the call." "Then call him again. Isn't this delaying serious matters? He promised to repay at 12 o'clock, then said he'd transfer it in 15 minutes, and now he's disappeared. If he won't repay, he should just say so. Why embarrass people, a person with no credibility?" Jing's father was huffing and puffing with anger and argued back a few more sentences. Jing Shu hid in the bathroom, gleefully listening to her parents argue. While running water from the sink into her space to fill the 8 cubic meter area, she checked off aquatic products on her phone's checklist and noted the quantities. In her previous life, to gather money, her father had also asked Uncle Sun to repay his debt. Each time Uncle Sun agreed but then disappeared or claimed financial difficulties when approached. Later, when they had enough money, Uncle Sun's debt was left unresolved. In Jing Shu's opinion, her father hadn't been pushed far enough. Today she wanted him to experience how Uncle Sun wouldn't repay a life-saving 100,000 yuan, preferring to spend on eating, drinking, and entertainment instead. She wanted her father to recognize reality. He saw Uncle Sun as a brother, but Uncle Sun saw him as an ATM. After filling the water in her space's pool, Jing Shu planted lotus roots and aquatic plants in the soil, added algae and other organisms provided by the shop owner, and infused 1 drop of spirit spring water along with some fish larvae. She hoped to raise a batch of crayfish and hairy crabs before the villa's pond was dug. She also collected over 60 chicken eggs and more than 40 quail and duck eggs. The eggs left for hatching still showed no signs. Inspecting the farmland, she saw many green leaves sprouting. Satisfied, Jing Shu exited the space, ready for lunch. Her mother's black pepper beef noodles were burnt. No one dared to complain when she was angry. The 3 of them silently finished the dark cuisine, occasionally picking out charred, unknown substances from between their teeth. Under Jing's mother's oppressive gaze, her father made 3 phone calls in a row. Finally, Uncle Sun answered, immediately apologizing profusely, almost kneeling in remorse. He said he had gathered the money but had to use it for an emergency and promised to transfer the money in a couple of days. "You see, he had an urgent matter. He'll definitely repay in a few days," her father finally said confidently. Jing Shu opened her social media feed and confronted him directly. "Dad, isn't this Uncle Sun and his wife? His wife posted that they're having a great time in Dubai and thanked her husband for the 1-carat diamond ring." Her mother leaned over for a look and sneered, "So this is the urgent matter, buying a diamond ring." Her father took the phone feeling both awkward and angry, especially as Uncle Sun's smile seemed to mock him. "Dad, forget it. I won't become an internet celebrity anymore. Since our family can't raise the money, I'll just find a job tomorrow." Bang! Her father slapped his thigh hard. We'll definitely gather the money for you. I've already found a construction team for you. You can start renovating the villa tomorrow. As for Uncle Sun's money, I'll find a way to get it back. Gritting his teeth, her father declared that his daughter's future was more important than his own life. Uncle Sun, I misjudged you. At that moment, Jing's mother's phone rang. It was Su Mei Mei calling. Upon learning that Jing's mother was still short 100,000 yuan, she begged her to sell the car to them at a low price so they could get the money immediately. Jing Shu knew this was bad. It seemed that Uncle Sun and Su Mei Mei were already involved at this time. Otherwise, how could Su Mei Mei call right after Uncle Sun claimed he had no money? She wouldn't believe there was nothing suspicious unless she had proof. If only she had evidence, she would expose this pair of adulterers. Little sister, you know the car's condition. It was 290,000 yuan when new, 3 years old with only 8,000 kilometers, no scratches or accidents. Selling it for 200,000 yuan wouldn't be a problem. I'm in urgent need of money now, so I'll sell it to you for 160,000 yuan. Sis, my dear sister, I really don't have that much money. I only have 100,000 yuan. Aren't you short just 100,000 yuan? Please lower the price a bit more. When Jing Shu starts making money, she can buy you a big BMW. Hearing this, Jing Shu became anxious. Did she think she was buying vegetables, slashing the price by half? Such a black heart. So Su Mei Mei hadn't considered them family even before the apocalypse. Mom, the villa renovations still need over 100,000 yuan. Since Aunt doesn't have enough money, why don't we sell Dad's car instead? Jing Shu quickly reminded. If they had to sell the car, they shouldn't sell it to Su Mei Mei, who was utterly shameless. Jing's mother also felt that 100,000 yuan was too little. She mainly needed the money urgently and was at her wit's end. Otherwise, why sell the car? What followed made Jing Shu witness just how shameless Su Mei Mei could be. She actually started crying. Big Brother had our parents' support when he got married. You had both our parents and Big Brother's parents helping with your dowry. When I got married, our parents had passed away, and their inheritance was left to Big Brother. I had nothing. Heaven is unfair. Asking my own sister for something and she wants me to pay? My own sister doesn't care whether I live or die. Her words made Jing's mother's veins pop. Her heart gradually grew cold. She had never known that after giving so much, she was still this kind of person in her sister's heart. I'll give you the car. Consider it as our parents' supplement to your dowry. Now that our parents are gone, let's go our separate ways. Jing's mother was deeply hurt. Really? You're giving it to me? Su Mei Mei realized that Jing's mother was angry, but knowing her soft nature, she thought a bit of coaxing later would mend things. Yes. Jing's mother felt not just hurt but disappointed. Hearing the emotionless reply, Su Mei Mei sensed something was wrong and immediately tried to make amends. I can't let my sister suffer a loss. I'll take out my personal savings and buy the car for 120,000 yuan. All right. Jing's mother closed her eyes, considering it as supplementing Su Mei Mei's dowry. From now on, they owed each other nothing. Su Mei Mei was too busy being excited to notice Jing's mother's feelings. She immediately urged her to handle the transfer procedures, transferring the money to Jing Shu at lightning speed. Little did Su Mei Mei know that the car she had so relentlessly bargained for, offending her own sister, was actually intended for her husband's mistress. She couldn't have imagined that, not even using it for a day, Zhang Zhongyong would give it to his mistress under some pretext. Months later, when she saw the mistress driving the car, she was so angry she spat blood. Let's go handle the transfer procedures. Jing Shu, you take the money and sign the contract directly, her father said, his face also looking unhappy, comforting Jing's mother who was heartbroken. Although they had sold the car at a low price, Jing's mother was probably beyond disappointed with Su Mei Mei. The 120,000 yuan could be exchanged for life-saving supplies, while the BMW would be worthless in a few months. Who was at a loss was yet to be determined. For the first time, Jing Shu had over 17,000 yuan in her possession. She could finally shop to her heart's content. Since her Rubik's cube space couldn't store too many supplies, she first needed to buy containers, like commercial-grade large freezers, to store some items in the villa. Once her space leveled up, she could transfer them in. She also needed to buy many electrical appliances. Since the construction team was coming, they could install them right away. For example, central air conditioning needed to be installed in advance, otherwise they might be roasted to death in the first year. Although the villa was already decorated, Jing Shu felt there were still many deficiencies for surviving the apocalypse. She had to completely remodel the villa as a fortress. Time was tight. Jing Shu took a taxi to Suning Appliance Store and directly found a customer manager, Manager Wang. The middle-aged man said that the Double 11, November 11th promotions had already started. Now, with price protection, if you buy at a higher price, they would refund 10 times the difference, and there were many promotions like gifts with purchase. Not wasting any time, Jing Shu directly ordered the most powerful 1 to 10 central air conditioning system, ensuring that in the first year of the apocalypse, when it's scorching outside, every room inside would be as warm as spring. It cost 50,000 yuan. She ordered 6 commercial large-capacity 1,000-liter freezers, costing 12,000 yuan. Jing Shu purchased a Siemens washer-dryer combo for 6,000 yuan and a Siemens large-capacity dishwasher for 9,000 yuan. In the first year of the apocalypse, there was no water. Jing Shu remembered that everyone used their own dishes and then licked them clean. Clothes became so dirty that you couldn't tell their original color anymore. In the second year of the apocalypse, it rained heavily every day, but clothes never dried. In this life, since she had the means, she chose energy-saving washing machines and dishwashers. Dishwashers save 20 times more water than hand washing, and the used water can be filtered and reused after treatment. She bought a complete water recycling and filtration system, water purifiers, ultrafiltration machines, faucet filters, RO reverse osmosis filters, and 10 years' worth of filter cartridges. Multiple layers of filtration were installed, capable of filtering out even microorganisms. She also purchased 4 commercial water storage tanks and filtration circulation systems, spending a total of 100,000 yuan. Although the heavy rains in the second year of the apocalypse temporarily alleviated the world's water shortage, they also brought about a new species, a type of red worm that came with the torrential rains. It was more accurate to call the second year's rain a worm rain. These worms were entirely red with black heads and tails. The larger ones were a few centimeters long, and the smaller ones were only a few millimeters, very thin, slightly thicker than hair. As long as there was water, they could survive and reproduce. Half of the rain consisted of these worms, and they liked to jump around. Even turning on the faucet would release a stream of worms. Did you think the red worms became a disaster? Heh, too naive. Do you believe that the Chinese people could eat a species to the brink of extinction? Not sure about countries like Australia or the United States, but later on, the red worms ended up saving hundreds of millions of people in China. That year, you could see countless people catching these red worms every day, catching them off their bodies, using bowls to collect them, going to flooded areas to scoop them up, and handing them over to the government to earn contribution points. They could exchange these points for various flavors of roasted, stir-fried, or pan-fried red worms. The taste wasn't good. The elderly and children next door gave it bad reviews, saying it lacked an egg coating. In this life, Jing Shu no longer wanted to live a life where damp clothes bred worms, and she could catch a few red worms off her body at any time to snack on. She wanted to block all red worms outside her villa, and never again have to filter out worm eggs from her drinking water over and over, boiling water repeatedly only to still find red worms in it. So the money spent was worth it. She continued to buy a commercial automatic ice maker for 2,000 yuan, a must-have item for the first year of the apocalypse. She also bought a small multifunctional grain thresher for 3,000 yuan, suitable for soybeans, wheat, sorghum, millet, rapeseed, and corn. In the future, she could thresh the wheat and rice she grew, secretly mixing them into pre-purchased grain packaging, so she'd never have to worry about not eating white rice again. Next, Jing Shu selected some machines needed for 10 years after the apocalypse: a small millstone, a manual meat slicer, a meat grinder, an ice cream machine, a sealing machine, a vacuum packaging machine, a takoyaki maker, and more, spending 8,000 yuan. Most of the items Jing Shu bought required electricity.
In the years after the apocalypse, China's electrical and thermal resources were used for the artificial sun, almost cutting off power supply to the people. Electricity was only provided during the 19 to 1930 news broadcast daily, and there were restrictions. Everyone who needed electricity had to use it during that time slot. In this regard, we must thank the Chinese government. During the 10 years of the apocalypse, the news broadcast never stopped, waiting for you through wind and rain. Therefore, Jing Shu had to buy the latest generation of solar power systems. After the apocalypse, it wasn't that there was no sun, but the sunlight was blocked by a large amount of dust and debris in the upper atmosphere caused by collisions of celestial bodies, obscuring the sunlight. Nighttime temperatures plummeted into darkness, and daytime looked like dusk, with only faint light. Therefore, the efficiency of photovoltaic solar power was low. The entire system after the apocalypse could only generate enough electricity to power a rice cooker. UBC invented bacterial solar cells. Without delving into the principles, as long as there was light, they could generate electricity. Although the efficiency wasn't high, the quantity could make up for it. Jing Shu lavishly bought 10 sets, spending 150,000 yuan. At first, Manager Wang's mouth dropped open, thinking she was teasing him. Later, when Jing Shu directly swiped 50,000 yuan as a deposit, he smiled so widely that the wrinkles on his face resembled chrysanthemums. For every 5,000 yuan spent, there was a chance to draw a prize. For every 10,000 yuan spent, you could get a 1,000 yuan discount. In total, she spent 340,000 yuan, drew 68 prizes, and got a 34,000 yuan discount. So in just 2 hours, Jing Shu spent 306,000 yuan. After paying the deposit, leaving the villa's address, and finalizing all orders and requirements, Jing Shu quickly took a taxi home. She could do the prize draws the next time she came to shop. If she didn't get home before her mother finished cooking, she'd get scolded. The meals her mother cooked were enough to shatter Jing Shu's fantasies about many foods after rebirth. Once she was done with this busy period, she must take over the cooking herself. In the evening, she routinely fed the livestock with spirit spring water and collected eggs. The marked eggs still hadn't hatched. Hen number 1, which received the highest concentration of spirit spring water, had grown much larger than the other chickens, was exceptionally fierce, and had become the leader of the 17 chickens. The quails, ducks, and rabbits had also grown significantly, with the sow growing the fastest, obviously twice the size of the boar. In the aquatic space, the fish fry didn't show much change, but the aquatic plants and algae were growing wildly. The space's light and the spirit spring provided ample conditions for these organisms. Most of the 6 plots of farmland had started bearing fruit. In another 2 to 3 days, she could harvest a batch of vegetables. Jing Shu needed to implement her next plan quickly. On November 4th, after getting up early to exercise and handling the manure, Jing Shu returned home for breakfast. Breakfast was Wucheng's specialty milk tea, topped with a thick layer of secret milk skin that was chewy and left a milky aroma lingering in the mouth, served with deep-fried dough sticks and spicy sour shredded potatoes. Jing Shu gave the breakfast vendor 99 points, fearing he'd get arrogant with an extra point. After eating, the family of 3 set out. "I'll drop your mom off at work first, then take you to Captain Chen. He was responsible for the previous renovation. Follow the contract for how the villa should be remodeled. If you don't understand anything, ask old Chen and the people from the entertainment company. Charge everything to me. I'll settle the bill later," her father said while driving, thinking that it seemed they really had to sell the house. A lack of money topples even heroes. "Dad, Mom, I want to buy a car for about 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. It would be convenient for me to follow the renovation at the villa. I can't go to your company every day and then have Uncle Chen take me to the villa and come back with them in the afternoon, right? After the villa is renovated, Mom can use the car to go to work." It was time to officially introduce the new energy car. "Okay, have your mom give you some more money." Her father thought again about the loss on selling the BMW. It would have been better not to sell it. Captain Chen's team consisted of 6 people, a small, well-organized, and highly efficient renovation team. Today was the first day of the new renovation. 4 people stayed behind to make a list of materials.
Once the renovation materials were confirmed, they could immediately open orders and transport the materials over. Captain Chen and Carpenter Liu came to the villa to hear how Jing Shu wanted to remodel it. I want to build tempered glass walls around the existing 2-meter walls to enclose the villa, and then create a retractable tempered glass roof that seamlessly connects with the 4 tempered glass walls using steel trusses and inverted triangular-shaped tempered glass. This unique exterior design will attract more attention when I start live streaming. Jing Shu's first step in fortress transformation: prevent worm rain, hurricanes, heavy snow, and thieves. No need to worry about the villa's transformation attracting prying eyes. After the apocalypse, the tempered glass would be covered by more than 10 centimeters of black soil. Moreover, this area was protected by the Chinese government, and order hadn't collapsed. In the face of big data, almost no one dared to commit crimes. Of course, Jing Shu herself would set up traps and be fully armed. All necessary weapons must be acquired. Master Liu swallowed hard, and Captain Chen's jaw almost dropped. Tempered glass is too expensive. Why not consider composite glass or concrete walls instead? Safety during the apocalypse was crucial, but saving time was key. Once the framework was set up, installing tempered glass would complete the job, like putting a big cover over the villa. She couldn't afford to waste time. For aesthetics, Jing Shu thought for a moment. That reason should suffice. All right then. Even at cost price, the company's unsold batch of tempered glass would still be over 100,000 yuan. Captain Chen quickly jotted down the materials. By the way, replace all the windows with triple glazed insulating glass. It's high-end, plus it retains heat and provides sound insulation. Jing Shu took out the design plans and began to share her ideas one by one. In the 4th year of the apocalypse, frequent mountain explosions and mudslides occurred. It thundered every day without rain, with lightning exploding right next to your ears. The sounds were earth-shattering. Sometimes a single thunderclap would shake the entire house. Sound insulation was necessary. The heavy snow of the 5th year left a deep impression on Jing Shu. Countless people froze or starved to death, many succumbing while digging up tree roots. Jing Shu was covered in frostbite, which itched and hurt. When they broke and oozed pus, scabs formed, leaving large scars. Every day she had endless work just to exchange for some bark and rotten food, which was far from enough. Clenching her fist, she vowed that this time she wouldn't be covered in frostbite and become disfigured. I want to open up the back of the villa and add a boiler room, connecting the boiler to 2 stoves. This way, we can cook even in winter without using gas. Also add a heated kang bed where we can roast meat and bake naan, and build a coal storage room at the very back, Jing Shu said, pointing to a row of corridors behind the villa, thinking about the roasted meat from a pit. Slurp. In the north, people use underfloor heating. The underfloor heating in Jing Shu's villa is powered by a personal wall-mounted boiler, and you pay for however much gas you use. But after the 2nd year of the apocalypse, all gas and electricity resources were diverted to the artificial sun project. The government barely grew some food, and as for cooking yourself, that was impossible. You didn't even have food. Therefore, it's necessary to add a boiler room to burn fuel ourselves. We can use coal or charcoal for cooking. With both underfloor heating and air conditioning, we'll have double insulation. Fortress transformation. Step 2. Warm in winter and cool in summer, with water and electricity, well-fed and living well? That's simple. We can just open a door at the corner of your kitchen. Captain Chen breathed a sigh of relief, fearing Jing Shu might come up with more wild ideas. Jing Shu led the 2 to the front yard of the villa. These 2 sides were originally planned for flowers, but now I want to dig a small pond on the left, make it deeper. I want to raise lotus flowers and fish. Install 2 rows of sunlight-simulating fluorescent lamps above the pond. I'm afraid of insufficient sunlight in winter. The middle pathway remains unchanged. Below the right side, I want to build a water storage and circulation system, and continue planting things on top. Captain Chen quickly noted down the required materials. As long as the waterproofing is done well, there won't be any problems. Don't worry. The pond is relatively small, about 8 square meters. The water storage and circulation area is over 20 square meters, and Jing Shu plans to plant vegetables on top, also over 20 square meters. Jing Shu then led them to the courtyard entrance. Build a storage shed here and divide it into 4 enclosed sections for me. Actually, it's to raise chickens and pigs. After finishing the requirements outside the villa, Jing Shu led the two inside. Her father had used the best materials and security doors and windows when renovating the villa, including a hidden basement with a security door. These didn't need to be changed. On the first floor, a 40-square-meter, double-height living room, a 15-square-meter kitchen, a 20-square-meter dining room, a 20-square-meter cloakroom, a 25-square-meter bedroom with bathroom, a 20-square-meter bedroom with bathroom, and a 15-square-meter main hall. Move the dining room to the main hall, open up the kitchen and dining room to create a large kitchen, then add a row of cabinets here. According to what you said, open a door over there to connect to the boiler room. This way there will be space for large freezers and storage for purchased supplies. Thinking of an oversized kitchen filled with various foods and supplies, Jing Shu felt a sense of security. On the second floor, there's a large master suite including a study, storage room, cloakroom, and bathroom. There's also a living room and a bedroom. Convert the second-floor living room into a flower room with constant temperature. This requires quite a bit of work, modifying water and electricity, changing pipelines, adding insulation, building racks, installing light fixtures, etc. Finally, Jing Shu came to the 40-square-meter terrace on the third floor. Unfortunately, it had already been reserved for various water storage tanks and solar power systems. She originally wanted to plant crops, but considering the severe water shortage in the first year, she decided to place more water tanks. In the following years, she could plant some crops appropriately. Install a freight elevator here. In a few days, the people installing the water storage system will arrive. Fortress transformation. Step 3. Be able to farm, have poultry, eat eggs, and drink milk. After spending an hour communicating ideas with Captain Chen and Master Liu, they signed a contract. The villa's renovation was officially handed over to Master Chen's team. We guarantee completion in 15 days. In the afternoon, Master Chen took Jing Shu to select various materials and sign off. They chose all the materials in one day, with an estimated total cost of over 400,000 yuan, which even startled Jing Shu herself. At dinner that evening, Jing's father seemed hesitant to speak. Seeing his daughter wolfing down her food, he ended up saying nothing. His daughter had been smiling less recently, talking less too. She used to love dressing up, wearing different clothes every day, but now she hadn't changed her clothes in days. What was going on? On November 7th, the quail eggs in Jing Shu's space hatched. She fed the 10 newly hatched quail chicks with diluted spirit spring water and numbered them. She also marked new eggs and collected another batch of chicken and duck eggs. Unfortunately, the chicken and duck eggs hadn't hatched, even after 5 days. Jing Shu wondered if she should use the eggs from chicken number 1 for hatching. It might be faster. Hen number 1 had grown even larger and could lay an exaggerated 10 eggs a day. Judging by the acceleration, number 1 should be entering a decline phase, but it hadn't. It was still the champion among hens. Jing Shu decided to observe for another 7 days. If it remained the same, she could start consuming a small amount of spirit spring water herself. After using it for a while without side effects, she could give some to her parents. The growth of the cattle, sheep, and pigs was gratifying. They were already half-grown. At this rate, in another 20 days or so, the sows, ewes, and cows would mature. The males would take another month. It seemed that growth really was related to the amount of spirit spring water. These days, Jing Shu was so busy she barely had time to rest. She had just installed the central air conditioning and the solar power system. She told Captain Chen to deliver the remaining appliances after the kitchen renovation was completed. The 4 super-large water storage tanks almost filled the terrace, finally relieving Jing Shu's fear of not having water to drink in the first year of the apocalypse, when she could only lick her lips and survive by swallowing saliva. The inverted, triangular tempered glass walls that Jing Shu wanted, the steel framework was fully erected, and the retractable top layer was also designed. Tomorrow, they just needed to install the glass. Today, having half a day free, Jing Shu was going to harvest grains. Although Jing Shu's fields could grow grains, it would take several days and require processing like shelling. What she lacked most now was time. So she decided to buy a batch first. When it's almost consumed, she'd plant some more to mix in later without drawing attention. First, she went to Wucheng's grain and oil wholesale center. Jing Shu purchased 100 bags of 40-pound flour at 60 yuan per bag, 100 bags of 20-pound vacuum-packed Daohuaxiang rice at 95 yuan per bag, 200 bags of 10-pound vacuum-packed Thai fragrant rice at 70 yuan per bag, 10 bags of 20-pound assorted grains at 40 yuan per bag. People in the north eat noodles. Dishes like hand-pulled noodles, mixed noodles, and noodle pieces are essential staples. Considering that processing flour isn't easy, Jing Shu bought more flour. Her mother wasn't skilled at making pasta, so during the apocalypse, Jing Shu could showcase her skills, thanks to what she learned from her grandmother. Thai fragrant rice is one of Jing Shu's favorite types of rice. It's aromatic and glutinous whether eaten dry or as porridge, and its fragrance is unmistakable. Using it to make egg-fried rice best brings out the original flavors of the egg and rice. The taste is amazing. Slurp. She also bought 100 barrels of 5-liter peanut oil at 120 yuan per barrel, 30 barrels of 2-liter olive oil at 180 yuan per barrel. She needed to stock up on oil. Later, she could fry more chicken legs and fish pieces to store in her space as snacks. Jing Shu had 3-meter-high shelves built in the villa's basement, just enough to store these supplies that gave her a sense of security. She left the villa's address, and after paying 47,300 yuan, Jing Shu went next door to the dried goods wholesale market. The dried goods market was straightforward. No retail sales, minimum 1 case or box per order. Each store sold different items, but there was a wide variety of dried goods. Jing Shu visited each store, moving items into her car trip by trip, then transferring them into her Rubik's Cube space. Before it got dark, she finally filled her car and space. She bought 5 boxes each of sweet potato vermicelli, long coup vermicelli, 5-spice cured pork belly, Cantonese-style sausages, Sichuan-style sausages, Yili horse sausages. In the apocalypse, being able to eat such meat was beyond Jing Shu's wildest dreams. Of course, the red worms that passed through your system unchanged didn't count. She continued to buy 2 cases each of white fungus, black fungus, nori seaweed, bamboo fungus, dried shiitake mushrooms, dried tea tree mushrooms, dried tofu skin, bean curd sheets, kelp, preserved dried vegetables, dried scallops, dried shrimp, dried clams, dried bamboo shoots, dried squid. Jing Shu planned to buy many 60-liter storage boxes to pack the dried goods, placing them directly in the cabinets. She could take whatever she wanted to eat, and if she had to evacuate and leave the villa, she could easily pack everything into her Rubik's Cube space. The dried goods cost a total of 30,000 yuan, making them the most cost-effective of all the supplies. They didn't need refrigeration, had a long shelf life, didn't take up much space, and a little could make a meal. For example, 1 pound of dried black fungus can expand to 10-15 pounds when soaked. A small handful can stir-fry a full plate of vegetables. In the apocalypse, giving some dried goods to a leader could get anything done. Compared to dried goods, nuts and seeds were far less practical. Over time, nuts could become infested with insects or go rancid. Their shells took up space while the edible part was small. They weren't filling, didn't last long, and had a short shelf life. Therefore, Jing Shu only bought 100 pounds each of each. Dried figs, macadamia nuts, pecans, charcoal roasted cashews, pistachios, red dates stuffed with walnuts, sweet chestnuts, raisins, almonds, dried cranberries, pumpkin seeds, original flavor sunflower seeds, 5-spice sunflower seeds, caramel sunflower seeds. She separately bought 400 pounds of Brazil nuts at 80 yuan per pound, one of her favorite snacks. Jing Shu was craving them badly. Just seeing them made her unable to move on. In the apocalypse, surviving was often supported by a belief, to live until the day she could eat Brazil nuts. She really held on. She could finally eat Brazil nuts whenever she wanted. It was truly difficult for her to stick to her plan and not buy as many of her favorite snacks as possible.
So even though she spent 69,000 won, occupying 10 cubic meters of her Rubik's Cube space and only being able to store them there in the future, Jing Shu felt it was worth it. She remembered during the earthquake when everyone was crowded together, watching a child next to her lick each sunflower seed shell for several minutes. She couldn't sleep all night, wondering whether the child's sunflower seeds were original flavor or five spice. Not licking the bowl after meals or licking the shells when eating sunflower seeds were things only the rich could afford in the apocalypse. Jing Shu happily spat out the shells, already living the life of a wealthy person. How delightful. Look at the mess you've made with pine nut and sunflower seed shells everywhere. You're just like your father who flicks ash everywhere. Clean up as soon as you're done. She is indeed my biological mother, confirmed. After speaking, her mother glared at her father. He immediately tried to appease her. You've worked hard. I'll give you a massage tonight. That's more like it. When inspecting her space at night, Jing Shu was pleasantly surprised to find that the fish feed and shrimp given as gifts by the aquatic products vendor had grown into large shrimp, becoming a dominant force in the water. They reproduced rapidly, producing many small shrimp that the other fish fry couldn't finish eating. To curb the shrimp population explosion, Jing Shu reluctantly decided to have a shrimp feast tomorrow. The mustard greens and yard-long beans in her fields would mature tomorrow. The other crops like red chili peppers, cabbage, white radish, cucumbers, spring bamboo shoots, and garlic had already been harvested once. She kept some for seeds and squeezed the rest into the 6 cubic meters of her Rubik's Cube space for storage. Jing Shu knew her space's farmland was abnormal, but she didn't expect it to be this abnormal. Such dense planting not only survived but grew vigorously. They were packed tightly yet didn't deform, filling the small plot in all directions. Each one was large and plump, full of life. Currently, Jing Shu's 64 cubic meter Rubik's Cube space usage is as follows: 1 cubic meter of Spirit Spring, 6 cubic meters of farmland, 19 cubic meters for raising poultry, 8 cubic meters for fish farming, 1 cubic meter of mushroom kits, 1 cubic meter of seeds, 3 cubic meters of chicken, duck, and quail eggs, 6 cubic meters of vegetables, 10 cubic meters of nuts and dried fruits, 1 cubic meter of feed, 1 cubic meter for raising fish larvae and mealworms, 7 cubic meters of dried goods. She squeezed the cultivated potatoes, sweet potatoes, and yams that the boss had given her into the fields. She would transplant them to the villa once it was renovated. She had stored a room full of feed at the villa. Now she was feeding the poultry with various vegetable leaves, reducing the need for feed. Jing Shu moved the dried goods from her space and car to the villa the next day. The rice, flour, and oil she bought had also arrived. She had the workers move them into the house, then used her space to transfer them onto the rows of shelves in the basement. She had already arranged the seasonings in the past 2 days. With the grains and temporarily stored dried goods, the basement was almost full. Seeing the villa completely covered by tempered glass, giving her a strong sense of security, Jing Shu felt a great sense of accomplishment. The pond and water storage were dug and tiled, now undergoing waterproofing. They would be ready for the next phase in 2 days if they didn't leak or seep. The boiler room at the back was still under construction, and the front yard's animal houses hadn't been built yet. Your dad had a big fight with President Wang. Someone reported that he abused his power to acquire this batch of the highest quality tempered glass at cost price. They've proposed firing your dad and forcing him to repay the outstanding material costs within 3 days. They're also planning to hold a board meeting at the end of the month to discuss this matter. You should be prepared, Uncle Chen suddenly said to Jing Shu. Jing Shu looked at the dazzling tempered glass. Wasn't it supposed to be unsellable? And we bought it at cost price too. Uncle Chen gave Jing Shu a meaningful look. Cost price means a loss. I heard that a newcomer has joined the company and is working with your dad on government contracts. They plan to sell the tempered glass to the government at a high price. So, in her previous life, when her father didn't block anyone's financial interests, nothing happened. Is the butterfly effect of Jing Shu requesting the tempered glass causing this trouble in this life? Uncle Chen blew out a smoke ring. The best outcome is to add the profit margin of the tempered glass and settle the matter. After all, returning the shares is a temporary fix. Dividends are the long-term solution. You should go home and persuade your dad to admit his mistake. After all, President Wang still has some feelings for him. This was truly an unintended gain. Jing Shu had been thinking about how to get her dad to withdraw his shares. After all, he'd worked there for over 20 years and was emotionally attached. Unexpectedly, circumstances were leading him to be forced out and compensated, providing another sum of money to buy supplies. Okay? Jing Shu tried hard to put on a sad expression, afraid she might burst into laughter. She might just be a fake daughter. After finishing up at the villa, Jing Shu went home early to prepare a shrimp feast to comfort her father's wounded heart. She transferred over 100 large shrimps over 8 centimeters long from her space into a separate 1 cubic meter area. Utilizing her absolute control over anything within the space, she quickly completed cleaning and deveining the shrimps, peeled some into shrimp meat, and marinated others with cooking wine, soy sauce, and salt. She prepared chopped green onions, shredded ginger, crushed garlic, and other auxiliary ingredients. In reality, just cleaning and deveining the shrimps would take at least 1 or 2 hours. In her space, Jing Shu finished it in 5 minutes. She started a pot of rice porridge, fried the shrimp heads to make shrimp oil. Once the pot boiled, she added the shrimp oil and shrimp meat, seasoned it, and continued to simmer. Meanwhile, she sautéed minced garlic until fragrant, brushed oil on a baking tray, skewered the large shrimps, sprinkled minced garlic, and placed them in the oven for 10 minutes. She heated oil in a pan, stir-fried the large shrimps until fragrant, then set them aside. In the same pan, she added oil to sauté ginger and garlic until aromatic, stirred in tomato sauce to release its red oil, added back the shrimps and seasonings, brought it to a boil over high heat, then simmered on low. After 2 minutes, she added chopped green onions and reduced the sauce over high heat. Jing Shu tasted it, nodded, and plated the braised prawns. She boiled water with ginger and green onions, cooked the large shrimps for 1 minute, removed and plated them, added a dipping sauce. The boiled shrimps were ready. She coated the marinated shrimps with starch, egg wash, and breadcrumbs, heated oil in a pan, fried them over low heat until golden brown. The breaded fried shrimps were done. She beat 6 eggs from her space, added water and salt, mixed in shrimp meat, covered with plastic wrap, and steamed it. Once done, she drizzled steamed fish soy sauce and sesame oil. A steamed egg with shrimp was ready. The oven beeped. Jing Shu took out the last dish, garlic grilled shrimps. The shrimp porridge was bubbling with a rich aroma, ready to be garnished with green onions when her parents returned. When her father opened the door, the house was filled with a delicious aroma, grilled, fried, and the rich scent of a hearty broth. Jing Shu peeked out with sauce still on the corner of her mouth. "I made dinner." To her surprise, her father was followed by 3 people. "Wow, I knew such a delicious smell couldn't have come from Aunt Sue's cooking," said Sun Zijian, whose face was covered in acne. Holding hands with a girl in an ultra-short skirt and fur coat, he walked in first. "Sun Zijian?" Jing Shu exclaimed in surprise. At this time, although Sun Zijian's face was acne-ridden, he was tall and chubby, unlike 10 years later when he had become skin and bones. "Jing Shu, this is my girlfriend, Xiao Cao. Your dad said he'd make up a birthday for me and planned to take us out to eat." Sun Zijian reached out and grabbed a fried shrimp, stuffing it into his mouth. "Wow, this is freaking delicious. Dad, let's just eat at Uncle Jing's place." Jing Shu clenched her fists tightly, closed her eyes, and held back. She had to hold back. If she hit Sun Zijian now, her dad would be put in a difficult position, and they would have more reason not to repay the money. "All right, wherever you want to eat," said Uncle Sun. 10 years ago, he looked quite fair-skinned, sporting the standard beer belly of someone who attended many social events, unlike Jing Shu's dad who kept fit through regular exercise. "Hello, sister," Xiao Cao's sweet voice gave Jing Shu goosebumps. She clung to Sun Zijian's arm with both hands, swaying left and right, showing a timid expression as if only Sun Zijian could make her feel safe. This really made Sun Zijian feel quite pleased. "Then let's eat. Why is this shrimp so delicious?" Sun Zijian had already picked up a shrimp skewer and started eating, casually telling Xiao Cao not to be shy and to make herself at home, acting as if he were the host.
My mom hasn't come back yet.
Jing Shu felt utterly disgusted, as if she had been fed something vile. Her carefully prepared meal was being ruined by these ill-mannered people. Her inner rage was about to explode. She was on the verge of losing control. Her father invited Uncle Sun to sit down and said, "Your mom is working late. Let's not wait for her."
"Then I'll save a portion for her."
Jing Shu picked up the pot and began scooping out servings, reminding herself to stay calm and not act impulsively.
Hey, there's not much to begin with. If you keep taking it out, there'll be none left. Aunt Sue can't eat that much anyway.
Sun Zijian grabbed Jing Shu's arm in dissatisfaction but was scared into silence by her fierce glare. Seriously, isn't this supposed to be my birthday celebration? Facing these ingrates who had betrayed her family in her previous life, Jing Shu wished she could beat them up right now. Of course, she wasn't going to show them any kindness, and couldn't even be bothered to pretend. Everyone had a big bowl of shrimp porridge and quickly devoured the various delicious and juicy shrimp dishes. Jing Shu ate the fastest, picking up a grilled shrimp, opening her mouth, and with a gentle pull, the whole shrimp meat slid into her mouth. A big spoonful of steamed egg with shrimp melted as soon as it touched her tongue. She grabbed a fried shrimp tail and bit off the shrimp in one go, her other hand already holding another shrimp, using both hands in coordination with her mouth. Even the delicate Xiao Cao couldn't maintain her image anymore. She aimed her chopsticks at the steamed egg with shrimp, picking out only the shrimp pieces. Frustrated with peeling shrimp and his hands covered in oily sauce, Sun Zijian directly grabbed the steamed egg dish and scooped it into his mouth with a spoon, finishing the eggs and shrimp in just 2 bites. Her father wanted to mention the repayment several times. The company had suddenly demanded he settle the outstanding accounts, forcing him to find an excuse to invite Uncle Sun over to quickly get the money back. On top of that, he might be fired from the company, so his mood was at rock bottom. "Burp, Dad. Let's pack a portion for Mom," Sun Zijian said, still unsatisfied after devouring the feast. He had downed 3 bowls of shrimp porridge and was too full to eat more. Eating at someone else's house and then wanting to take extra food to go, Jing Shu was impressed. Her father was so consumed with thoughts about the money that he ignored Sun Zijian. In the past, he would have proactively offered to pack a portion. "You'll have to ask Jing Shu about that," Uncle Sun said, his mouth still greasy. A picky eater, he had never tasted such delicious shrimp before, especially the shrimp porridge. "Jing Shu, could you spare your mom's portion?" Sun Zijian said with a cheeky grin. "Aunt Wang would surely love such delicious food," Xiao Cao added, putting on a demure look. In her previous life, they had been like this. Because her parents had said, "Make yourselves at home," they really treated it as their own home. Her father was always grateful and never thought anything was wrong. "My mom has been looking forward to eating a meal I cooked. It's my assignment and can't be shared." Jing Shu directly refused, leaving no room for negotiation. "Humph, first time I've ever left someone's house still hungry. Xiao Cao, let's go out for barbecue." Sun Zijian snorted. "Okay, brother Zijian. I'm still not full," Xiao Cao replied. The two left hand in hand, hiccuping as they went. Jing Shu gritted her teeth and exhaled deeply, already plotting how to deal with Wang Zijian. "Kids don't know any better. It's all because the shrimp was too delicious," Uncle Sun said, finishing off the remaining shrimp porridge without leaving a drop. Jing's father finally brought up the matter of repayment. Uncle Sun readily agreed to pay back the money within the next 2 days, but Jing's father was starting to doubt him. They agreed that the money would be returned by 3 p.m. the day after tomorrow before Uncle Sun left. Jing Shu threw away the plates, bowls, and chopsticks used by the 3 of them. She wouldn't allow them to come over and freeload anymore, let alone take food to go. It seemed necessary to accelerate and worsen her father's relationship with them. Otherwise, after the apocalypse, Uncle Sun's family might shamelessly cling to them. Speaking of Uncle Sun, Jing Shu had to admit he was a tough nut to crack, impervious to criticism, resistant to pressure, and unaffected by both soft and hard tactics. No matter what you said to him, he'd agree cheerfully but never take action. Jing's father, whether out of face or friendship, would at most say, please try to repay the money soon. Uncle Sun would always reply, sure, definitely. And that would be the end of it. Debtors are always in the position of power. That evening, Jing's mother came home late, picked up by Jing's father, and praised the meal Jing Shu had prepared. The three of them held a family meeting. Jing's mother said, starting tomorrow, government and public institution employees will be subject to a new policy of collective responsibility. In 2 months, it will be extended to state-owned and private enterprises, and eventually to ordinary households. The new policy states that if any direct family members commit crimes or are reported for corruption, and if found guilty, we will also be dismissed. In severe cases, we will be considered accomplices unless we report them in advance. After the apocalypse, there was a period of nationwide riots and looting. China implemented a new law where if one person committed a crime, their immediate family would also be held accountable. Extended family members would have to undergo re-education through labor. Disobedient families wouldn't receive relief food, and informants would be rewarded. There's a crackdown recently. Maybe something big is about to happen. International trade has banned grain exports, causing quite a stir. Jing's mother continued, mentioning recent security issues and other new policies. There were more security checks and patrol cars on the streets, and you needed to scan your ID card wherever you went. Jing Shu's heart skipped a beat. So the country had already started preparing? They already knew the various consequences and social phenomena that would result from the collision of celestial bodies and had begun implementing corresponding countermeasures. The new policies indeed curtailed many people's ill intentions in the early stages of the apocalypse. Unfortunately, no one expected the disasters to last at least 10 years. No one anticipated that the Earth would face so many calamities, not just the absence of sunlight. Then, Jing's father talked about raising money. A buyer was interested in the car, and they could get the money in the next couple of days. They planned to lower the price of the house to sell it quickly. I want to withdraw my shares and start my own business, Jing's father said abruptly, leaving them puzzled and unwilling to explain further. Jing Shu knew that a man like her father wouldn't admit to being fired from the company. He had contributed more than anyone else and was deeply attached to it. By saying this, he was preparing Jing's mother and Jing Shu mentally. In the past few days, Jing Shu had been spending money like water. After buying grains, oils, dried goods, dried fruits, air conditioners, and appliances, she had only 300,000 yuan left. She still needed to stock up on essential supplies and equipment. Otherwise, surviving in the harsh conditions of the apocalypse would be very difficult. She needed a large sum of money, so her father would have to make some sacrifices to gather more funds. November 9th, the Central Procuratorate uncovered a massive corruption case involving 87.9 billion yuan. November 10th, enthusiastic citizen Mr. Zhou reported and confirmed that core leaders of the welfare lottery embezzled over 100 billion yuan. November 11th, enthusiastic citizen Mr. Liu reported unusual glowing from his neighbor's place at night. Upon investigation, it was found that Secretary Zhang of Yuzhou had hidden gold worth several billion yuan in dozens of locations. For several consecutive days, there were explosive news reports daily, mostly about who had embezzled how much money, all of which was confiscated. Jing's father and mother watched the morning news every day to see how much more had been embezzled. This is just the beginning, Jing Shu yawned as she finished washing up. She went out for her morning run, taking the opportunity to clean up the livestock manure. Recently, the neighborhood posted notices prohibiting the secret raising of large animals that damaged the environment. She wondered if it was directed at her. Let me think. This month they're catching corrupt officials. Next month it'll be celebrities evading taxes. In 2 months it'll be the food industry. By then, anyone who refuses to donate money or supplies will definitely be targeted by the government. Everything was following the same trajectory as in her previous life. Unfortunately, she hadn't noticed it back then. Jing Shu felt the warm November sun, knowing that in another month and a half, she'd never see sunlight again. Master Kong, a famous instant noodle brand, was smart. In the early stages of the apocalypse, they donated instant noodles and water for 3 months, and then announced a halt in production due to a shortage of raw materials. They gained both fame and fortune and successfully entered politics. Every day, the news is about catching corruption and tax evasion, reporting on which celebrity donated how much money, which food company donated how much food. Some food companies remained unmoved and hoarded supplies, only to be taken over by the government later under some pretext and redistributed to citizens with no criminal records. In the first year of the apocalypse, there was no harvest, and people suffered from high temperatures and plagues. They survived by executing corrupt officials, controlling various food industries, and living off stored grains. Since the government was actively stockpiling grains, what reason did Jing Shu have not to be proactive? The rules for Singles Day, November 11th shopping festival, were becoming more and more complicated, but that couldn't stop Jing Shu. At midnight on Singles Day, many stores offered half-price deals in the first 10 minutes or hour. She had already bought a small batch last night at midnight. Today, Jing Shu mainly shopped on Tmall Supermarket, JD.com, and NetEase Kiola. She bought a lot of all the available snacks like compressed biscuits, chocolates, beef jerky, instant noodles, 5 boxes of each kind that were filling. She also bought several boxes of milk, yogurt, and beverages, mainly for convenient consumption in emergencies. She bought several boxes of adult milk powder and planned to wholesale a roomful of mineral water. Instant noodles, canned sausages, hot pot ingredients. These were essential. Jing Shu bought 10 boxes of each, planning to store them on the second floor of the villa. She stocked up on 10 years' worth of daily necessities like toilet paper, shampoo, body wash, sanitary pads, toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, laundry detergent, disinfectant, and moisturizer. Jing Shu bought 50 60-liter storage boxes, mainly to pack various dried goods and scattered supplies. This would make it easier for her to organize, and in case of evacuation, she could load everything into her space without chaos. She wanted to buy more different types of clothing and equipment, like airtight spacesuits and extreme cold-resistant winter clothes. However, she ran out of money. Snacks had consumed most of her funds. She couldn't bear to return some of them. After the apocalypse, these items would all stop production, and she wouldn't be able to eat them again. Jing Shu could only wait for the next batch of funds to arrive. In reality, the next sum of money arrived quickly. Yesterday afternoon was the day Jing's father and Uncle Sun had agreed upon for the repayment, but as expected, Uncle Sun cried poor again, saying he had no money to repay. Jing's father went to Uncle Sun's company and home to find him, but the whole family wouldn't even open the door, collectively disappearing. Jing's father finally saw the true face of his 20-plus-year close friend. Jing Shu felt it was time for her to take action. Using the 200,000 yuan from selling the car, Jing's father was still short 100,000 yuan to pay off the recent renovation expenses. Moreover, at least another 200,000 yuan was needed to complete the villa's renovation. With no other options, Jing's father asked Grandma to borrow 200,000 yuan. Unexpectedly, each of his 3 aunts also lent 100,000 yuan, and 500,000 yuan was transferred that very day, greatly reducing Jing's father's financial pressure. Jing's father didn't want to borrow money from his own mother unless absolutely necessary, not wanting to strain family relations further. Back in the 60s and 70s, times were tough, and there was a strong preference for sons over daughters. Jing Shu's grandmother gave birth to 3 daughters in a row, naming them Jing Pan, hope for a brother, Jing Zhao, invite a brother, and Jing Lai, come brother. Under the pressure of these names, she finally gave birth to Jing's father, Jing An, peace, bringing peace of mind. Grandma used to favor Jing's father, secretly giving him treats, which the aunts found out about, creating a rift. When the aunts got married, they were poor, and Grandpa made a set of wooden furniture for each as a dowry. When Jing's father got married, they took out all their savings to make a down payment on a house in Wucheng. With such a huge disparity, the aunts naturally felt upset. When the aunts' children were born, Grandma gave each a pair of silver bracelets, regardless of gender. When Jing Shu was born, Grandma gave her a gold lock. While favoring sons over daughters could be understood during hard times, Grandma continued to favor Jing Shu when living conditions improved, causing the aunts to hold grudges against Grandma and Jing's father. Fortunately, in recent years, everyone's lives improved, and Grandma could treat everyone equally, so Jing's father didn't want to strain the hard-earned improved relations by borrowing money again. Who knew that Grandma would still tell the three aunts about Jing's father's need to borrow money? Grandma lending money was within Jing Shu's expectations, but the three aunts lending money was a bit surprising. Regardless of whether they did it under Grandma's pressure or out of love for their brother, whether willingly or reluctantly, Jing Shu remembered their kindness. After the apocalypse, she planned to repay them with food, at least helping them avoid some natural disasters. Repaying kindness with kindness, revenge with revenge, and not raising ingrates, being able to eat her fill at every meal would be Jing Shu's motto from now on. Jing's father transferred 200,000 yuan to her. The next day, Jing Shu went out and wholesaled 400 cases of 550 milliliters Nongfu spring bottled water, 12 bottles per case, spending 7,200 yuan. She also bought 100 cases of 1.5L Nongfu spring bottled water, spending 5,400 yuan. Bottled mineral water is easy to carry and ready to drink, more convenient than filtered water. It's also handy to bring out during escapes in the apocalypse without drawing attention. Regardless of how many years the apocalypse lasts, mineral water will always be scarce. She also bought 2 cases each of beverages like grapefruit tea, coconut milk, Xiang Piao Piao milk tea, Wanglaoji herbal tea, Red Bull, cola, Sprite, and orange juice. She bought 10 cases of Wahaha AD calcium milk. It accompanied her throughout her childhood, an unforgettable taste. Jing Shu followed the delivery truck to the villa entrance. After the workers left, she used her space ability to move these life-saving waters to the still empty study on the 2nd floor, stacking the cases of water until the room was full. She then locked the study door and the master bedroom door. She locked the doors of all rooms containing supplies to prevent the renovation workers from seeing them. Each room had heavy, solid wood doors that several people couldn't break down, and the locks were grade A. Unless someone was a professional locksmith, they wouldn't get in. She checked off the items on her phone's checklist, noting the quantities of beverages. Satisfied, she inspected the progress of the villa's renovation. The tempered glass roof and walls were nicely completed, capable of withstanding the worm rain of the 2nd year of the apocalypse. All the villa's windows were replaced with triple-glazed insulating glass for warmth and soundproofing. The right-side water storage and circulation system was fully built and concealed underground with crops planted above. The water storage system was connected to the villa's various pipelines and the 2 water tanks on the 3rd floor. If needed, the automatic filtration and circulation could be activated. Currently, only lightly polluted water like from washing vegetables and bathing could be recycled, but it couldn't be used as drinking water anymore. In other words, domestic water could be recycled. Drinking water would come from bottled mineral water and water from the 2 tanks, purified through 3 layers of filtration to the kitchen faucet. The pond was also completed. The front yard's animal houses were built. The boiler room, coal room, and corner door were all done. The kitchen was opened up with cabinets installed. Only the final decorations and the transformation of the flower room remained. Captain Chen estimated they'd finish in 3 days, with 1 day for final touches. 2 major things happened in Jing Shu's Rubik's Cube space. The first was that all the chicks and ducklings had hatched over the past 2 days. Jing Shu numbered them and had the hens and ducks incubate the eggs from hen number 1. Hen number 1 had grown even larger, exceeding Jing Shu's recognition of a hen. Once the previously agreed 7 days were up, Jing Shu planned to have the spirit spring feeding and start consuming diluted spirit spring water herself. Jing Shu made a decision to continue feeding hen number 1 with spirit spring water until it died of old age to test the effects of the spirit spring. Moreover, hen number 1 managed the other chickens well. It felt like the entire flock had a regular and disciplined egg-laying routine. Jing Shu couldn't bear to kill it for soup. The second thing was that the rabbits had become pregnant and given birth to baby rabbits. Jing Shu discovered yesterday that the rabbits were already pregnant and today they gave birth. The speed was astounding. Jing Shu seemed to see Kung Pao Rabbit Ding beckoning to her. Slurp. By the time Jing Shu returned home today, it was already late. After opening the door, there was no aroma of cooking or the smell of burnt food. Instead, a pungent perfume smell that made her nauseous filled the air, along with noisy chatter. Lanji, you know it's not easy for me as a single mother with 2 children. I fancy your house in the school district just to get registered, so my second child can attend school. You don't live in the house, so you can continue living there. Just sell it to me at a lower price and consider the remaining amount as 10 years' rent," said a middle-aged professional woman in an OL outfit. "Yes, Lanji. The director heard you're selling your house and eagerly came to give you money. The director rarely asks for favors. You should sell it at a lower price. In the future, your chances for promotion will surely increase." Everyone chimed in. Jing's mother was surrounded and at a loss. "Director, we're selling the house because we need money. Your offer is too low. The market price for the house is 1.4 million yuan. We're selling it fully furnished for 1.3 million yuan. You're offering 1 million yuan and counting the remaining 300,000 yuan as rent. We're not planning to rent a house we've sold." "Lanji, you shouldn't say it like that." Jing Shu covered her face as she listened by the door. Who were these people she kept encountering after her rebirth, always trying to take advantage? Judging by their tone, this was her mother's superior? If they sold the house, wouldn't they come knocking after the apocalypse? But if they didn't sell, the other party wouldn't let it go. These people were practically begging to be mistreated, and Jing Shu didn't know what to do. Jing Shu's mother couldn't withstand the pressure from everyone around her. Her supervisor, Yu Kai-nai, was clearly prepared, using both emotional manipulation and authority to press her. "Well, let's not sell for now. I need to discuss it with my husband," Jing Shu's mother said, temporarily retreating in the face of her superior's pressure. Saying no directly would risk her job. Being one level higher can crush someone, not to mention that Yu Kai-nai had people backing her. "Think carefully, Su Lanji. The housing prices are plummeting. Who knows, in a few days, even downtown properties might halt trading," said a middle-aged man with a bald head and big belly, exhaling smoke that filled the room. He was Manager Liu. Since properties and cars would become worthless after the apocalypse, Jing Shu hadn't intended to sell at a high price to take advantage of anyone. But facing someone who came knocking just to take advantage, Jing Shu felt it was necessary to teach them a lesson. She logged onto 58.com with a secondary account and began orchestrating a scenario where 2 buyers were competing for the house. After setting it up, Jing Shu stepped forward and greeted everyone politely. "Hello, uncles and aunties. I'm Jing Shu, Su Lanji's daughter." She took note of who was present today and continued, "I'm really sorry, but we've already arranged for 2 buyers to view the house. They'll be here any minute. They've already offered 139 million yuan. My dad said we'll sell to whoever offers the highest price." As she spoke, she showed the chat records to everyone. Both buyers urgently needed a house like this, one for a school transfer and another for school enrollment. Jing Shu's mother breathed a sigh of relief and secretly gave Jing Shu a thumbs up. She wondered when her child had grown up so much and become so clever. Besides, Uncle Liu is right. If the housing market crashes in a couple of days, wouldn't that harm Aunt Yu? It wouldn't be good if my mom's good intentions led to bad outcomes. Manager Liu was stunned. Isn't it common to depreciate and haggle when buying something? How come someone is cursing their own belongings? Yu Kai-nai glared at Manager Liu. "Look at that clumsy mouth. Can't you bargain properly?" "Oh, you silly child, what nonsense are you talking about? How could Central School District housing crash unless it's the end of the world? Selling the house to anyone is still selling it. You might as well sell it to your aunt." "The price is negotiable." Yu Kai-nai was anxious. Earlier, they had the upper hand, but now they were suddenly passive. Jing Shu insisted on not harming Aunt Yu, saying that her dad had already made appointments with the potential buyers and couldn't back out. They had to wait until the buyers arrived before deciding whom to sell to. Yu Kai-nai was furious but couldn't show it. Giving Jing Shu's mother meaningful glances didn't help, and she was afraid that once the buyers arrived, the price would be driven up. What use was pulling rank now? Even if she settled scores later, what good would it do? Yu Kai-nai made a mental note to remember this grudge. "Lanji, I guarantee that even if the housing market crashes, it won't affect you. Don't listen to your daughter. I'll offer 1.395 million win, okay? That's 5,000 win more than them. Come on, Lanzi, I'll transfer the deposit to you right now and handle the paperwork tomorrow. Quickly tell those two not to come. And so the house they originally planned to sell for 1.3 million yuan was sold for 1.395 million yuan. It can't be said whether they sold high or low. If there was demand during this period, the price could have gone higher. If not, they might have had to lower the price. Jing Shu simply needed more funds to buy supplies. Getting more money from someone who wanted to take advantage and use authority to pressure them didn't bother her. She didn't care about making enemies anymore. The next day, Yu Kainai and Jing Shu's mother went through the procedures. It took 2 days to complete everything. The contract stated that starting from December 1st, the house would officially belong to Yu Kainai. Jing Shu's family had about 10 days to move out. They decided to leave the old furniture behind, taking only some miscellaneous items and personal belongings. Jing Shu's parents planned to move in the last few days. Having sold the house and 2 cars, after paying taxes, they had 1.36 million yuan left, all of which was with Jing Shu. The family's financial crisis was temporarily over. That night, the 3 of them held a family meeting. After paying what's stipulated in the contract, we have 860,000 yuan left. We'll return 100,000 yuan to your eldest uncle, 200,000 yuan to your grandmother, and 300,000 yuan to your 3 aunts. The remaining money should be enough as your startup capital, right? Jing Shu's mother calculated. Jing Shu shook her head. The initial investment is large. I need to buy a lot of raw materials and cover other costs. Give me another month, and it should be enough. She planned to use the money to buy as many supplies as possible. After the apocalypse, she could repay them with grains, effectively helping them avoid disasters. To express gratitude to her relatives who lent money, she couldn't let them suffer in the apocalypse. Borrowing money was essentially helping relatives mitigate calamities. You've suddenly grown up these days, not only having your own insights and ideas, but also always convincing us with reasons. Mom believes you won't spend money recklessly, but you need to keep track of where every penny goes. I might check the accounts at any time. Jing Shu's mother felt that in just a month, her child had become somewhat dictatorial, always having the final say. The day after tomorrow, I'll bring Grandma and Grandpa over to stay for a while to help me. With their skills, we can be fully confident in this venture. Jing Shu's mother thought. Look at her, she's got everything planned out.
Grandma and Grandpa's pickling skills were indeed indispensable.
Jing Shu needed to stockpile semi-finished foods and really needed their help. Besides, in this life, she wouldn't let them pass away like before. As for living together permanently in the future, that was unlikely. Jing Shu's mother glared at her father. When Dad comes, don't upset him again. If he scolds you, don't talk back. Jing Shu's father sighed. If he scolds me and I stay silent, he says I'm useless. If I respond, he says I'm talking back. If I ignore him, he gets angrier, saying I'm disrespecting him. If I listen quietly, he says I'm pretending. What can I do? He was quite helpless. Perhaps Jing Shu's father and grandfather were born incompatible. They argued whenever they were together, both irritating each other and finding everything the other did displeasing. Yet, when apart, they'd call each other every few days, missing each other. Maybe this is what they call deep love, deep responsibility? Regarding the issue with old son, I want to apologize to you both. Through these events, I've finally seen his true colors. He's deliberately not repaying me. Since he doesn't consider me a friend, I won't consider him one either. I'm preparing to take legal action to recover the debt. Jing Shu's father valued this friendship greatly and had given Uncle Sun many chances. In the previous life, there was no financial pressure. In this life, driven crazy by money and betrayed repeatedly when he needed it most, Uncle Sun bought a Mercedes for his son and a diamond ring for his wife. When it came time to repay the debt, the whole family avoided him for days, not answering calls. A true friend wouldn't act like this. Even a soft-hearted person like her father was deeply hurt. He even harbored some resentment toward old son, wondering what he had done to deserve such treatment. Legal action? No, that's too easy on them. Jing Shu thought. Their grudge wasn't just this. She wanted to settle all the scores from her previous life, one by one. Jing Shu had been creating opportunities to make her father feel frustrated so he could see Uncle Sun's true face. She couldn't just take out Uncle Sun right away, could she? If she did that, Uncle Sun would remain a good image in her father's mind. Now, she no longer had any reservations. Soon her father would see even deeper layers of Uncle Sun's true nature. Author's note. Thank you for reading. If you enjoy the story, please vote and leave a comment. Just imagining her parents finding out about Uncle Sun's affair with her aunt? That scene would be priceless. Dad, you should first file a lawsuit. Preparing the documents and finding a lawyer will take several days. In the meantime, I'll help you write a few articles and you can record a short video for Sun Yinrui. Maybe he'll proactively return the money. All right, but let's not blow this out of proportion. Jing's father was at his wit's end. He couldn't find Uncle Sun, and even when he did, the man refused to repay the money. His only option was to recover the funds legally and then cut ties, becoming strangers. It would be better if he could get the money back without legal action. Jing Shu thought making a big deal out of it would be more interesting. Sun Yinrui, this is your IOU. If you don't repay the money, I'll have to sue you. Jing's father recorded a short video and posted it on his social media. Within moments, it garnered countless comments. Jing Shu then, posing as a friend, shared the video and articles in Sun Yinrui's company social circle. She also included stories about Uncle Sun's son bragging to her during the 10 years of the apocalypse, saying how his dad made a lot of money by reselling customer information and that customers were just worthless. By highlighting his refusal to repay money, poor character, and deliberate insults to customers, she stirred public outrage. She even hired online influencers to amplify the issue, effectively blowing up Sun Yinrui's social media circles. First step: ruin Uncle Sun's reputation. By November 17th, it usually snowed in Wucheng in previous years, but this year the sun was still warmly hanging in the sky with no signs of snow. Today, Jing Shu began consuming the spiritual spring water at a dilution of 1 drop in 500 ml of water, labeled as number 3. The same as what she gave to the bulls, rams, and boars, just 1 sip a day. After experimenting for more than 10 days, the spiritual spring water at 1 drop in 100 millimeters, labeled as number 1, caused the hen to grow too rapidly. Now it weighed about 20 jin, approximately 10 kg, and it seemed to possess canine-like intelligence. When Jing Shu entered the space, number 1 seemed to sense her and would display affectionate gestures. However, it ate more, laid the most eggs, and had a very aggressive temperament, a true champion among hens. At a dilution of 1 drop in 250 millimeters, labeled as number 2, used for the sows, cows, and ewes, the cow was already pregnant. The black sow and the ewe were larger than ordinary pigs and sheep, ate more, grew fatter, and excreted more. Because of them, the neighborhood had posted notices condemning people who threw half a bucket of manure into the trash bins daily, warning that they would install surveillance cameras if it continued. This forced Jing Shu to run a few more kilometers each day to dispose of the waste in other neighborhoods. At 1 drop in 500 millimeters, labeled as number 3, used for the bulls, rams, and boars, they were as large as normally mature cattle and sheep, but had a cheetah-like streamlined physique. Strong bodies that looked powerful without any excess fat. No, 3 was more suitable for Jing Shu. Standing at 165 cm tall, Jing Shu had a well-proportioned and perfect figure. Being beautiful was perhaps her only advantage before the age of 22. She didn't want to turn herself into a burly fighter by drinking the spiritual spring water, nor did she want to become like a sow that ate a lot and grew fat. After the apocalypse, overweight people almost disappeared. It's better to keep a low profile. After drinking the diluted spiritual spring water, Jing Shu didn't feel anything special, just that breakfast smelled exceptionally good. She unintentionally ate 2 baskets of soup dumplings, a bowl of 8 treasure porridge, a bowl of tofu pudding, 2 tea eggs, and 3 plates of side dishes. She still felt unsatisfied after eating. Leaving some money behind, she fled in embarrassment. On the way to the pottery factory, Jing Shu drank a bottle of AD calcium milk. ate 2 cucumbers from her space, and a handful of Brazil nuts. Upon arrival, Jing Shu bought 50 large-capacity pickle jars. She tested each jar by burning a piece of paper inside, covering it with a bowl, adding water to seal it. The jars that made the most popping sounds were the best, indicating no air leakage. She had each jar inspected for quality, then bought 500 small ones, 2-liter new vented sealed pickle jars. They had excellent seals and could preserve various foods for a long time. When she started live streaming, if anyone wanted pickled vegetables or ready-to-eat foods, she could use these jars to pack them. If no one wanted them, she'd keep them herself, filling them with various flavors of spicy rabbit meat, spicy beef jerky, etc., sealing them up. She could openly take them out to eat whenever she wanted. Slurp. After leaving the address and paying, Jing Shu didn't dare to delay and hurried to Sunning Appliance Store. The villa was completed 2 days ahead of the estimated 15-day schedule. It was fully completed yesterday, and Jing Shu was very satisfied after inspection. She also had all the appliances and large-capacity refrigerators she bought from Suning installed, and hired 3 cleaners to tidy up the rooms without supplies. Today, she went to Sunning to draw the 68 prizes. Most were very useful, ranging in value from low to high: 8 pairs of silent sleep earplugs, 6 warm earmuffs, 4 electric hot water bags, 5 thermos flasks, 6 blankets, 3 electric kettles, 3 electric blankets, 1 electric griddle, 2 juicers, 2 humidifiers, 8 silk quilts, 5 heaters, 4 cooling fans, 1 set of 56-piece dinnerware, 2 sets of knives, 1 oven, 1 small sewing machine, 1 dehumidifier, 2 high-speed blenders, 2 sets of German cookware, 1 fully automatic massage chair. Because she got 1 draw for every 5,000 yuan spent, the winning rate was 100%. Most people would draw less valuable items like earplugs and earmuffs. The most valuable was the fully automatic massage chair worth over 10,000 yuan, followed by the full set of German cookware worth 5,000 yuan. Jing Shu happened to draw both, and in a pleasant mood, she continued her shopping spree. Her grandparents were coming to stay for a while, and the villa still lacked some household items. For example, she bought many sets of bed sheets, quilts, mattresses, pillows, towels, and bath towels to bring home. She also bought other household items and had them delivered to the villa. At noon, Jing Shu ate a bowl of scallion oil noodles with meat, getting 3 free extra servings. Only then did she go to meet someone who wanted to give her money: Heng Jin, the son of Heng Ju, the general manager of Hengda Logistics. He had long wanted to drive Yuntong Logistics, managed by Sun Yin Rui, out of Wucheng. "It was you who posted that information?" Heng Jin raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. He had been searching for dirt on Sun Yin Rui, the general manager of Yuntong Logistics in Wucheng, for a long time but couldn't achieve a decisive blow. Unexpectedly, the articles that went viral in Yuntong Logistics' social circle overnight were actually authored by her. A company that dares to insult customers can't survive. Now, the entire Yuntong Logistics team was busy with public relations, explaining that there was no evidence. Sun Yin Rui was probably overwhelmed at the moment, but Heng Jin wanted to add fuel to the fire. Because this young girl didn't carry enough weight, it was his turn next. Jing Shu nodded. She was also somewhat surprised to be contacted that morning by someone she had no interaction with in her previous life. In this life, they connected because of a common enemy. After chatting for a while in the morning, Jing Shu understood his intentions. "Then let's sign a confidentiality agreement. Here's a check for 50,000 yuan. Your task is to participate in an anonymous interview. We'll also alter your voice. You can share everything you know. We'll handle the remaining investigations and concrete evidence." "All right." When she returned home in the evening, Jing's father looked worried. "Strange. Old son suddenly transferred 200,000 yuan to me and asked me to post a statement saying he never owed me any money. Why didn't he just repay me the 100,000 yuan he owed?" "Isn't that simple? Just tell the truth." Jing Shu took her father's phone and quickly posted a screenshot of the 200,000 yuan transfer along with a statement. "Sun Yin Rui gave me 200,000 yuan and asked me to post a statement saying he never owed me any money, so I'll post a statement."
You're essentially telling everyone that old son not only owes me money, but also asked me to falsely state that he doesn't? Jing's father was already troubled by his argument with Wang Zhong. He hadn't engaged in any abuse of power for personal gain and wouldn't admit to something he didn't do. At worst, he'd withdraw his shares and start his own business, making up the profit difference for the tempered glass. He was unaware that the video had gone viral in Sun Yinrui's social circle, so he didn't understand why old son was acting this way. Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Sun Yinrui hadn't connected the unpaid debt and the exposure of his misconduct as related events targeting him. He knew that someone was coming after him in an organized and premeditated way. Having known old Jing for over 20 years, he understood that Jing was an upright person who wouldn't resort to underhanded tactics. Most importantly, he had only bragged to his son, word for word. And now it was all over social media. It had to be that ungrateful son leaking information. The person exposing him was skilled, likely a competitor. This expert was revealing one piece of dirt each day, first creating public opinion to attract attention and stir public outrage, hiring online trolls, and eventually dropping hard evidence that would ruin him. So, he needed to start by refuting the debt issue and begin clearing his name one step at a time. That day, Sun Yinrui went home and severely beat his son, Sun Zijian, with a belt until he was covered in welts, yet he still wasn't satisfied. He found out that this ungrateful kid had been bragging to his girlfriend, Xiao Cao, about his business tricks. Now Xiao Cao had been bought off by the other side. "Throw money at it! Keep throwing money! Make Xiao Cao testify that she said those things because she was paid, you ungrateful brat!" Sun Zijian wailed. He genuinely couldn't remember whether he had told Xiao Cao or not. But if he didn't admit it now, he'd be beaten to death. Sun Zijian was also innocent. Seeing that the call was from Uncle Sun, Jing Shu immediately answered and started recording. Instantly, a barrage of obscene curses came through, accusing them of taking his money without doing anything, acting sanctimonious despite being dishonorable, and threatening them to delete the social media post if they didn't want to eat bullets, among other things. Jing's father's face darkened. "I don't understand why you're giving me 200,000 yuan and fabricating that you don't owe me money. I'll keep the 100,000 yuan you owe me and return the rest to your Alipay account. That's it, old son. From now on, you walk your way and I'll go mine." Beep beep. Jing's father hung up the phone and transferred back the extra 100,000 yuan. After calming down, Sun Yinrui began to feel afraid. He had lost his cool in anger. He always thought old Jing was easy to bully, upright and unwilling to use underhanded methods against him. But the earlier social media post didn't seem like something old Jing would write. Sun Yinrui frantically called Jing's father and bombarded him with apologetic messages on WeChat. But it was too late. The recorded phone call, including the threat about eating bullets, had already been uploaded online. That very night, it sparked enormous public outrage. The next day, the Wucheng Police Department's social media account announced they had opened an investigation. Not only did Sun Yinrui fail to clear his name with his first move, but he also provided concrete evidence against himself, proving his attempt to bribe Jing's father. Revealing one piece of dirt each day, with a surprise on the last day, let the matter ferment slowly until it emits an enticing aroma. Today was the day Jing Shu had arranged to pick up her grandparents from the countryside. Since it had been planned in advance, there were no hiccups. Her grandparents lived in a town over 100 kilometers from Wucheng. Her eldest aunt, Jing Pan, had married into a local family that grew fruit trees. Her second aunt, Jing Zhao, was married to someone in a city 50 kilometers away. They owned a tobacco and liquor store. Her third aunt, Jing Lai, had married into Wucheng over 20 years ago. It took her 5 years to have a daughter, and she damaged her health in the process, becoming unable to have more children. Her in-laws, who favored sons over daughters, looked down on her and her daughter. Being strong-willed, the third aunt divorced and lived with her parents, taking care of the elderly couple. The third aunt had a 2-bedroom apartment in Wucheng, which was part of the divorce settlement. Her daughter, Wu Yui, was in graduate school and stayed there on weekends. So today, In addition to bringing her grandparents, Jing Shu also brought her third aunt back to her place in Wucheng so she could take care of her daughter for a while. It took about an hour and a half to drive to the town. Jing Shu asked her grandparents to pack more belongings since they'd be staying for over a month and should bring items they were accustomed to using. "Child, let me pack you some apples and bananas to eat on the road. Your third aunt fried some twists and donuts. Take them in case you get hungry. I've fried some fish pieces for you, worried that you'll be hungry on the way. Here, have some carp soup first. I made it early this morning." Grandma handed over the fish soup, her hands full of wrinkles and veins. The way elders show their love is often by urging you to eat. When dealing with elders, there's no need for excessive words or constant expressions of concern. Just one word: eat. Whatever the elders hand you, finish it. If they urge you to eat more, just nod. In one breath, Jing Shu drank a whole pot of carp soup, gnawed on a carp, ate a plate of fried fish pieces, and consumed 5 large donuts. Grandma's mouth hung open for a while before she said, "Stop eating now. When it's lunchtime and we get home, Grandma will cook more for you." "Okay." Jing Shu flashed a bright smile, showing her white teeth. She was genuinely happy. After 10 years, seeing her grandparents again was wonderful, truly wonderful. Tears welled up in her eyes. She quickly said, "You all keep packing. I'm going for a walk," and ran off. After composing herself, Jing Shu drove about a dozen kilometers to a bee farm. The beekeeper was very professional and asked Jing Shu a bunch of questions: types of nectar sources, area, pollen sources, etc. Jing Shu knew nothing. In the end, under the beekeeper's recommendation, Jing Shu chose Italian bees, which produce the most honey and have the strongest royal jelly secretion ability. They require long nectar flow periods and large nectar sources. She bought a hive of bees and the necessary tools: a hive tool, bee brush, feeder, foundation, honey extractor, beehive, and frames. Each hive contains 1 queen bee. The beekeeper gave many tips, such as keeping the apiary as close as possible to nectar-producing plants and not too far from water sources. Jing Shu directly merged a 1 cubic meter beehive space with her 6 plots of farmland in her Rubik's Cube space, placed water nearby, added a drop of spiritual spring water, ensuring the bees had food and water as soon as they opened their eyes. Additionally, he mentioned needing abundant nectar and pollen sources. The farmland in her Rubik's Cube space would satisfy them 365 days a year. He also said the apiary should be in a flat, dry, and sunny location. Jing Shu felt that her space perfectly met these conditions. The bees quickly adapted to their new environment and began buzzing around her fields. With another major concern addressed, and her post-apocalyptic living conditions further improved, Jing Shu returned to Wucheng with her grandparents, third aunt, and a car full of luggage. After drinking the diluted spiritual spring water, Jing Shu's appetite had noticeably doubled, and her digestive system had become much stronger. However, the most direct change was in her physical abilities. Jing Shu seemed to have more strength than before, and her reflexes were faster. In the past 2 days, her speed at solving a 5-layer Rubik's Cube during daily exercises had improved. At this rate, Jing Shu was confident she could unlock the 5-layer Rubik's Cube when the apocalypse began in a month. That evening, her grandfather and father had another argument. They hadn't seen each other for a month and missed each other. After mutual greetings, they drank tea together, watched the news, and discussed national affairs. The problem arose during their discussion of national affairs. The news reported that the country plans to implement, in 2 years, free admission to tourist sites, free tourist shuttle buses, and toll-free travel on holidays. Grandpa Jing wanted to take a plane to climb Mount Hua, while Jing's father said he wanted to take a train to see the sea. Grandpa Jing scolded his son for living like an old man despite being young, while Jing's father retorted that the elderly shouldn't seek thrills and should go to safe places instead. "I absolutely disagree with you going to such dangerous places," Jing's father insisted. "I don't agree with you going to such boring places either. What's so great about the sea? Haven't you seen enough of our water tank at home for decades?" Grandpa Jing retorted. Jing Shu covered her face and sighed.
Why were they so seriously debating something that hadn't happened yet and wouldn't happen after the apocalypse? Neither could convince the other. Couldn't they just go their separate ways? There was a news story about a couple who imagined winning 5 million yuan and ended up fighting over how to split the money, leading to divorce. Jing Shu didn't believe it before, but now she does. Perhaps this is what happens when two viewpoints collide. They must determine a winner. Although Jing's father ended up paying a heavy price of being hammered by his father and beaten by his wife, he still stood by his view. You can restrain my body, but not my heart. Jing's father was stubborn like a mule when he set his mind on something, just like Grandpa Jing. However, only Jing's mother could subdue Jing's father, just as Grandma Jing could subdue Grandpa Jing. It's a case of one thing subdues another. Ah, oops, another faceful of dog food, public display of affection. During the days when Grandma and Grandpa Jing were around, Jing's father and Grandpa Jing staged a debate every evening. Although Jing's father always ended up getting hammered, he also managed to infuriate the old man. Finally, on November 21st, after Jing Shu had spent several busy days preparing everything, she took her grandparents to move into the villa, away from Jing's father, and began her plan to live-stream gourmet cooking. In reality, Jing Shu had been extremely busy these days. She had to gather the last of the raw materials, monitor the fermentation of the Sun Yinrui incident, and guard against her aunt who came over daily to freeload meals. Jing's mother was clearly disappointed with Su Mei Mei, always responding to her indifferently. Without the tragic death of her eldest brother's family in this life, Jing's mother didn't hold a grudge. Jing Shu didn't know what Su Mei Mei's purpose was. The two-bedroom apartment was already crowded, yet Su Mei Mei still came to join the fun, freeload meals, and pry into various matters. Perhaps she was trying to gather information for Sun Yinrui. But there might be other motives. Every day, Su Mei Mei would complain that after transferring the little BMW to her name, she hadn't driven it even once. Zhang Zhongyang had taken it. But after a few days, Zhang Zhongyang drove back his Audi. So where did the little BMW go? Zhang Zhongyang said a friend borrowed it for a few days, but Su Mei Mei didn't believe him. He must have given it to some vixen, Su Mei Mei said, but she still held a glimmer of hope and was eager to uncover the truth. She wanted to hire a private detective to investigate Zhang Zhongyang. Sis, my dear sister, I'm really wronged. The car I saved up to buy was taken by that bastard to please some floozy. Please help me. Come with me to catch him in the act, and if we catch him, we'll beat him to death. Of course, Jing's mother refused. Su Mei Mei accused her of not caring about her sister's life and got into another argument. Jing Shu and Jing's father took turns helping Jing's mother. Su Mei Mei fled in embarrassment, hating Jing Shu's family even more. When she needed help, her family wouldn't assist her, so she couldn't blame herself for being unkind. Old Sun was right. This family had changed. Sun Yinrui's hair turned white overnight, aging 8 or 9 years instantly. He hated those marketing people. Why couldn't they just get it over with? Why not expose everything at once so he could do PR damage control? Those people were ruthless, revealing his dirt little by little like chicken droppings. Just when they got to the critical point, they'd say, "To find out what happens next, stay tuned for the next installment." This made the onlookers itch with curiosity, and every night they'd bring their small stools to watch what evil deeds this villain had done. The worst part was he didn't know how much evidence the other side had against him. A few days ago, he had just claimed he didn't owe anyone money, only to be slapped in the face shortly after. The solid evidence of his attempted bribery hit him hard. He had just done PR to deny selling customer information, but today, the people who bought the information turned around and sold him out. The police opened a case against him, investigating him for threats, corruption, illegal possession of firearms, and other suspected crimes. 2 police officers followed him 24 hours a day, monitoring him to prevent him from fleeing with funds. Sun Yinrui couldn't curse or beat his ungrateful son to vent his anger, nor could he transfer assets. He had to smile and act as a driver for the 2 police officers, continue working, and pretend not to notice everyone's pointing and whispering. Otherwise, the officers behind him might pull out their big guns at any time. Sun Yunrui was like a student waiting for final exam results, or a patient waiting to hear if they had cancer, anxious and restless. As each piece of evidence came down, he just wanted it to end quickly, to stop torturing him like this. In contrast, Jing Shu was living a very fulfilling life. First, she made the final switcheroo on the fortress villa. In the 8-square-meter, 3-meter-deep pond, she planted lotus roots that would bloom into lotus flowers and released mature Chinese mitten crabs, crayfish, eels, loaches, blackfish, catfish, groupers, oysters, scallops, abalones, etc. Jing Shu kept 2 cubic meters of fish fry as a precaution. Originally, Jing Shu was worried that mixing blackfish and catfish would result in them eating all the other fish, but her concerns were unnecessary. Since adding 1 drop of spiritual spring water daily, these fish became as fierce as if they were on steroids. Even the crucian carp would fight with the perch daily, a true survival of the fittest. The fish fry were all large and robust, growing quickly, maturing in 20 days in her space. In the cultivated field on the left, she planted the mature potatoes, yams, onions, garlic, sugarcane, and sweet potatoes from her space. These were gifts from the seed shop owner. In less than a month, they had all matured in her space. She left the remaining space for Grandpa Jing to plant more crops. In the front yard of the villa, she placed 7 chickens, 2 ducks, 3 rabbits, and 20 quails. After these days of breeding, the space now had about 40 rabbits, over 200 quails, more than 60 chickens, and over 40 ducks. The sows and ewes were also pregnant but were not released yet. After all the pickled vegetables were prepared, Jing Shu would start processing the chickens, ducks, quails, rabbits, cattle, sheep, and pigs bred in her space into dried beef, spicy rabbit meat, roast duck, braised chicken, and other delicacies for storage. She would keep some for breeding, process a batch, and when they were almost consumed, she'd pickle another batch. She planned to plant fruits in the flower room so she could eat fresh fruit any time during the apocalypse. After finishing planting vegetables during this period, she would plant fruits and transplant some over then. Speaking of vegetables, she had once again filled the space she had finally freed up, having harvested 3 batches so far. Jing Shu packed them in 60-liter storage boxes, ready to be taken out directly for pickling. She also bought 4 tons of high-density, long-burning coal, spending 5,000 yuan to fill the entire double-layered coal room. Wucheng's province was one of China's coal provinces, cheap and good quality. In the countryside, burning a boiler uses half a ton for an entire winter. Considering that several years of the apocalypse would be very cold, and cooking would require coal, Jing Shu bought extra. She needed to stock up on enough lighters and matches. During escapes or when living in open spaces, lighting matches to start fires for cooking would be convenient. In the years following the apocalypse, there would be no water, electricity, or gas supply. Everyday items like lighters, wood, and all combustible materials would be exchanged for work points and food. Even lighting a fire would become difficult. Many small things in life are only appreciated when you've lost them, like kitchen knives and machetes. If her family had a few knives in her previous life, they wouldn't have been beaten to death with sticks and glass bottles. The half-year of riots after the apocalypse was terrifying, and countless people were bloodily suppressed later on. At the same time, China introduced new laws. All kitchen knives, machetes, iron scissors, and iron rods could be exchanged for half a mouthful of coarse grain. The state would melt them down to produce materials for the artificial sun. Every household exchanged their knives for coarse grains. People would even search flooded and collapsed houses for them. In less than 3 months, kitchen knives had almost disappeared in China. If Jing Shu admired anyone after the apocalypse, it was still the Communist Party. While foreign countries were in chaos, the domestic scene was harmonious. As for murder and robbery, you'd need weapons, right? Guns were strictly controlled, kitchen knives were exchanged for coarse grains, and wooden sticks were used as fuel. You could use a broken chair as a weapon, but you'd probably be reported before you even got there. Reporting someone could earn you 1 work point, which could be exchanged for half a mouthful of food. Fine. Even if you insisted on robbery. For what? To rob people? Everyone hadn't bathed or changed clothes for years.
If you could stand it, the other party might be willing. Rob food? Anyone who could venture out to dig up rotten roots had nothing to eat. Instead of risking being reported and having your whole family sent for re-education, you might as well look for bugs. It's faster. The state not only deprived you of weapons for robbery, but also took away your reasons for it. Being able to live like a salted fish was already good enough. In this life, Jing Shu bought many sets of machetes and large kitchen knives. She also went to the black market and spent 500,000 yuan to buy some prohibited repeating crossbows and arrows, preparing for the half-year of darkness where humanity lost its morality, and home invasions, robberies, and murders were rampant. Jing Shu thought it would be best to get 2 guns, but unfortunately she had no channels. Should she steal one? She bought 7 military tents that were banned from sale, waterproof, windproof, breathable, weighing 3.5 kg, and easy to set up with a single pull. She spent a total of 120,000 yuan. Even if they had to sleep in the open during an earthquake, they could rest comfortably. Then there were large outdoor backpacks, down sleeping bags, moisture-proof mats, windproof clothing, fully enclosed spacesuits, various warm and waterproof shoes, climbing ropes, safety harnesses, ascenders, descenders, all useful for climbing and escaping after the apocalypse. Snowshoes, mountain goggles, down jackets and pants, cookware, stoves, multifunctional kettles and other outdoor gear, essential for post-apocalyptic migration. Additionally, she bought some fuel canisters and kerosene for heating food and staying warm anytime. Jing Shu couldn't help but sigh that outdoor enthusiasts were truly wealthy. A random windproof jacket cost over 1,000 yuan, and a good set of equipment would be at least 100,000 yuan. She spent a total of 500,000 yuan on outdoor supplies, storing them all in the storage room of her large bedroom on the 2nd floor, given their quantity and variety. She also bought the latest gasoline generator, which was very quiet and had a long lifespan. She made multiple trips to various gas stations, purchasing 10,000 liters of 95-octane gasoline in batches, spending 45,000 yuan. This used up 10 cubic meters of Jing Shu's space, 1 cubic meter = 1,000 liters. If her Rubik's cube space could upgrade before the apocalypse, she would store more gasoline. Then she could use a hybrid car. Jing Shu spent an entire day buying frozen foods, filling 4 commercial freezers, and also filling the villa's original refrigerator. She hadn't dared to buy frozen foods before because she knew they were the most expensive. First, she bought her favorite Yuqing sausages. The pure meat sausages sold for 10 yuan each in supermarkets. The wholesale price was 4.8 yuan per sausage. Jing Shu bought 8,000 sausages, equivalent to 200 boxes, spending 38,400 yuan. After eating Yuqing sausages, she never wanted to eat the 2 yuan sausages again. She bought 1,000 pounds each of compressed beef and mutton. After the apocalypse, she could use a meat slicer to cut them into beef and mutton slices for hot pot, dipping them in sesame oil and garlic sauce. All right, that alone cost 100,000 yuan. She purchased top-quality pure beef steaks, including T-bone, ribeye, filet mignon, sirloin, and strip steaks, a total of 8,000 steaks, spending 240,000 yuan. Of course, a steak must be paired with a sausage and a fried egg to have soul. Slurp. Ice cream was life-saving in the first year of the apocalypse. She bought 120 buckets of 9-liter Häagen-Dazs ice cream at 1,300 yuan per bucket, filling 1 cubic meter of space and half a refrigerator, spending 156,000 yuan. Since she was already here, why not buy some ingredients that would no longer be available after the apocalypse? She had beef and mutton slices for hot pot. Why not get some side dishes? So Jing Shu bought various hot pot ingredients like fish tofu, beef balls, shrimp balls, fish balls, rice cakes, and wide vermicelli. She also bought 200 convenient self-heating hot pots at 30 yuan each. What if she craved KFC in the apocalypse? KFC also used various brands of frozen products. Jing Shu found and bought them all: French fries, popcorn chicken, chicken wings, bacon, chicken strips, crispy chicken nuggets, and skewered meat, all in several boxes. Pizza Hut's pizzas, egg tarts, cheese, and butter for pan-frying steaks were must-haves, though very expensive. Finally, she swept up some pastries like glutinous rice balls, wontons, dumplings, mooncakes, and frozen cakes. Seeing that over 1 million yuan had dwindled to just over 200,000 yuan, Jing Shu quickly stopped, as she'd need money for other things later. Jing Shu really wanted to say to herself, "Are you the devil, buying so many things?" Finally, before the 21st, she had stored everything that needed storing and bought everything that needed buying. After all, she couldn't have a pond full of fish appear today and a bunch of chickens and ducks appear tomorrow while her grandparents were staying. After the kitchen renovation, the villa's kitchen became much larger. Jing Shu packed dried goods, flour, rice, and grains into 60-liter boxes, filling the cabinets. On top of the cabinets were various bulk seasonings she'd taken out. 4 large refrigerators were lined up against what used to be the dining room. Chicken, duck, and quail eggs were neatly packed, forming 3 tall stacks of egg cartons. Beside them were boxes of 60-liter space-grown vegetables like chili peppers, mustard greens, cabbage, and white radish that wouldn't spoil easily, filling half the kitchen and finally saving Jing Shu some space. A door was opened in one corner of the kitchen, leading directly to the villa's backyard boiler room, where there were 2 more stoves for cooking. Even though the supplies were in the cabinets and refrigerators, Jing Shu still installed a security door for the large 40-plus square meter kitchen, forming an independent room. In the apocalypse, she'd lock the door, and no one would know what was inside. Early this morning, Jing Shu brought a car full of luggage and her grandparents to the villa, starting her plan to make chili sauce and kimchi. Investing 2 million yuan into her live streaming career. It's a career. Grandma and Grandpa Jing were very excited, asking many questions, but Grandpa Jing's focus was clearly different. For example, if I become popular and everyone likes me but you're not popular, what will we do? Jing Shu. Grandpa, aren't you overthinking this? Zhu Zhengqi only truly understood the power of online attacks after he had been severely targeted and harmed by them. During his junior year at a university in Hebei, he was caught molesting a female student, and the incident was exposed online locally. Overnight, thousands of insulting and vulgar comments poured in. He didn't want to look but couldn't help himself. Reading them made him feel abandoned by the world. No matter where he went, people pointed fingers at him. Some even threw filth at him in public, and others watched him as a joke. Zhu Zhengqi couldn't understand why just touching someone's chest had escalated to such a severe situation. Every day people cursed him, saying scum like him should just die. Unable to bear the pressure, he developed depression. Within a few days, the situation escalated, and the school intervened and expelled him. After returning to Wucheng, he tearfully sought help from a big brother who took 100,000 yuan and hired online trolls to generate sympathetic content and clean up his image, eventually calming the situation. He then understood the power of these online water armies and joined the industry himself. Public opinion can crush a person. In less than 3 days, just watch. After all, it was the first day staying in the villa, and everything was new and exciting. The 2 elderly folks were energetically tidying up. Jing Shu arranged for her grandparents to stay in the guest bedroom on the 1st floor, laying out brand new bedding and sheets. The 20-square-meter room with an ensuite bathroom was more than sufficient for the elderly couple. The master bedroom, 25 square meters with an ensuite bathroom and a large wardrobe, was reserved for her parents, as they had more clothes and belongings. Jing Shu stayed in the large bedroom on the 2nd floor, which would be her main storage area after the apocalypse. The large bedroom suite on the 2nd floor included a study, storage room, walk-in closet, and bathroom. The study was already piled high with bottled water and various beverages. The storage room held various outdoor equipment and daily necessities bought during the Singles' Day sale. The 20-square-meter walk-in closet was filled with all kinds of snacks Jing Shu had purchased during the sale, a huge amount, giving her a strong sense of security. On the 1st floor, there was another 20-square-meter walk-in closet where Jing Shu planned to store all kinds of clothing for the family, such as underwear, sweaters, and down jackets. In the apocalypse, cotton and linen fabrics would stop production, and floods and earthquakes would cause even more losses. Jing Shu didn't want to resort to stripping clothes off dead people in this life. The 2nd floor also had an independent living room, which had been converted into a large conservatory. Another empty bedroom was filled with sacks of feed for chickens, ducks, pigs, cows, and sheep. With her preparations nearly complete, Jing Shu wouldn't be afraid even if the apocalypse came early.
If it didn't come, all the better. Unfortunately, everything was proceeding exactly as in her previous life, without any deviation. Jing Shu could only count down the days until the sunlight disappeared. As per her nightly routine, while having a snack, Jing Shu inspected her Rubik's Cube space. She pulled out all the vegetable roots and fed them to the chickens, cows, and sheep, and began planting a batch of fruits, considering that she could harvest several batches before the apocalypse to make canned fruits and dried fruits. Jing Shu planted fruits with specific plans for making canned fruits: snow pears, cherries, oranges, lychees, yellow peaches; for making dried fruits, strawberries, pineapples, red dates, grapes. She planned to transplant the sugar heart apples and apricots to the yard. The sugar tangerines and hawthorns could be potted. Red grapes could have trellises set up in the conservatory. Persimmons could be made into dried persimmons. Pomegranates, watermelons, and oranges could be juiced and stored in her space for drinking any time. Slurp. Do you think that without Jing's mother's morning bombardment and sleeping on the second floor, you could sleep in? The crowing of roosters, news broadcasts, the sound of Grandma Jing cooking, accompanied by Grandpa Jing singing opera, and the vibrations of the 10,000 yuan massage chair. Ah! She forgot to close the window. Wait, no. It was because her hearing was more acute than before. Jing Shu went downstairs to see Grandpa Jing leisurely lying on the massage chair she had won in the lottery, occasionally letting out a few howls, clearly saying, "Feeling so high as if life has reached its peak?" Jing Shu. As long as you're happy. The morning news was still about catching corrupt officials and confiscating how much money, but it added donation lists from major enterprises, praising those who donated more. Those with money donated money. Those with supplies donated supplies. Even mobile carriers like China Mobile and China Unicom were competing to give away free talk time. In short, this past half-month had scared quite a few people, and the smart ones knew what to do. The news presented a harmonious and friendly atmosphere, but Jing Shu understood the turbulent undercurrents beneath. In just over 20 days, hundreds of countries would simultaneously announce that Earth was about to enter a period of darkness without sunlight. There are many ways to eat kimchi, like mixing it with rice, kimchi hot pot, kimchi fried rice, stir-fried meat, tofu soup, and so on. As for making kimchi, it's quite particular to achieve a spicy, crisp, sweet, and refreshing taste. Cabbage is rich in dietary fiber, which can help you go to the bathroom, aid in weight loss and beauty, Grandma Jing happily explained, seeing countless comments scrolling across the phone screen. She asked Jing Shu whether many people were watching the live stream and liked what she was saying. Jing Shu squinted her eyes, smiled, and said yes. Grandma and Grandpa Jing were illiterate and had no idea what the barrage of comments was saying. Today, Jing Shu was in the vegetable washing area, still responsible for washing cabbages and various side ingredients like carrots, apples, pears, green onions, and garlic. Grandpa Jing was in the chopping area, using unique methods of cutting and tearing to ensure the cabbage maintained a complete and beautiful appearance. Grandma Jing was responsible for evenly applying salt to each cabbage leaf, marinating them for half a day, and then the three of them began preparing the seasoning. In the afternoon, they rinsed off the salt with clean water, squeezed out the excess water, applied the seasoning evenly between each layer of cabbage, and placed them into pickling jars. They pickled a total of 10 large jars, with some in 2-liter jars that would be ready to eat in a few days. After finishing the day's live stream, Jing Shu finally had time to carefully review what had happened during the stream and read the comments. Yesterday, she didn't have a single follower. Even a few passers-by left without saying anything. Today, the number of viewers in the live stream suddenly jumped to 50,000 and remained steady throughout the day. If it were her naive self from 10 years ago, she wouldn't have understood, but after hiring a water army, paid trolls, what didn't she know? The entire screen was filled with just a few phrases repeated over and over. "You must be crazy for money selling it for 998 yuan? I'd rather die than buy it. Get out of China with your Korean stuff. Look, here's a traitor worshipping foreign things. Beat her. People like you should just die. Trying to sell a few yuan's worth of garbage at sky-high prices? Get out of the live stream. You're not welcome here." At that time, Jing Shu was both angry and amused when she saw the comments. These trolls even knew how to tailor their insults based on the content, accusing her of being unpatriotic. A serious charge. The price must have been high, right? Even as a troll, you should have some education. Kimchi originated from the Korean ethnic group, which also includes people who migrated from the ancient Chinese Shang dynasty. How did it become Korean? It's clearly part of our Great China, Jing Shu retorted disdainfully on the spot. Even though she knew there was no real audience in the live stream, only trolls spamming insults, Jing Shu was still quite angry at human nature. No need to guess who hired the trolls, it was none other than Zhu Zhengqi. She hadn't expected that just because she didn't sign a contract affecting Zhu Zhengqi's commission, he would use such dirty tactics against her. For 50,000 yuan, Zhu Zhengqi was willing to ruin a person. Was he doing this to make Jing Shu beg him to fulfill the contract? Fortunately, Grandpa and Grandma Jing couldn't read. Otherwise, they might not have been able to handle the overwhelming negative comments. Jing Shu's fists clenched tightly. How many people can endure being cursed at by tens of thousands of strangers? Jing Shu had returned scarred from the apocalypse. She wasn't pretentious, but believed in one principle. Take life and death lightly. If you're not convinced, bring it on. Being bullied and thinking of enduring it until the apocalypse to settle the score wasn't her style. Jing Shu preferred to see her enemies unable to hide the hatred in their eyes, yet forced to kneel and beg for mercy immediately. While it's satisfying to see characters in dramas meet their demise each episode, Jing Shu preferred to let her enemies in the apocalypse linger in misery, checking on them every few chapters and occasionally sprinkling salt on their wounds. The best solution now wasn't to hire trolls to engage in a flame war with Zhu Zhengqi's trolls in her livestream. That would waste money and be pointless. Jing Shu's livestream was just a front to store food. She didn't want to become inexplicably famous. Hello? Is this Heng Jin? Could you help me investigate someone's background? His name is Zhu Zhengqi. I'll send his phone number to you on WeChat. Yes. I've been following the updates on Sun Yinrui daily. You're doing great work. You're about to release the final blow, right? What? He claims to have found the woman who accused him, and she's willing to testify about being bribed? I'm really curious where Sun Yinrui found a fake. Don't worry, I'll testify in the end. At this point, confidentiality isn't important anymore. After hanging up, Jing Shu pondered for a moment. Could it be that Sun Yinrui had bragged not only to his son, but also to other women? Could it be Su Mei Mei? Wouldn't that expose their relationship? That would be the final nail in the coffin. Jing Shu ensured that with the last blow, Sun Yinrui would be finished. His wife would make his life unbearable. Yes, Sun Yinrui's wife had that kind of power. Sun Yinrui relied on his wife. The logistics company was owned by her family, which is why he could manage logistics in Wucheng. Even if he were exposed, the company would still back him and not abandon him. But if his wife discovered he had someone else outside, the methods of a tigress would make Sun Yinrui, even 10 years into the apocalypse, not dare to show his face. One can imagine her means. Perhaps because his wife was strong and had certain tendencies, Sun Yinrui sought someone as unattractive but seemingly gentle as Su Mei Mei. It's worth mentioning that in this era of beauty filters and Photoshop, Su Mei Mei was the only one who still looked unretouched even after applying special effects. In the following days, Jing Shu remained busy pickling various vegetables. Among them, making mustard pickles was the simplest but required salting to dehydrate, involving repeated processes of pressing out water, adding salt, and marinating. The name mustard comes from this pressing process. She filled 13 large jars with mustard pickles, the largest quantity among all her pickled vegetables. While not the tastiest, they were the most inconspicuous in the apocalypse, had a long shelf life, and were filling. She made 5 jars of sweet garlic, which also required salting to dehydrate, then soaking in a prepared syrup, turning it daily before sealing tightly. It would be ready in a few days. Next were pickled radish, soy-pickled cucumbers, lettuce, winter bamboo shoots, and sour long beans. All needed to be salted to dehydrate first, then mixed with sauces and placed in jars to marinate.
In comparison, making various kimchi was much simpler. She cut leftover carrots, cowpeas, cabbages, lettuce, and cucumbers into chunks, packed them into large jars in batches, added water and various seasonings, sealed them, and they would be ready to eat in 2 or 3 days, a different flavor from other pickles. Sweet and sour radish was slightly more complicated, requiring slow simmering over low heat for 4 to 5 hours to extract a delicious broth. The simplest was pickled garlic scapes. Just cut them into sections and soak them in vinegar. Whenever she wanted to eat them, she could take them out or add more to soak. She pickled so many vegetables in the past few days that she ran out of salt. Jing Shu ordered another 500 kilograms of sodium-free salt. It's worth noting that in the past few days, Jing Shu sold 10 portions of sweet garlic, over a dozen portions of soy-pickled cucumbers, and dozens of portions of sweet and sour radish, each priced at 9.98 yuan. Jing Shu felt quite helpless. Perhaps her sarcasm that day had an effect. The next day, the viewership, which was originally 50,000, suddenly jumped to over 100,000, instantly making her a top 20 streamer from an unknown newbie. She also dominated the rankings for most bullet comments, most eggs thrown, and fastest rising popularity. Jing Shu wanted to turn off the live stream for some peace, but Grandpa Jing noticed and said, "Why are you turning it off? How will you stream?" The trolls were relentless, attracting countless onlookers curious about which streamer was being pelted with hundreds of thousands of virtual eggs daily. However, since most trolls were automated bots, they kept repeating a few preset, brainless insults, saying the nastiest things and flooding the screen with comments. The onlookers quickly understood the situation. Some bystanders began to defend her. Who did the streamer offend to be trolled so badly? Rich kids are so aloof, getting trolled this much and not caring. Don't they know to hire trolls to fight back? I watched her previous videos and found that her ingredients are genuinely good, and everything is prepared very cleanly. I believe she's making it for relatives and her own family. It's not as bad as they're saying. I really don't see what's worth trolling here. She's just making pickles and hasn't said anything. Damn, my comment got pushed down so fast. Everyone, let's go. Defeat the trolls. So, a group of spontaneous viewers, simply wanting to fight the trolls, found themselves outmatched and shared the situation across various forums and communities to gather more people. The issue even trended on social media, with people asking if trolls had become this arrogant. This attracted more people to oppose the trolls. Just when the trolls were about to be overwhelmed, another wave of hundreds of thousands of bot accounts flooded in, pushing Jing Shu into the top 3 positions. As both sides grew in number, a small group of wealthy viewers became interested, and the topic shifted. These are premium ingredients, so the price is naturally high, but selling it at this price is a bit steep. She didn't beg you to buy it. She said it's for her relatives and herself. That's what rich kids are like. I really like Grandma. She seems to know how to pickle everything, and I've learned a lot. I like Grandpa. He seems to be a carpenter and can do all kinds of work, and he tells great stories. The streamer doesn't have much presence. Why is she always washing vegetables? But she gives off a cool goddess vibe. She doesn't talk much. My silent queen, best at washing vegetables. I can't take it anymore. It looks so appetizing. Each portion is 2 liters, and even the containers are high quality and probably cost at least dozens of yuan. Nowadays, it's rare to find something so clean and hygienic without added preservatives, using such good ingredients. I'm pregnant and don't dare to eat outside. It's more important to eat safely, even if it's expensive. I'll try it first for everyone. Once one person made a purchase, more curious viewers followed suit, and some affluent viewers began buying various pickles while the trolls and supporters clashed in the livestream. Within a few days, some wealthy viewers were sending virtual gifts daily, taking over the screen, and started voicing their grievances for Jing Shu. They posted unboxing videos to prove how delicious the pickles were, even moved to tears by the taste, which attracted more curious buyers. Once they tried it, they couldn't stop. Just like that, Jing Shu inexplicably became popular, and along with her, Grandma Jing and Grandpa Jing also gained fame.
Jing Shu's streaming name was Little Jing Jing, and her fans called her My Sister Jing. The phrase, few words, my sister Jing, best at washing vegetables, became Jing Shu's persona in the livestream because the streamer did nothing else besides washing vegetables. The popularity of Jing Shu's livestream soared to 2 million viewers. Some were paid trolls, some were onlookers fighting the trolls, and some were pregnant women. What? Since pregnant women with morning sickness ate Jing Shu's pickled vegetables and regained their appetite, they attracted expectant parents who came because of her reputation. The phrase, receive good luck for pregnancy, drew mothers-to-be who were trying to conceive, hoping to get some good fortune and stock up on pickles. Even eating a little could be delightful. At some point, the mutual scolding with the trolls turned into receive good luck for pregnancy, and even tens of thousands of trolls were instantly drowned out by these 3 words. It can only be said that the masses are truly powerful. Not only did Zhu Zhengqi's goal fail, but he also inadvertently made Jing Shu famous. I wonder how he feels about this. Oh, Jing Shu reckoned he probably didn't have time to express his feelings recently. All the vegetables were pickled, and it was the end of the month. Matters in Jing Shu's family piled up together. As expected, Jing's father was called to a board meeting to deal with the tempered glass incident and was given 2 choices. Make up the profit difference for the planned government selling price, estimated to require 190,000 yuan, more than the cost. Withdraw his shares and leave with the money. The company can process inventory over a year old at cost. Wang Zhong is forcing me to withdraw. He has long wanted to drive me away. I finally see through these people. Wang Zhong, Chen Yong, Xi Wumao. Very good. Jing's father withdrew his shares, took 700,000 yuan, and left the company he had worked at for over 20 years. That evening, feeling depressed, he had a farewell dinner with Captain Chen and a few close colleagues and then parted ways. The next day, he and a moving company moved all the miscellaneous items and clothes from the 2-bedroom apartment in the city to the villa. From December 1st, that house belonged to Yu Kainai. Meanwhile, Jing Shu was also invited to court to testify. Oh, it was about Sun Yunrui's case. His wife Yang Yunyun, his son Sun Zijian, and Sun Zijian's girlfriend Xiao Cao were all present. As a witness on Heng Jin's side, after declaring an oath of absolute truthfulness, Jing Shu began to once again confirm that every word she narrated was true. The haggard, stubble-faced Sun Yunrui opened his mouth wide as he listened to Jing Shu's testimony. It seemed that everything in his mind finally connected. He hoarsely shouted, "It's you, it's you. If it's all you're doing, then everything makes sense." Sun Yunrui pointed excitedly at Jing Shu, saying viciously, Why? Why are you harming me?" Jing Shu smiled at Sun Yunrui. How wonderful. It was this feeling she enjoyed. Look how shocked and resentful Sun Yunrui was after discovering it was her. That's right. The more he hated, the better. Although Sun Yunrui looked 10 years older, having suffered mental and physical torment these days, it was still not enough. Far from enough. Your whole family will receive retribution, and I will be the one to deliver it. Order in the court. 2 police officers restrained Sun Yunrui, whose eyes were bloodshot. The judge once again inquired about the content of Jing Shu's previous recording. Sun Zijian's girlfriend, Xiao Cao, actually admitted that she had said those words. She claimed she was bribed by Heng Jin to slander Sun Yunrui and was now willing to prove Sun Yunrui's innocence. Heng Jin's side played the unedited recording and Jing Shu's video on the spot, directly identifying Xiao Cao's perjury. The consequences of perjury are equivalent to the crime itself. Xiao Cao's face turned pale instantly, and she began to weep about being bribed. On the other side, Dad, since you finally have some time to rest, don't rush into starting something new. Stay home and help me out for a month. I really can't manage everything on my own. During this time, you can also think carefully about what you want to do next, right? Jing Shu decided to keep her father occupied for now. With the apocalypse imminent, starting any new venture would be pointless. It would be better to wait until after the apocalypse and work for the government. Not only would it provide job security, but the internal benefits would be better, and they would receive information sooner than others.
All right, I'll help my daughter with her work first. How can I ignore it when her career is taking off? Earning over 10,000 yuan every day made Jing's father very excited. He was thrilled that his daughter was more capable than he was. Thus, Jing's father's daily duties included driving his wife to her government job 30 kilometers away in the energy car each morning, handling customer service for Jing Shu by liaising with buyers from the live stream, mailing packages, and sometimes repairing things with Grandpa Jing, only to end up arguing due to their different world views. Time flew by like this. It was December, and surprisingly it hadn't snowed in Wucheng yet. It was still warm like spring. Global temperatures were rising, with regions expected to be 9°C higher on average than in previous years. Guangdong and Fujian remained at 30°C, Hainan approached 40°C, and northwestern Wucheng was at 21°C. In the mornings, CCTV was busy banning various celebrities and confiscating their assets. At noon, they were busy with charity work, praising stars and enterprises who donated money or half of their wealth to public welfare. In the evenings, they reported on which countries were in turmoil, while China was depicted as thriving. They also reported on reducing carbon dioxide emissions, driving less, and other measures to curb global warming. The agricultural channel reported on ways to save crops. After all, some crops sprouted and grew leaves in winter, which meant they wouldn't bear fruit in spring and summer. The Science Channel boasted daily about the causes of these phenomena. Anyway, each had their own reasoning, but Jing Shu, a graduate of a third-rate art college, didn't understand such profound issues. But Jing Shu knew that after the disappearance of sunlight caused by the collision of stars, the Earth would heat up crazily, and the ecological system would be completely disrupted. The 4 seasons would cease to exist. One terrifying natural disaster after another would mercilessly claim countless lives. The disappearance of sunlight would undoubtedly add insult to injury, creating a doomsday era that people called the apocalypse. Cherish the last few days before the apocalypse arrives. After pickling all the vegetables and filling 50 large jars, vacuum packing and braising the chicken and quail eggs, and salting the duck eggs, Jing Shu slaughtered 60 rabbits that day, leaving only 5 in her space for breeding. Jing's father was responsible for killing the rabbits. Skinning them had to be done by Grandpa Jing. The pelts had many uses and were hung to dry on the 3rd-floor terrace. Jing Shu was in charge of chopping the meat into small pieces, and Grandma Jing fried them until they were golden and crispy. The bloody task of skinning was left as a distant silhouette. Early that morning, Grandpa Jing placed the rabbits they had brought back the previous day in front of the camera to educate the viewers. Besides singing opera and sitting on the massage chair, Grandpa Jing had added a new daily routine, showing off the ingredients each day. Just like how we take photos for social media, he wouldn't be happy unless he showed off. The rabbits, having drunk diluted spiritual spring water, were plump and fluffy, extremely adorable. The viewers in the live stream thought there was a change in style today. Is my sister Jing not making pickles to send to relatives today? Is she sending live rabbits instead? These bunnies are so cute. How much for one? Just after asking, Jing Shu changed the live stream title. For only 1998 yuan, you can be delighted to the point of breathlessness. Then, the cute rabbits were swiftly chopped into diced meat by Jing Shu, quickly fried to a golden brown, and stir-fried with chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, fragrant ginger, and green onions. The bright red chili paired with the golden rabbit meat, drizzled with sesame oil and sprinkled with a bit of sesame seeds. The delicious spicy rabbit dish was ready. One moment they were saying, "Rabbits are so cute, how can you eat them?" The next moment it became, "Give me a portion." My sister Jing's live stream uses the freshest ingredients on the entire internet, bar none. The spicy rabbit meat was packed into sealed 2-liter containers, vacuumed and refrigerated to keep the flavor unchanged for 6 months. With the spiritual spring water, it would last a year without any problem. The 60 plump rabbits filled 125 sealed jars, and Jing Shu sold 20 of them. The next morning, Grandpa Jing herded 50 adorable, plump ducks into the camera frame. The fat ducks quacked loudly, incredibly cute. They were soon transformed into smoked and braised pressed ducks. First smoked, then braised, when they became sauce yellow all over, dripping with oil and emitting a rich aroma. The tender and refreshing pressed ducks were ready, leaving an endless aftertaste. On the third day, Grandpa Jing showcased over 70 flapping chickens in front of the camera, which then became wind-dried chickens, marinated chickens, vacuum-packed braised chickens, and so on. On the fourth day, over 300 quails were made into braised, fried, roasted, wind-dried dishes and more. On the fifth day, when Grandpa Jing led 2 large black pigs, it elicited countless exclamations, fully satisfying his vanity. They even hired professional butchers for this. The 2 pigs were so large that it took 2 days to process them. They ate stir-fried kidneys, spicy blood cubes, and pan-fried pork belly wrapped in lettuce leaves on the spot. Since Jing Shu had given her family the number 4 spiritual spring water, 1 drop plus 1,000 ml water, everyone's appetite had become surprisingly good. Of course, the number 3 she drank for strengthening the body had even more obvious effects, and she ate more too. They boiled the big bones into soup, cooled and froze it, which could be used as broth or turned into meat jelly. They packed braised pork ribs in sealed jars, braised pig head meat, ears, tongue, heart, stomach, lungs, large and small intestines. Pickled pigtails, trotters, and hocks were vacuum-packed and refrigerated. They made smoked hams from the 8 legs. Once smoked, they could slice off a piece whenever they wanted to eat some real ham. It would be delicious no matter how it was eaten. Slurp. Oh, by the way, Sun Yinrui's court verdict was announced. Sun Yinrui's wife wanted to divorce before the verdict to get all the assets but was rejected by the court. The court first confiscated all the money and real estate in the accounts of both Sun Yinrui and Yang Yunyun. Although the new national policies had just been implemented in government and public institutions, theoretically, private enterprises like Sun Yinrui's could find legal loopholes. However, the court was assertive and directly issued a judgment notice. They even said that Sun Yinrui was unlucky to be caught during the country's crackdown. Even if he appealed to the Supreme People's Court, the result would be the same. Didn't you see that CCTV was catching corrupt officials and tax-evading celebrities every day? Sun Yinrui was deprived of political rights, recorded on file, and sentenced to 5 months in prison. Yang Yunyun and Sun Zijian were deprived of political rights, recorded on file, and underwent 1 month of re-education. Xiao Cao was sentenced the same as Sun Yinrui. This is how the new national policy works. One person's crime implicates the whole family. The most terrifying part is being recorded on file. After the apocalypse, they would only receive the worst food from the government, which aimed to keep this group from starving to death and causing trouble, while also utilizing their labor. Jing Shu genuinely admired this fact. People won't fight back unless pushed to the brink. As long as they have something to eat, they generally don't cause trouble. Making them work endlessly without starving but living miserably is the greatest punishment for such people. Sun Yinrui must hate Jing Shu to the core. His wife now wished she could claw Su Mei Mei to death. After calming down, she would probably transfer some of her hatred onto Jing Shu. After all, she was a girl they'd watched grow up. How dare she testify against their entire family? But Jing Shu figured they wouldn't have time to cause trouble for a while. Instead, her aunt Su Mei Mei, just like in her previous life, brought her whole family to storm the villa. This familiar scene reappeared 10 years earlier, giving the somewhat frustrated Jing Shu an outlet to vent. Jing Shu's frustration stemmed from her mother. After her parents moved from the city, the first thing her mother did was inspect every nook and cranny, surveying her own territory and understanding how many possessions they had. Seeing the fish pond and the vegetable garden beside it, she praised them. Noticing the thoughtful design of the boiler room, she commended Jing Shu even more. Her mother had a cold constitution and feared the cold, worried that houses in Wucheng wouldn't be warm enough. Her mother was the type who wanted to grow some flowers for leisure but couldn't even keep a pothos alive. So the renovations to the kitchen and conservatory greatly pleased her. But when she saw the large terrace occupied by 4 huge water tanks and covered with solar panels, she couldn't help but comment, "You spendthrift!
Are you lacking water or drinks? What's the point of placing these ugly water tanks here? And what's with these densely packed reflective water heaters? Why waste money buying these things? Jing Shu had to make up an excuse. Isn't this learning from America's self-sufficient solar power and water filtration systems? If we do the same as domestic rich kids, who would watch? The country has been promoting energy conservation recently. This set of equipment has received a fantastic response online, attracting more people. Her mother noticed the pile of snacks like a mountain. Jing Shu said they were gifts from fans. She also saw a heap of tents and outdoor equipment. Jing Shu said she was planning an event to go outdoors with her fans. Seeing a room full of shampoo, sanitary pads, toilet paper and such, she couldn't stand it. These are also from fans? Tell me where to buy such wonderful fans. Not only can they be used in hot pot, but they also send enough supplies to last 10 years. Jing Shu. Show me your shopping list. I want to see where you've spent the money. Buying vegetables, rice, flour, oil, seasonings, solar panels, water tanks, central air conditioning, refrigerators, dishwashers, appliances, 60 rabbits, 70 chickens, 300 quails, 2 pigs. The money adds up. So are you saying these were bought by your fans? So when her aunt came bringing people again, Jing Shu could no longer suppress the raging force within her. After drinking the spiritual spring water for over 20 days, Jing Shu's speed and strength had long surpassed that of an adult male. She had long wanted to test the results. As long as the other side dared to make a move, she wouldn't hesitate to beat them until they were disabled. Otherwise, she couldn't swallow this anger. Unfortunately, after half a day, it turned out that Su Mei was forced to come, along with her husband, Zhang Zhongyong, her parents-in-law, and her brother-in-law. Each of them looked unfriendly, especially Zhang Zhongyong, who personally held the bruised and battered Su Mei. It's exactly the same as in my previous life, just missing a few people. Jing Shu's fists clenched tightly, repeatedly telling herself to stay calm. Jing Shu, my dear niece, quickly tell them that your aunt didn't cheat, and I didn't have any affair. This is a setup. You must have been bribed, right? You're trying to kill me. My dear sister, please talk to Jing Shu. She testified to outsiders that I had an affair with Sun Yinrui. Boo-hoo! Su Mei cried miserably. Her hair was disheveled and one could see footprints on her body. Jing's father blocked them outside the villa gate. Jing's mother was utterly confused, and Jing Shu expressionlessly took out the evidence collected by Heng Jin, explaining Sun Yinrui's corruption and crimes. That's how it is. I just testified. Sun Yinrui committed crimes and offended people. When they investigated, they uncovered his affair with aunt. The court even recovered the 300,000 yuan of bribery and embezzled money that Sun Yinrui gave her. Jing's father and mother stared at Su Mei in shock. They finally realized what kind of scumbag Sun Yinrui was, and then learned that their sister-in-law younger sister had gotten involved with this scumbag and even took his dirty money. Su Mei kept denying while struggling to break free from Zhang Zhongyong's grip to scratch Jing Shu, but Zhang Zhongyong slapped her twice, silencing her. Su Mei didn't expect her usually quiet niece to reveal everything, even exposing the money. That despicable woman Yang Yun had come knocking, only saying that someone had found evidence against the adulterous pair, mentioning that her niece Jing Shu had testified. Seeing Sun Yinrui's downfall, Su Mei had to rely on Zhang Zhongyong, so she denied cheating and said they could ask Jing Shu as a witness. She must have been bribed. With Su Lanji around, she wouldn't suffer a loss. After all, they were family. How could they help outsiders? Who knew? Tears streamed down Jing's mother's face on the spot. Leave. I don't have a sister like you. Jing's mother pointed at Su Mei with a trembling hand, saying, He had money, but deliberately didn't repay us. You had money, but refused to lend it. Fine, very good. We sold our car to raise money and you two conspired. One wouldn't repay, the other immediately came to take advantage. Su Mei, from now on, we are severing all ties. Get out! Jing's mother cried hysterically, using all her strength on the last word. Jing's father supported her as they began to drive the others away. Seeing Su Mei gnashing her teeth and glaring with hatred, Jing Shu smiled with satisfaction.
Such a woman deserves severe punishment. Son, don't rush to divorce. Divorce? It won't be that easy for her. Zhang Zhongyong dragged the dazed Su Mei by the hair into the car. The family drove away. Debts from the past life are repaid in this life, Jing Shu softly said as she watched the car. None of you will escape this time. Hurry inside and close the door, Jing's father's voice sounded. Coming. On December 15, 2022, the Central Meteorological Observatory issued a red alert, predicting that on December 31st, planets would collide, causing a large amount of dust to mix into the atmosphere, blocking sunlight. Earth would be in a dim state rather than complete darkness. The reduced sunlight would have a massive impact on the survival of plants and animals. Although crop yields would decrease, it wouldn't affect too much. Even if there were no harvest, China's grain reserves would be enough to last 3 years, and so on. This statement was quite true. At critical moments, they could always bring out something to prevent starvation. The Earth's dark days will last for 30 to 40 days, accompanied by large amounts of dust. We urge the public to prepare appropriate grain reserves and take precautions when going out. The elderly, weak, sick, and disabled should reduce outings. Except for primary schools and kindergartens suspending classes, all other work continues as normal. The government issued a statement rejecting price gouging by supermarkets and others, panic buying by the public, or the dissemination of panic-inducing statements. Once discovered or reported, political rights will be revoked and materials will be confiscated. The state will distribute relief supplies from December 15th to December 31st. Citizens without a criminal record can use their ID cards and facial recognition at community centers, large supermarkets, and other official outlets to receive a daily free package of supplies, including 2 jin, approximately 1 kilogram, of corn and 2 jin of rice or flour. Only personal facial recognition is supported. If someone picks up on behalf of others, falsely claims, or is found violating regulations, their qualification will be revoked and recorded. Master Kong is providing donations for the dark days. From December 15th until the end of the dark days, under the same conditions, each person can receive a randomly flavored pack of instant noodles per day. Starting at 10 a.m. daily, 2 million free packs of instant noodles will be distributed. Line up at major supermarkets for facial recognition pickup. Each person can receive up to 3 packs during the dark days. This day had finally arrived, just like in her previous life. She couldn't compare these news reports with the Mangkhut typhoon anymore. Back then, everyone thought this was a disaster similar to Typhoon Mangkhut. After a little over a month, it would pass. Students continued attending school, and employees went to work as usual. As for the free supplies distributed by the state, the Jing Shu of her previous life didn't even have time to collect them, and later regretted it deeply. If she had another chance, she would definitely go get them. Every day, supermarkets were filled with retired elderly people or housewives bringing their children to scan their faces and collect double portions, as well as freelancers and the unemployed. For a portion of grain worth about 10 yuan, most men couldn't be bothered to line up for it. They would typically just buy a couple of bags of rice or flour to take home. Thrifty women, however, couldn't resist free items. The state distributed 4 jin, about 2 kilograms, of grain per person per day for 17 days, equivalent to 2 months' ration for one person. This ensured that everyone had food and also limited purchasing amounts. Just like withdrawing money from a bank, each person was limited to purchasing no more than 500 yuan worth of various grains per day at supermarkets and grain stores. Multiple small purchases were encouraged, and bulk hoarding that could cause panic and looting or drive up prices was prohibited. Of course, snacks and other meats were not included. "Let's go quickly to the supermarket to get some rice," Grandma Jing said, pulling along Grandpa Jing, who had just finished showing off 2 sheep. Jing Shu, her father, and her grandparents went together. Jing Shu was a bit excited. In this life, she was finally going to receive the rice, making up for the regret of her previous life. They drove to the Ijia supermarket 7 kilometers away. Patrol cars were parked at the entrance, and security guards blocked the doorway. Everyone entering and exiting had to go through security checks and facial recognition with their ID cards. If they had knives, lighters, or other dangerous items, they had to leave them at the security checkpoint and could retrieve them upon exiting. This eliminated any possibility of troublemakers. Jing Shu gave a thumbs up. Although there were many people, the process was quick. On one side, 10 cashiers were continuously checking out purchases. On the other side was a warehouse full of prepackaged grains. Staff members used loudspeakers to repeatedly broadcast the rules, prohibiting private resale, collecting on behalf of others, or multiple collections. There were 5 automatic pickup stations, similar to collecting train tickets. After swiping their ID cards and facial recognition, a neatly packaged bag of rice would come out. Staff members stood nearby to assist elderly people who were unfamiliar with the process. After waiting 5 minutes, it was Jing Shu's family's turn. "Technology is really advancing," Grandpa Jing said curiously as he swiped his ID card and looked into the camera. The packaged rice and corn popped out from the pickup station, and the collection time was recorded. Just then, the machine next to them sounded an alarm. 2 staff members immediately approached and began questioning the man's ID information. Sorry, I grabbed the wrong ID card. This is mine." "You'll have to explain that to the police officers." Without further ado, they took the person away. The originally noisy surroundings suddenly quieted down, followed by whispers. The loudspeaker's message also changed. "Once again, we emphasize that anyone found collecting on behalf of others, falsely claiming or reselling will have their qualification revoked. For the disabled or seriously ill, please report to us, and we will deliver personally." The small incident quickly passed, and within 5 minutes, the supermarket returned to its lively state. Most people who came to collect grain also stocked up on other items. They wouldn't buy too much of items with short shelf lives, but instant noodles were selling well. Therefore, there was no situation where shelves were emptied. Popular items were mostly piled up like mountains, and when they were almost gone, they would be restocked. The number of people was just slightly more than on weekends. It was nothing like 5 or 6 months later, when lining up at 5 a.m. was already too late, and people would line up for days, eating and sleeping there. Jing Shu would never forget that scene. Daytime temperatures over 40 degrees GC, dropping to a few degrees at night. She and her father took turns staying at the supermarket entrance to line up. By then, prices had skyrocketed, and the supermarket could only sell a pitifully small amount of old grain. Most families still had some stored grain, but facing the continuous half-year of dark days, with companies like Master Kong announcing production stoppages, no one felt they had enough stored grain. Moreover, the high temperatures and drought led to many people suffering from heat stroke. Jing's mother also suffered from heat stroke. It was hard to get medicine or a hospital bed. Seeing that the supermarket was too crowded and buying things would require a long wait, Jing Shu, her grandmother, and her grandfather returned home with her father. Unfortunately, Jing Shu was late. The free Master Kong instant noodles were gone in less than 30 seconds under the consumption of people nationwide. That morning, social media was flooded, on one hand with news of the upcoming dark days, and on the other people discussing getting up early to grab the free Master Kong noodles. Jing Shu estimated she wouldn't be able to get them. By the time she took the 2 elderly folks and her father such a long distance, they would be gone. After returning to the villa, Jing Shu, her grandmother, and her grandfather began today's task, processing the sheep. In the south, people prefer hot pot with lamb. In the north, they like roasted lamb, all very delicious. So after butchering, they chopped up the entire sheep and put it in the freezer. Later, they could make lamb noodles or roast lamb buns, and when it got colder, they could stew lamb with carrots. Slurp. They cleaned and cooked the offal to make lamb soup and then froze it. Jing Shu secretly kept a few hot portions in her space to eat as midnight snacks. Now, Jing Shu ate 4 meals a day. Otherwise, she wouldn't feel full. They made spicy lamb trotters and saved the intestines to make rice sausages and lung noodles. They took 2 legs of lamb, marinated them, and placed them in the heated Kong bed stove that Jing Shu had requested earlier, making rack meat. When it was roasted to a golden brown, dripping with oil, crispy on the outside and tender inside, they took it out, sprinkled chili powder and cumin, and lined the sides with sesame-sprinkled flatbreads. In Wucheng, this is called Nang pit meat. The rest was made into dried meat, which didn't sell very well. many fans wanted to eat the golden, roasted Nang pit meat. With the dark days approaching, Jing Shu also planned to close her live stream. Although food wouldn't be scarce in the months before the apocalypse, the main purpose of the live stream was to process food into semi-finished or cooked products for more convenient consumption during the apocalypse. Now, Jing Shu had stored a large amount of cooked food and had also earned quite a bit of money from the live stream. She planned to make some final, crazy purchases with this money. As for the money she borrowed, Jing Shu didn't plan to repay it now. After all, repaying now was meaningless. In a few months, money would be worthless. If she repaid the money now, her relatives wouldn't stock up on supplies, and she couldn't explain to them to stock up early. She planned to repay these debts after the apocalypse with food or supplies. Relatives who were willing to help her before the apocalypse would not be disappointed afterward. The next morning, Grandpa Jing brought out a beef cow to show off, asking the live stream viewers if they had ever seen a muscular cow. While patting the cow's thigh, he said with satisfaction, "This beef shank will definitely be delicious." At this time, cows were not considered valuable. Some people, for attention, often showed off hundreds or thousands of pigs online. Others flaunted warehouses full of food and supplies. Before the apocalypse arrived, this was normal. No one believed the apocalypse was imminent. Jing Shu shook her head. It was time to wrap things up and lay low. Jing Shu kept the dairy cow at the villa for milk production. It had given birth to a male and a female calf, which Jing Shu kept in her space for breeding. The remaining bull could now be slaughtered for meat. Speaking of this matter, Jing Shu was a bit troubled. The mother sheep in her Rubik's cube space had given birth to 7 lambs. Jing Shu kept 1 male and 2 females at the villa, while the space housed 4 lambs. What gave her a headache were the black pigs. As far as Jing Shu knew, pigs usually give birth to 5 to 8 piglets, but her black pig in the Rubik's cube space had given birth to 12. She kept 2 at the villa, and there were still 10 piglets in the space. The villa couldn't sustain too many livestock. It might not be noticeable now, but once the cows, sheep, and pigs grew up, this place wouldn't be suitable anymore. Besides, after the apocalypse, it would be hard enough to feed people, let alone livestock. Although she had a room full of feed and wouldn't worry about food in the early stages, during the first year of high temperatures after the apocalypse, they could use air conditioning to cool down. Jing Shu was also starting to store water now. In a few months, when water shortages became severe and people were dying of thirst, who would care about animals? The livestock at the villa could survive for a year, but with the subsequent natural disasters, it would be difficult to keep them. So keeping another 10 pigs in the space was a burden on the Rubik's cube space. Jing Shu decided to use some pigs and supplies to repay debts in half a year to lighten the load. Frankly speaking, half a year later, a pig could be exchanged for a small BMW. Anyway, as long as someone lent Jing Shu money, she would repay them in the future, at least ensuring they could live well during the apocalypse. Those who could lend her so much money now were considered trustworthy in Jing Shu's book. Now that all kinds of cured meats, smoked meats, and braised meats were finished, Jing Shu's Rubik's cube space no longer accelerated production. During this period, in order to speed up reproduction and growth, the spiritual spring produced by the space each day was completely consumed. The apocalypse would last a long time. Jing Shu needed to use the spiritual spring sparingly. For the poultry, Jing Shu uniformly added the number 5 spiritual spring, 1 drop plus 2,000 ml water, to their food. After more than a month of experimentation, this dilution had the effects of strengthening the body, improving meat quality, and increasing yield. The animals grew only slightly faster than ordinary poultry, but ate the same amount, reducing their reproduction speed and lessening the burden on the Rubik's cube space. By the way, when she first started experimenting with the spiritual spring, she left 1 rooster without it. Less than half a month later, it was pecked to death by some other chicken. Jing Shu thought it was despised by the hen numbered 1. Hen number 1, like Jing Shu, consumed the number 3 spiritual spring. She was the only exception. Now, Jing Shu would take her for a morning run up the mountain every day like walking a dog to handle waste disposal. Number 1 did not disappoint Jing Shu. Flapping her brown wings like a fiery bird, she closely followed behind Jing Shu. When Jing Shu stopped, she would rub her head against Jing Shu's leg, acting cute. What? Other people have pets like Tibetan Mastiffs or German Shepherds in the apocalypse, capable of fighting enemies, being adorable, and giving them face when taken out. Mine is an old hen. Jing Shu had an indescribable feeling. The only comfort was that number 1 weighed 15 kilograms, about 30 pounds, and looked exceptionally mighty. A few days ago, during a morning run, she picked a small snake on the mountain and presented it to Jing Shu as if asking for praise and hugs. Jing Shu rewarded her with a sip of diluted spiritual spring water, believing it was necessary to cultivate the habit of turning in good items from a young age. Jing Shu planned to train number 1 like a dog, issuing simple commands like sit and attack, hoping she could manage. Regarding the Rubik's Cube space, Jing Shu felt like she was playing a strategy game. Figuring out how to maximize its efficiency within limited resources was quite challenging. For example, the black fields in the space had high yields but limited land. Deciding how much and what to plant to ensure enough for her family, feed the poultry well, and also take care of various fish, shrimp, and crabs was complex. Too much spiritual spring intake would waste food, and the poultry would reproduce faster, causing the space's fields to fall behind. Too little intake would be ineffective. Currently, Jing Shu's Rubik's Cube space was a bit unbalanced. She had focused on planting fruits, so feeding the lambs and piglets became a problem. Fortunately, there was a milk-producing cow. On the day they made spicy beef jerky, the live stream's popularity broke 500,000. Everyone was attracted by the bold act of slaughtering a cow on site. Jing Shu's family taught netizens how to cook various parts of the cow. They made hand-beaten beef balls from the neck meat, froze them for freshness, great for hot pot or meatball soup. The beef back was the most tender and was made into top-grade steaks. Jing Shu cooked them all and stored them in her space, enjoying them alone as midnight snacks. They sliced the tenderloin thinly for beef hot pot, and that evening her family enjoyed a beef hot pot meal. The rump was used for barbecue, shoulder meat and big bones were boiled into broth and frozen. When eating, they could scoop a big spoonful to cook noodles, topped with beef and sprinkled with green onions, making a delicious beef noodle dish. The brisket was made into beef brisket and frozen, offering various ways to eat it. The shank meat was slow-cooked over low heat, then braised, sliced for cold dishes with sauce drizzled over. Its tender and chewy texture lingered in the mouth. The beef offal was processed like the lamb offal and frozen. The beef tripe and other parts that couldn't be stored were used in the family's hot pot dinner. It was foreseeable that the meals in the coming days would all involve beef. Fortunately, since Grandma Jing arrived, she truly saved Jing Shu's stomach. As Jing Shu's appetite increased to double portions each meal, the family initially couldn't accept it. Later, unknowingly, their appetites grew as well, and nothing more was said. They could only attribute it to the exhaustion of working hard all day. The brisket and remaining meat were all made into spicy beef jerky, packed into 2-liter sealed jars, 170 jars in total. A regular cow weighs about 1,000 jin, approximately 500 kg, but Jing Shu's cow appeared average in size yet was the strongest the butcher had ever seen. When the butcher requested the cowhide as payment, he was refused. Jing Shu had big plans for the cowhide. Although today's popularity was exceptionally high, Jing Shu was also bombarded with tens of thousands of rotten eggs as countless netizens were drooling with envy. Plus, with recent national news focusing on the dangers and measures of the dark days, netizens wanted to stock up on more food. As a result, Jing Shu made so many delicious items but only sold spicy beef jerky. Jing Shu set a limit of 30 portions, which were quickly snapped up. Her father enthusiastically went to mail them. One wonders if, half a year later, when food becomes scarce, he would regret not selling more today. Currently, the dairy cow at the villa produced 50 kilograms of milk daily, even higher than the best dairy cows in America. In China, a dairy cow produces about 20 kilograms of milk a day. It could be said that the poultry nourished by the spiritual spring were exceptional. Jing Shu took out the leftover milk from the past few days and began making yogurt cheese, milk tofu. There are 2 types of milk curds. The soft kind is cheese, And the fully dried one is called milk curd. The preparation methods are similar, requiring slow simmering over low heat. Today, Jing Shu finally didn't have to wash, or chop. Instead, she could quietly make milk curds on the side like a handsome gentleman. Dried milk curds can be held in hand during the apocalypse. Besides licking them like lollipops, they can also be slowly gnawed on. They are very filling and are currently the most nutritious dry food. But before making milk curds, Grandma Jing first made 10 2-liter sealed jars of milk skin. She simmered the milk over a low flame, constantly stirring to let the water slowly evaporate. The milk gradually condensed, forming a round yellow milk cake at the bottom of the pot. Once cooled, it could be packed into jars and refrigerated. Adding some milk skin to boiled milk or milk tea gives a rich, creamy aroma, soft and delicious. So fragrant. Sour milk curds are fermented in advance before simmering. The regular kind is simmered directly with a bit of white vinegar. After it's done, it's filtered through gauze, and the cheese is ready. To make it fully dry, you need to knead it into small pieces by hand and let it air dry into shape. It has a very long shelf life, lasting 1 or 2 years without changing flavor, though it will become as hard as a rock. Dozens of pregnant women each reserved a portion of the sour milk curds. Once dried, Jing's father would mail them out, hoping that these expectant mothers could take good care of their newborns during the apocalypse. By December 17th, Jing Shu had finally finished pickling all the vegetables, braising all the eggs, processing all kinds of meats, and turning the milk into long-lasting milk curds. Jing Shu had been busy for over a month, not daring to stop, and could finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the evening, the 5 family members held a family meeting. First, they praised and encouraged the achievement of reaching a sales volume of 500,000 yuan in nearly a month. Then they discussed how to handle the upcoming dark days. The dark days will have a huge impact on agriculture. These days, the news reports daily about farmers rushing to harvest the last batch of winter grains. The country's grain reserves are sufficient, but vegetables are expected to be in short supply. Prices will definitely rise and there will be purchase limits. At that time, most people thought there was enough grain, and vegetables would be snatched up. After all, the national grain reserves were enough for the whole country to eat for 3 years, and any doomsday theories that disturbed people's minds would be suppressed, and those spreading them would be caught for re-education. Even if a few naive youth stirred up a wave of doomsday theories, they lacked money, and purchasing was restricted, so it would come to nothing. Of course, there would always be a group of people who would frantically hoard grain, but they never expected that even if they bought enough grain and stayed at home thinking they were safe, in the first year, countless foods would rot due to high temperatures. Some people died from heat, others from thirst. After finally surviving the first year, they were flooded in the second year. The grain they hoarded was wasted. Yes, although the country has started to stockpile vegetables and fruits early on, and even added greenhouse vegetable points in every city and town encouraging us to grow some vegetables at home. After all, there won't be sun for more than a month. What a disaster. It seems that the vegetables in the yard are far from enough. We still need to grow some in the conservatory. For once, Jing's father and grandfather did not have a disagreement, and Jing Shu was moved to tears. Jing's mother nodded in agreement. We also need to stock up on more grain, at least half a year's worth. The state recommended preparing about 2 months' worth of grain, but the mindset of being prepared just in case led most people to prepare for half a year. In her previous life, Jing Shu's family had prepared a year's worth of grain and had even shared some with Su Mei and her uncle's family. Grandma Jing countered, "No matter how much you hoard, it will run out one day. It's better to have a steady flow. We must grow more vegetables." Didn't Jing Shu say there's some kind of light that can act as the sun and replace sunlight? That's a pulse xenon lamp, a simulated sunlight lamp. Before, I was afraid there wouldn't be enough sunlight in winter, so I installed a row by the pond. Tomorrow we can go buy more and install them in the vegetable garden below and the conservatory. That way, during the dark days, you can eat fresh vegetables every day. Jing Shu thought for a moment and shared her plan.
In the next few days, I've already ordered various fruits from a friend to make fruit preserves and dried fruits. I've also ordered some mature fruit plants from him to transplant into the conservatory, and will plant an apple tree and an apricot tree at the entrance. There are also many fungi that don't need sunlight and can be grown in the living room. Our Jing Shu has really grown up. She thinks of everything and always steps up to supplement and summarize. Jing's father felt that in the past 2 months his considerate daughter had suddenly become a bit too mature and meticulous in her actions, as if she had grown more than 10 years older overnight. How could she not think it through? Having lived another life with the soul of a 32-year-old woman residing in her heart, if she hadn't bought rice, flour, oil, and grain in advance, now they would be subject to purchase limits. With a daily limit of 500 yuan, how long would it take to buy enough grain for the coming years? Not to mention that in a month, all supplies would start to be limited. Starting from December 18th, free vegetable seedlings will be distributed in all cities and towns. The collection methods are as follows. Today, expert Wang will teach everyone which plants can be grown during the dark days. In the coming days, high temperatures are still expected. Several cases of heat stroke have occurred in regions like Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Guangdong. We urge the general public to take extra care. A slice of toast folded in half, with a Yuqing sausage and a fried egg sandwiched inside, layered with cheese and lettuce. Jing Shu watched the morning news and ate 3 such sandwiches in one go, along with a bowl of golden millet porridge, 2 boiled eggs, a plate of sweet and sour radish, and 2 pan-fried steaks. Burp. It seems her appetite has increased again, but her weight is still 52 kilograms. Grandpa Jing drank 4 bowls of millet porridge. His teeth hurt, so he couldn't eat solid food. Surprisingly, Grandpa Jing was experiencing a 3rd round of growth. His lost teeth were starting to grow back. When he went to the dentist, the doctor could only say, your situation is very special. On Sunday, December 18th, Jing's mother rarely had a day off. After breakfast, the family went to the IGA supermarket. The shelves were still piled high with goods, seemingly the same amount every day. Today, there were noticeably fewer people. Young people didn't get up so early. Those in WeChat circles claiming to snatch free instant noodles were scammers. It was mostly elderly grandpas and grandmas bringing their grandchildren to collect rice, and they left after collecting it. After all, even if they wanted to stock up on food, items with short shelf lives would be bought in a few days, and those with long shelf lives had been bought enough in the past 2 days. This was the 4th consecutive day Jing Shu's family came to collect relief supplies. It was Jing's mother's first time. After the novelty of collecting rice, they all strolled around the supermarket. When women enter a supermarket, not even 9 oxen can pull them back. Jing's father and grandfather each pushed 2 shopping carts. Grandma Jing was more reserved, but Jing's mother and Jing Shu started a new round of shopping. Jing Shu felt that no matter how much she bought, it wasn't enough. They didn't go to checkout until they couldn't carry anymore. At this moment, Jing's father's phone rang. After answering, his expression became strange. He looked at Jing Shu and said, "Old Zhu is inviting you to dinner. He insists that you must come. He's Zhu Zhengqi's father, my former colleague." Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. One moment her eyes were as gentle as a painting, the next her gaze was sharp. Noticing her father's frown, Jing Shu returned to a smile. "Sure, let's go. Then I'll let him know." After Zhu Zhengqi's father insisted on having lunch at noon, Jing Shu's father took the family to the pharmaceutical wholesale center to use their medical insurance cards. Last month, when Jing Shu bought medicines, the visits from her uncles and aunts' families interrupted her explanation. Later, she mentioned that the medicines were for neighbors in the countryside and that they had to withdraw cash from the medical insurance card because they were short on money at the time. Jing Shu's father had said they should deliver the medicines to the neighbors as soon as possible, but with the delay, and now that Jing Shu was no longer short of money. In any case, make sure to deliver the medicines to your aunts and uncles as soon as possible. You spendthrift. You buy everything in such large quantities. Are you lacking anything? Look at you.
You bought a whole room full of clothes during the Double 12 sale. Are you planning to eat clothes? Recently, Jing Shu's mother had been having headaches. Previously, her daughter was like mud that couldn't stick to the wall, and she worried. Now that her daughter was glued to the wall and wouldn't come down, she was still worried. She didn't know what had gotten into her daughter, who liked to buy things room by room, not treating money as money, and wouldn't stop until she had spent all of it each time. She thought the spending spree would end after the Double 11 sale, but during the Double 12 sale over the past few days, dozens of packages arrived at their door every day. Jing Shu had bought all kinds of underwear, outerwear, down jackets, and cotton-padded clothes that could withstand temperatures of minus 40 degrees Celsius for the whole family. At that time, Jing Shu's mother asked her, "What's this? Are you planning to take the whole family, young and old, to tour Russia, so you specially bought such thick clothes? Wasn't it buy one, get one free? As a rich second generation, don't I need a room full of nice clothes? The other day, someone even said that my walk-in closet was empty, saying I'm a fake rich second generation." Jing Shu's mother. Biological, biological, biological. Jing Shu's mother silently recited 3 times. Looking at her daughter again, she indeed felt much more agreeable. The medical insurance card money had been fully spent. Jing Shu was satisfied, having made up for another regret from her previous life. Seeing that there was still some time, the family went to buy many simulated sunlight lamps. Many people were coming to buy lamps. The Technology Channel also reported on these lamps daily, encouraging citizens to grow plants at home and use these lights. Now, the lamps had increased in price by 30%. Jing Shu quietly ordered another 10 sets of the UBC-invented bacterial solar panels. As expected, the price had also increased by 20%. They had even launched new portable handheld and medium-sized portable models. Jing Shu ordered 20 sets, spending a total of 250,000 yuan. They would be delivered tomorrow when her mother went to work. Now, whenever she bought anything, she had to hide it from her mother. But if she didn't let them know and took things out during the apocalypse, how would she explain it? Truly, to cover one lie, she had to make up thousands more. Refrigerators and freezers in stores had already sold out. They were cheap, had large capacities, and were suitable for storing fresh fruits and vegetables for a few days during the dark days. Only commercial freezers were left, and many people were scrambling to buy them. Everyone wanted to store more fresh fruits and vegetables and foods with short shelf lives when the dark days came. One refrigerator at home was simply not enough. It had to be said that everyone was making thorough preparations in the early stages of the apocalypse. Unfortunately, less than a month later, electricity usage began to be restricted. Half a year later, daily power supply was reduced to 2 hours, causing many deaths from heat stroke. A year later, it was reduced to half an hour. Jing Shu sighed and went with her father to the appointment, while her mother drove the 2 elderly folks to collect bean sprout seedlings, leek seedlings, garland chrysanthemum seedlings, lettuce seedlings, spinach seedlings, and garlic seedlings. These could be grown without sunlight. The state was now distributing them for free. Everyone could use facial recognition to collect them and grow them at home, reducing burdens and unnecessary expenses. After all, indoor vegetables and those grown with artificial lights had high costs, were expensive, and supply couldn't meet demand. So vegetable prices would definitely rise. The dim private room was filled with the smell of alcohol. When Jing Shu's father arrived with Jing Shu, a pot-bellied bald man came up, forcing a smile uglier than crying. "Old brother Jing Shu is here, please have a seat." Jing Shu had a kitchen knife ready in her space, prepared for anything. Over a month ago, Zhu Zhengti was still high-spirited and handsome, but now he was emaciated like a skeleton, shrinking in the corner of the private room, drinking beer while checking comments about him on his phone. He would burst into tears one moment and shake his head in denial the next. He scrolled through the comments like he was possessed. When he saw Jing Shu's father and Jing Shu arrive, he looked up with hatred in his eyes and roared, "Are you satisfied now? Is this the result you wanted? Why didn't you tell me earlier that you had such abilities? Why?" Jing Shu's father instinctively shielded her behind him. "Old Zhu? What's going on?" "It's all just kid stuff.
Jing Shu, Zhu Zhengqi is here to beg you. Please show mercy and spare him. Stop those things happening in Hebei. He has depression. Every time he has an episode, he takes stimulants. If he takes too much, he'll die. Jing Shu, please save him. He really can't handle those comments anymore. People call him, send messages, and leave insults on his social media every day. He can't take it and has attempted suicide several times. Jing Shu sneered. If he can't handle it, does that mean I can? Besides, can't he hire hundreds of thousands of trolls? Let him hire them to whitewash himself. Old Zhu's mouth twitched. No matter how many trolls he hires, it's useless. Jing Shu, what will it take for you to forgive him? Jing Shu snorted through her nose. First, he needs to issue a statement apologizing for all the things he's done over the years. Apologizing for defaming people, hiring trolls to attack others, everything. Second, when asking for forgiveness, he should act like someone seeking help. Old Zhu grabbed Zhu Zhengqi and started hitting him hard, gritting his teeth. No problem, quickly, ask Jing Shu for forgiveness. Dad. Zhu Zhengqi was extremely unwilling. Hurry up! Old Zhu gave him another beating. Zhu Zhengqi gritted his teeth, looked up with bloodshot eyes glaring at Jing Shu, and after a long while, hoarsely squeezed out a few words. Jing Shu, please forgive me. Can't hear you. Jing Shu pursed her lips. His gaze was still lacking a bit. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zhu Zhengqi's eyes seemed to blaze with fire, and he stared at Jing Shu with uncontrollable hatred. After another beating from his father, he shouted loudly, Jing Shu, please forgive me. All right, your gaze is good, I like it. Oh, remember, don't do unto others what you don't want done to you. Jing Shu's lips curled up. She loved it when enemies looked at her like this, yet were helpless, so pleasing to the eye. Jing Shu sometimes wondered if she was some kind of villain, always doing things that villains like to do. Naturally, they didn't have lunch. Jing Shu's father held back from speaking until after they parted ways, then asked what had happened and how she had bullied Zhu Zhengqi. How did I bully him? Clearly he bullied me. Jing Shu blinked. Seeing how miserable he looked, it doesn't seem like it. Jing Shu's father shook his head, his eyes dimming. Forget it. I don't want to have any more dealings with anyone or anything from my former company. Sometimes fate is just like that. The more you don't want to be entangled with something, the more it clings to you. Just like Jing Shu's father. But that's a story for another time. In the following days, the whole family plunged into a busy life. Jing Shu's father was responsible for planting a dwarf apple tree full of sweet apples in the front yard and transplanting an apricot tree laden with small white apricots to the backyard. Do they sell fruit trees with fruit already on them now? Why are the tree roots wrapped into a cube? What do you know? This is high tech, which allows the fruit trees to bear so much fruit. We'll have fresh fruit to eat for the next month, Grandpa Jing said, drooling. But his teeth began to ache again. He didn't know when his new teeth would grow in or how long the pain would last, truly suffering. Jing Shu held back her laughter and said nothing. This apple tree occupied a full 1 cubic meter of her space. The roots had nowhere to grow and ended up tangled together. Grandma Jing reorganized the front yard and planted vegetable seedlings. Grandpa Jing installed the lights, and Jing Shu's father arranged the mushroom kits in the living room. In about 10 days, various mushrooms would sprout. Jing Shu's mother was in charge of setting up grape trellises full of red grapes along the edges of the conservatory. There were 3 rows of flower racks in the middle, each with 6 layers. She then transplanted well-grown strawberries, sugar oranges, hawthorns, cherries, lychees, and more. For the fruits that grow on trees, entire branches were inserted into the soil with nutrient water, supposedly keeping them fresh for a long time. Jing Shu was responsible for making canned snow pears, cherries, oranges, lychees, and yellow peaches, drying strawberries, pineapples, red dates, and grapes, making persimmon cakes from persimmons, and juicing pomegranates, watermelons, and oranges. She stored the juices in 2-liter sealed jars in her space, ready to drink anytime she wanted. Due to the variety of fruits, and with the apple tree occupying 1 cubic meter of land, even after spending a month planting and harvesting 3 batches, the total amount wasn't much.
Jing Shu closed her live stream and didn't sell any, leaving a message in the live stream room. Will resume streaming after the dark days. This farewell might last 10 years, or perhaps a lifetime. Having prepared everything that needed to be done and with the apocalypse imminent, Jing Shu felt relaxed instead. This kind of relaxation was similar to the feeling before an exam, having done all the necessary preparations, just waiting for the test. Perhaps it was this change in mindset that finally led to a qualitative change in the Rubik's Cube she had been diligently practicing for nearly 2 months. Jing Shu felt a sense of enlightenment. As she practiced the Rubik's Cube at night, she became faster and more proficient. Thoughts about the next move, even the next 10 moves, emerged in her mind. As the random colors decreased and when she made the last twist to form 6 sides of the same color, Jing Shu quickly pressed the timer. Ding! 95 seconds. She had reached the level of a professional 9th Dan. Immediately, Jing Shu felt a headache and fainted once again. The 5x5 Rubik's Cube in her hand rapidly reassembled into a 6x6 Rubik's Cube. Jing Shu's Rubik's Cube space officially upgraded from a 4th-order cube to a 5pi 125 cubic meters 5th-order Rubik's Cube space. She was awakened again by her father's screams. Having slept on the floor all night, Jing Shu rushed to the yard without caring about anything else, where Grandma and Grandpa Jing were already present. Grandpa Jing held a shovel and said, "Stretch out your hand, I'll knock it unconscious." Jing Shu's father was holding a fishing net in one hand and shaking a fish vigorously with the other, but unfortunately, it wouldn't come off, as if stuck with super glue. Jing Shu looked closely and realized that her father's finger was being bitten by a crucian carp that wouldn't let go. The scene was somewhat indescribable. Grandpa Jing used the shovel to hit the fish several times. The fish was dead but still couldn't be pulled off. Jing Shu's father's index finger was bleeding a bit. Grandma Jing, distressed, suggested cutting it open from the side with a knife. Sigh. Jing Shu covered her face. Although she felt sorry for her father, why didn't she feel sad at all? She even wanted to laugh a little. In the end, Jing Shu smeared some oil inside the fish's mouth, covered it with a black bag, and in an instant, stored the fish into her space. She then took it out again, solving a problem that had stumped the family for several minutes. I just wanted to catch something casually. Who knew the fish I caught would be so fierce? Jing Shu's father was a bit shaken. Were the fish in their pond all piranhas? This was too dangerous. If you want to eat fish, I'll have to catch them. The fish in this pond are all wild and fierce. As Jing Shu spoke, she stirred the net vigorously, causing the fish to scatter. Using the net to touch and leverage her space ability, she caught some crayfish. With a snap, she tied up the bag. Look how fierce these crayfish are. They're still holding fish in their pincers. Shall we have spicy crayfish for lunch? Good, good. My granddaughter didn't eat so much for nothing, Grandma Jing said, her smile widening. The elderly lady loved spicy crayfish, always putting the whole shrimp in her mouth to savor. How come I'm not even as good as my daughter? Jing Shu's father went to put on a bandage. Everyone on social media says that without sunlight during the dark days, we need to supplement various vitamins. Should we go buy some? I've already bought them. Jing Shu recalled how, in her previous life, all kinds of vitamin supplements in pharmacies were sold out, and soon cooling and heat relief medicines were also snapped up. Medical insurance cards were subsequently restricted. In this life, she had prepared everything in advance. Jing Shu finally had time to look at her upgraded space and was very excited. She hadn't achieved this in her previous life, but in this life, it only took her 2 months. In the center was still the 1 cubic meter spiritual spring, now connected to 12 pieces of black soil. The remaining 112 cubic meters of space meant that the 5th-order Rubik's Cube space was twice as large as the 4th-order one, and even had 6 more pieces of black soil. Jing Shu was instantly filled with satisfaction. Taking advantage of the time, Jing Shu organized her new 5th-order Rubik's Cube space and replanned her supplies. 1 cubic meter of seeds, 3 cubic meters of chicken, duck, and quail eggs, 10 cubic meters of various dried fruits, 1 cubic meter of backup feed, 1 cubic meter of fish and insect feed, 1 cubic meter of bees, 1 cubic meter of water for bees, 5 cubic meters of gasoline, 1 cubic meter of Haagen-Dazs ice cream, 1 cubic meter of cooked steaks, 1 cubic meter of fruit juice, 1 cubic meter of beef jerky, diced rabbit meat and various cooked meats, 1 cubic meter of self-defense kitchen knives, daily necessities and simple clothing, 5 cubic meters for raising 10 pigs, 8 cubic meters for raising 2 cows and 4 sheep, 4 cubic meters for raising chickens, 2 cubic meters for raising ducks, 1 cubic meter for raising quails, 1 cubic meter for raising rabbits, 2 cubic meters for raising fish fry. In addition, Jing Shu spent a day collecting another 15 tons of mineral water into her space, occupying 15 cubic meters. If the villa's filtration system had issues, this would be the last life-saving water. She spent 3 days buying 10,000 liters of gasoline in batches, occupying another 10 cubic meters. When she wanted to buy more, gasoline was also limited and required ID verification. She stored more than half of the home's rice, flour, and oil into the space to extend their shelf life, occupying 15 cubic meters. In total, she used 87 cubic meters, leaving 25 cubic meters of space. Jing Shu also reorganized the black soil. 4 cubic meters continued to grow fruits. She planned to juice them and freeze the juice to welcome the scorching sun. The leftover fruit pulp could feed the pigs without waste. 8 cubic meters were planted with vegetables: tomatoes, eggplants, pumpkins, broad beans, sesame, soybeans, etc. She planned to gradually transplant some to the conservatory in the early stages of the apocalypse. In the blink of an eye, it was December 31st. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. This was the last day to see the sun before the apocalypse. For the 17th consecutive day, Jing Shu's family arrived at the IGA supermarket. Since the day before yesterday, S-shaped queue barriers had been set up at the entrance, and the lines stretched all the way to the parking area, filled with people waiting. As a few people exited, a few were allowed in, maintaining order inside the supermarket to prevent chaos. Jing Shu's family had been in line for over half an hour and still hadn't passed the security checkpoint. "Mom, let's skip collecting the rice and go home. It's winter, but it's 30 degrees Celsius. The sun is harsh, and with so many people, the air isn't circulating. Look, several elderly people have already suffered heat stroke," Jing Shu's father said, wiping his sweat. They were surrounded by people in line. Fortunately, his daughter had the foresight to bring 2 high stools for the grandparents, drawing envious and jealous glances from those around them. "It's the last day to collect free rice. Hang in there a bit longer. Once we're inside the supermarket, there will be air conditioning," Grandma Jing said. Aside from feeling hot, she was in good spirits. She found it strange. She could feel her body getting better and better. As for Grandpa Jing, he was happily chatting with a young man in his 20s. "Grandpa Jing, I can chat up a storm with anyone, just not with my son." Jing Shu closed her eyes and was juicing pomegranates in her space. In her hand, she held a large cup of chilled watermelon juice, sipping continuously through a straw. Jing Shu's father remarked that she'd been drinking for half an hour and hadn't finished yet, making him envious. Jing Shu stuck out her tongue and then handed it over for her father to finish. Another 10 minutes passed before the family finally passed the security check and entered the supermarket. Inside, it was crowded with people. Since it was Saturday, entire families had come out. There were people inquiring about prices, chatting idly, children crying for snacks, and when they ran into acquaintances, they'd stop to chat. The supermarket loudspeaker was playing a recording urging people to leave quickly after shopping. At this moment, people's faces still carried relaxed smiles. They planned to buy a bit more grain on the last day to stock up. After collecting their free rice, most would carry another 5 or 6 bags of rice. With the 500 yuan purchase limit on grain, they could buy 6 or 7 10 kg bags of regular rice. For an average family with vegetables and snacks, occasionally eating out or ordering takeout, a 10 kg bag of rice could last several months. Buying 6 or 7 bags seemed sufficient for a year in most people's eyes. But without side dishes, vegetables, fruits, and snacks, grain would be consumed very quickly. The supermarket had signs saying, "All items are available without quantity limits." They were confident, but the prices weren't low. Long queues lined up in the pork, beef, and mutton sections. Prices had been rising daily, and people feared that if they waited a few more days, they wouldn't be able to afford it, so they wanted to buy several kilograms more. Prices in the seafood section had also risen significantly. After all, buying live ones to keep at home meant they could have fresh seafood any time over the next half-month. Logically speaking, the disappearance of sunlight for a month would have little impact on meat and seafood. But as vegetables decreased and prices soared, demand naturally shifted to meat, seafood, and even side dishes and snacks. With increased demand, prices naturally rose accordingly. Snack foods had increased by about 10%. Even instant noodles were a few cents more expensive. There were even more people in the vegetable section. Everyone was buying baskets full. But no matter how much was taken, it would be replenished instantly. The state had prepared for several months in advance, cracking down on corruption for months to prevent shortages when people hoarded grain, and to stop merchants from price gouging and causing market chaos, which could lead to panic and collapse. It's better to channel than to block. Every time we Chinese face a disaster, we like to hoard grain, right? Then let them hoard and hoard until they feel secure. When they see that no matter how much they buy, supplies remain abundant as usual, people will naturally feel at ease. There was an entire warehouse just for Chinese cabbage. People were buying it by the sackful. Cabbage is filling, lasts a long time, and is nutritious, so naturally many people bought it. These heartless profiteers. A single Chinese cabbage costs 12 yuan now. It was only 2 yuan before, Grandma Jing exclaimed. She couldn't read, but at least recognized numbers. Didn't they say price gouging was prohibited? Grandpa Jing watched the news daily, which said such things should be reported. Jing Shu's father shook his head. Vegetable prices have been rising over the past 10 days. The daily price increase is within the normal range, going up a few cents or a yuan each day, and it adds up. Just watch. Prices will be even higher in a few days. 12 yuan is really cheap. In a few months, even 1,000 yuan might not buy one. After collecting the rice, they wandered around the supermarket. Firstly, there were too many people, and checking out would take a long time. Secondly, they found there wasn't much worth buying. So Jing Shu's family went home to help Grandma and Grandpa Jing pack up. The elderly couple was going to stay at Third Aunt Jing Lai's home for a few days. In reality, it was to separate Jing Shu's father and grandfather for a while. The elders had lived through times of famine. A few days earlier, they had called the 3 aunts, urging them to store more grain, grow more vegetables, and be prepared. If it didn't snow in winter, next year's harvest wouldn't be good, and grain prices would rise. Eldest Aunt Jing Pan said she lived in a town, had vegetables growing at home, and recently exchanged apples for a batch of grain. She asked when Grandma Jing would return home so she could bring some grain over. Second Aunt Jing Zhao said she also wanted to stock up more but lacked money. With the speakerphone on, Grandma and Grandpa Jing felt very awkward. Jing Shu's whole family was listening. After hanging up, Jing Shu's father had Jing Shu transfer 100,000 yuan over. There was no other way. The money Jing Shu's father got from withdrawing his shares had been borrowed by Jing Shu to buy gasoline and other supplies. Third Aunt Jing Lai was temporarily staying in a 2-bedroom apartment in Wuchang with her daughter. She had been going on big shopping trips every day, saying she bought enough for Grandma and Grandpa Jing too, inviting them to stay. Grandma, Grandpa, after staying a few days, please come back home. All right. After the dark days are over, we still have to help you with your live streaming. We've been staying here for so long. We should go see your third aunt and your cousin Wu Yui, the elderly couple said. They packed simple luggage, brought along a few jars of pickled vegetables and canned food, and Jing Shu's father sent over the spicy beef jerky. Jing Shu also packed some herbal jelly mixed with diluted spiritual spring water for the elders to eat a little each day. In this life, they were living nearby, and with the spiritual spring water improving their bodies, they wouldn't pass away due to hunger or illness this time. In the now empty villa, only Jing Shu was left, rocking on a lounge chair by the fish pond. Jing Shu's father had set up a sunshade umbrella. Jing Shu drank shaved ice yogurt while basking in the sun, occasionally tossing fish food and watching the fierce fish scramble for it. Truly enjoyable. Perhaps this was really the last time in her life to see the sun. Jing Shu felt a bit melancholic. She lay there until the sun set, then completely closed the tempered glass cover to prevent dust that night. After taking many photos as mementos, she went to cook dinner. The meal was chicken stewed with shiitake mushrooms, braised kelp with black pork ribs, and stir-fried romaine lettuce, a generous amount that the family finished completely. Jing Shu's mother had been in a low mood these days and went to bed early. Jing Shu thought it must be that Yu Kai-nai was giving her trouble at work again. Jing Shu's father freed his hands by putting the pots and bowls into the automatic dishwasher. He praised Jing Shu's thoughtfulness daily. Otherwise, it would have been his chore. After one last check of the water source, food, and poultry, Jing Shu began an all-night practice with her Rubik's Cube space. She couldn't sleep. In this life, she wanted to witness the arrival of the apocalypse. Later, people designated January 1st, 2223, the day when the sun disappeared, as the first day of the apocalypse. Online activities were unusually lively. The themes of New Year's Eve galas mostly included the hot topic of the dark days. At 3 o'clock in the morning, both Weibo and CCTV were still live-streaming the expected images of the stellar collision. Night owls were enthusiastically showing off their hoarded grains at home, watching scientists boast about how fortunate it was that Earth was far enough away. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed, and so on. At this moment, the people of China were filled with a sense of security. With ample food supplies, there was no panic. Every household had hoarded quite a bit. Boom! The live broadcast finally changed, and just as calculated, the stars collided. In fact, Jing Shu didn't understand anything. She just saw the commentators excitedly jumping around. The screen was filled with exclamations like, "Whoa!" from the audience, leaving Jing Shu a bit confused. This was completely different from what she had imagined. Jing Shu couldn't sleep initially, but the images of the stellar collision had a hypnotic effect. Watching and watching, she fell asleep. When she woke up at 10 the next morning, there was indeed no sunlight outside. In her previous life at this time, she had been diligently live-streaming and had gained many followers. According to reports, various regions are experiencing varying degrees of dustfall. In just one night, 3 to 5 centimeters have accumulated, and it continues to fall. Citizens going out are advised to wear masks to avoid inhaling dust into the lungs and to take appropriate measures. Starting from January 1st, consumption limits will be placed on medical insurance cards. Citizens are advised to purchase vitamins and other health supplements rationally. In some areas, industrial dust mixed with the falling dust has caused various types of pollution. Many residents have reported murky or black water and are questioning whether it is safe to drink. This matter is under further investigation. On this rare Sunday, Jing Shu's mother didn't go to work. The family watched the news while eating breakfast. Jing Shu's mother went to feed the pigs, cows, and sheep and to clean up. The chicken coop was stuffy and hot. She quickly turned on the air conditioning and set the entire villa to a constant temperature of 26 degrees C. Jing Shu's father wanted to climb a ladder to clean the tempered glass cover. A thick layer of dust covered it, making the already dim villa pitch black. Fortunately, we have the tempered glass covering the entire villa. Otherwise, the whole place would be filled with dust. Jing Shu's mother couldn't imagine how dirty that would be. Thinking about it, the expensive tempered glass they installed for appearance's sake turned out to be useful. Indeed, no one expected it to rain dust. The particles and dust generated by the stellar collision not only covered the atmosphere, but also leaked down, causing the phenomenon of dustfall, which would continue for a long time. The news said that with the sun blocked, the Earth would cool down. It did cool down. Nighttime temperatures dropped to a few degrees, but during the day, temperatures soared again. 35 degrees C in Wucheng, nearly 50 degrees C in Hainan, and 40 degrees C in Guangdong, Fujian, and Sichuan. It was entirely like summer. Jing Shu wore sports shorts and a t-shirt, layered with windproof pants and jacket tucked into rain boots, and donned double-layered masks and a hat to go out to dispose of waste. She also let out number 1 for a walk. Each step sank into thick dust. Although it was daytime, it was so dim that one couldn't see people or objects clearly. In the vast neighborhood, only a few houses had lights on. The streetlights in the community and on distant roads were on. Approaching the lights, beneath them were dense swarms of mosquitoes and continuously falling dust particles. Only in the first month of the apocalypse could people afford to lavishly keep the streetlights on. The battle chicken was as excited as a husky, sprinting around, flapping its wings to assist in running and flying, pecking at mosquitoes to eat. Now, when Jing Shu called its name, it could understand and quickly run back. Insects near the mountain appeared in large numbers from who knows where, and their noises were eerie. The battle chicken felt like it was in heaven, crazily pecking at insects to eat. After disposing of waste and running for a while, Jing Shu felt unbearably hot. It seemed that no matter how much spiritual spring water she drank, it didn't prevent heat or cold. She hurried home to take a shower. The water is all yellow with dust now. How can we drink it? The small supermarket at the entrance has run out of mineral water again. Are you sure you don't want to go buy more water together? A middle-aged woman in her 50s stood at the villa gate, covering her nose and mouth with a damp towel to prevent dust inhalation, her head wrapped in a towel. Not for now, Jing Shu's father said, also wearing a mask and sweating profusely as he shoveled thick dust to the side, panting heavily. His spendthrift daughter had spent 200,000 won to install an American-style water filtration system. Why would he need to buy water? Look at the videos my brother sent. People are scrambling for water in major supermarkets in the city. Many stores are out of water. Who knows how long this dust will keep falling? You should at least buy enough water for a week. Just go to the IGA supermarket, the woman urged anxiously. Really, we're not going for now. If you can't find a ride, I can call one for you, Jing Shu's father offered. The woman hurriedly declined. Never mind, I'll see if anyone else is going and catch a ride with them. Hiring a car back and forth costs money. She ran off in a flash. Watching her back, Jing Shu said, "Was she trying to hitch a ride?" Her father, covered in dust, nodded. "She saw our lights on and wanted us to go buy water together. Let's go. We finished our work. I'm going to take a shower." "Dad, make sure to clean the dirt out of the filter head every day, or it'll get clogged," Jing Shu reminded. "Got it," he replied. So Jing Shu's father spent half an hour clearing mud from the villa's external pipes. "When will this end?" he complained. See how finicky people are in the early apocalypse. Water mixed with dirt is just a bit harder to drink. Jing Shu thought it was at least much better than the red threadworm-infested water of next year. Really. When you take a sip, many wormheads get stuck between your teeth, and their tails get lodged in your throat. Do you bite them off and swallow, or pull them out entirely, chew them, and then swallow? In her previous life, Jing Shu would pull the worms from between her teeth, chew them 28 times, and then swallow to increase satiety. She didn't want to experience that again in this life. Although the tempered glass cover over the villa blocked the dust, it had the downside of absorbing heat and lacking ventilation. The villa felt like a steamer. Jing Shu used commercial ice makers to produce ice, placing buckets of ice around the villa to lower the temperature, changing them every 2 hours, which made it much better. She also made extra ice, crushed it, and used the milk they had stored for half a month to make yogurt, which she put into her space. She added sugar and crushed ice to make yogurt smoothies, sweet, sour, and refreshing. Oh, today Jing Shu also checked the UBC solar panels, which still generated some electricity under these conditions. Jing Shu was quite pleased. With the current usage of at least 8 hours of lighting, various appliances, solar lighting, central air conditioning, and other electrical consumption, they used at least 40 kilowatt hours per day. Monthly electricity costs would be over 800 yuan, more than triple that of an average household. Under such dim conditions, the 10 UBC solar panels could generate about 30 kilowatt hours per day, barely enough. If it wasn't enough, they could use a gasoline generator, consuming an extra liter of fuel per day, which would definitely suffice. In the evening news, experts came out to explain, water mixed with dust is safe to drink. There's absolutely no problem. We suggest that after collecting the water, let it settle for a few minutes, transfer it to another container, let it settle a few more times, and then boil it before drinking. But the issue of people scrambling for water hadn't been properly resolved. Next came high-temperature orange alerts, and many regions reported severe cases of heat stroke leading to death. Someone in Jing Shu's neighborhood had died. Someone Jing Shu knew. It was the elderly couple from a few days ago who wanted to hitch a ride to go out and buy water. At around 7 or 8 in the evening, the sky was pitch black. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face, and there were no moon or stars. The temperature had dropped to 6 degrees C. The sound of police sirens broke the silence. Jing Shu's family had just finished dinner and, upon hearing the noise, put on their coats, windproof clothing, masks, and hats before going out to see what was happening. Under the streetlights, the variety of flying insects was increasing, buzzing incessantly. By the time Jing Shu's family arrived, there were already 5 or 6 security guards, 6 or 7 nearby residents, police officers, and forensic personnel present. The elderly couple who had wanted to hitch a ride that day were lying in bed wrapped in thick quilts. Their bodies had already decomposed, producing many maggots, and flies were crawling up and down laying eggs. It seemed that a batch of maggots had already hatched. The whole house was filled with the unpleasant smell of decay. Jing Shu's mother, frightened, hid in her husband's arms. Jing Shu's father instinctively covered her eyes, and then they remembered they had a daughter. Perhaps they were the true love, and Jing Shu was just an accident. But Jing Shu calmly looked at the corpses, even feeling an urge to study them. She listened as a neighbor aunt explained what had happened. For 2 consecutive days there was this nauseating smell. We couldn't stand it anymore and told the security guards. Later they traced the smell to their house. When they pried open the door, this is what they found. The forensic officer, wearing gloves, carefully examined the bodies. Pointing to the unopened air conditioner, he said, "There's a big temperature difference between day and night. At night, temperatures drop below 0. They might have tried to save electricity by not turning on the air conditioner, instead covering themselves with quilts and closing the windows. Then, by 6 or 7 in the morning, temperatures rose to 40 degrees C. High temperatures combined with dehydration and heat stroke, and poor air circulation. They suffocated. Setting the air conditioner to a constant temperature would have been fine. There have already been more than a dozen such deaths in the city," the forensic officer said routinely. The aunt tried to save money by hitching rides and not turning on the air conditioner, but ended up with such a fate. The forensic officer took some photos, and the police, familiar with the procedure, wrapped the bodies in body bags and took them away, leaving 2 staff members to begin disinfection and post-processing. "Hello, are you new neighbors? I'm Wang Qi from Building 13. I've created a neighborhood group with over 60 people now. Would you like to join? It's easier to discuss any issues together," a dark-skinned man in his 30s said enthusiastically. Jing Shu and her father joined the group. Jing Shu particularly wanted to ask at that moment, "Do you have a younger brother named Wang Baba?" 1. Note: in Chinese, Wang Qi means Wang 77, and Wang Baba means Wang 88. Additionally, Wang Ba is a homonym for an insult meaning bastard or scoundrel. Jing Shu is making a pun here. "What building are you in?" For convenience, everyone should note their building numbers. No need to mention specific units or floors. "We're in the villa area." Wang Qi was a bit surprised, sizing up the family quickly. He then promptly added remarks next to Jing Shu and her father's names. "There aren't many residents in the villa area now, and it's more remote. If anything comes up, just mention it in the group. Everyone will help if they can." "Thank you very much." "No need to be so polite, we're all neighbors. You can check the announcements. We have contacts for food delivery, water delivery, car services, supermarket phone numbers, etc. If you have any additions, feel free to let me know." Wang Qi then went to speak with the aunt who had just spoken, as well as a few others watching the commotion. He even pulled the security guards into the group and added notes. Before long, the group owner, Wang Qi, mentioned everyone, recounting the tragic death of the elderly couple at home, and reminded everyone not to skimp on electricity. Set your air conditioners to a constant temperature, and if you don't have one, buy one quickly. Young Master, I have kids. Building 13. Damn, scared me into turning on the air conditioner immediately. Wang Shuimei, Building 2. Anyone in the group selling air conditioners or have contacts for air conditioner sales? Please share. In the north, few have air conditioners. In the south, there's no heating. Due to high daytime temperatures, nighttime cooling, and muddy water, air conditioners, refrigerators, and water purifiers were sold out nationwide. Even second-hand fans were sold out in appliance stores. Online orders were backlogged for 2 months, and scalpers offered to deliver within 3 days at high prices. The chaos at the beginning of the apocalypse started from here. The dustfall had been ongoing for more than a week. In places with snowplows, they used them to clear the streets of dust. Where they didn't have such equipment, people swept manually. Elementary schools and kindergartens remained closed, while middle and high school students in various units were assigned areas to sweep daily. If not swept for a day, a thick layer would accumulate, and a light breeze would send dust flying everywhere. Hospitals saw many cases of heat stroke and pneumoconiosis, and online complaints were rampant. Are you kidding me? After shoveling snow for over a decade in the north and escaping to work in the south, now I have to sweep dust every day? Sweeping dust is one thing, but eating dust is worse. Everything we eat, use, and live in is covered in dust. No matter how we try to prevent it, we can't. Even the water we bathe in is muddy. You guys have it better. Our reservoir is clogged with silt from the dust and can't discharge water. We've already lost our water supply and rely on water trucks daily. The rivers here have been filled with dust. We line up every day to buy mineral water. Even muddy water would be fine. Across the country, frequent power outages and circuit failures occurred due to overloading from 24-hour air conditioner use amid alternating high and low temperatures. In some areas, rivers and reservoirs were filled with dust, and with high daytime temperatures accelerating evaporation, droughts occurred. Many lakes and reservoirs were decreasing by several centimeters daily. The state initiated various remedial measures. Every day, online news exposed reservoirs turning into mud pits and mineral water companies halting production, further fueling people's frenzy to hoard mineral water. The price of a bottle of mineral water soared to 10 yuan, and various beverages were even more expensive. Supermarkets had ample food supplies, but the first things to run out were water and drinks, something no one had anticipated. Water plants nationwide began 24-hour filtration and accelerated production. Where reservoirs were blocked, water trucks were dispatched. The public was urged to conserve water. If there's water coming out of your tap, make do with it. Having water is better than nothing. Don't be picky. One crisis after another ensued. Before the dust and water issues were resolved, some regions entered ultra-high temperatures nearing 50 degrees C, and outbreaks of diseases from chickens, pigs, and cattle dying from heat began to spread. Cases of death from heat stroke accumulated to tens of thousands, with the highest numbers in the north. Surprisingly, the hottest southern regions, Guangdong, Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Sichuan, had the fewest deaths, reportedly because they were more accustomed to high temperatures. Half of the north had suspended classes and work, while in the southern metropolis, everything operated as usual. Police, doctors, government officials, and others certainly wouldn't stop working. In her previous life, Jing Shu's mother continued working non-stop, which eventually led to her heat stroke. "Mom, there's chilled mung bean soup in the thermos, cold cucumber salad and white-cut chicken in the insulated container, and make sure to eat the herbal jelly," Jing Shu said, handing over a small box. In this life, she couldn't persuade her stubborn mother to stop working, but with the spiritual spring water, it wouldn't be so easy for her to suffer heat stroke. Eat less chicken, duck, and pork. There's an outbreak of epidemics in the south. At Jing Shu's mother's workplace, the canteen food was full of sand. Eating rice meant swallowing it directly without chewing, or else you'd damage your teeth. Jing Shu's mother had chipped a tooth eating the canteen's food, so Jing Shu decided to prepare meals for her to take to work. This hadn't happened in the previous life. Aren't these home-raised? Our poultry doesn't come into contact with the outside world, and as long as we maintain ventilation and temperature, there won't be any problems. When Grandpa comes back, he'll have to work with Dad to convert the chicken coop into a double-decker. Otherwise, it's too small. I know. Sigh, although some farms have properly handled their poultry according to regulations, more farms have processed this questionable meat into various braised meats, cured meats, and sold them. Jing Shu's father thought of the countless untreated chickens and ducks floating in black water in the big boilers and felt like vomiting. Actually, having food to eat is already good enough. Now, with poultry dying en masse from the heat, it's not too serious yet. In less than 2 or 3 months, if the dead poultry aren't disposed of and are piled up together, they'll rot and breed maggots. That's when it becomes serious. At first, people refused to eat meat. Later, they relied on eating maggots so finicky. We don't dare to eat poultry meat from outside now. Vegetable prices have gone up a lot, and even grain prices have risen. I hope the dark days will end in a dozen days, so we can finally relax, Jing Shu's mother said with a headache. The dark days probably won't end. The apocalypse is just beginning, but no one has realized it yet. After sending her mother off to work, Jing Shu picked up a pen and started jotting down the events that happened in the first year of the apocalypse to make appropriate preparations. Mainly it's been 10 years, and Jing Shu had forgotten some things. In her previous life, during the first month of the apocalypse, Jing Shu stayed at home enjoying the air conditioning and live streaming. Her father and mother continued to work as usual. In Wucheng, half the water was muddy. Her father pulled strings and spent a lot to buy a batch of mineral water, but unfortunately he gave away a small portion, leading to a water shortage later. Now it's January 14th. In a few days, due to the high temperatures, the fish in the rivers will die and float, thoroughly polluting the water sources. By the end of the month, electricity will be rationed, and it will become difficult to get gasoline and natural gas. After a month and a half, the water supply will be cut off, and water will have to be provided by water trucks, with each household receiving a limited amount. After nearly 2 months and the dark days still haven't passed, everyone will enter a state of crisis and start hoarding more grain. But as electricity supply times decrease, temperatures get hotter. Combined with water shortages, restrictions on buying grain, reduced supplies, and so on, within a few months, the darkest half-year, where people band together to kill and commit heinous acts, will occur. Jing Shu bit her pen. So the current shortcoming is an absolute lack of combat power. She had strengthened a lot through the spiritual spring water. She could knock down an adult man with one punch, but even a master can be beaten to death by a flurry of punches, let alone someone like her without any foundation. She quickly wrote down a plan. At least before the arrival of the darkest half-year, she needs to get firearms, and she must set up mechanisms in the villa for defense. Prevent various sudden attacks, always be prepared with foolproof life-saving measures. No matter what weapons the other side uses, she must ensure she can be protected instantly and have the ability to counterattack to prevent the tragedy of the previous life. Jing Shu's only trump card is her absolute control over the Rubik's Cube space, so how can she use the Rubik's Cube space to save her life? Beep, beep. Messages from the community group interrupted Jing Shu's thoughts. Supermarket owner buy. Everyone? I just got a batch of mineral water, 20 yuan per bottle. If you want some, leave a message with your building number, and I'll deliver it to you. Young madam with kids, building 13. Boss Buy can still get water now. Impressive. What's the brand? So expensive? Supermarket owner buy. Locally produced. Then the group started scrambling for water. Now the big supermarkets limit the number of water bottles each person can buy, but daily new arrivals are snapped up quickly. Water plants across the country cannot keep up with people's consumption of purified water. Actually, the tap water has too much sand and dirt. Installing one filter is definitely not enough. You need to install 6, like Jing Shu did. For domestic use, using muddy water is acceptable, but for drinking water, no matter how you let it settle, it's still a mouthful of sand, which many people can't stand, leading to the current scarcity of mineral water. Jing Shu remembered that in the early days, some people, to make money, used industrial filtered water, filled it into mineral water bottles, and sold it through small vendors. Many people got diarrhea and heavy metal poisoning after drinking it. Those with weaker constitutions even passed away, which was worse than eating heat-killed chickens. Searching online, she found that indeed many locally produced waters are industrially filtered water. So she took a screenshot and posted it in the community group, reminding everyone to check when purchasing. Supermarket owner buy. Jing Shu from the villa area,
You're not buying, so why are you talking nonsense? I use connections to get the goods at 19 yuan per bottle. I'm earning 1 yuan of hard-earned money. You post such a picture comparing me to profiteering small vendors. What do you mean? Luxury car dealer, Building 5. Boss, don't mind her. Hurry up and deliver the water to us. Luo Hao, Building 13. Exactly. So what if you live in the villa area? Wind, Building 3. It's locally produced and still so expensive. Isn't it industrially filtered water? Can it be cheaper? Young madam with kids, Building 13. Jing Shu's reminder is good. I have kids and can't take risks. I don't want the water anymore. Then several others also canceled their orders, making the supermarket owner angry. Jing Shu from the villa area, I remember you. Don't ever come to buy water or anything. Wang Tiki, Building 13. All right, everyone, stop arguing. Jing Shu from the villa area has a point. Everyone should check when buying things. The group quieted down a lot. Jing Shu was just kindly reminding them, not being overly righteous to stop them from courting disaster. In the apocalypse, it's good enough to take care of yourself. Before long, Jing Shu's father also saw the group messages. Jing An from the villa area. Supermarket owner Bai, is the small supermarket at the entrance of the community yours? Supermarket owner Bai. Yes, do you want water? Jing An from the villa area. All right, got it. At 4 p.m., the temperature in Wuchang reached 49 degrees C. Jing Shu sat in the police station lobby, enjoying the air conditioning and drinking chilled orange juice, ignoring the people around her who were eyeing her enviously. So, you knew in advance that the supermarket owner was selling industrial water and reminded the community group members, but you were insulted by the supermarket owner. Then your father went to the supermarket to reason with him, questioning why he was selling industrial water, which led to a conflict. Your father's actions were normal self-defense, right? The staff member confirmed again. Jing Shu nodded like a pecking chick. The truth was that her father suddenly went to the supermarket and beat the supermarket owner until he couldn't take care of himself, and then the supermarket owner's wife called the police. When the police came to arrest Jing Shu's father, Jing Shu came to the rescue. That neighbor named Luo Hao drank the water and soon got heavy metal poisoning. He sent a help message in the group, and everyone realized that the supermarket owner was selling industrial water. Jing Shu took the opportunity to discuss with her father. You did very well. For such behavior of selling industrial water at high prices, we will punish it severely. We will confiscate all his supplies and subject him to labor reform. In view of your courageous action, this will be recorded in your file. You can rest here a bit more until your father comes out. The staff member saluted and left with the report. Jing Shu hurriedly returned the salute, but accidentally raised her hand too high, turning it into a young pioneer salute. She got a bit too excited. In this area, more than a dozen desks and chairs were arranged, handling over 10 cases of fights, thefts, and other disputes simultaneously. The arrival of the dark days had led to an increase in thefts in Wucheng recently. Nearby stood several thieves locked in front of desks, couples who had fought, and those who took advantage of the chaos to commit misdeeds. The reason Jing Shu was excited was that she saw 2 extremely heavy wall-embedded giant safes, the so-called gun safes, with dedicated officers standing guard beside them. China isn't like foreign countries, where post-apocalyptic sci-fi scenes play out every day. Domestically, well, in Jing Shu's 32 years of previous life, she had never seen ordinary people possessing guns. If the apocalypse abroad was like Game of Thrones comparing heavy weapons, then the apocalypse domestically was like farm tools battle, with various shovels, kitchen knives, and hoes imitating gangsters in groups. The level was not just a little lower, facepalm. In TV dramas and novels, people easily rob armories shortly after the apocalypse. Well, in Jing Shu's experience, that never succeeded. First, the apocalypse didn't happen suddenly but slowly, like boiling a frog in warm water, gradually encroaching. By the time you realized it, it was already too late, so there was no sudden collapse of the social system. Second, small-scale groups attempting this were just sending themselves to their deaths. Third, even if the armory was right in front of you, if you didn't know the password and couldn't open the safe, you were helpless. Forcibly tampering with the safe would lock it directly. You couldn't pry it open or smash it. It's just a lump of iron. Fourth, even if you knew the password, opening the safe required network authorization, on-site authorization, and verification. 3 levels of passwords. Just like transferring over 500,000 yuan from a bank requires network authorization, even if you overcame all obstacles and opened a safe. But guns and bullets were stored separately. You might have bullets but no gun, or a gun but no bullets. Choose one. In China, obtaining weapons is truly difficult. Jing Shu had been thinking of ways but didn't expect that by coincidence today she encountered the safes and could stand openly beside them. Otherwise, try standing next to the safes without a reason and see what happens. They might turn you into a sieve. Could Jing Shu not be excited? Standing beside the 2 safes, she pretended to send a voice message to her mother while using the Rubik's Cube Spaces feature. It can store items in contact with an object. In other words, she touched the safe and stored the items inside. The safe didn't make any strange noises. Yes, it works. The safes were tall and heavy, containing about dozens of weapons. The more advanced ones should be in even more secure armories. Jing Shu quickly took 2 unnumbered handguns to delay the possibility of being discovered. Then, in another safe, she found bullets and swiftly stored some. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. Please go elsewhere to make phone calls. The duty officer waved his hand, not allowing people to get close. Sorry. Jing Shu slipped away, almost saluting again. Using the Rubik's Cube space to steal things might be the most awkward kind of cheat, but to save her life in the future, Jing Shu still did it. And when she got back, she needed to practice properly to enhance her trump cards. Not long after, Jing Shu's father finished giving his statement and came out. He scratched his head helplessly. When I get excited, I can't control myself. The young officer Zhao Yun shook hands with Jing Shu's father and joked, Remember, next time, don't hit the face. His face was so swollen we couldn't understand what he was saying. We had to guess. Absolutely. All right then. Thanks to you, we've caught the largest local seller of industrial water. In a few days, once everything is settled, you can come back to receive your commendation for bravery. For now, go home. Jing Shu's father and Jing Shu picked up her mother after work to go home together. Although it was daytime, the streetlights in Wucheng were dazzling. Huge LED screens on skyscrapers flaunted their light shows, turning Wucheng into a bustling city that never sleeps, a final splendor before the storm. There was always a snowplow clearing thick dust on the road. Pedestrians wore double-layered masks and hats, dressed in shorts and t-shirts. Despite holding umbrellas, each person still had a layer of dust on them. They held 30 yuan milk teas but didn't dare to drink, afraid of swallowing dirt. These were people rushing about for their livelihood. The elderly and children no longer dared to go out in such hot weather. On the way, Jing Shu's father said that recently, he didn't know why, but he became particularly impulsive and always wanted to hit people. Jing Shu's mother nodded in agreement. Didn't I chip my tooth? Today I found out it was my colleague Tian Qing who came along when we were selling the house. To please Yu Kainai, she deliberately messed with me. I was so angry I couldn't control myself and slapped her twice. Jing Shu was shocked, her mouth wide open. It turned out that her butterfly effect from raising the house price led to Yu Kainai's resentment, causing her mother to lose a tooth. No wonder this didn't happen in her previous life. Are you okay? Jing Shu's father asked nervously. She tried to scratch me, so I gently pushed her, but she deliberately slammed herself hard against the wall, injuring herself so badly that her head was bleeding, and she needed 7 stitches. She's really ruthless to herself, causing me to be reprimanded, have my bonus deducted, and write a self-criticism. It's infuriating, her mother said aggrievedly. As long as you're okay, Jing Shu's father said, holding her hand while driving, ignoring their daughter sitting in the back seat. Jing Shu's mouth twitched. Perhaps her mother hadn't realized how strong she had become. Maybe the colleague didn't deliberately hit the wall. See how the spiritual spring turned a gentle hen into an extremely fierce battle chicken,
turned crucian carp into fighting piranhas, and made her whole family resolve issues with force. Maybe this is a drawback of the spiritual spring? Being able to provoke her mother's anger, Jing Shu thought it was actually not bad. When they got home, it was already 6:30 p.m. Jing Shu added water to the leftover rice from lunch and boiled it into porridge. She chopped the marinated tenderloin into small pieces, blanched them to remove foam and any off flavors, chopped preserved eggs, and when the porridge was ready, added the tenderloin and preserved eggs, stirred, added oil and salt, sprinkled chopped green onions. A delicious and nourishing preserved egg and lean meat porridge was served. Side dishes were cold-dressed enoki mushrooms and chilled sliced beef shank. At 7 p.m., the family watched TV while having dinner. The current situation was not good. The continuous high temperatures not only caused mass deaths of livestock, but also severely damaged crops, directly burning most of the nearly mature and half-mature vegetables and grains, causing vegetable and fruit prices to triple again. Originally, it was expected that the dark days would reduce crop yields for a month, but now, except for greenhouses with temperature control, there would be no harvest for the next quarter. Wang Qiki, Building 13. Everyone, I just returned from the hospital. Unfortunately, I have to tell you that our neighbor Luo Hao died due to heavy metal poisoning compounded by heat stroke. Rescue efforts were unsuccessful. Another person had died. Just a few hours ago, he was a living, breathing individual, still competing for water in the group chat. Now he had become a corpse. A sense of panic spread throughout the chat group. Several people were asking what had happened, how things had become so severe that it led to death. At the same time, everyone was furiously cursing supermarket owner Bai. Wang Suomei, Building 2. Supermarket owner Bai, you knew it was industrial water and still sold it to us at a high price. What are you thinking? People like you who make black-hearted money should just die. Young Madame with Kids, Building 13. Good thing I didn't get water today. The chickens, ducks, and pigs outside are all diseased. The water is industrial water. Vegetables are being sold at dozens of times their normal price. We're scorched during the day and freezing at night. When will the dark days end? Wind, Building 3. Luckily, I only drank a few sips before getting my stomach pumped. Supermarket owner Bai, you owe me compensation. Wang Qiki, Building 13. Everyone, neighbors who bought water, please don't drink it. Today we should thank Jing Shu from the villa area for reminding everyone. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Luxury car dealer, Building 5. If I had known it was industrial water, Jing Shu from the villa area, why didn't you stop us from buying it? What's the use of a reminder? I still got heavy metal poisoning. The hospital doesn't even have a bed available, so I have to get an IV drip in the hallway tonight. Wang Qiki, Building 13. Also, everyone, rest assured that supermarket owner Bai has been beaten until he can't take care of himself by Jing Shu's father, Jing An, from the villa area. The police even issued a commendation and have confiscated all the supermarket's supplies. It's expected that after the dark days, a new supermarket will move in. If you need to buy anything, you'll have to go to the IGA supermarket 7 kilometers away. In the past few days, more people had joined the group, and everyone was very concerned about this matter. Upon hearing that there was no longer a supermarket, they began to complain. The supermarket sold fake water. They should compensate us with the supermarket's goods. IGA supermarket is so far away. It's such a hassle to go there. Whoever drove the owner away should open a supermarket themselves. And so on. At this moment, Jing Shu's father, who had read the chat history, spoke up. Jing An from the villa area. Luxury car dealer, Building 5, is the hospital Wi-Fi still working? Are you at Yuewin Hospital? Smile. That smile emoji was really memorable to everyone. Earlier that day, it was this person who asked whether the supermarket owner was around. And then the supermarket owner was beaten until he couldn't take care of himself, and the police even issued a commendation. This person used actual actions to tell everyone in the group, if you can take action, don't just talk. Unlike those who only dare to curse in the group. The group chat suddenly fell silent. 2 minutes passed, and still no one spoke. Jing from the villa area. Luxury car dealer building 5, you're at the same hospital as Luo Hao, Yuewin Hospital, right? Smile.
Luxury car dealer building 5. No, really not the same hospital. I'm sorry, I was just talking nonsense earlier. Jing Shu from the villa area. I was wrong, I'm sorry. Please tell your dad not to be impulsive. Jing Shu snorted upon seeing this and replied, helping you is a favor, not helping is our duty. Don't whine here or my dad might teach you a lesson. Luxury car dealer, building 5, frantically typed, damn it, I'll kill you! Who's afraid of whom, you little bee? Then he quickly deleted it, typed another line, deleted it again, and finally said, I'm sorry. People who work in sales customer service often have this habit. When they can't provoke someone, they can't curse them directly, so they type out the curse but don't send it. However, luxury car dealer, building 5, didn't know that once he accidentally sent the curse to Jing Shu and then on the other side. So my dad is so-and-so is really useful, it feels great. Just wanted to scare him a bit, Jing Shu's father chuckled naively. In this life, her timid dad and mom seemed to be changing little by little. Although Jing Shu had been very busy during this time, she still inspected the little cuties in her space every night and practiced the 6th order Rubik's Cube. The improvement in her physical fitness also enhanced her mastery of the Rubik's Cube. At the same time, she made a new discovery. The 12 plots of land in the 5th order Rubik's Cube still consumed 1 drop of spiritual spring water per plot per day, but the space's daily production of spiritual spring water had increased from 20 drops to 26 drops. This made Jing Shu very excited. Previously, she had been afraid to overuse it, but now she could finally let loose a bit. Currently, Jing Shu used about 5 drops of spiritual spring water per day to feed the livestock, her family, the fish and shrimp, and the bees. Jing Shu planned to start feeding number 1, the battle chicken, with spiritual spring water again. Number 1 had been performing very well lately. When she told it to go east, it didn't go west. It was very intelligent and aggressive. Jing Shu wanted to see if she could cultivate a real battle chicken. In the future, when others unleashed their dogs, she would unleash her chicken, capable of fighting and laying eggs, a truly good chicken. The vegetables and fruits she had newly planted in the Rubik's Cube space last time had all matured. Jing Shu transplanted some of the tomatoes, eggplants, and baby cabbages into the conservatory and vegetable garden, saying they were expensive purchases from outside. Now, vegetable prices were skyrocketing and supply couldn't meet demand. Families with yards had planted some, but many were wilted by the high temperatures. Indoor mushroom cultivation had become popular recently. Garlic was placed in the living room, occupying her father's entire bookshelf with trays. After peeling the garlic, she arranged them in trays, added some diluted spiritual spring water, and within a few days, garlic sprouts grew. Harvest 1 batch, and another would grow. A tray of garlic was definitely a high-end gift in the post-apocalyptic world. Jing Shu had to prepare in advance. In her previous life, her mother was demoted at a critical moment, causing the family not to enter the system. In this life, Jing Shu was ready to help her bun mom advance further. Then she replanted pumpkins, soybeans, and potatoes, these easy-to-store crops, to be stored in the basement, occasionally making pumpkin porridge or fries. The main crop she planted was soybeans. In the apocalypse, they were truly useful. They could be used to extract oil. The residue could make steamed cakes. They could be ground into soy milk, tofu skin, tofu, dried tofu sticks, moldy tofu, etc. And they could be sprouted into various bean sprouts. In the apocalypse, if you wanted to get things done, when shaking hands with someone, you could secretly pass them a handful of fresh soybeans, and they would surely give you a knowing smile. Actually, Jing Shu planned to use half of the soybeans to make crispy soybeans. After deep frying, they were fragrant and crispy, a handful in your mouth to slowly chew as a snack. They could be added to fried rice noodles, hot pot ingredients, plain noodles, and served as a side dish with pickled sour beans. 1 bite of crispy soybeans, 1 bite of sour beans. Slurp. So delicious, so delicious. Jing Shu was drooling again. As for fruits, besides focusing on watermelons and oranges, Jing Shu also planted lemon trees, which finally matured after more than half a month of waiting. When she had the fourth-order Rubik's Cube space, the bees produced 100 jin, about 50 kg of honey. Since upgrading to the fifth-order Rubik's Cube, production had doubled. Now she had accumulated 2 liters of royal jelly and 400 jin, about 200 kg of honey, which was equivalent to twice the annual production of ordinary beekeepers. This was still the result of limited black soil planting in the Rubik's Cube space. Otherwise, the yield would have been higher. It sounded like a lot, but it was only 1/5 of a cubic meter of space. After finally waiting for the lemons to ripen, Jing Shu washed them, sliced them, soaked them in honey, and refrigerated them for 3 days. After storing them in her space, she filled the space with ice water. The 1 cubic meter iced lemon honey water was ready. In this scorching apocalypse, how about a glass of iced lemon honey water? Author's note: our 6th place is about to be overtaken. Let's work harder to vote for recommendations. The extra update plan will start from Sunday at midnight. Let's keep pushing for the last 3 days of the ranking. Thank you for your love, moi. As for royal jelly, this wonderful substance, of course, every morning upon waking up, she'd scoop a small spoonful and mix it with warm water for the whole family to drink. It's great for beauty, moisturizing the lungs, and has many other benefits. In a sunless apocalypse, it can also supplement various vitamins and nutrients. After regular feeding, the black pigs, sheep, and calves in the Rubik's Cube space had grown significantly. Compared to the previous month's rapid maturation, this saved a lot of feed and spiritual spring water, but they still grew faster than normal livestock. Jing Shu estimated they would mature in half a year. Jing Shu raised more quails, planning to make lots and lots of roasted quail and quail eggs later, storing them in her space as midnight snacks. Her appetite had been increasing recently. Jing Shu only kept a few chickens, ducks, and rabbits, but the diluted spiritual spring water was still very effective. Aside from the 20-plus eggs laid daily by number 1, she could also collect over 20 chicken eggs, 7 or 8 duck eggs, and over 100 quail eggs. They were much more productive than the free-range chickens and ducks at the villa. The eggs accumulated over these days allowed Jing Shu and her father to successfully make a large batch of preserved eggs, giving Jing Shu a reason to buy a lot of lime for other preparations. On January 18th, the power suddenly went out in Jing Shu's community. The entire Wucheng had been running over capacity for over 10 days, not only needing to supply household electricity at night, but also providing air conditioning, lighting, streetlights, and more for enterprises during the day. It finally couldn't bear it anymore. The main issue was the 24-hour use of air conditioning. According to statistics, the national average electricity consumption was 5 times the usual. People who were usually reluctant to turn on the air conditioner, especially in places where exceeding household electricity limits would result in doubled charges, had been using electricity without concern for half a month. The consequence was that electricity supply couldn't keep up. Wucheng implemented emergency measures, distributing diesel fuel so that communities and enterprises could generate their own electricity. Wang Qiki, Building 13. Everyone, currently our community's supporting services are insufficient, and we don't have a generator yet. If you can't stand the heat, you can team up and sit in cars in the underground garage, turn on the air conditioning, and wait for the power to come back. I have room for 2 more people in my car. The temperature in Wucheng remained as high as 49 degrees C. More than half of the residents in Jing Shu's community were office workers or business owners who had closed up shop to rest at home. At this moment, less than half an hour into the power outage, homes felt like steam rooms. People couldn't stand the heat or drink muddy water yet, but later they survived anyway. So pretentious. Jing Shu lay in her villa, maintained at a constant 26 degrees C, eating Haagen-Dazs ice cream, irresponsibly thinking. Some people in the community went back to their parents' homes or relatives' places. Others went to their cars, turned on the air conditioning, and waited for the power to return. During this time, Wang Qiqi managed to add over a dozen people to the group. In this community that could accommodate tens of thousands, only over 100 people were currently living here. No wonder restaurants didn't dare to open here. However, in less than a year,
this place would become one of the most sought-after new districts in Wucheng. Countless homeless people would flock here. Every parking space in the basements and underground garages could be divided into living spaces for families. In her previous life, Jing Shu's family exchanged their prime location villa for grain in the 5th year, lived in basements, cage homes, and later migrated many times due to various disasters. Those were nightmares Jing Shu didn't even want to recall. Today, Jing Shu's father sent 3 bags of mushroom kits and 2 trays of garlic sprouts to Grandma Jing, along with some eggs, Chinese cabbage, and diluted spiritual spring herbal jelly for the elderly. It said that it's already very difficult to buy vegetables in the city. Even a wilted cabbage had its price hiked to 50 yuan. Other green vegetables and out-of-season produce were no longer available, only various mushrooms, leeks, bean sprouts, and other indoor-grown vegetables that didn't require sunlight. The prices of dried goods and seafood had also doubled. Since they were even more expensive than vegetables, not many people bought them, hoping to hold out until the dark days ended. Grandma Jing would stay in the city for a few more days, lining up to buy medicine. The elderly couple was still in good spirits. To prevent adverse consequences, all places had imposed purchase limits. And it said that the medicines now wouldn't be restocked for half a year, so the elderly couple hurried to buy medicine with Third Aunt Jing Lai every day. Cooling pills, vitamins, Huoxiang Zhengqi liquid, all sold out, including Grandma Jing's. Even though Jing Shu told her that she had bought a lot, Grandma Jing still insisted on buying more before she'd be satisfied. Grandma Jing was someone who lacked a sense of security. After experiencing famine, she hoarded everything. Despite favoring sons over daughters in the past, being stingy with herself, always haggling when buying vegetables and so on, she was genuinely good to Jing Shu. She had always favored her since childhood, giving Jing Shu all the good things. So the filial piety Jing Shu didn't get to fulfill in her previous life, she would do in this one. Whatever Grandma Jing wanted to do, she'd let her. At 7 p.m., Jing Shu's family sat in front of the TV, watching and eating dinner. They steamed 3 perch fish, made a large bowl of fish roe steamed eggs, cooked a big pot of curry potato and beef over rice, and had tomato egg soup. No matter how much food was prepared, Jing Shu would clean it up completely, not leaving even a trace of oil. That's how people who survived 10 years in the apocalypse ate, so thoroughly. Of all the habits to learn, you pick up your father's plate cleaning, Jing Shu's mother pointed at her. With your appetite and table manners, who would dare to marry you in the future? Jing Shu's father innocently took the blame. Yes, all the bad habits are learned from me. The good ones are inherited from you. Of course. Look at this whole set of solar power and water filtration systems our daughter set up. It's great. Others are without power and can only eat instant noodles soaked in cold water for dinner, but we can enjoy air conditioning and a sumptuous meal. And you used to call her a spendthrift, Jing Shu's father muttered softly. The entire Wucheng was still experiencing power outages. Some were using backup power, others were using generators. In places with large populations and insufficient power supply in the south, they had long started using diesel generators. Jing Shu knew that it wouldn't be long before they'd face the awkward situation of having cars but no fuel. Since gasoline was an important resource with more critical uses, the authorities would temporarily stop supplying it to private cars. This included natural gas and other energy sources. After finishing her current tasks, Jing Shu planned to start cooking the food to save on coal. The sky was completely dark, and the temperature in Wucheng dropped to 4°C. People in the community returned home, only to be horrified to find that even muddy water was no longer available. Zhang Bingbing, Building 4. Everyone, I have no water at all at home. Can someone spare a few bottles of mineral water? Thank you. No one responded. After a while, Zhang Bingbing, Building 4, said again, I'm willing to pay a high price for 2 bottles of mineral water. Still, no one paid attention. Zhang Bingbing lost her temper. What kind of neighbors are you? This afternoon, several aunts who hitched a ride with me said if I had any difficulties, just shout in the group. I burned up all my fuel running the air conditioner in the car. Now I have no fuel to go out and buy water. I'm willing to pay a high price for 2 bottles of water, and no one is willing to help? At this moment, Wang Qiqi spoke up. Everyone, I've got some news. If the water doesn't come tomorrow, the community water truck will arrive at 2 p.m. to deliver water. Please make sure to fill up when it comes. If anyone has extra water, please help out Zhang Bingbing. Wang Tuihua from Building 4 sent a voice message. That girl speaks so rudely. Today, when we rode in your car, we did say to call out in the group if there's any difficulty. But who still has mineral water at home now? My family is collecting muddy water, letting it settle, and constantly changing the water. If you don't mind, I can bring you a basin of muddy water that hasn't been changed yet. Li Wei from Building 21 chimed in. Ma'am, could you bring me a basin too? Wang Kuihua replied via voice message, I only fetch water for my grandson. Li Wei didn't say anything more. Zhang Bingbing went to get the water herself. Sometimes the fighting spirit of elderly ladies is quite formidable. In any case, Zhang Bingbing's issue was resolved, and Jing Shu's family watched with amusement. Wherever there are people, there is strife and drama. Although people in the early days of the apocalypse still had some conscience, they were beginning to reveal their true nature. Just like Jing Shu, even if she had a pool of water, she wouldn't give it away. She stored water through her own efforts. Why should she give it to others? These days, Jing Shu kept her storage tank full every day. After multiple filtrations, the muddy water became as clean as purified water and could be used as usual. The challenge was the upcoming year-long water outage. I don't like that young man Wang Qiqi, he's too slick, Jing Shu's mother interjected. It'd be trouble if you did like him, Jing Shu's father said seriously. Then the conversation veered off topic, and somehow the two went back to their bedroom. Jing Shu. Weren't we talking about the water problem? Forget it, as long as you're happy. After inspecting her Rubik's Cube space that night and eating 2 plates of spicy diced rabbit, 3 steaks and a bowl of shaved ice yogurt as a midnight snack, Jing Shu began practicing the 6th order Rubik's Cube. It's much harder than the 5th order Rubik's Cube, and after practicing for over half a month, she could only complete it. Not yet quickly. Jing Shu wanted to upgrade before moving from the villa. She needed at least a 6th order Rubik's Cube space of 216 cubic meters, or a 7th order space of 343 cubic meters to carry all the villa's supplies. She had to bring items like beds, even if there was no chance to use them. She didn't want to wake up the next day covered in bites from various bugs and crawling corpses. The morning news reported that despite policies to preemptively catch fish to prevent large-scale freshwater fish deaths in lakes, continuous high temperatures for 20 days and dustfall caused riverbeds to rise. In the end, many freshwater fish died en masse. The high temperatures led to floating, rotting fish, polluting large areas of water sources. Governments in various regions have been working around the clock to salvage dead fish and remedy the polluted water sources. With 70% of Earth's water being undrinkable and freshwater resources extremely scarce, the river water has now been polluted. In China, only deep lakes and reservoir water remain drinkable, but with high temperatures and continuous dustfall, freshwater resources will gradually diminish. Water will only become scarcer. It is foreseeable that in the coming year, there will be water outages. Electricity was restored in Jing Shu's community, but there was still no water. People no longer clamored for mineral water and quietly settled muddy water themselves. Wang Qiqi forwarded the news to the group, reminding everyone to store water. Now that the country's water resources are polluted, water usage will certainly be tight. The situation is quite serious. At 2 p.m., the water truck arrived. Each household was given only 3 buckets of turbid water, which had been filtered several times and was relatively good. Compared to a few months later, when each person would only get 500 millimolars of water per day, this was heaven compared to hell. Jing Shu didn't expect that even fetching water could cause some trouble. Wang Qiqi, Building 13. Everyone, those who haven't collected water yet, please hurry. Once the people in line have received their share, the water truck will leave. Now the water truck comes once every 2 days until the water supply returns. Upon hearing that they didn't know when the water outage would end and that the water truck only came once every 2 days, everyone panicked. Security guard Xiao Wang. Jing'an from the villa area. The family in the villa area hasn't registered yet. Jing Shu's father happened to go out today to buy more cigarettes and alcohol. Jing Shu's mother said that her colleagues had started secretly hoarding various grains. The documents from above stated that due to high temperatures causing countless losses, even after the dark days, no grain could be grown. The country planned not to produce byproducts like tobacco, alcohol, and snacks for the next 2 years. Moreover, new directives reduced the grain purchase limit from 500 yuan to 200 yuan. Each person's total daily spending at major supermarkets couldn't exceed 500 yuan. Those who knew in advance that the country planned to reduce grain sales couldn't buy much either. Of course, private supermarkets operated by scalpers didn't count. As a fan of cigarettes and alcohol, Jing Shu's father went out today to buy them. Fortunately, cigarettes and alcohol hadn't been rationed yet. Jing Shu originally didn't want to fetch water alone, but since she was called out by name, she didn't want to give others the impression that her family wasn't lacking water. So she responded in the group, took 3 buckets, and went to fetch water. Now, Wucheng had begun restricting water usage. It's reported that the largest freshwater lake in Wucheng had also been polluted. The water truck was at the community entrance. Jing Shu put on a mask, windproof clothes, and rain boots, and ran for 3 minutes to get there. The streetlights in the community were already off, leaving only the lights at the entrance. Under the lights were countless black flying insects the size of dates, constantly making noises and diving at people, causing the women fetching water to scream. Jing Shu knew that it wouldn't be long before various flying insects would proliferate and spread diseases, leading to another wave of deaths. Those coming to fetch water were from different households. After registering, Jing Shu observed the people in line. Each was dusty and haggard with chapped lips indicating that they didn't have much water at home. At this moment, a flamboyantly dressed aunt said, "Young lady, it's tough for you to carry even 1 bucket alone. Why don't you share the rest with me? My family has many people and the water isn't enough." A middle-aged man next to her immediately said, "Miss, if you have extra, give it to me. I'll pay you 50 yuan. Someone else suggested, "Why not just share it with all of us? You can't carry it all by yourself anyway." "You people are so selfish, wanting water without making any effort. Miss, I'll help you push a cart to take it back. How about you give me 2 buckets? Anyway, you can't carry it all alone." Another man pushing a cart chuckled. The water truck came only once every 2 days, and everyone felt the water was too little. They couldn't buy mineral water in supermarkets outside, and muddy water had suddenly become precious. Jing Shu rolled her eyes. "If I can't carry it, why don't you help me take it back? You're so eager when it comes to asking for water." Exactly, the man with the cart echoed. "Why don't you just deliver it all to me directly?" Jing Shu asked him. "Who'd be willing to deliver it just for you in this hot weather? If you give me 100 yuan, I'll deliver it," he replied. Jing Shu refused to share her water. Those who had already collected theirs waited to see how this young girl would take hers back, and then they were stunned. Jing Shu casually lifted 2 buckets in one hand and 1 in the other, walking away effortlessly. Those who hoped to get some of her water were puzzled as they struggled with their own buckets. Were they not fetching water from the same truck? Indifference and cold observation. That's Jing Shu's evaluation of human nature after the apocalypse. Now it's slowly beginning to reveal itself. After a couple of days, the temperature in Wucheng dropped back to 43 degrees C, 109 degrees F. Many businesses and companies resumed work. Considering safety concerns, all schools started the winter break early, except for senior high school students who continued classes. However, everyone now faced an awkward problem. They couldn't fuel their cars, buses and subways were overcrowded, and even though taxi fares had tripled, it was still impossible to get one, even by carpooling. There were noticeably fewer cars on the streets of Wucheng. People were willing to pay high prices to commute to work based on the belief that the darkness would soon pass and everything would return to normal. Just endure a little longer. Fuel and gas were now supplied only to public transportation like buses, special lines, and taxis until the end of the dark days. If the darkness didn't end. At this point, the benefits of electric vehicles became apparent.
Find a place to charge, and a full battery could last 2 or 3 days. No need to queue under the scorching sun, eating dust and waiting half an hour without getting on a bus. Many electric car owners started driving for ride-hailing apps, earning 200 to 300 yuan per trip. Those who could afford it directly bought electric vehicles. Those who couldn't had to wait until the darkness ended because electric vehicle prices had skyrocketed. It echoed the saying, "Used to not afford it, so didn't buy an electric car. Now can't afford an electric car." Jing Shu's father drove their electric BYD song car to take her mother to work every day. Passing by a large group of people waiting for the special line bus at the community gate, they were the envy of all. Their community was quite remote. Although every household had a car, without fuel, they could only choose the temporarily added special line bus. A one-way trip cost 30 yuan, with only 2 trips a day and not on time. If you missed it, you couldn't go to work. Due to the weather and transportation issues, the authorities had notified a reduction of 2 working hours. Luxury car dealer, Building 5. Whose BYD song is parked in the community? Can I hitch a ride? Wang Dazhao, Building 1. Same here. Is the driver of that song car offering rides? Could you run a shuttle for our community? It's a 7-seater and can squeeze in 9 people. Jing Shu's father saw the messages and was tempted. He'd been idle at home for a month and wanted to find something to do. Running a ride-hailing service could earn thousands a day. Jing Shu rolled her eyes. In a few months, money would be worthless. She countered, "It's so hot, and that group hasn't bathed for 7 or 8 days with all kinds of smells. I'm not looking down on them, but if they make the car smelly and dirty, I can't stand it." Exactly. The office is already filled with foot odor, bad breath, and other smells that are unbearable. "Please leave me some clean space," Jing Shu's mother complained. To avoid standing out, she hadn't washed her hair for 3 days. She couldn't go to work clean when her boss showed up with greasy hair mixed with dirt. After the water resources were polluted, Wucheng cut off water supply to the entire city, only sending water trucks to supply limited amounts. If they used water as before, Wucheng would soon have no usable water. They also needed to use the remaining water to salvage crops that hadn't completely died. Even after the darkness ended, the water shortage wouldn't change. Supermarkets had stopped supplying mineral water and various drinks. Although the news daily reported on capturing wrongdoers and encouraged citizens to report unfair practices, influential people still hoarded a batch of mineral water for emergency use. Ordinary people had no idea how scarce water was. Wucheng had 13 districts. Jing Shu's mother was just a tiny speck in one of them, not even connected to any edges of power. In her previous life, it was through a chance connection of her father that they got a small batch of mineral water. Now, their daily water for living relied entirely on the water truck that came every 2 days. There was enough for cooking and drinking, but bathing, washing faces, doing laundry, and even washing dishes were out of the question. In the heat, people sweated and smelled but couldn't bathe. Don't be fooled by the trendy hairstyles of slicked back hair or wearing hats. That's because the hair was too dirty and greasy, clumped together and only manageable by combing it back. Everyone in the group was asking whose BYD song it was and whether it could be used for ride-hailing. Seeing no response, a car owner jumped in. Green Pine, not yet moved in. "I have an Audi electric car, but I live in the city. I can drive over there. 1 trip costs 500 yuan. You can carpool and squeeze in 6 people. Air conditioning provided. Let me know if you're interested." Traffic police no longer cared how many people squeezed into a car. The most congested places were now unimpeded. Reportedly, out of 4 million private cars in Wucheng, only a few 100,000 electric cars were running. Wang Dazhao, Building 1? Expensive, but it'll have to do. Count me in. Anyway, the dark days will end in a few days. Luxury car dealer. Count me in too. They quickly gathered 6 people, agreeing to depart at 10 a.m. each day, much better than waiting at the gate at 8 a.m. In recent days, the nation truly did its best to provide various resources, but the intense heat increased energy consumption and caused mass deaths of livestock and crops across the country. The United Nations halted crude oil supplies. dustfall and water pollution led to nationwide water shortages.
They intended to persevere through the dark days despite all difficulties, but on January 24th, it was announced that the entire country would reduce energy consumption until the darkness ended. Effective immediately, daily electricity supply would change to 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., providing 8 hours of electricity each day to ensure power during the hottest periods, preventing deaths from heat stroke and food spoilage due to refrigerators losing power. Hang in there, the dark days will be over soon. Everyone believed that the darkness would pass. Families had at least half a year's worth of grain stored, so lacking water and electricity wasn't a big deal. While everyone was dreaming of the end of the dark days, Jing Shu was in her villa, enjoying air conditioning and sweating profusely as she cooked 2 pots of spicy hot pot on the gas stove. She cooked whole pots of beef meatballs, shrimp dumplings, fish balls, and fish tofu. After they were cooked, she ate some and stored the rest in her space. Then, she added sliced beef rolls, lamb rolls, various vegetables, fish, shrimp, and meat. By the time Jing Shu was full, various cooked foods had filled 1 cubic meter of space. When others couldn't cook due to power and gas outages, she could simply take out a pot and enjoy ready-made hot pot from her space, saying it was cooked over coal. They had stored a few tons of coal at home, unsure if it would last through the 10 years of the apocalypse. Jing Shu, of course, had to plan carefully and cook food in advance to store in her space. Another advantage was that when taking out prepared food, the aroma wouldn't spread too far. Otherwise, when supplies became scarce and you cooked something like mushroom-stewed chicken, the scent could be detected hundreds of meters away. That's seen. These days, Jing Shu was busy cooking food, turning 2 boxes of curry into 1 cubic meter of potato curry chicken rice, 1 cubic meter of spicy duck blood and beef tripe stew, 1 cubic meter of braised black pork ribs, 1 cubic meter of tomato prawns, 1 cubic meter of steamed hairy crabs, and 1 cubic meter of fried fish pieces. She also processed previously bulk-bought frozen KFC items into finished products: fried chicken pieces, wings, drumsticks, popcorn chicken, chicken skewers, chicken strips, chicken nuggets, fries, occupying 2 cubic meters. Jing Shu also loved drinking soups, so she cooked 1 cubic meter of seafood shrimp porridge, 1 cubic meter of carrot and corn lamb soup, 1 cubic meter of mushroom stewed chicken soup, 1 cubic meter of pork rib and lotus root soup, and 1 cubic meter of crucian carp tofu soup. To save on electricity, Jing Shu also fried her midnight snacks of steak and sausages, filling up 2 cubic meters. Whenever she had time at home, Jing Shu would cook various delicacies and store them in her space like a hamster. She also planned to grind soybeans into various tofu products when her grandparents came over later. Jing Shu's mother still went to work every day, daily complaining about when the dark days would end. It had been over 30 days now. She also asked Jing Shu's father to go to the wholesale market daily to buy more things. Recently, while everyone anxiously awaited the end of the dark days, they quietly continued to stockpile grain. Vegetables and fruits were out of the question. Prices had risen to over 100 yuan per half kilogram, and they weren't even fresh. Various water, beverages, and cold drinks had never been restocked. The once fully stocked shelves of snacks, daily seasonings, grains, oils, and side dishes had unknowingly dwindled and seemed never to be replenished. Now, each person was limited to purchasing 200 yuan worth of goods, which wasn't much, but even a mosquito's leg is still meat, unless you turn to scalpers at high prices. However, since the small supermarket had its goods confiscated for crazy price hikes, there were fewer scalpers. Citizens didn't know where the confiscated supplies went. Jing Shu knew that later, when people were on the brink of starvation, the government used them as emergency relief. Some small shops, seeing that raising prices didn't work, chose to close and hoard supplies. The next day, 2 policemen stood guard at their doors like deities, forcing the owners to continue opening and selling goods. At Wucheng's largest farmers market, aquatic products, side dishes, grains, and oils were suspended from sale by the government and quietly taken control of. Jing Shu learned about this later. These vendors had been raising prices outrageously, so the government, in cooperation with armed police, confiscated all supplies in one sweep. To put it politely, that was called requisition. As it became clear that the dark days weren't ending, the country grew anxious. According to initial expectations, after more than 20 days, there should have been some gradual return of light, but after so many days, it remained the same. Experts estimated it would take at least another month, so the massive machinery of the nation began to take action. Today was February 5th, 2023, the Lantern Festival. The country had originally planned to move the Spring Festival from January 22nd to February 5th, celebrating with a family reunion dinner after the dark days ended. Who would have thought the darkness persisted? But to stabilize people's morale, the Spring Festival Lantern Gala began on time at 8 p.m. This year, all the hosts wore their original clothes, dirty and messy suits, unshaven faces, dresses with indiscernible colors, haggard appearances, and greasy hair, no makeup or styling. Apologies to all our viewers. I haven't showered for half a month, the female host said, still maintaining her elegant demeanor despite her bare face. What a coincidence. I haven't bathed for a month, the male host said, holding the microphone, beginning the opening remarks. Today, there were no power outages anywhere, allowing every household to have a reunion dinner and happily watch the Lantern Festival Gala. Jing Shu's family of 3 sat at her uncle's house for the reunion dinner, as was customary, spending New Year's Eve at her grandparents' and the Lantern Festival at her uncle's. Considering the lack of vegetables, Jing Shu's mother brought some dried goods, eggs, tomatoes, bean sprouts, cabbage, garlic sprouts, cured meat, and 2 liters of Sprite. These items, which seemed very ordinary in the past, had now become highly coveted. Jing Shu's father also wanted to bring 2 fish. The fish in their pond had reproduced another batch. Jing Shu had fried many crispy fish and still had plenty left. Just as Jing Shu was about to refuse, her mother interjected first. "That's enough. If my sister-in-law finds out we have so many good things and didn't give them any, she'll whisper behind my back again." In truth, Jing Shu's mother, a somewhat petty woman, still held a grudge over the borrowing money incident. She cared deeply about it. Jing Shu's father drove, and the family of 3 arrived at her uncle's house in the afternoon. Her uncle's home was in the old western district of the city, crowded, with low buildings, poor environment, and high housing prices. In the second year's flood, it wasn't submerged, but in the third year, an earthquake buried the family of 3 under the building, a tragic end. To prevent her mother from reverting to her old submissive ways, Jing Shu decided to ensure her uncle's family survived this time. When they arrived, 2 other families were already there. "Oh, you came. Why bring so many things? You shouldn't have. At least you're better than some who come empty-handed," Aunt Wang Fang said as she opened the door, eagerly taking the pile of items from Jing Shu's father's hands. Seeing the green vegetables, tomatoes, cabbage, and cured meat, her eyes lit up, grinning from ear to ear. Finally, they could eat some vegetables for the new year and even store some. Come in, come in. This year my eldest brother Wang Gang and his family are joining us. This is my sister-in-law Liu Shufen. You've met her. And this is their daughter Wang Kan, 25 years old. Thanks to my brother, she got a position as a clerk in a government agency. After boasting, Aunt realized it might be a bit inappropriate. For the new year, Aunt's family had made an effort. They wiped themselves clean with damp cloths, washed their faces, and changed into clean clothes but hadn't washed their hair. Who would have thought that Jing Shu's family, aside from some dust that had just settled on them, appeared clean, with non-greasy hair emitting the scent of Blue Moon brand laundry detergent? Looking back at her own family, no matter how they dressed up, they still seemed somewhat shabby and earthy. Jing Shu's family entered and greeted her aunt's brother's family. Her uncle's 3-bedroom apartment was the one her father had elegantly furnished years ago. Now, it was quite run down, with an indescribable odor. Various large and small containers held water, and a small bedroom had been crammed with a freezer. Through the glass, one could see half a freezer full of frozen meat. Only the kitchen light, the living room TV, and the air conditioner were on, making the lighting a bit dim. Nowadays, each household had electricity quotas. Exceeding them would result in power cuts. Sprite. Sister Jing Shu, you can still get a 2-liter Sprite. That's awesome, Su Long saw the drink in Jing Shu's hand, his eyes shining like a hungry wolf. He rushed over, trying to grab it. Su Long was her uncle's youngest son, 17 years old, wearing glasses. He had loved snacks since childhood, making him short and thin. It was this brat who insisted on returning home during the earthquake, leading to his family's tragic demise. Jing Shu held up a finger to press against Su Long's forehead. "We'll all share it during dinner. You can't have it now." In fact, Jing Shu hadn't wanted to bring the Sprite because it's so versatile. Sprite with lemon, Sprite with sour plum juice, with milk, unique and refreshing combinations. What's so special about that?" Zhang Hanhan scoffed, hugging Wang Kan's arm and glaring at Jing Shu with resentment. She whispered something to Wang Kan. They didn't seem to feel the heat. To save electricity, the air conditioner was set to 28 degrees C, 82 dF. While outside, temperatures soared to 47 degrees C, 117 degF. Zhang Hanhan was the daughter of her aunt Su Mei. She had specially worn a red dress today, styled her hair in a bun, applied makeup, and sprayed some perfume to mask any odors. Jing Shu always felt that people from art schools, after dressing up, all looked like internet celebrities with similar faces. In her previous life, over 10 years ago, she had also liked to dress that way. Surprisingly, her aunt Su Mei and uncle-in-law Zhang Zhongyong were present. Weren't these two at odds? Didn't her uncle-in-law want to punish her aunt severely? Jing Shu observed Su Mei, who was sitting disheveled in the corner with a messy nest of hair. The wounds on her face had healed, but it was evident she hadn't bathed in a long time. Her clothes were dirty, stained with oil, and the original color was indistinguishable. Su Mei looked up and happened to meet Jing Shu's gaze. Her eyes couldn't hide an overwhelming hatred. But when facing Jing Shu's mother, she immediately became teary-eyed and called out pitifully, "Sister, you're here." Zhang Zhongyong's appearance was much better. He stood up and awkwardly greeted, "Sister, brother-in-law." Jing Shu's mother responded with a faint, and said nothing more. She pulled up a chair and sat with Jing Shu to watch TV. Jing Shu's father cautiously sat on a third of the sofa, not daring to speak to Su Mei's family. In her previous life, their family had also come to Aunt Wang Fang's home for the Lantern Festival. At that time, Zhang Hanhan had excitedly hugged Jing Shu, saying how much she missed her, leaving Wang Kan aside. Her aunt and Jing Shu's mother chatted warmly together. In this life, everything had changed. On the coffee table were fried, twisted dough sticks, sunflower seeds, and candies. Su Long diligently poured tea. Aunt Wang Fang and uncle were in the kitchen preparing the belated reunion dinner. Wang Gang chatted intermittently with Jing Shu's father, while Liu Shufen, just like in the previous life, kept nibbling on sunflower seeds. Yes, it's her who falsely accused my mom, causing a rift between my parents. Her family is all about appearances. Her parents sold their house and car to support her live streaming career, even borrowed money everywhere. I heard they spent over $1 million hiring promoters, but she still didn't become famous. Now they live in the mountains 30 kilometers away, in a place where not even birds lay eggs or turtles hatch. I don't know how they manage. I'm nothing like her. I'll be acting next year. She couldn't even become a popular internet celebrity. Look at her rustic attire, even wearing rain boots. It's hilarious. Jing Shu clearly heard Zhang Hanhan's slander about her, feeling inexplicably annoyed. She hated when people spoke ill of her behind her back. Either don't say it or don't let her hear it. They openly pointed and laughed at her while whispering. They were clearly showing a, "I'm talking bad about you, come and hit me if you dare" attitude, making Jing Shu feel an urge to slap her a few times, accompanied by the line, "What makes you think you can disregard me like this?" After a long while, dinner was finally ready. After 7 p.m., the temperature quickly dropped to 6 degrees C, 43 dTF. They turned off the air conditioning and everyone uniformly put on heavy coats and pants. Uncle moved the dining table to the living room, preparing to eat dinner while watching the Lantern Festival Gala. Jing Shu's family maintained a constant temperature of 26 degrees C, 79 degrees at home, so they hadn't brought any extra clothes. Jing Shu's mother felt a bit embarrassed. Both Liu Shufen's and Su Meimei's families had brought warm clothes. "I'll get you some clothes," Uncle offered first. "No need, big brother. It's not too cold. We'll warm up once we start eating," Jing Shu's mother said, noticing that their clothes had unknown oil stains and various body odors, clearly not washed for over a month. She quickly declined. In her previous life, she wasn't so particular. It was all due to being spoiled, Jing Shu thought, but she was happy to spoil her own mother. The reunion dinner included dishes made from the dried goods Jing Shu's mother brought: stir-fried wood ear mushrooms with meat, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried cured meat with garlic sprouts, sautéed bean sprouts, and cabbage stewed with vermicelli. Uncle's family had prepared braised pork ribs, braised fish without green onions or ginger, pure stir-fried mushrooms, scrambled eggs with chives, and a pot of frozen dumplings. Jing Shu poured each person a paper cup of Sprite. The 2-liter bottle was almost empty, with the last bit snatched and hidden by Su Long. For these people who hadn't eaten well for a month, the reunion dinner was incredibly sumptuous. Uncle raised his cup. "Sorry for the inadequate hospitality today. When the dark days are over, we'll make up for it. Let's put all grudges aside and enjoy the meal first." He looked meaningfully at Su Meimei and Jing Shu's mother. Everyone clinked their paper cups and officially began the meal. At the dinner table, the differences quickly became apparent. The dishes brought by Jing Shu's family were the most popular and were gone in no time. Uncle's dishes were barely touched. "Old Jing, where did you get these vegetables? I'll trade some mineral water for them," Wang Gong said, eyeing the empty plates with lingering desire. Jing Shu's father smiled and declined. "We just grew a little at home. It's not enough even for ourselves." Aunt Wang Fang patted Jing Shu's father and pointed upward. "My big brother has inside information. He says the dark days will last at least another month. Water is so scarce. Mineral water isn't easy to come by. Only my brother can get it. Are you sure you don't want to trade some?" Jing Shu's father thought to himself that his spendthrift daughter had stored water in 4 pools, but he hadn't bragged about it. Seeing Jing Shu's mother's displeased expression, he quickly shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to trade. We really don't have any left." Aunt Wang Fang then began praising Wang Kan. So young and already a clerk in a government agency. Imagine what she could achieve in a few years. She was following in her father's footsteps in politics. Wang Fang rarely praised others. When she did, it meant she needed a favor. Sure enough, she began asking Wang Gong to share some water. This was entirely opposite to the previous life's scenario. In the past, Aunt Wang Fang had praised Jing Shu to the skies to ask Jing Shu's mother to share water. Aunt Su Meimei also got some water, and Jing Shu's father gave each of their families 200 bottles, leading to their own water shortage later. In this life, Wang Gong gave them 60 bottles, making Wang Fang extremely grateful, remembering it forever. Finally, Uncle proposed giving Jing Shu's mother and Su Meimei's family 10 bottles each. Aunt Wang Fang shot him a glare, and Uncle changed it to 5 bottles. "My son Su Long gets diarrhea whenever he drinks muddy water. Sorry, but we can only spare 5 bottles for each of your families in this emergency," Wang Fang said. Relatives willing to share 1/6 of their water in the apocalypse were considered decent people. Such people were smart. After the meal, everyone didn't even watch the Lantern Festival Gala. Uncle began. "All right, now that we've eaten, let's discuss serious matters. Zhongyong, what's going on with you? Not only did you find another woman outside, but you also have a 10-year-old illegitimate child?" This shocked everyone at the table, including Jing Shu's mother and father. Wang Gong even showed a "wow, you're something else" expression. Mei Mei's affair with Sun Yinrui, we all know about it. She was wrong in that. But she's only been involved with him for a short while. At most, it's an improper relationship. But you? How many years have you been with that woman outside? At least 10 years, right? And you have a child. Uncle knocked on the table. As a civil servant committing such mistakes, do you know how serious it is? Bigamy. And its compounded offenses. Jing Shu showed a look of sudden realization. No wonder she saw Su Meimei and Zhang Zhongyong together today. It turned out that Jung Jong-young's scandal had been exposed. Those who have nothing to lose don't fear those who do. Su Mei had nothing to lose, while Jung Jong-yong had everything to lose. In her previous life, Jung Jong-young's affair wasn't exposed until 2 years later, by which time he didn't fear anything, and even made it public. In this life, it was exposed so early. Was it because Jing Shu's mother sold the BMW to Su Mei, but Su Mei didn't get to drive it, leading her to suspect that Jung Jong-yong had someone else outside? Did she hire a private detective to find evidence and expose it? A small butterfly can indeed create significant effects. Jing Shu hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. Jung Jong-yong's face was grim as he remained silent. Originally, he thought that by seizing Su Mei's weakness, he could act recklessly. As a man who had been cheated on, his feelings were understandable. He wished he could torment Su Mei daily to vent his anger. Who knew this woman would expose the existence of his illegitimate son, threatening to report him? If she reported him, his and his son's lives would be ruined. The outcome would be worse than Sun Yunrui's, that damned woman. Uncle continued tapping the table and said, "So, Mei, what's your decision? Do you want a divorce and go your separate ways, or—" Su Mei bit her nails and said fearlessly, "That depends on him." Before the divorce, she would definitely make sure he was utterly disgraced. Uncle looked at Jung Jong-yong, who immediately said in panic, "Of course we can't divorce. I will sever all ties with her immediately. Once the dark days are over, I'll send them far away." Su Mei snorted, "Wait until the dark days are over, and what about the house and car?" Jung Jong-yong squinted at Su Mei for a long time before spitting out a few words. "I'll send them away immediately. I want the house and car back." Only then did Su Mei nod in satisfaction and stay silent. Uncle appreciated Jung Jong-yong's cooperation and said a few kind words, hoping the family could live in harmony in the future. He also warned Jung Jong-yong to cut off all ties cleanly, otherwise his future would be ruined. He asked Su Mei to apologize to Jing Shu's mother. Jing Shu's mother responded with a faint, and Uncle said nothing more. Of course, Jung Jong-yong wouldn't sever ties completely. Su Mei thought she had leverage over him, but her suffering was yet to come. Jung Han glared at Jing Shu through gritted teeth. Whether her parents divorced or not made no difference. Her father only cared about the mistress, tormenting his wife to death, while her mother was scheming how to get money. Did anyone consider her feelings? No one. Clenching her fists tightly, Jung Han vowed in her heart, "Don't give me a chance, or one by one you will all suffer, especially you, Jing Shu." With matters settled, as per tradition, everyone was supposed to stay overnight. But Jing Shu's mother felt really cold and, thinking of their temperature-controlled, clean, and odor-free villa, was eager to leave. Su Mei hesitated and said, "I won't drive a car that a vixen has used. Sister, I'll return the car to you." Not mentioning the car was fine, but bringing it up made Jing Shu's mother's heart ache. "Auntie, that car is as good as new. Back then, you thought you sold it at a loss, and we felt guilty. How about we each take back our own? Just pretend you never sold it." Jung Han decided to side with her mother. Su Mei glanced appreciatively at Jung Han and said, "We could sell that car for at least 200,000 yuan, but isn't it your favorite car, sister? Just pay me what I paid back then." "You insisted on buying it back then, and now you're insisting on returning it. Since you can sell it for 200,000 yuan, go ahead and sell it. My mom won't want a car someone else has touched," Jing Shu retorted. She added, "Instead of scheming for money, why not think about how to deal with Sun Yunrui's wife, who's been released from prison? She'll take out all the anger from her time in prison on you." Jing Shu gloated. Su Mei's face turned pale. How could she have forgotten about that? Jing Shu's family and Wang Gang's family were both leaving. Uncle escorted them downstairs. "It's so late and it's cold outside. The buses have stopped running and there are no taxis. Why not stay the night?" Uncle looked out at the pitch-black city. There was no moon or stars, not even streetlights. It was truly so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of you. "We drove our electric car. We can give the Jing family a ride. Wang Gong took out his car keys. We also drove an electric car. Let's go our separate ways. Jing Shu's father declined the offer, got into the car with his wife and daughter, turned on the heater, and left. Watching the back of Jing Shu's family, Wang Kan, who hadn't spoken all evening, said, "I always felt their family is quite mysterious, not as vulnerable as Zhang Han says. A family that can grow such fresh vegetables, whose hands are so clean without any dirt under their nails and can use laundry detergent to wash clothes, they don't seem to be lacking water. Most importantly, they didn't bring any extra clothes." "What about not bringing clothes?" Wang Kan was curious. "It means they don't usually wear heavy clothes, only under constant temperature air conditioning would they do that. It's quite intriguing. Maybe my political achievements next month will depend on them. When will the dark days finally end? Who knows?" A few days after the Lantern Festival, Wucheng changed the electricity supply time to 14:20 o'clock, reducing it to 6 hours. To improve efficiency and reduce energy output, work hours were shifted to 5 o'clock a.m. to 10 o'clock a.m. to avoid high temperatures. However, this didn't prevent daily incidents of hundreds of elderly and children dying from various causes related to heat stroke and unsuccessful resuscitation. In the apocalypse, the weak and sick elderly and children are always the first to be eliminated. Hospitals were the only places with 24-hour power and air conditioning. Every hospital was overloaded with patients and could no longer accept more. At this time, worse news arrived. According to reports, this is a new species of flying insect evolved from the dark high temperatures, named the black fungus beetle. It carries bacteria and spreads diseases freely. Like other flying insects, it is attracted to light. About the size of a date, it likes to dive from high places and flies erratically. Although it doesn't bite or cause harm, it spreads multiple pathogens upon contact. The bacteria it carries weaken the human immune system, making healthy people extremely susceptible to illness. The current widespread viral infections are mostly caused by this insect. The black fungus beetle's weakness is that its sense of smell is 100 times stronger than similar insects. Spraying mosquito repellents like Wenbu Ding or Fengyu Jing, using floral water or lighting mosquito coils can effectively drive them away. The nation plans to eliminate this species within a week and produce preventive vaccines within 3 days. Please remain calm. The exterior of Jing Shu's villa was buzzing with countless flying insects attracted by the light. They could hear the black fungus beetles thudding as they dove and collided with the reinforced outer shell. Jing Shu's father wore a one-piece protective beekeeping suit, climbed a ladder, and began spraying a solution mixed with Fengyu Jing onto the tempered glass shell. As he sprayed, swarms of flying insects fell to the ground with a buzz. More of them scattered instantly. But the villa was large, and the task was substantial. When Jing Shu's father received this set of equipment, he was actually baffled. It felt like his daughter was like Doraemon with a magical pocket, able to produce anything when needed. They've really developed rapidly. Just 10 days ago, their numbers weren't this large, Jing Shu recalled. The first time they fetched water, these insects didn't carry viruses. Wang Chiki, Building 13. Everyone, if you have mosquito repellent or Wenbu Ding, make sure to spray it around your windowsills and door cracks. Do not touch these black flying insects. If any neighbors accidentally contract viral infections, please go to the hospital immediately. When going out, make sure to cover yourselves completely. Do not expose your skin. Wang Shuimei, Building 2. What should we do? I've checked all the supermarkets, shops, and pharmacies that might sell Fengyu Jing and floral water. They're all sold out. Wang Shuimei asked again, "Is anyone selling them at a high price? I'll buy a few bottles." Most people responded that they couldn't help or were also unable to purchase them. Because of the sudden outbreak of viral influenza these past few days, many had already died. This illness strikes swiftly. If not controlled and treated overnight, it's too late. As long as it can be managed in the early stages, it can be dealt with gradually later. The problem was that hospitals were overwhelmed, and it was rumored that medications were running low. Who would dare risk their families' lives? The Chinese people are actually quite vulnerable in certain aspects. A slight disturbance would trigger panic, leading people to rush and hoard supplies. So when the news broke out, everyone rushed to pharmacies and supermarkets to stock up. Although there were now purchase limits, each person could still buy a dozen bottles of floral water. This led to a group of people hoarding a large amount of supplies first. When others tried to buy, the shelves were already empty. With raw materials no longer being supplied, businesses had long ceased production and could only turn to scalpers to buy at exorbitant prices. In her previous life, Jing Shu's family was more informed thanks to her mother's connections, but they could only grab a few bottles from the pharmacies. Later, not only did the black fungus beetles appear, but various other decaying insects emerged as well. If there was sufficient floral water, these could be avoided. So in this life, Jing Shu bought several boxes of essential oils. The strong scent of essential oils was the most potent and long-lasting. Wherever essential oils were present, these insects would stay away. Wang Qiki said, "Here's the plan. Once the country releases vaccines or exterminates the insects, which will take a few days, those who have bought more than a dozen bottles probably won't finish them. If anyone has extras, sell them at 3 times the market price. Our group shouldn't encourage neighbors who love to take advantage. I'll sell 2 bottles of floral water for 30 yuan each." As the group leader, Wang Qiki took the lead, and soon others followed suit, contributing some floral water. Jing Shu thought for a moment and said, "I'll sell 2 bottles of essential oil for 10 yuan each. Thank you all, neighbors, for your generosity. I will record the names of those who provided floral water in the announcement board." Wang Qiki took charge of resolving this matter. Not only did he receive gratitude from the neighbors, but he also satisfied the vanity of those who felt good about helping others. His methods had mastered the essence of news broadcasts. Jing Shu couldn't quite judge what kind of person Wang Qiki was. He could only keep observing. Although most communities now had floral water, some careless individuals still got infested by the black fungus beetles. That very night, Jing Shu's entire family contracted viral influenza. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jing Shu's mother was in the villa tending to her beloved apricot trees. She would occasionally pick an apricot, bite through the shell to eat the almond inside, then go to the greenhouse to get some strawberries, pick grapes and apples to place in the living room to ensure there was always fruit at home. She managed the potted plants, used a milk extractor to milk the cows, fed the pigs and chickens, watered the fish pond, and took care of the vegetables. With nothing else to do, she went to the dressing room to organize her clothes. She discovered that her spendthrift daughter had indeed bought all types of clothing. These days, whenever she went out, she wore a full-body suit with the zipper pulled up to the top, and 2 glass mirrors provided visibility. This completely prevented any contact with insects, and crucially, the outfits were breathable. "These clothes are damn expensive, that spendthrift child." But Jing Shu's mother felt pleased. She could clearly see how others were living, while she herself was living better than before. She decided to cherish her situation and firmly refused to let anyone disrupt her happiness or know about her family's circumstances. Comparing Jing Shu's mother's recent lifestyle, she realized that her mother was living a bit too well, to the point where she feared others might peek into her affairs. Since the work hours had changed, Jing Shu's mother had more free time, but Jing Shu's father was busier than ever. Every day, he not only had to clear blockages in the water pipes, sweep the tempered glass covers, and spray insect repellent, but after handling the manure from the cows and sheep, he also had to clean up the house. After the water supply was cut off, although their family had water storage tanks, they couldn't use them recklessly. They couldn't flush the toilet anymore. Jing Shu bought many disposable paper toilet containers and cat litter. After each use, they would bury the waste with the cat litter. At first, Jing Shu's father and mother couldn't accept this, but once they used the containers and covered them with cat litter, they only had to dispose of it once a day. It didn't smell and was convenient, so they completely accepted it. However, Jing Shu's daughter had a habit of buying things in bulk, leaving them with no idea if this habit would ever be curbed. The disposable containers and cat litter had occupied entire rooms, and they might need to use them until the next life.
A few days ago, Wang Qi organized people to build several squat-style public toilets, which were now in use. However, everyone still preferred using urinals at home for urination, though it inevitably resulted in some odors, similar to when Jing Shu visited her uncle's house. Compared to enduring dusty, scorching, or freezing weather just to use the restroom a few minutes away, Jing Shu's father and mother preferred to do so at home for convenience. After finishing all these tasks, Jing Shu's father still had to drive to the supermarket every day to buy some dried fruits and grains. Since the basement key was with Jing Shu did all the cooking. Her father and mother only knew that Jing Shu had filled up the kitchen refrigerator and had bought a batch of grains to start live streaming and cooking delicious meals. But they didn't know exactly how much she had bought. Jing Shu's mother insisted on stocking more grains, mainly because her family ate so much. Jing Shu's mother worried that if Jing Shu stored up 4 water tanks, she might have trouble later. Jing Shu's father went out to queue and fetch some. He liked sunflower seeds and bata wood, and he bought a lot of them. Today, Jing Shu's father returned fully equipped in a one-piece protective suit and brought back bad news. All supermarkets are closing for 3 days starting today. From now on, they will open from 7 o'clock p.m. to 9 o'clock p.m. each day only for 2 hours. This is to avoid the heat and prevent viral transmission. These black fungus beetles have an extremely strong ability to transmit. Several young men in my unit have been infected. Luckily, they were sent to the hospital in time, but now hospitals seem to be refusing admissions. First, there are no medicines, and second, there are no available beds. Jing Shu's mother tossed Jing Shu's father's suit into the washing machine. Going out once would leave a trail of dust everywhere, covering the sofa, the bed, and everything else. The family had spent the afternoon at Jing Shu's uncle's house, and when they returned, their bottoms were all dirty. Driving outside, these insects keep hitting the glass. There are far fewer pedestrians outside. Why don't you take a day off and don't go to work? Aren't other companies giving 3 days off? No way. The higher-ups have said that unless you die from the illness, you have to endure it. We have to work hard for another 60 days. Jing Shu was half asleep at night when her phone kept buzzing incessantly. Her hearing had improved significantly, and she was eventually woken up by the noise. Checking the time, it was already 2 a.m. There were over a dozen unread messages in the group chat. Jing Shu scrolled through them. Building 13, young mother with kids. Everyone help! My family of 3 has contracted viral influenza. Who has a car and fuel to drive us to the hospital? The emergency line 120 is overwhelmed and my 1-year-old child is already unconscious. Please, I'm begging you, if you don't have a car, could any kind-hearted person carry my son to see a doctor? I'll pay anything to save my child. Everyone, first save my child, I'm begging you. Some still sleeping members were awakened by the urgent plea. I'll help you first. Greenpine, does anyone have his number? Call him and ask him to come pick someone up. No matter how much, I'll pay. What's the patient's room number? I'll go over right now, Wang Qi said in the group chat. We're at Building 13, room 501. Wang Dazhao, Building 1. I have the number. Just called Greenpine and asked him to come rescue. He said he'd risk his life to come out if we pay 60,000 yuan, otherwise he won't. Last few times I took his black car, he kept overcharging. Young mother with kids, Building 13, voice message. Give it to us, we'll pay. Please come quickly to save my child. Wang Dazhao, Building 1. Then hold on a bit longer. It'll take at least half an hour for him to come from the city. Wang Kuihua, voice message. People nowadays are so money-driven. The chat ended here. These were messages from just a few minutes ago. Jing Shu went downstairs to her father's bedroom, but heard no sounds inside. She thought the adults might hold on, but with a child involved, it was much harder. A child is the hope for the continuation of life, especially in the apocalypse. Even for Jing Shu, who was accustomed to life and death, she hoped more children would survive. Moreover, for her, saving a family of 3 was just a small effort. With this thought, Jing Shu sent messages while quickly putting on her clothes, applying essential oils, and donning her one-piece protective suit. Her priority was to save others without getting herself involved or causing chaos. Huang Dazhao, Building 1, tell him not to come. Young mother with kids, I have an electric car. I'll take you to the hospital now for free.
Just come downstairs. I'm waiting for you at Building 13. Wang Qiki, please follow and take care of them. Jing Shu's messages hit the group like cannonballs, causing a significant stir. Wang Dezhao, Building 1. Jing Shu from the villa area got it. I'm going to call him right away, so the electric car is yours. Awesome. Wang Kuihua, voice message. There are still good people out there. I hope the child is okay. Jing Shu also applied essential oils to her car lights. Wang Qiki, the stout guy, helped carry the woman holding the child down. Both had messy hair and haggard, darkened faces. The woman was already crying her eyes out. Jing Shu quickly helped her into the car, and the group of 5 rushed to the nearest hospital. Jing Shu pressed the accelerator to the floor, speeding down the road. Just you alone? Wang Qiki was surprised. Previously, their family seemed ordinary, but now they appeared extraordinary. The only electric car owner in the entire community lived in the villa area, yet remained so low-key. In such a critical moment, she risked her life to help others without asking for any rewards. It truly proved the saying, sometimes the wealthier people have more integrity. I only disturb them because my mother needs to work at 4 o'clock. I'm fine alone, Jing Shu replied. Electric cars above 60 km/h would switch to gasoline. Now, the speed had already surged to 110 km/h. The young couple in the car were so focused on the child that they didn't notice Wang Qiti paying attention. He didn't say anything or ask about the car's fuel at such a critical moment. Soon, Wang Qiti was distracted again. Jing Shu's clean one-piece suit kept her thoroughly protected, and the car's interior was spotless with a faint scent of essential oils. Wang Qiti subtly lifted his own dirty backside, trying to keep it away from the clean seats, wanting to lose less face. You can sit down. It's okay. Jing Shu braked hard, turned a corner, and then floored the accelerator again. Wang Qiti crashed into the doorframe. In pain, Wang Qiti opened his mouth wide, feeling even more embarrassed. He gently sat back down on the cursed seat. They soon arrived at the nearest Yuewen hospital. The overnight lights attracted countless black fungus beetles above, and night patrols kept spraying insect repellent. After passing through 2 security checks, Jing Shu understood what her mother meant by there being no available spots. Everyone was packed in, unable to move. People relied on crowding and squeezing their way through. The hospital wasn't very loud. No one dared to speak loudly. A large LCD screen displayed, "Those who exceed 50 decibels will be asked to leave the hospital. Critical patients, please directly register as critical." Jing Shu wondered if no one dared to speak loudly because they didn't know how loud 50 decibels really was. As someone with poor academic background, she wasn't sure. However, she was still dumbfounded by the scene. So many people stood while getting IV drips. An impressive sight. The security lady at the entrance tugged at the confused group, handing them a number paper with 098 written on it, and pointing to a window to wait in line. The young couple almost cried in distress. Jing Shu quickly explained, "This child is in critical condition and needs to be registered as a critical patient." Holding the unconscious child, Jing Shu led the weak couple, and the security lady took them to the critical area. Wang Qiti stayed back to wait for ordinary numbers and notify Jing Shu once there was news. Along the way, the couple cried softly, expressing their gratitude. The critical area was even worse, with many people lying horizontally, some already dead, some on the brink, and others still being resuscitated. The scene was chaotic, and the doctors looked exhausted, bloodshot eyes from staying up all night. Fortunately, a doctor soon came out to attend to them. Without a word, he began a series of life-saving treatments and finally hooked the child up to an IV drip, saying, "If you don't wake up within half an hour, the chances of survival are very low." He then turned around to attend to other patients with viral influenza. Everyone here was either in emergency or on the verge of death. The doctors didn't even have time to talk. The mother of the user with the child fainted on the spot. After another round of chaos, only Jing Shu remained in the noisy hospital with the small child. Jing Shu was too familiar with the surroundings. The look of despair, the the numb tears. In her previous life, Jing Shu's mother also suffered from severe heat stroke. They were rushed to the hospital, and even though they were saved by fate, Jing Shu was truly grateful to the heavens. Half an hour was quickly passing. Jing Shu shifted her focus to the child. Although a bit dirty, he was still cute. At this moment, his face was pale, eyes closed, and completely unconscious. Thinking of feeding the child some diluted spiritual spring water, Jing Shu waited another 10 minutes with no reaction. 40 minutes had passed with no signs of waking up. Sighing, she decided to take a desperate measure and forced a drop of spiritual spring water onto him. Then, 5 minutes later, a sudden cry echoed through the entire critical area. Jing Shu was caught off guard as the doctor came over to check again, saying, "The medication effect shouldn't be this fast. How did he recover? You can give him something to eat now." Jing Shu hurriedly fed him an entire bottle of milk. Still not satisfied, she fed the couple all the food they had brought, and the child still wasn't satisfied. Jing Shu knew this was the effect of the spiritual spring water. So, spiritual spring water can actually save people. This unexpected incident seemed to have revealed something incredible to Jing Shu. So, good people do get their rewards. Jing Shu now had another life-saving trump card. Just one drop of pure spiritual spring water could save a life. This unexpected surprise came at the perfect time. Everyone, I must especially thank Jing Shu from the villa area. Thanks to her for taking a family of 3 with viral influenza to the hospital at 2 a.m. The child has now passed the critical phase and the adults are fine. Due to the overwhelming number of patients, we've already completed the discharge procedures and returned to the community. Everyone must ensure they take proper protective measures. The hospital's medication supplies are running low. 3 days later, the couple came to thank Jing Shu, bringing a box of purple sweet potato chips and red sweet potato chips as a token of gratitude. In the post-apocalyptic world, these were life-saving foods. The couple had opened a sweet potato chip shop in the city, but with sales plummeting and raw materials halted, they had temporarily closed the store. They still had many pre-made sweet potato chips and decided to give them to Jing Shu as a thank you gift, asking for money in return or else offering their homegrown specialties. Jing Shu was very pleased and enjoyed eating a lot with the little one, the couple's son. After drinking the spiritual spring water, the child's appetite increased significantly. Fortunately, he ate more and defecated more without any other abnormalities. The sweet and chewy taste was quite good in the apocalypse, so Jing Shu decided to start making sweet potato chips herself. That day, Jing Shu's mother indeed scolded her again for not involving her father in saving people. It was dangerous for her to go alone. Think about it. You're putting yourself at risk. Remember that colleague Wang Hong who came to sell her house late that day? She caught the disease in the middle of the night, and by the time she went to the hospital to queue, it was too late. She died directly that day, and she still owes me 800 yuan. Jing Shu. Her mother seemed to have different priorities. As people around her continued to die, with the dark days not ending, the public grew increasingly panicked. The state's vaccine was still delayed, and instead they announced a national mission. In 2117, Australia successfully eradicated toxic mosquitoes by injecting the bacterium Wolbachia into them, causing males to become infertile. They released 20 million infertile toxic mosquitoes to plague the normal mosquito population, ensuring that more and more mosquitoes carried the bacterium and could no longer reproduce, effectively exterminating the toxic mosquitoes through sterilization. This method is equally effective against the black fungus beetles. However, this approach has regional limitations, so it requires local governments to implement it. The bacteria have been distributed to all urban and rural governments. Each area must capture a certain number of black fungus beetles, inject them with the bacterium, and release them back. This will sterilize the beetles, preventing them from reproducing. Once this generation of black fungus beetles dies out, they will be eradicated. Just like in her previous life, the state began assigning tasks to the public to alleviate fear and foster a sense of collective honor. There's a saying, when people are well fed and have nothing to do, they start overthinking. This philosophy held true, as keeping people busy kept them from worrying about other matters. The leaders were adept at understanding and addressing the public's psyche. Every time the water truck delivered water to Wucheng, it was accompanied by insect-catching vehicles. The authorities also distributed head coverings, burlap sacks, nets, and other tools. Each burlap sack of black fungus beetles could be traded for an extra bucket of water, motivating everyone to participate enthusiastically. People were unlikely to risk their lives to catch insects for free. This initiative had to be based on mutual cooperation. Additionally, many households, although not yet at the stage of meticulously cleaning their dishes, had progressed to wiping them with sanitary paper. They had just enough water for drinking and cooking, so anyone with extra water was more than willing to participate. After the temperature dropped that day, residents of Jing Shu's community formed groups. Every household donned head coverings, thick socks, rain boots, applied floral water, and wore gloves, fully covering themselves to catch insects. We each need to collect at least 10 burlap sacks of live beetles. Other institutions also need to collect 5 burlap sacks, Jing Shu's mother said while eating an apple, clearly troubled. Jing Shu's father had already sent a batch of floral water, mineral water, and vegetables to Jing Shu's grandmother when the black fungus beetles first appeared. Thus, he was quite relaxed now, saying, "I'll help you catch them at the community entrance." "How long will this take? You can't catch a burlap sack in a day." At this moment, Jing Shu took out a solar-powered light stick. "Use this." Her father always thought she was like Doraemon reincarnated. While neighbors worked together using nets to catch insects, struggling under the only lit street lamp at the gate, Jing Shu and her father fully equipped themselves and arrived at their villa. They took out several light sticks, turned on the strong lights, and placed them on the ground. Before long, numerous flying insects fluttered down, buzzing incessantly. Jing Shu caught a burlap sack, pulling the light sticks filled with insects out and able to pack 1/3 of the sack. Her father followed suit. In less than half an hour, the two had filled 10 burlap sacks. During the process, her father shivered at the sight of the dense, large black insects, but his daughter handled them effortlessly. Sometimes, if any insects were missed, Jing Shu would grab them and toss them back into the air. Her daughter had recently trained a giant chicken to fly up and catch the insects, then praise it. It looked like she was treating the chicken like a dog. The chicken was doing a great job, and her father couldn't tell if the world was messed up or if he was. "Give this to the neighbors, too. Let them use it," Jing Shu's father said. Using the net to catch up to 3 or 4 insects at a time was time-consuming, but catching a burlap sack took longer. "They finally have some evening activities, Dad. Don't ruin it." Jing Shu waved to the newly organized member No.1. "No one. We're leaving." No.1, holding his large backside, reluctantly pulled himself out of the insect pile and returned to Jing Shu. This guy was like a bottomless pit. After ingesting spiritual spring water, no matter how much he ate, he could always continue eating. The insects outside had become his delicious meal. He never got enough because he ate while defecating. The nationwide insect-catching campaign was highly successful, boosting everyone's enthusiasm. Every household gained a few extra buckets of water, and within 3 days, the Wucheng government announced that the insects had been injected with the bacterium and released. Within 10 days, the population of black fungus beetles began to dwindle rapidly, and the insect disaster was completely over, allowing citizens to rest assured. 50 days had passed in the apocalypse, and the number of black fungus beetles had sharply decreased. As the domestic situation improved, Jing Shu's father received a call from Jing Shu's grandmother crying, "You all come quickly and see. Jing Shu and I have been infected by the black fungus beetles and have caught viral influenza. Nearby hospitals are refusing patients due to lack of medicine. What should we do?" "Kekeka!" The battle chicken screamed pitifully as Jing Shu lifted its wings. When Jing Shu heard her grandmother's cries, her heart clenched. Her first thought was that maybe her grandfather was in trouble. She only relaxed when she heard that it was just her third aunt and cousin who had caught a cold. In her previous life, encountering such situations meant leaving it to fate. But this time she had her spiritual spring. "Stay in your coop and behave. If you torment any other chickens again, I'll fry you up as big plate chicken."
Jing Shu threw the over 30-kilogram hen 4 or 5 meters, accurately landing it in front of its luxurious chicken coop, lined with comfortable straw that her father had specially set up for it. That's right, she had kept this chicken with other chickens and ducks, but it had been acting bossy, not only eating all their food but also competing with the pigs for feed. The most outrageous thing was its delusion of wanting to drink milk. It had turned the entire chicken and cattle shed into chaos, with chickens flying and dogs barking. Whenever Jing Shu's mother and father tried to settle accounts with it, the chicken would run away swiftly. Jing Shu's mother chased it around the yard with a broom but couldn't catch it, almost tripping herself into the fish pond. A background music here should be, "You can't catch me, I'm that strong, ha ha ha." When Jing Shu finally caught it, she gave it a thorough beating. Her father had set up an independent, luxurious chicken coop, and only then did the chicken behave. It truly had the body of a chicken, but the soul of a husky. "Let's go. We need to check what's happening quickly." After finishing the call, Jing Shu's father put on his one-piece suit and was about to rush out, clearly losing his sanity. Now, catching a viral influenza was almost a death sentence. Going to the hospital was even worse when they were refusing patients and had no medicine. Absolutely a death road. "Dad, apply some essential oil first and don't rush. Last time I saved a family of 3, I got some extra special medicine from the doctor, which worked very well. I'm going to get it now." After saying this, Jing Shu grabbed 2 ordinary cold medicine tablets and went to rush with her father to her third aunt's house in the city. In the car Jing Shu was driving, her father's emotions were very unstable. In his heart, he felt most guilty towards Jing Shu among his 3 daughters. Originally, he should be fulfilling his filial duties to the elderly, but over the years, Jing Shu had taken care of them all. Moreover, Jing Shu had the worst experiences among his 3 daughters, which made him feel even more guilty. Even though his daughter said she had special medicine, with so many people dying every day because of this, he was still very afraid of losing his family members. The temperature in Wucheng was still 47 degrees C, and it was heard that Chongqing and Wuhan had already reached 50 degrees C, even hotter than Turpan's previous hottest region at 49.6 degrees C. Every day there were still cases of heat stroke, but after the power cuts and lack of air conditioning, people seemed to be gradually adapting. Recently, CCTV was promoting an African custom of mixing mud with cow butter and applying it to the body. This not only prevents heat and mosquitoes, but also keeps the skin clean and resistant to dirt, allowing one to go years without bathing. This method has been imitated by some people who are making pledges on their Moments, WeChat social media, to wash off the mud whenever water becomes available. Jing Shu opened the door, and a wave of heat hit her face. Grandfather Jing was pacing in the hothouse. Grandmother Jing was sobbing with tears streaming down, and her weary third aunt Jing Lai was lying at one end of the sofa acting sullen. "When Jing An comes later, don't cry, thinking that I've done something to you. Didn't the hospital say they'd notify us when the medicine arrived? We've endured this period by harding it out. Drink more water, all right? I know. Keep drinking as much as you can." Grandmother Jing, holding her daughter's hands, cried heartbrokenly, "Why is it that we 2 old, stubborn folks are okay? It's like white-haired people are helping black-haired people." Wu Yui was lying on the imperial concubine's couch with headphones on, urgently reading a comic book, surrounded by various snacks and bottled water, probably wanting to finish eating the snacks before dying. The arrival of Jing Shu and her father made Grandmother Jing cry again. The elderly were very emotional, and whenever they felt wronged or sad, they loved to cry. Moreover, not knowing when her daughter and granddaughter would die, she immediately lost her composure. "Daughter, first give them your special medicine. If it doesn't work, I'll call connections to get into the hospital. There will always be a way." Jing Shu's father stood in the living room with his hands on his hips, exuding authority. As soon as he panicked, he reacted like this. "What special medicine?" Cousin Wu Yui finally turned her attention to them. "Special medicine to treat the illness. Hurry and take it. Open your mouth." Jing Shu handed her the medicine and water. As a child growing up in a single-parent household, Wu Yui was somewhat introverted.
She liked to be alone and often fantasized about traveling through time to become the protagonist. The reclusive, four-eyed otaku girl in anime seemed tailor-made for her. She was particularly serious. Moreover, while others' introversion meant being quiet, she either didn't speak at all or couldn't stop once she started talking. In fact, everyone is the main character of their own stage. When Jing Shu gave her medicine, she refused to take it and disrupted her. "Isn't this just by jahe, a type of drink? How is it special medicine? Isn't viral influenza treated with IV drips? I've never heard of taking medicine for it. You didn't get it from a scalper, did you? Even worse, I won't take it." Jing Shu was too lazy to explain. She grabbed Wu Yui, pinched her mouth, shoved the medicine into her, and poured a gulp of water mixed with a drop of spiritual spring into her. Jing Shu didn't even mention that she felt sorry for the spiritual spring, yet Wu Yui still refused to take it. Grandmother Jing, meanwhile, patted Wu Yui's back. "You, this life-saving medicine, eat it quickly. Don't be so nagging." Wu Yui. It felt like she was being forced to take poison. Could it be that they were trying to kill her and send her through time? But it was better than dying from illness and then traveling through time. That's right, Wu Yui wasn't afraid of dying at all. In her mind, if she died, her soul would transfer into a novel or comic, just like in the stories. Both of them drank the spiritual spring water, and after a while, their stomachs started rumbling. Then they began to eat frantically. Grandmother Jing cooked a large pot of rice in the kitchen, took out a jar of pickled cucumbers, a small jar of beef jerky, fried a dozen eggs, and stir-fried wood ear mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, and cabbage. After eating, they went to the bathroom, and after returning, they kept eating. "Is your medicine fake?" Wu Yui asked, slurring her words as she ate. The whole family was a bit worried. "Do you still feel any symptoms of viral influenza?" Jing Shu asked. That day, she had used just one drop of spiritual spring water to save little Tuanzui. "I feel my body is full of strength." Wu Yui clenched her fist hard, nodding affirmatively. "All the previous symptoms have disappeared. It seems I'm really fine now." Third aunt's complexion had become much rosier. That's good. Maybe the medicine was too strong and had side effects. Eat as much as you want and feel full." Grandmother Jing secretly wiped her tears and went back to snacking. At this moment, she felt an endless supply of energy and even smiled out loud when looking at grandfather. This kind of joy after a disaster was real joy. She felt completely relaxed. Jing Shu also had an extra meal and analyzed the reason. The spiritual spring water must have been overused. For critically ill patients, 1 drop is needed, and for someone like third aunt who isn't so severe, half a drop is enough. The excess might have been transferred to accelerate digestion. Jing Shu's father also relaxed, eating a few fried eggs. "Mom, why don't you and third sister stay at my place for a few days? It's so hot you don't have electricity to run the air conditioner, no water to flush the toilet, no vegetables or fresh fruits to eat, and we don't know when the dark days will end. Wait until the dark days are over and then come back." "Only when the temperature is this high." This is thanks to the collision of stars that left billions of gray dust in the atmosphere, blocking the sunlight. Otherwise, the Earth's temperature would be even higher. The living environment would become even more hostile. Now the Earth is slowly returning to its orbit. Please, citizens, stay calm and wait for the Earth to recover. Jing Shu's parents read it and showed an expression of, "I see." Jing Shu couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Blowing smoke, keep going. Every month you find new excuses. So awesome." Even though the central government had come up with all kinds of ways to comfort the public, even assigning tasks to local governments and creating new departmental positions, sympathy and conversation specialists, ensure every community visits residents, collects people's voices, comforts those who are distressed, and monitors to prevent riots. Crop cultivation specialists. Recruit those who have found new ways to grow crops in the darkness and other related areas. Civilian security, responsible for guarding entrances of supermarkets, hospitals, and bus stops, finding tasks and benefits for idle people, and preventing riots. Generally, 2 armed police officers are paired with 10 security personnel. However, over time,
Only those with strong connections and abilities could fulfill these roles. Don't underestimate these positions. After the apocalypse, these roles within the system are the easiest and at least come with a meal. In fact, after a year, positions like communal cafeterias for distributing meals, counting supplies, distributing water, and keeping scores are also quite good. Jing Shu intended for her father to first enter the first or second position. If he waited until the situation stabilized next year, it would be harder to get in. Supermarkets had changed their opening hours to 7 p.m., 9 p.m., only open for 2 hours each day, with no idea when sunlight would return. Every day, more people queued up, some even starting at 5 p.m., and the situation only worsened. Jing Shu remembered that in less than 3 months, it would escalate to people queuing for days and nights for just 1 hour to enter supermarkets. Those who didn't get in had to wait until the next day. Snacks, byproducts, vegetables, grains, and all edible things were being stockpiled. Some people even spent big money collecting grain in the countryside. Prices were soaring, while cars, now almost as cheap as scrap metal, were plummeting in value. Everyone's wallets had been drained over the past 2 months from buying this and that, transportation fees, hospital bills, and food expenses. So, what could they do? Sell cars, sell houses. But as death numbers kept rising, the demand for these two dropped crazily. Originally, house prices had been falling due to oversupply, and they had plummeted to the bottom. People with 3 or 4 houses panicked. Unable to sell their houses or cars, what could they do to buy grain from private hands without cash? They had to lower prices, keep lowering prices. This led to a phenomenon where houses were on the verge of collapse. Selling apartment 25. Everyone, I have a fully furnished 123 square meter apartment for sale on the first floor of building 25. Now selling for only 200,000 yuan, cash only, no loans accepted. Wang Kuihua sent a voice message. People are crazy for money. At 1,600 yuan per square meter in these barren mountains, it won't sell. City prices have already dropped to 2,000 yuan. When this message appeared in the group, Jing Shu was thrilled. A few days ago, she was still worried about where her third aunt would live and how her grandmother could live comfortably. But today, someone was selling a house. Moreover, this community would become Wucheng's new development area. Many people were scrambling to move in, and even now, those buying houses at low prices were getting great deals. Jing Shu sighed in frustration as her father spun tales, suggesting they just move her aunt and cousin in indefinitely. It wasn't going to work. The dark days were not about to end. They had entered a new era. They might spend the next decade dealing with various natural and man-made disasters. Was her aunt and cousin supposed to stay indefinitely? She felt once bitten, twice shy. Although her father was duty-bound to care for her grandparents, she didn't want to lose them early again in this life. Her previous life's experience with treachery from family members made her wary of inviting potential ingratitude. As she was about to find an excuse to refuse, her cousin Wu Yui declined first. I have to work on a research project with my professor for the next half-month, aiming for a recommendation opportunity. You go ahead, said Wu Yui, who was accustomed to living alone. To her, an introverted girl who could survive on minimal comforts as long as her spiritual needs were met, none of the issues at her father's place mattered. She could go a month without cooking, washing dishes, showering, or using air conditioning. This homebound girl, lost in her own world of anime and manga, was surprisingly a top student pursuing her master's degree. Jing Shu narrowed her eyes as she finally remembered why her third aunt had divorced. Her ex-family favored sons over daughters, and coupled with her aunt's inability to have more children, she had resolved to leave. She had wanted to change Wu Yui's surname to Jing, but her niece staunchly refused. I want to keep the Wu surname. I carry the Wu family bloodline which I cannot disguise. I will study hard, become a top scientist, and be so successful that the Wu family will regret it and beg me. Then I might change my surname. If I don't make something of myself, I won't change it. That was why she was striving hard, while also indulging in her love for the 2D world, admiring the protagonists who could defy fate and turn the world on its head. I'll stay here with Yui then. Let Mom and Dad go, said her Aunt Jinglai,
unwilling to leave her daughter in such conditions. Then we'll wait until UI is less busy. If the dark days are still not over by then, we can go stay for a few days to clear our minds. It's good for the two of them right now. Where would our peace of mind be if we left? Jing grandmother smiled, pleased as she clutched Jing Shu's arm, commenting, "You've put on some weight," making Jing Shu grimace. Having rushed over hastily this time, Jing Dad agreed to bring fresh fruits and vegetables in a few days before departing. Jing Shu also quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Jing Shu felt this situation wasn't sustainable long-term. Elderly people preferred to stay rooted in one place rather than bouncing between their children's homes. With a potentially long apocalypse ahead, even if her grandparents stayed at the villa permanently, they wouldn't be comfortable. But letting them return to their country home was a concern for Jing Shu too. However, just as Jing Shu was worrying over this, the issue resolved itself more smoothly than she had anticipated. It had been nearly 2 months since the sunlight disappeared, exceeding the 30-some days initially predicted by the news without any signs of the sun returning. The black fungus beetle crisis had subsided after half a month of turmoil. As people gradually adjusted to the high temperatures, water shortages, and the absence of deadly microbes, the daily talk of deaths had them on edge. Everyone was on tenterhooks about when the dark days would end and began stockpiling more supplies just in case. Now, nobody knew when the light would return, and the latest statement from the Science Channel was, "The dark days are saving us." It's reported that the collision of stars had knocked Earth's orbit awry, causing frequent seasonal disturbances and bringing Earth closer to the sun, which is why temperatures have soared, the newscast explained. This should be credited to the billions of tons of dust from the collision lingering in the atmosphere, shading the sunlight. Otherwise, Earth's temperature would be even higher. The living conditions would be much worse. Earth is now slowly returning to its orbit, and we ask the public to stay calm and wait for Earth to recover. Jing Dad and Jing Mom looked convinced after watching this, but Jing Shu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Keep spinning those excuses, brilliant. Despite the central government's efforts to calm the public with tasks and even new governmental positions, like the Sympathy and Conversation Specialist, Agricultural Cultivation Specialist, and Civilian Security, people were anxious. Underestimating these roles would be a mistake. They were the easiest, inside-the-system jobs post-apocalypse and guaranteed at least one meal a day. Positions like meal servers, resource counters, water distributors, and scorekeepers appearing in a year would be quite decent too. Jing Shu intended for her father to secure one of the first 2 positions sooner rather than later, as they might be hard to get into once the situation stabilized next year. The opening hours for large supermarkets had been changed to 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., open for only 2 hours in the absence of any clue when daylight might return. People began queuing by 5 p.m. and the situation worsened by the day. Jing Shu recalled that in less than 3 months, this would evolve into people queuing for days and nights for just an hour of supermarket access. Those who didn't get in had to continue waiting for the next day. Snacks, byproducts, vegetables, grains, and all edible items were being hoarded. Some even spent a lot of money to buy grain from rural areas. As prices soared and cars, now almost as worthless as scrap metal, saw their prices plummet. Everyone's wallets had been drained from recent expenditures on various necessities. So what was to be done? Sell cars, sell houses. But as the death toll rose, demand for these plummeted, and house prices, already on a decline due to oversupply, sank to rock bottom. People owning 3 or 4 properties panicked. Unable to sell houses or cars, what could they do without cash to buy grain privately? Lower prices? Keep lowering them. This led to a potential collapse in the housing market. For sale, Building 25. Everyone, I have a fully furnished 123 square meter apartment on the first floor of Building 25, now selling for only 200,000 yuan. Cash only, no loans. Wang Kuihua sent a voice message. People are desperate for money. 1,600 yuan per square meter in this remote area won't sell. Even city prices have dropped to 2,000 yuan. When this message appeared in the group, Jing Shu was surprised. Just days ago, she had been worried about where her third aunt would live and how to make her grandmother comfortable. Now someone was selling a house. Moreover, this community would become a new development area in Wucheng, a place many were eager to enter but couldn't. Buying a house at a low price now was a great deal. The idea of renting first to secure a spot in the housing market simply didn't work. The area would soon be under government control, which meant that when floods submerged half of Wucheng, countless homeless people would need to be accommodated. Besides property owners, all arrangements, including rentals, would follow government mandates. After half a year of chaos, no one dared defy the rules. Non-compliance meant no food and possible forced labor. This included reassignments of rentals where those with connections might squeeze in additional people, while those without were relegated to living in marked parking spaces in underground garages. Even those with mortgages were expected to contribute food monthly because the loans were through banks owned by the state. And how did the government know whether you bought a house or how you paid for it? Since the advent of big data in 2018, a swipe of your ID card could reveal everything about you, including any relief grain you collected on a specific date in December 2022. In the post-apocalyptic world, no freeloaders were tolerated. To survive, one had to create value. As Jing Shu's thoughts wandered, more messages appeared on her phone. For sale, Building 25. Big sister, I spent 250,000 yuan on this house and another 100,000 yuan on renovations and new appliances, all of which I'm including for free. I originally bought this for weekend stays, but am now selling at a loss. Wang Tuihua sent a voice message. Try asking others who might need housing. Right now, buying cars or houses is foolish. For sale, Building 25. You don't have to buy, but please don't undermine my efforts. Jing Shu added the seller as a friend and sent a message. I'll take the house for 130,000 yuan, cash ready now. I'm only buying to stockpile property. If prices rise in a few years, fine, otherwise I won't consider it due to the imminent risk of a market collapse. After pondering for over 10 minutes, the seller agreed, desperate to make any sale. It's better than getting stuck with it. I can use the money to buy food since even cabbage is now over 100 yuan apiece. Let's finalize the paperwork at 5 a.m. tomorrow. The next day, Jing Shu and her father accompanied her mother to work, bringing a packed lunch of sweet and sour radish, stir-fried pork with wood ear mushrooms and cabbage, rice mixed with spicy kimchi, 2 marinated eggs, and a bowl of chilled milk. They avoided bringing better or fresh produce since vegetables were rare, and her mother had to eat discreetly due to her increased appetite. Given recent policy changes, the lower-tier staff like her mother were working overtime, replicating the conditions of her previous life. But Jing Shu knew her mother's opportunity was coming, and this time, it must be seized. Afterward, they took her grandparents' IDs to the real estate office to complete the purchase with the seller. The transaction was smooth, motivated by a willing buyer and a desperate seller, and they quickly transferred ownership. Receiving the keys, Jing Shu and her father visited the newly purchased apartment in Building 25, located just 100 meters opposite their villa. Her father was bewildered. Why did you buy another apartment for your grandparents? This area is so remote. I was thinking of buying a city apartment once our financial situation improved. It's too quiet here. Inconvenient for transport and shopping, just like traveling from the countryside to the city. Jing Shu's father reflected on the recent hassles of queuing at supermarkets and commuting. Jing Shu toured the apartment with her father, pleased with the 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms setup. Furniture and appliances, except for an air conditioner, were included, making it almost ready to move in. The renovation is basic using cheap materials, her father noted. We owe your grandparents 200,000 yuan, right? They won't accept the money, so buying them an apartment seems right. Plus, putting it in their names means no matter which aunt comes to visit, they feel at home. We'll live here a few more years, won't we? She explained her thoughts to her father, suggesting, when you and Grandpa aren't arguing, you can live together. If there's a quarrel, they can move back here for a few days, right? They can stay in the countryside or here whenever they want. It's all their property. Her father's eyes brightened with the idea. He had always wanted to live with his parents, but didn't want to stress his father into another heart attack. Now, this arrangement seemed to solve that problem. In the following days, Jing Shu and her father busied themselves refurbishing the apartment to surprise the elderly couple. They couldn't install a UBC solar system due to its ground-level location, nor an air conditioner, but they quickly installed various water purifiers due to the ongoing water shutdown, which had become cheaper as demand plummeted. They also stocked up on linens, household goods, and some of her grandparents' clothes. Jing Shu spent her days sorting these things, preparing meals in advance, and checking on the poultry in her space in the evenings. The quails had multiplied to over 600, just waiting to be roasted. The soybeans had matured in 3 batches, ready for her grandmother to make tofu when she arrived. In February, universities decided to extend vacations indefinitely, waiting for further notifications as high school seniors were also given a break due to the cancellation of special electricity provisions for schools. Wucheng reduced the electricity supply further to only 3.5 hours per day from 4 p.m. to 7:30 p.m., causing significant disruptions for many citizens. People had to buy extra power banks to prevent their phones from dying, boil water in advance, and deal with defrosting and spoiling food in refrigerators that were only on for a few hours a day. Those who had been growing vegetables at home under simulated sunlight might have to abandon their efforts as plants failed to thrive. While daily challenges could be overcome, the physical toll was harder to manage. Previously, at least 6 hours of air conditioning helped, but now almost no one could use it, leading to widespread heat stroke. Hospitals, already overwhelmed and without a resupply of medications, faced dire conditions. Pharmacies sold out their stocks even with purchase limits, and the government announced a suspension of medical insurance cards, taking over all pharmacies and seizing their medications. As in her previous life, medical insurance cards soon became useless, and the government began seizing all resources forcefully. At this time, some food manufacturers were hoarding supplies, adding to the crisis. Wucheng's law enforcement finally found an excuse to act. With a population of 4 million, aside from the local police and public security forces, Wucheng also hosts around 160,000 armed police personnel, accounting for about 4% of the population, signifying a highly sufficient police force. This is why Wucheng's pharmacies, supply stores, and supermarkets have been silently controlled and their goods requisitioned with stocks being hauled away. Sales of medications were halted, with only a small amount of perishable foods being sold sporadically. For those businesses that cooperated with the requisitions, they were regarded as national strategic partners, set to reap benefits and gains afterward. Those who resisted were invited for lengthy tea sessions at military facilities, where they were kept comfortable until they complied, with the promise of compensation to be discussed post-dark days. This situation led to several bloody incidents and the detention of various industry leaders, encouraging many companies to cooperate under such intimidation. Jing Shu later learned that local governments had planned all these measures well in advance, which is why even in the 5th year post-apocalypse, they were still able to distribute expired foodstuffs, heavily linked to the immediate control over supplies. However, some selfish entities refused to cooperate, hoarding large amounts of food like canned meats and various other canned goods under the guise of production halts. Consequently, daily news reports exposed various companies, one for using growth enhancers in violation of food safety, another for adding harmful additives, and another for using moldy fruits in canned goods. All were confiscated by the state. The reports also commended companies like Master Kang, which, despite having ceased production, had donated 150 million instant noodles, starkly contrasting with those who were exposed for malpractices. Wucheng cracked down on all non-compliant food manufacturers, consolidating the remaining facilities under government control. The government then began slaughtering poultry and livestock en masse. 2 months passed, and a significant portion of Wucheng's poultry perished from the heat, requiring daily burials and disinfections. Initially, there was hope they might survive, so slaughtering was reluctantly carried out. Given the prolonged high temperatures, it seemed unlikely that any remaining poultry or freshwater fish would survive much longer. The decision was made to slaughter and convert them into cooked foods sooner rather than later, considering there would be no feed available for the next 2 years. Wang Qiqi 13 posted in the community chat, "Everyone, the government is hiring workers at the West City site for poultry slaughtering, plucking, gutting, and cooking. Both men and women are welcome. Meals provided with wages paid in cooked food, settled weekly. Working hours are from 2 a.m. to 7 a.m. with transportation provided. Interested parties, please sign up with me. Several community members quickly expressed interest, preferring to work rather than idle. Jing Shu sighed, resigned to the fact that this massive culling would lead to years post-apocalypse where poultry and livestock would be nearly extinct. An egg or a glass of milk would become treasures. Even if this drastic action wasn't taken, the epidemic and invasive species from decaying carcasses due to irresponsible stockpiling by certain unscrupulous farms would have posed a severe threat. As the outside world grew increasingly grim, Jing Shu's family finally saw the opportunity for her mother to advance in her career. Like in her previous life, her mother clung to her collection of stamps, reluctant to part with them, while her father sat helplessly by. "We have a senior official who loves collecting stamps. This is a limited edition Mao Zedong stamp. Should I give it or not?" Her mother deliberated while nibbling an apple. "Maybe you shouldn't," her father suggested cautiously. "What else can I give then? All other candidates have strong backgrounds and I don't. I've been in this position for over a decade," her mother exclaimed, glaring at him. "Then perhaps give the stamp," her father ventured again cautiously. "But this is my favorite. I heard Yu Kai Ni gave someone 3 sets of collectible editions. Mine might seem inferior," her mother lamented. "Then maybe don't give it after all." Jing Shu brought over 5 packages of various mushrooms, 2 trays of fresh green garlic shoots, a box of grown soybean sprouts, and a box of chives. "Mom, why not take these to your senior official for him to taste how good they are?" Jing Shu suggested. "Give vegetables? Though veggies are expensive and scarce now, they can still get them through their channels. Once the dark days are over, these won't be worth much." Jing Shu sighed. "Aren't you all working on agricultural research for the dark days? What he needs most now is achievement. What you're giving him is achievement, and even though he can get vegetables, none will be as tasty as ours." It seemed her mother hadn't grasped the treasure she had, still dreaming of a return to normalcy. Enlightened, her mother's eyes sparkled, and her father silently praised Jing Shu for resolving the dilemma. Thus, her parents quickly packed the vegetables and set off in the energy car to present their unique gift. Though her mother lacked powerful connections, she had Jing Shu, the strongest support she could ask for. In this life, Jing Shu was determined to ensure her family would secure a place within the system. Not for luxury, but for protection and priority in emergencies, enhancing their comfort and safety in the apocalypse. In any case, rules are often just tools to control the vulnerable. Jing Shu kept the house purchase a secret from her grandmother, planning to surprise her when the entire family gathered next week. After her parents left, she spent the day roasting quails she had prepared, providing a tantalizing aroma that wafted throughout the neighborhood. Fat Knee 25 commented in the chat, "Who's cooking meat? Can you close your windows? The smell's wafting over here, and don't you know I'm on a diet? It smells so good. It's unfair." Living just 100 meters from the villa, it seemed making delicious food was becoming a significant issue post-apocalypse. Jing Shu resolved to cook as much perishable food as possible in the coming days to store in her space. Taking a breath, I need to reorganize the plot outline. I still owe 4 updates. More to come tonight. Wang Dajiao1 commented, "You're making me crave it. I queued at the supermarket last night and all the spices were sold out. Now when cooking at home, we just add salt and it's so bland." Wang Kuihua responded with a voice message, "The wholesale spice market has closed down too. Make sure to buy some oil next time you go to the supermarket, or soon you won't even be able to fry food." Feng 3 chimed in, "The meat in my fridge has maggots frozen into it. Can I still eat it? Damn it, only 3 hours of electricity a day, and now my meat's turned into this without me knowing." Wang Shuemei too replied, "If it's just meat, what can't you eat? Supermarket snacks and frozen food are all gone. You're lucky to have something to eat." Feng 3 added, "What's there to fear? I've stored up a dozen bags of rice. I don't believe there won't be supplies by then." Observing the early days of the apocalypse, people still harbored hopes of a return to normalcy. Jing Shu shook her head, ignoring the chatter in the group. She quickly finished roasting the quails and stored them in her spatial cube. She then changed a few ice buckets in the yard before heading out fully geared up, accompanied by number 1. The heat wave hit her as she stepped outside, sweat immediately starting to flow. Only the silhouette of the fat chicken, unfazed by the dark, was visible in the dim neighborhood. Not far away, the glow from a luxurious glass enclosure shimmered faintly. Jing Shu thought to herself, though the villa area was remote, it was still within the neighborhood. With the upcoming surge in occupancy next year, she'd need to keep a low profile about her home's resources like electricity and water. For instance, from the higher floors of Building 25, one could see the fruit-laden apple trees in her yard through a telescope. Therefore, Jing Shu decided to leave the dirt accumulated on the hardened glass of the villa, the thicker, the better. This way, when the lights were on inside, or when working in the yard's pond or vegetable garden, no one outside could see. In these times, most residents refrained from using lights, opting for flashlights or candles instead. Transportation reverted to bicycles and electric tricycles as cars ran out of fuel. Commutes were filled with the sounds of bicycle bells mingling with the honking of buses, keeping traffic police busy. Nowadays, only government employees and public sector workers went to their offices as usual. Business owners had shut down, and it was reported that over 500,000 migrants had left Wucheng, with many returning from work elsewhere. The remaining idle population posed potential issues, so employing them in poultry culling was a way to keep them occupied. Due to weather issues, planes were grounded, and with the need to divert personnel to maintain railway tracks, train services were halved. Fortunately, Jing Shu's family no longer needed to travel out of town. Her mother mentioned that distant relatives might visit, a development that hadn't occurred in her previous life, making Jing Shu wonder if she had triggered some butterfly effect. Number 1, her chicken, pecked at insects effortlessly, a precursor to the imminent invasion of corpse beetles that Jing Shu suspected was linked to the current insect infestation. After the beetles had been eradicated, having only been a nuisance for half a month, they had led to the deaths of thousands in Wucheng, contributing to a national death toll from viral influenza that Jing Shu was unaware of. The news had shifted from corruption scandals to celebrity arrests, now focusing on the confiscation of food supplies, while also highlighting the chaos abroad compared to the stability in China. In such a secluded community with only 100 residents and a 4% death rate, they were comparatively lucky in the apocalypse. Jing Shu was now in the rugged hills behind her home, contemplating her trump card for survival, revolving around the use of sturdy granite. She began collecting massive blocks of granite into her space, using a pendulum saw to carve intricate curved grooves into the rock, a technique from Mycenaean civilization, difficult in reality but feasible with her control in the spatial realm. Despite ruining dozens of tools and spending 20 days, Jing Shu managed to craft 30 lethal weapons, filling 15 cubic meters. She shaped the granite into towering columns, each taller and thicker than a person, with a pointed end suitable for combat or for embedding into the ground to form barricades or even makeshift stone shelters in emergencies. Each granite column weighed over 2 tons. Using her space as a launching point, she could hurl them like arrows, lifting the stones with her mental force and ejecting them from her space to continue their trajectory. After practicing with other rocks, her best shot could launch them over 20 meters away, creating a massive crater upon impact. With increased intake of spirit spring water, her range improved further. If ever in grave danger, Jing Shu could unleash several columns at once, ensuring a devastating barrage. If one volley wasn't lethal, she could retrieve them to her space and strike again. However, using this strategy meant no survivors could be left. The secrets of her spatial cube were hers alone to keep, barring the dead. Thus, Jing Shu reserved her granite column assault as a last resort, a desperate measure to preserve her life when all else failed. While a handgun might be explainable, conjuring a barrage of stones was not. Every day, besides tending to her chickens, managing waste, collecting water, and cooking, Jing Shu also worked on crafting her granite weapons. Due to space constraints, she buried the finished weapons in the ground, ready to be unearthed and used when necessary. Her ultimate weapon was formidable but cumbersome and limited by distance.
If repeatedly dropped, the columns could shatter, losing their lethal sharpness. Inspired by crossbow mechanisms observed in her space, Jing Shu also considered using multiple crossbows simultaneously, releasing arrows the moment they left her spatial realm. The advantage was a chaotic barrage ideal for large groups. The downside, lack of precision and less lethal force compared to the granite, making it less likely to kill instantly. Jing Shu also practiced with a handgun, focusing on aiming without firing to conserve ammunition and avoid drawing attention. She also worked with a crossbow, appreciating its simplicity despite its inaccuracy. In dire situations, she could operate several crossbows from her space, unleashing a storm of arrows to neutralize threats, an unrefined but brutally effective last resort. Navigating clear paths in these troubled times is a challenge, and Jing Shu knows it's not easy to explain the necessity for traps around the villa. She plans to consult her grandfather and Baozi's dad, both skilled in carpentry, who could help design discreet yet effective traps, preferably the kind that remain hidden until needed. Although those with spatial abilities in history might not resort to such crude methods, Jing Shu finds satisfaction in simplicity. In her view, the simpler the better, whether it's about living or the direct and straightforward ways of dealing with adversaries. Moreover, Jing Shu harbors a personal motive. Anticipating harsh migrations during the later stages of the apocalypse, particularly during severe winters, she believes in using rudimentary methods for shelter. While relocating, she can discreetly set up wind and snow barriers with stone walls, making temporary camps more comfortable for her family. Given the pervasive darkness, her discreet arrangements would likely go unnoticed. By March 2, 2023, a week after the Black Beetle crisis subsided, society teeters into the third month of the apocalypse. The people of Wucheng are on edge, suspended in a state of anxious dread as they await the end of the dark days. Schools remain closed, pharmacies have ceased operations, and electronics are available only in a few major stores. Snack bars and self-service eateries have all shut down, and even clothing stores are barely hanging on. Previously bustling markets now echo with emptiness. Wucheng feels like a ghost town. To conserve resources, all functioning businesses and government offices have temporarily relocated to the brightly lit central business district. However, on the streets, those handing out flyers or attempting to sell property and vehicles are more numerous than pedestrians. An unassertive passerby might find themselves inadvertently whisked away to a sales pitch. Meanwhile, real estate and car prices plummet to all-time lows, with prime district school zone properties dropping from $15,000 to just $5,000 per square meter, still finding no buyers. Cars are now valued similarly to scrap metal, utterly unsellable. The devaluation of property and vehicles alongside soaring gold prices signals the deepening chaos of the times. In the supermarkets, only a handful remain open for 2 hours daily, their shelves stripped of almost all products. Condiments, fresh produce, and even pricey imported goods have vanished, and the disappearance of alcohol and tobacco is particularly notable. Basic necessities like toilet paper vanish at visibly alarming rates, yet supermarkets restock less and less frequently. The only abundant items are rice and flour, serving as a last reassurance to the populace, but even the quantities available for purchase are pitifully meager. Many now regret not collecting free rice distributed by the government in December of the previous year. This emptiness spreads like wildfire, compelling more and more people to queue at supermarkets daily. They realize too late the gradual disappearance of everyday conveniences and the encroaching reality of scarcity. Jing Grandma feels the inconveniences acutely while staying at her daughter's house. Forgotten boiled water means no hot water for a day. Meals for the next day must be prepared in advance due to limited electricity affecting even gas stoves. Lighters have vanished from supermarkets. A month without bathing leaves everyone reeking. A diet lacking in fresh vegetables causes persistent constipation, despite Jing Dad's occasional deliveries. Yet, without basics like onions and ginger, nothing tastes quite right, highlighting a series of problems with living under these conditions. Fortunately, this particular struggle doesn't last long. Jing Shu and Jing Dad soon move Jing Grandma, Jing Grandpa, Aunt Jing Lai, and cousin Wu Yu Ai to a new home, suggesting a short stay which ends up being a more permanent move. They even show the property deed to the grandparents. What's all this nonsense? How much did this house cost? Jing Grandpa nearly kicks Jing Dad in his astonishment. Jing Shu, feigning casualness about the expense, mentions, Grandma, this house was just 100,000 yuan, including all the furnishings and appliances. If you don't like it, I can just sell it. It was a good way to use the 200,000 yuan we owed you. Hearing it was only 100,000 yuan, Jing Grandpa is visibly shocked, while Jing Grandma quickly interjects to ease the situation, pointing out the practicality of living close to family and the convenience for Aunt Jing Lai, who had been through a divorce. This way, you don't feel out of place at aunts or uncles. Plus, I'll be live streaming for many more years and we could use your help. I couldn't bear to have you move back to the countryside, so why not just stay here? Jing Shu and Jing Dad suggest, planning for a comfortable cohabitation. Fine, it's nice to live here, fewer people and a nicer environment. Jing Grandma quickly agrees, and even encourages Aunt Jing Lai to move her belongings. I just finished her busy period. She can relax here too, and this will be our home from now on. Jing Shu then shows everyone around, explaining how to use the new amenities like the toilet system, the 5L water tank Jing Dad would refill, and other household functionalities, ensuring everyone feels at ease in their new environment. Let Grandma cook dinner tonight, then we'll be officially moved in, Jing Grandpa says, setting the plan in motion, happy with the new arrangements. As this happens amidst resource shortages, Jing Shu's eldest aunt Jing Pan spends several hundred yuan to bring a box of apples for each family, traveling miles to deliver them. Upon realizing nobody is at Jing Lai's old house, Jing Grandma urgently sends Jing Dad to fetch her. You see, I always say she brings trouble. Now she's waiting outside your door alone with all that fruit in these chaotic times. Hurry up and get her. Who knows what could happen with her carrying so much fruit around? Jing Grandma worries, unwittingly prophetic, as Jing Dad later learns that his sister was indeed robbed in the hallway. Second update at 19 o'clock. Thanks to Yun Xiu, Summer Without Sun in District Q, and Duck with Flavor for their generous support. Moi. OEO Aunt Jing Lai with a bruised face, helped by her older sister Jing Pan, enters the house. Wu Yu-ai trails behind with the luggage and a few battered apples, while Jing Dad carries the damaged cart and 2 broken boxes inside. Oh dear, what happened? Are you okay, eldest? Jing Grandma rushes over, concerned, and after ensuring that her eldest daughter is not seriously injured, she calms down. Jing Dad recounts the ordeal. When we got there, the eldest was fighting over apples with some women in the corridor. When they saw us coming, they grabbed some and ran off. They were residents of that building, but we didn't get a good look at them. Jing Lai, after cleaning herself off, adds, I called the police, but they just took a report and said they'll settle accounts in the autumn. There are too many robberies now, and they don't have the resources to deal with incidents where no one was seriously hurt. They told us to be careful when we're out. Jing Shu reflects that the initial chaos of the apocalypse likely caused the police to focus on confiscating resources rather than handling minor thefts, which might lead to more brazen robberies and murders in the coming months. Eldest Aunt Jing Pan, a robust woman accustomed to farm work, shows some lingering fear. If it weren't for the fact that they were women, I would have run away sooner. Unfortunately, I couldn't fend them all off and the apples were scattered everywhere. I only managed to recover 2 boxes. Jing Grandma, wiping her daughter with a damp towel, comforts her. We can mash the spoiled apples into a paste and use it to make sweet and sour fritters, which are delicious. Don't feel bad about it. Next time, don't act without telling us. How are things back in the countryside? It's actually worse here in the city than in our town. Each household in our town has plenty of grain and vegetables stored in cellars, and the army delivers water daily. The government has confiscated some apples, but we kept enough to last until next year. Your uncle couldn't leave his work, so I came alone. Maybe you should come back to the countryside with us for a while. It's dangerous here. Even carrying apples can get you robbed. After hearing about the situation, Jing Grandma relays their own circumstances and plans to send Jing Pan back the next day after gathering some belongings from their old house. She also asks about another sister, Jing Li, wondering if Jing Pan had managed to deliver apples to her as well. Hesitating, Jing Pan eventually confesses after a nudge from Jing Lai. Yes, I did. They're all fine. Jing Shu, sensing more to the story, pulls Wu Yui aside to ask, "What happened with the second aunt?" Wu Yui, quietly reading her comics, whispers, "She got caught selling cigarettes and alcohol at high prices, had her stock confiscated, and was detained. They also bought a villa here in Wucheng but are in debt now because the property values have plummeted, losing a significant amount of money." Jing Shu now understands the family dynamics and the financial strains. Jing Li's legal troubles could have serious long-term consequences, especially if they ended up on a blacklist, a situation Jing Shu hadn't paid attention to in her previous life. That evening, a sumptuous dinner is prepared, featuring spicy crayfish, braised pork knuckles, crispy fish, sweet and sour pork, pork rib and lotus root soup, stir-fried potatoes, and sautéed crown daisy. The main dish is fritters, made from the mashed apple paste prepared by Jing Grandma. Jing Mom, who's been busy with work and a potential promotion, joins the family late, but is hopeful about her chances, as she's been frequently visiting the crop cultivation center with a senior official, signaling her possible future responsibilities. The family enjoys the meal together, but Jing Shu is still hungry, and later snacks on seafood porridge, a whole stewed chicken, 5 tea eggs, and a large watermelon back at her house. All leftovers are efficiently recycled as pig feed. With her spatial capacity nearing its limit, Jing Shu plans to intensify her efforts to level up her spatial abilities, recognizing the need for more storage as her agricultural ventures expand within the space. She's already thinking ahead to planting more crops and producing various food items from her produce, including a natural coconut milk beverage, anticipating a long period of water scarcity. With these plans and preparations, Jing Shu continues to navigate the challenging realities of the apocalypse, ensuring her and her family's survival and comfort amid the chaos. The elderly couple has moved all their bedding, daily necessities, and clothing to their new home, looking to settle in for the long term. This gives Jing Shu peace of mind, reassured that her grandparents are under her watchful eye in this life. Aunt Jing Lai and Wu Yui pay a special visit to Jing Shu. Jing Lai has knitted a cotton vest, knee pads, and socks for Jing Shu out of wool. Wu Yui brings several silkworms in a cardboard box, explaining, "Didn't you say you wanted some silkworms the other day? I got these from a professor. They're amber silkworms, not native to Huaxia, but they produce golden silk and can feed on a variety of plants." Jing Shu is delighted to receive the silkworms, having forgotten about them amidst her busy schedule. The timing is perfect, as most other silkworms would not have survived the current climate without conditions like those in her villa, which maintains a constant temperature. She is grateful for the thoughtful gifts from Jing Lai and Wu Yui, which are a way of thanking her for the medicine she provided earlier. Jing Shu values this genuine exchange of kindness among relatives. "Making tofu is indeed a profound craft," exclaims Jing Shanhei, Jing Shu's grandfather, as he operates a small grinding stone. Jing Grandma supervises, adding water and directing the process, while Jing Shu watches amusedly. Over the next few days, Jing Shu busies herself with transforming soybeans into various delicious forms of tofu. In the south, gypsum is used to coagulate the soy milk, producing a tender tofu, while in the north, brine is used, resulting in a firmer, more flavorful tofu. In Wucheng, located in the north, brine is more common. Jing Shu also sets aside several 2-liter containers of soft tofu pudding for future breakfasts and cooks a large quantity of soy milk, storing it in the last cubic meter of space in her magical cube for easy access. She collects the film that forms on top of boiling soy milk to create tofu skin, which she fries until crispy. She also produces plenty of dried tofu sticks and stores them in the freezer. Some of the tofu is transformed into frozen tofu for hot pot use, various flavored dried tofu, and deep-fried tofu. The fried tofu, simply seasoned with salt, is delicious and easy to prepare. Jing Grandma plans to make stinky tofu, reminding Jing Shu of the delicacies from Changsha and making her crave it. Jing Shu decides to use all the remaining soybeans to make spicy and salty crispy fried soybeans.
With no more space in her magical cube, she stores them in sealed 2-liter jars, ensuring she has snacks available any time. As mid-March approaches, the relentless heat and the unending dark days weigh on everyone's minds, with no indication that the situation will improve. Households run through their food supplies quickly due to a lack of vegetables and other staples, leading to significant food waste as refrigerators fail to keep food cold due to inadequate power supply. The scarcity of various everyday items continues to exacerbate the situation, causing widespread frustration and desperation. Jing Grandma expresses concern over their adaptability to their living situation, noting the inconvenience of their current setup. Jing Shu plans to move more family members to her well-equipped home, seeing it as a safer and more comfortable option. That evening, Jing Shu's mother returns from work late due to her busy schedule, influenced by her potential promotion and frequent visits to the agricultural center with a senior official, hinting at her possible future responsibilities managing the cultivation projects. The family enjoys a lavish meal featuring a variety of dishes, but Jing Shu, still not satisfied, ends up eating more at her own home. Her magical cube is nearly full, prompting her to plan for an upgrade to accommodate more food production. Jing Shu spends additional time each day practicing with her magical cube, hoping to enhance her ability to manage the space and prepare for the continued challenges of living in a post-apocalyptic world where food and resources are becoming increasingly scarce. Wang Tiqi 13 suggested, "I recommend everyone try to get an early seat. Take the 9 a.m. dedicated bus to Love Home Supermarket to queue. The big city supermarkets have scalpers lining up since morning, charging 500 yuan per spot, which means many people still can't get in after closing time." Wang Dajiao 1 replied, "Then I'll queue tomorrow morning. My wife is pregnant and wants some vegetables and fruits. If anyone has connections to scalpers, please let me know. Thanks." Wang Qi 13 responded, "Now only rural areas can get some, but it's still expensive. I'll give you the phone number. Rough prices are apples 500 yuan koche, mushrooms 200 yuan kage, potatoes 300 yuan ko, cabbage 500 yuan ka, winter melon 400 yuan ka, pumpkin 500 yuan ka, carrots 600 yuan ka. Buy now while you can, it's likely to rise." Grateful, Wang Dajiao reposted the sale of his car in the group, selling his small BMW for 5,000 yuan. However, he was scolded by high-end car sellers in Building 5. "Don't embarrass yourself with that crappy BMW here. My Range Rover won't sell for 10,000, and a Maserati only gets sold for 20,000. But since the cars are with the manufacturer, you have to find a carrier yourself. After the dark days end, the prices won't be this favorable anymore. If no one buys it, I'll ask again in a while." Wang Kuihua sent a voice message. "Whoever buys a car now is a fool. Cars without fuel can't get home anyway." Jing Shu noticed that Wang Kuihua was the conversation ender in the chat. Once she chimed in, the chat basically died. "Dad, look at the cabbage, apples, and pumpkins are all the same price now, all up to 500 yuan per kg, Jing Shu told Jing Grandma, who was cooking dinner. "Hurry up and call your eldest aunt and tell her not to sell the apples anymore. If they are priced so high, it means they are really gone." "Okay. You remember how you thought the cabbage was too expensive at 10 yuan back then?" Jing Grandma regretted, patting her thigh. "I thought 20 yuan for a pumpkin was too expensive and didn't buy it. Now I suddenly crave pumpkin cakes." So when Jing Shu brought over 4 or 5 big pumpkins, Jing Grandma's happy eyes couldn't be hidden. Jing Shu explained, "In the past 2 months, I collected a lot of vegetables and seeds. Let me know if you want anything else, Grandma." "Ah, my good granddaughter." Jing Shu calculated the time. Recently, rural areas had been requisitioned for supplies, like Aunt Jing Pan's apples, and now the vegetables being sold are mostly those collected at the beginning of the apocalypse and stored in cellars. It's uncertain if those eyeing profits will regret not having vegetables when there are none left to eat. Cabbages, pumpkins, carrots, etc. can be stored in cold storage for half a year without issues. But this is essentially the last batch of diverse vegetables. After this batch is sold out, only single varieties of vegetables will remain. These remaining vegetables are either grown in government-maintained heated greenhouses with partial energy use, or in makeshift greenhouses built by urban and rural natives with insulation, air conditioning for cooling, and canal water irrigation, or they are the resilient ones that have sprouted more. However, compared to the population of millions, their yield is almost negligible. In another month, cabbage might cost 1,000 won per kg. Without sunlight, drought, and high temperatures killing 90% of the vegetables, only a few types of mushrooms, chives, garlic, crown daisy, and spinach remain, which don't require sunlight and can be grown by controlling temperature and moisture. Wucheng's various district governments are experimenting in heated greenhouses on how to mass-produce these vegetables, but so far the results are not good, mainly due to high costs and low yields. Meanwhile, Jing Shu's mother has been appointed as the deputy director of the Dark Days Agricultural Research and Development Department, sharing the position with former leader Yu Kai-ni. Both are managing the research work in one of the 13 districts of Wucheng. In short, Jing Mom has climbed 3 levels to become deputy director, while Yu Kai-ni has been promoted by 1 level, both becoming deputy directors, forcing them to compete with each other. Jing Mom efficiently peeled the grape skin and ate it, somewhat frustrated, saying, "They made me and Yu Kai-ni participate in a competition. Within a month, whoever has better performance gets to be permanent, and after the 13 districts are evaluated, they will determine where to build the artificial sun in Wucheng." At this moment, Jing Grandpa, Jing Dad, Aunt Jing Lai, and cousin Wu Yui are sitting neatly at the dining table waiting for dinner. Hearing Jing Mom's words, Jing Grandpa asked in surprise, "Can we still create an artificial sun? Like the real sun hanging in the sky emitting sunlight? Wow, that's a big task. So does it mean, whether the dark days end or not, it's the same?" Jing Mom was at a loss to explain. Jing Shu, who had been bombarded with news in her previous life, explains, "Grandpa, it's not like you think. If the sun is a high-temperature, high-pressure molten furnace that continuously undergoes nuclear fusion to produce light energy, the artificial sun is a superconducting tokamak capable of generating large-scale nuclear fusion reactions under high-temperature conditions, similar to the sun. It's not hanging in the sky. It's placed in water to produce nuclear fusion, thereby providing a continuous and inexhaustible clean energy source." Jing Mom nodded appreciatively. Right, that's about it. So next month they're likely to stop all other energy supplies to prioritize the artificial sun." "Dad, does this mean stopping electricity, gas, and oil is related to the artificial sun? How can the artificial sun provide energy if it's not hanging in the sky?" Jing Grandpa was still confused. As a knowledge-deficient person reborn, Jing Shu finally managed to show off her limited knowledge. In 2018, Huaxia's artificial sun first achieved 100 million degrees of operation, costing hundreds of millions per second, consuming countless energy resources. But it's still a step away from controlled nuclear fusion. The artificial sun generates energy from nuclear fusion in seawater, which can be used for indoor artificial photosynthesis to grow crops. It can also solve freshwater shortages by using seawater and electrolyze water to produce fuel for cars. Jing Grandpa, Jing Dad, and Aunt Jing Lai all looked like, "I don't quite understand, but it sounds impressive." Jing Shu sighed and stopped explaining. However, mischievous Wu Yui pointed at the food on the table and said, "Your family's fish don't look biologically normal, and these bean sprouts, no matter how mutated they shouldn't be sprouting more. I have to call the professor and ask." Jing Shu, exasperated, stuffed a pumpkin cake into Wu Yui's mouth. "Quick, eat your meal. Let the professor know you still have fish to eat while he doesn't. Think about the consequences. Your family's pumpkins are also weird." That evening, the news broadcast indeed mentioned the artificial sun and its benefits after its successful implementation, painting an optimistic picture to keep everyone calm and avoid disturbances in the apocalypse. In this life, the artificial sun project was indeed being carried out. Aunt Jing Lai, with her spatial capacity nearing its limit, Jing Shu planned to intensify her efforts to level up her spatial abilities, recognizing the need for more storage as her agricultural ventures expanded within the space. She was already thinking ahead to planting more crops and producing various food items from her produce, including a natural coconut milk beverage, anticipating a long period of water scarcity. Jing Shu realized that the space in her magical cube was nearly full, prompting her to plan for an upgrade to accommodate more food production.
She had already spent 2 months mastering the 5th tier of her spatial cube and was practicing the 6th tier, hoping to achieve proficiency soon. Every day, besides tending to her chickens, managing waste, collecting water, and cooking, Jing Shu also worked on crafting her soybean-based delicacies. She had transformed soybeans into various forms of tofu and other products, ensuring a diverse food supply despite the scarcity of other ingredients. Initially, Jing Shu wanted to find another reason to justify setting traps, but Wu Yu-ai gave her the perfect excuse, saving her the trouble. Traps alone aren't enough. What if we encounter a group of desperados, or those armed with guns? Wu Yu-ai asked, her tendency for melodrama surfacing again. Jing Shu clapped in agreement. Exactly, Dad. Think about it. What if a dozen people storm our villa for a robbery, and what if they also kill? Although it might not happen, we must be prepared. It's better to be safe than sorry. This line of thinking indeed scared the family, considering everyone was still able to eat. But what would happen if hungry people saw the condition of their villa? Without further discussion, they began planning various traps. The next day, Jing Shu, her father, and her grandfather started by planting a fence around the perimeter of the villa. From inside the fence to the villa walls, they began digging pits, planning to encircle the villa with 2-meter-deep trenches covered by sensory wooden boards. Anyone stepping on these areas would fall straight into the pits. The boards were designed to open only in one direction, triggered only by stepping on them. Once triggered, they would open instantly, equipped with a spring to snap back into place. This meant that anyone who fell could not escape from below. Jing Shu initially wanted to add spikes to the pit to incapacitate the intruders thoroughly, but her family, having never faced murderous raiders, thought it was enough to simply trap them. There was no need to resort to killing, which could lead to legal consequences. Jing Shu didn't argue, but planned to spice up the trap later to ensure that anyone daring enough to break into the villa would regret it profoundly. Her resentment was deep, rooted in her previous life's fears of being robbed and murdered. Meanwhile, her father bought enough composite wood boards from old Chen, the decorator. A couple of boards made one trap door, and surrounding the villa required hundreds of boards. Fortunately, these were inexpensive, so the setup was completed without much cost. The main entrance received special attention since Jing Shu's villa was securely enclosed by tempered glass, forming a nearly impregnable barrier. Even if someone managed to break the glass, it would take considerable effort to clear away the pieces. Therefore, the main entrance was deemed critical for defense. Jing Shu made her intentions clear. Ideally, the traps should be live, normally inactive for safety, only triggered manually by us when needed. Considering safety and secrecy, Jing Shu quietly shared her ideas with her father and grandfather the next day. Although they thought she was being overly cautious and alarmist, they couldn't argue with her persistence and agreed to implement double-layered traps. Around the main entrance, they set up several tripwire traps, simple and non-lethal yet effective. The tripwires, circled with steel, were laid out in front of and around the main entrance. Normally, the trigger mechanism would be disabled, and walking over them would feel like stepping on ropes. A simple adjustment of the wires could trigger the mechanism, snapping the steel rings closed to immobilize anyone stepping on them, effectively trapping the intruder. Inside the door, they installed a second trap. The villa had a high ceiling, and Jing Shu's father installed a special mechanism while she acquired 3 large animal capture nets from the zoo. These 304 steel nets, designed to catch large animals, were hung high and could be released with the push of a button, ensuring that any intruder would be incapacitated upon entry. Jing Shu tested the setup with their fattest chicken, which ended up completely trapped at the door, unable to move under the net. The frightened chicken flapped its wings, shedding feathers and squawking loudly. Despite its considerable strength, it failed to escape, satisfying Jing Shu that the trap was effective. She then tested other traps with the chicken, which became quite traumatized, shivering whenever it passed the door, sticking close to Jing Shu as if fearing another surprise attack. Its behavior changed noticeably, becoming much more subdued. She also added pebbles and chili powder to the trap area, secretly incorporating glass shards and even sulfuric acid, ready to surprise any intruders with a push of a button. As Jing Shu's villa gradually bristled with various traps, her grandfather and father fortified the chicken coop. She spent her last funds on several tons of coal, building a small coal storage shed behind the villa, as the situation in Wucheng deteriorated further. Jing Shu almost forgot when murders and robberies began. In this life, as she was busily engaged, a reminder popped up in the group chat. Wang Qiqi 13 posted, "Everyone, it's best to carry a stick when going out and avoid going alone, especially after shopping at the supermarket. Be very cautious. Our neighborhood's Shfeng 3 was robbed today. He resisted fiercely and got seriously injured. With hospitals running low on supplies, he's just bearing the pain. With the hot weather, wounds can easily get infected, so it's best to avoid injuries and illnesses." Feng 3 added, "Those bastards probably couldn't queue up to buy food and waited at the entrance, targeting us singles. The supermarket has police, so they don't dare rob there, but as soon as you leave, they rob you openly. My cries for help were useless. I reported it, and they just took a note since there were no fatalities. It's getting worse." Wang Xuemei too shared, "Luckily I went early in the morning, didn't buy anything, and just went home." Wang Tuihua sent a voice message. "You think that's bad? I queued for 2 days to buy just 1 kilogram of rice." Wang Xuemei too replied, "I'll call you next time. We also bike there." It's hard to say when these days will end. Since the freezer ran out of food and the dried shiitake mushrooms we bought earlier are gone, as are the snacks, we're left with just eating plain rice or the corn mush distributed earlier. I hope the dark days end soon. Fei New 25 shared, "Just tightening our belts and waiting for the artificial sun. Everything will get better. But does anyone have a scalper's number? I really can't stand this anymore." Jing Shu's memories were triggered. At this time in her previous life, her mother was still working hard and doing overtime. Because Yu Kai-ni had been promoted to deputy director, her former position was left vacant, and Jing Shu's mother competed for the spot with Qian Qing, eventually ending in failure. She soon became depressed due to the heat and her career stagnation, never making it into the system. And Jing Shu, still naive at that time, would accompany her father with a steel pipe to the supermarket to queue for food, fearing their own supplies would run out or be stolen. Like many others, they hoped the dark days would end soon and that someone would come to rescue them, pinning their hopes elsewhere. Jing Shu eventually realized that people must rely on themselves. Almost like clockwork, after learning that everyone's refrigerators were empty, the electricity supply hours were shortened again, now only from 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. Within these 2 hours, everyone rushed to meet all their electrical needs, charge power banks, phones, flashlights, cook a day's worth of rice with electric cookers, boil water, and keep lights on for at least an hour, following news advice that people need to absorb light daily as candles were already used up, and watch the news to stay updated. Excluding a minority of wealthy individuals with UBC solar power systems which are said to have skyrocketed to millions for a set and are available only to the very wealthy, less than 0.03% of the population has them. Also excluding those with power and influence whose electricity rarely cuts off, as rules are always meant to control the lower tiers in any place. However, those who have genuinely contributed significantly have the right to special treatment. For instance, managing to keep the last few 100 million people alive through the hardest times, even though their decisions also led to the death of a third of the population. As a survivor, Jing Shu felt that it was impressive to keep 2/3 of the population alive under those conditions, especially when several countries abroad had fallen. A popular saying in the post-apocalyptic world was, "The rich have UBC, the powerful have uninterrupted power, and those with nothing rely on public resources. The rich eat dried goods, the powerful eat vegetables, and those with everything can eat bugs. The rich drink purified water, the powerful drink spring water, and those with nothing drink rainwater." Where did someone like Jing Shu, who seemed to have everything, fit into all this? Reflecting on it, she felt quite satisfied. Regarding air conditioning, it was no longer necessary since the temperature started to drop rapidly after 5:30 p.m. One of the assurances for survival in the high heat was maintaining adequate hydration. However, water supply regulations changed too. Now, each person was only allotted 1.5 liters per day, which was insufficient in such heat where adults should ideally consume at least 2 liters. The gradual changes were hardly noticeable at first, from a bucket per person a month to 2 buckets per family, then down to 1 bucket, and now, 3 months later, just 1.5 liters per person. Although the public found it hard to accept, faced with armed police, they dared not complain aloud. Is armed police really necessary just to deliver water? This was as far as most dared to grumble, evidencing the nation's severe water shortage. The freshwater lakes had turned green and stinky due to rotting biological matter, soil erosion and drought hit rivers too fast to manage, and still it did not rain. Scientists across channels unified their statements. High temperatures would cause sea levels to rise, which in turn would flood a third of the globe, potentially submerging island nations entirely. Rain will come eventually. We predict major floods in many areas, and everyone must prepare in advance. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable, the scientists warned in the first month, causing widespread anxiety. 4 months later, the public had become desensitized. Just let it rain already, even a flood would be better than dying of heat. But still, no rain came, and no floods occurred. Japan had prepared for 3 months to be submerged, but remained dry. Only Jing Shu knew that when everyone let their guard down, the predictions would come true in the second year of the apocalypse. It wasn't that disasters weren't happening, they were just gathering strength for a massive onslaught that would submerge several countries, and a third of China in a deadly year. Shaking her head, Jing Shu reflected on how each day brought back memories as she finished eating 10 scallion egg pancakes, 2 bowls of double-skim milk, and a large pot of tomato and egg dumpling soup. She then donned her helmet, grabbed the real iron rod, and set off to escort her mother to work. Yes, a genuine iron rod. Some might not understand the weight of iron. Jing Shu provided a quick lesson. Iron weighs 7.8 tons per cubic meter, so a solid iron rod 1 meter long weighs about 39 kilograms. Jing Shu could now easily lift it and swing it dozens of times without issue. If anyone dared approach, she could break their bones effortlessly, ensuring a lethal hit. She also brought 2 boxes of soil from the villa. With her mother's competition approaching, Jing Shu decided to cheat a little to help her edge out Yukai Ni. "Are you sure you need to go out, dear? Isn't it safer to stay home?" her mother asked, smearing some dirt on her face to blend in. Jing Shu did the same, noting how strangely out of place their healthy, glowing complexions were among those who lacked sunlight and nutrition. After the apocalypse, people deprived of sunlight grew increasingly malnourished and frail. In her previous life, her mother, not yet 50, had appeared 70 years old. This time, however, she retained the beauty of a 30-year-old. Jing Shu, clanking the iron rod down, declared, "Look at my strength now. If anyone causes trouble, I'll sort them out. Dad was called away by Uncle, and I can't bear the thought of you going alone. It's also a good chance to see what sort of bizarre things your unit is up to." Since her promotion, Jing Shu's mother has been working at the Plant Research and Management Department, located between the original city center and the current center near their villa. This location was much more accessible at just 14 kilometers away. However, Jing Shu still drove cautiously, as the roads outside the city center were not regularly cleared of debris like those downtown, and they were only passable following the tracks left by larger vehicles. At 4:40 a.m. with the temperature at 3 degrees C, Jing Shu adjusted the heater in their car while listening to the 9:49 broadcast. Due to the cessation of oil sales to the public, most logistics companies had shut down, and prices for energy cars had skyrocketed, earning them the status of luxury cars. Traditional gasoline vehicles, in contrast, had plummeted in value as companies halted their production to switch to energy cars. However, the scarcity of raw materials and other factors meant that new energy cars were still rare. Jing's mother, sitting in the passenger seat, was cracking open apricot kernels to extract the almonds inside, saving them as a snack for work. "I don't know how our apricot tree produces so many fruits. I can't even finish them all daily." Jing Shu rolled her eyes silently,
To ensure her mother could enjoy fresh apricots every day, she diligently watered the tree with diluted spiritual spring water. There's a saying that when you feel your life is easy, it's because someone else is bearing the burdens for you. This saying was apt for Jing Shu's situation. In her previous life, her parents shouldered the hardships so she could live comfortably. Now, it was her turn to bear the weight. However, she had learned her lesson well. No more nurturing, thankless ingrates. They arrived at her mother's workplace just on time. The entrance was secured with iron barriers and several guards in bulletproof vests wielding electric batons, who only allowed entry after verifying identities. Rows of expensive greenhouses, brightly lit and visible through clear glass, showed busy figures moving about. As Jing Shu parked, a government shuttle arrived with the last batch of employees. Yu Kai-ni stumbled out, a stark contrast to her previously poised appearance. Half a year ago, she was elegant and competent in her business attire. Now she looked disheveled and frazzled, her clothes wrinkled from the crowded commute. Fixing her hair and clothes before entering, Yu Kai-ni spotted Jing Shu and her mother and immediately glared at them with resentment. She approached them haughtily. "Let's set a time to transfer the property ownership back. Return my house and my money." She was infuriated that the house she thought was a steal had devalued so drastically, dropping from 1.4 million to barely sellable at 300,000. Liu Kei had sweet-talked her into buying it, claiming that Center City properties would only lose value if the world ended. Well, the market had crashed spectacularly. For every drop in property value, Yu Kai-ni cursed Jing's mother. If she had that money now, she could have bought an energy car instead of squeezing onto the commuter shuttle every day. Sulanzi, Jing Shu's mother, nonchalantly walked away with Jing Shu, who called back, "Congratulations on your house's depreciation, just desserts indeed," before they both hurried into the building. Yu Kai-ni sneered after them. "You can run, but you can't hide, Sulanzi. You're bound to lose in the upcoming competition. I'll make sure you never rise again, teaching you that in politics, those without connections can only be clerks." Jing Shu was dragged into the research facility by her mother, listening to her complaints. "Why bother with her? We've already made our gains. Let's just keep quiet about it. We've spent all the money and I don't want to live in that tiny apartment anymore. Let her complain to the directors if she wants." Their department was divided into several parts. The state-of-the-art greenhouses that ran on a minimum of 8 hours of power and maintained constant temperatures were under the director's control. Each deputy director, including her mother, managed a research facility dedicated to studying crop cultivation during the dark days. Yu Kai-ni's facility was equipped with rows of shelves under 24-hour light, cultivating lettuce and spinach with ample resources, advanced equipment, and a team of researchers and professors giving daily advice. In contrast, Sulanzi's setup was a makeshift lab in a repurposed warehouse, cramped and barely lit, manned by 3 experienced farmers without the benefits of advanced technology. This disparity in resources made Sulanzi feel increasingly despondent. "What can I do? When I said I could grow my own, they gave me this setup." Yu Kai-ni's uncle is a professor at the Research Institute. He arranged everything for her, including catalysts. Facing such unfairness, there wasn't much Sulanzi could do as an outsider without connections. "I'll go spread the soil," Jing Shu said as she started sprinkling it on the undernourished plants on the shelves. Her mother wondered why the vegetables thrived at home but languished here, until Jing Shu suggested it might be the soil, which was mixed with enchanted spring water and soil from her magical cube. Since their focus was on plants that required minimal sunlight, like garlic, spinach, lettuce, and mushrooms, these were the varieties they tried to cultivate in the lab. While Sulanzi and the farmers got to work, Jing Shu sat on a step outside, munching on roasted cashews. Suddenly, she felt a gaze on her and stopped chewing, startled by the eyes of a dirty, snotty-nosed little boy about 5 or 6 years old watching her intensely. Shaking her head, Jing Shu stood and walked inside, the boy following her with a hopeful expression. Though he said nothing, his eager eyes communicated his desire for a taste of her snacks. Jing Shu was admittedly beaten by the rarity of a chubby child in the apocalypse. Sticking to her principle of not giving anything for free, Jing Shu held out a cashew and proposed a deal. "One question, one cashew, what's your name?" The little boy thought for a moment, then picked up a stick and wrote in the dirt, "Niu Ben Yen." Jing Shu was puzzled. What does that even mean? Is he testing whether I paid attention in my Chinese classes? After the child self-assuredly took a cashew, he continued, "Niu Ben, Yan, Yen, Ben." He extended his hand, signaling for another cashew. Jing Shu complied and gave him another, while she grabbed a handful for herself, chewing thoughtfully as they stared each other down. The boy savored his cashew piece by piece, and once finished, he would eagerly look at Jing Shu for more. Suddenly, the boy's eyes twinkled mischievously. "My name is inspired by the mythical creatures Niu Ben Yen Mountain Tiger and Ma Dung Dung Sea Dragon." Successfully, he earned another cashew. Jing Shu was dumbfounded, feeling intellectually assaulted. In the next few minutes, this precocious child started gossiping about his family, the things like his mom's favorite strawberry, his dad's tattoo of his mom's name on his butt, how his dad would kneel down when he couldn't satisfy his mom, where his dad hid his private cash but got stolen by him, and so on. Jing Shu couldn't help but think, I really didn't want to hear your family gossip. Niu Benyen, however, seemed convinced she did. After a brief pause, Jing Shu offered the last cashew and asked, "So who exactly is your dad?" Carefully pocketing the cashew, the boy pointed towards the brightly lit greenhouse area. "My dad is Niu Biao. Everyone calls him the director, but he's about to stop working here soon. I heard he's going to be a minister." Jing Shu felt overwhelmed. It seemed today was not a good day for a chat. She remembered the upright director Niu Biao from her previous life, who rose rapidly in ranks, taking Yukai Ni along with him. She had never guessed that this stern figure had his wife's name tattooed on his rear. The boy, with watery eyes, then offered Jing Shu a candy. "One question, one candy. What's your name?" It was Jing Shu's turn to be amused. The kid was using her own tactics against her. Finally, Jing Shu wrote her name down, half expecting the boy to struggle, but to her surprise, he read it fluently and even commented, "Is it derived from Jingnu Chishi, waiting for me at the city corner? I just memorized that poem." Grabbing the candy, Jing Shu hurried away, muttering, "We're different. When I was your age, I only knew how to play in the mud." She disliked this too smart kid who had swindled her out of over 20 cashews and now used words to humiliate her. Later, Jing Shu and her mother had a simple meal in their car with the air conditioner on, enjoying thick walnut and goji berry soup, apples, and stone pot rice topped with soft-boiled eggs, accompanied by kimchi and steak. After a long workday, they headed home without encountering any highway robbers. Jing Shu guessed they were likely lingering near supermarkets. Upon reaching their community gate, the diligent security confirmed their identities before allowing them in, reflecting the chaotic state of robberies outside. Back home, Jing Shu's grandmother had finished feeding the fish, milking the livestock, and feeding the silkworms. Jing Shu herself took care of the chickens and quails on the second floor, collecting eggs and occasionally sneaking more from her magical space, which somehow seemed inexhaustible. The difference between the animals in her space and those outside was stark. Those in the magical space were pampered with constant temperature and high-quality feed, making them significantly larger and healthier. Jing Shu was already planning whom to gift the black pigs to, ensuring it would create the most value. As she practiced hurling stones and archery in the back hills, her skills improved significantly. The heavy chicken, trained to attack on command, was a testament to the value of feeding it spiritual spring water. The community faced another tragedy. Wang Dezhao's pregnant wife had died after eating wax-coated vegetables sold by a scalper, leading to a miscarriage and fatal hemorrhage. Despite a police report, the culprits had vanished. Wang Dezhao, devastated beyond words, vowed to avenge his family, with Wang Qiti promising to help find the culprits, taking partial responsibility for the incident. The community fell silent, wary of the dangerous implications of buying vegetables from untrustworthy sources, now more inclined to stick to plain rice to avoid risking further tragedies. Just when the residents had resigned themselves to a mundane diet, a new threat emerged. After months of evolution, the necrotic insects that thrived in the dark finally made a notorious name for themselves, transforming from obscurity to infamy in just 3 days. The corpse worms, destined to become a nightmare for many over the coming years, were among Jing Shu's least favorite creatures from her previous life. These creatures would also reluctantly serve as a last resort for sustenance. Though the red worms were tasteless, they were edible and safe. Unlike corpse worms, which were so bitter they were nearly inedible and could cause illness. In her previous life, during a desperate 5th year, Jing Shu had swallowed bowls of these worms, which expelled a greenish liquid that was intensely bitter and left a gritty residue in her mouth, their foul stench rivaling that of the world's stinkiest canned fish. Only under extreme hunger did she consume them, based on others' advice that they should be swallowed whole to avoid the taste. After enduring 2 days of this diet until help arrived, she was plagued by severe digestive issues. From then on, Jing Shu vowed never to eat corpse worms again, especially after even maggots and red worms died out in the cold, leaving only these hardy creatures in abundance. Due to their omnivorous nature and preference for decaying flesh, corpse worms thrived wherever there were dead organisms, consuming them, and in turn becoming vectors for disease. Wang Kuimei's distress was shared in a voice message. "It's like a curse. I opened a new bag of rice to find it half full of black-green worms. As soon as I opened the bag, they started crawling everywhere, some even flying around the room." Her message quickly drew numerous responses. Luoju 9 said, "I've been finding dead flying insects floating in my water bucket, but today the entire bucket was swarming with those dark green wriggling worms. I was so scared I threw the whole bucket out." Feng 3 shared, crying emoji, "I've been unable to take out the trash due to my injury. I had thrown meat with maggots into a trash bag, and today I found it crawling with dark green maggots. Have the maggots evolved? Why are they so much smaller?" Luxury Car Sales 5 lamented, "I've been bitten. What should I do? This morning I woke up to find my bed swarming with those damn things, and now my body is covered in swollen, painful red spots. The hospital was useless, saying my symptoms were too mild to warrant medication." Corpse worms seemed to be invading households everywhere, from spoiled grains to decaying meat. They originated from the bodies of aquatic creatures that had not been timely cleared from lakes and seas, coupled with buried livestock and a lack of sunlight for sterilization, leading to this new invasive species. At first the worms were tiny, half the size of fleas at 0.3 mm in length, but they bred in massive numbers. Female worms could fly and burrow, laying eggs while feeding, rapidly producing thousands of offspring. Despite not consuming much grain, the worms thrived in the hot weather, which also led to other small insects in food, attracting corpse worms. They were voracious, consuming anything, including human bodies, when other food sources were depleted. In their natural environment, corpse worms faced many predators, but in the lakes, where most fish and wildlife had died, they proliferated unchecked, disrupting the ecosystem. The incident with luxury car sales was common. Undetected infestations could explode in number, leading to direct attacks on humans. Jing Shu discovered corpse worms in her pigsty, but her chickens quickly devoured them, proving their value once more. She carefully checked her basement and other potential hiding spots to ensure her living spaces remained free of these pests. Realizing that bees might also prey on the worms, she released some from her space, who, after initially ignoring the worms, effectively eliminated them. Encouraged, Jing Shu set up a small beehive in the greenhouse to naturally control any future invasions. Later, as Jing Shu discussed beekeeping and requested more frogs from Wu Yui, she pondered the ongoing battle against these resilient pests, determined to safeguard her home and family from the insidious threat of corpse worms. Given the ongoing plague of corpse worms, Jing Shu suddenly remembered that frogs were among the top predators of these pests. Maggots, too, thrived by consuming corpse worms, illustrating nature's cycle of life and death. In the first year of the apocalypse, maggots had sustained many lives, which in turn relied on the corpse worms, proving that what goes around comes around. While the bees in Jing Shu's second-floor greenhouse were pleasant and aesthetically pleasing,
The chickens in the yard served as effective pest controllers, devouring any insects they came across. Seeing an opportunity for both business and gifting, Jing Shu decided to breed frogs. After all, it was essential to have a legitimate business in the apocalypse. Early in the apocalypse, many people were initially squeamish about the infestation of corpse worms, which indeed caused many troubles. No matter how cautious, nearly every household eventually faced an invasion. The worms spoiled food, and their bites caused painful, swollen reactions. Even with insect repellent like floral water, maintaining a consistent protective atmosphere like Jing Shu's was nearly impossible for most households. As a result, once the supplies of repellents ran out, giving live frogs as gifts became a popular and highly regarded practice. Keeping a frog at home could solve many insect problems, making frogs a luxury akin to having a prestigious breed of dog before the apocalypse. Households capable of maintaining frogs were considered quite affluent. Frogs thrive at around 32 degrees C, which is why they've nearly gone extinct, leading to the proliferation of pests. If you're thinking of having gourmet frog dishes like stir-fried bullfrog or deep-fried frog legs, these frogs won't be suitable, Wu Yui informed Jing Shu as he casually nibbled on a piece of cola chicken wing. Are you suggesting I'm a glutton? Jing Shu rolled her eyes. Any frog will do. Our professor still has a few Amazonian horned frogs left. They're aggressive and voracious, but easy to maintain. Half their body is basically a giant mouth, and they even eat their kind. Do you want them? That's perfect. Jing Shu clapped her hands, delighted with the choice. After dinner, Jing Shu and the fat chicken conducted a thorough cleaning at her grandparents' house, discovering a few corpse worms, although not many since they stored most of their food in Jing Shu's refrigerated spaces. Deciding to take preventive measures, Jing Shu resolved to walk the chicken through her grandparents' property daily to prevent any infestation. Recognizing the severity of the corpse worm issue, Jing Shu knew that waiting until food was ruined would be too late, as happened with a neighbor whose grain was destroyed overnight. This could lead to more aggressive behaviors like burglary and violence when people became desperate. Dark times are ahead, Jing Shu mused, expecting an escalation in societal collapse as theft turned to violent home invasions. The evening news indeed covered the corpse worm situation, detailing its characteristics and naming it officially. They also discussed black market poultry operations that exacerbated the problem, leading to a national crisis as billions of female corpse worms spread across homes in just days. The government was now taking drastic measures like insecticide spraying and poultry culling to control the outbreak. In preparation for increased security needs, Jing Shu upgraded her home's defenses, including a comprehensive infrared surveillance and alarm system, feeling a sense of safety once it was all set up. The next day, Wu Yui delivered 5 horned frogs, their spherical bodies and gaping mouths adding a comical yet eerie touch to the household. Jing Shu and her grandfather prepared a spacious enclosure for them by the pond, though her grandfather doubted the economic value of raising frogs. Intent on breeding the frogs for profit and as a strategic gift in the apocalypse, Jing Shu isolated a pair in her space, hoping they would reproduce soon. Her father returned from a visit to relatives with good news and gifts of bottled water, reflecting the value of maintaining strong family ties during these hard times. He mentioned that more relatives might be coming to stay, prompting a discussion on family dynamics and preparations for additional members. A few days ago, they just arrived. I heard they've been traveling for over a month and had to deal with several trains to get here. They're your father's cousin. You should call him uncle. Why have you never mentioned having such a relative? Jing Dad hesitated before continuing. He was supposed to stay at your brother's house, but for some reason he ended up at Su Mei Mei's place. It seems like he came specifically for Su Mei Mei. Mentioning Su Mei Mei cooled the atmosphere in the living room. Jing Grandma and the rest of the grandparents had already returned to their own house, leaving behind Jing Dad, who was busy with garlic shoots, Jing Mom, tending to mushroom packages, and Jing Shu, who was making frog ropes. Jing Shu looked up, squinting slightly. She clearly remembered that in her previous life, there were no distant relatives suddenly arriving, especially not her grandfather's cousin coming to find Su Mei Mei. Where did this butterfly effect originate? Jing Mom chimed in.
Years ago, my father and his cousin came here as educated youth from the countryside. They stayed for a few years, but due to connections, he was recalled while my father, not being as fortunate, stayed behind. I was just a few years old and didn't remember much. After my parents passed away, we completely lost contact with our old home. Jing Shu frowned thoughtfully. Grandpa passed away several years ago. After all these years without contact, suddenly showing up from so far away, what's the reason? Is there some hidden secret? Jing Dad nodded. Looking at your brother's expression, something else might be going on. Since it doesn't concern us directly, let's not interfere. Jing Mom sighed. An elder coming all this way, we still need to see him. Besides, most of our parents' generation are gone. Sigh. In the end, the family decided to give the elderly man a ride when he left. Mainly because Jing Mom was being sentimental, saying, I really don't want to go to her aunt's place. I've seen through her. A stranger wouldn't normally be so emotional, but Su Mei Mei was someone she grew up with. Jing Mom had always been generous to Su Mei Mei. But what happened? Su Mei Mei not only didn't help Jing Mom in her time of need, but also schemed to take advantage of her, leaving Jing Mom heartbroken. All right, we should go see him, Jing Shu thought. She had to find out what butterfly effect had brought unexpected events into her life. She wouldn't underestimate Su Mei Mei. Her tasks accelerated. Jing Shu efficiently produced over 100 frog ropes, a technique she learned from frog breeders in her previous life. The ropes were essentially knots, similar to dog leashes, adjustable to secure small to large frogs by their necks and limbs, preventing them from jumping away. In a world plagued by rampant insects and nearly extinct frogs due to high temperatures, owning a frog was a valuable asset. Not everyone could afford it. The primary purpose of keeping frogs was to eat insects, but owners needed to provide water and suitable temperatures. To achieve this, Jing Shu stole numerous containers from a glass factory for housing frogs. Normally, frogs stay in these containers and can be tied with ropes to eat the inexplicably abundant insects around the house. Horned frogs from her magical cube could live for over a decade and consume all nearby insects, proving far more effective than discontinued floral water. Unfortunately, under the harsh survival conditions of the apocalypse, few could manage to do this successfully. Within just a few days, the horned frogs in Jing Shu's magical cube had already produced many tadpoles, while the 3 frogs outside the villa showed little to no response. Jing Shu knew that frog reproduction was challenging, happening only once a season, hence the rarity and value of frog breeders in the apocalypse. Tomorrow, bring your precious frogs to the unit to help with insect control. The insecticide is too scarce right now, Jing Mom instructed. Jing Shu agreed while observing the minor chaos in the group chat. Wang Qiqi 13 posted, Luxury car sales 5, H Feng 3, Guang Dezhao 1, Ju Fan 7. All your food has been eaten clean by corpse worms. Does anyone have anything left to trade or sell? They're already queuing at the supermarket entrance, but it might take a few days to get in line and buy something. The group chat erupted with replies. Wang Qiqi 13 continued, Now everyone is struggling to save what's left. Even instant noodles are gone, only cornmeal and rice remain, and they're running out fast. Shaona, I have a baby 13 replied, I can trade 5 jin of dried sweet potatoes for all the baby supplies Wang Dezhao prepared. Everyone knew about Wang Dezhao's pregnant wife, who died after eating wax-coated vegetables sold by scalpers, leading to a miscarriage and fatal hemorrhage. Her body was forcefully burned that same day. Wang Dezhao 1 responded, All right, I'll give you 10 cans of uncontaminated milk powder for your little one to drink. Shauna, I have a baby, 13 continued. Thank you so much. I'll also give you 10 jin of rice. Milk powder is out of stock and impossible to buy now. Wang Dezhao 1. Thanks. Seeing that some households still had dried sweet potatoes and other snacks, many were excited, trading half a jin of rice for sweet potatoes. The other 3 households had nothing worthwhile to trade. Even with Wang Qiqi's mediation, none succeeded. In the end, Wang Shuimei agreed to provide each person with 300 yuan for a bowl of white rice to be delivered to the supermarket the next day, largely due to Wang Qiqi's influence. Previously, scalpers were selling vegetables. but they had disappeared recently. Now, even cabbage couldn't be bought for 1,000 yuan, and special supply vegetables from leadership had diminished significantly, not to mention those selling grain at high prices were gone. All food factories had ceased production, and supermarkets had run out of all other goods, leaving only rice and flour, sold in limited quantities and time slots daily. Everyone wanted to stockpile more grains. Many regretted not hoarding more grains 6 months ago, and in this situation, no one wanted to sell their remaining supplies. The next day, Jing Shu took her 5 roped horned frogs to her mother's unit, only to realize that Yu Kai-ni's side had used pesticides to kill insects, leaving her mother's side pitifully lacking in supplies. Fortunately, Jing Mom's garlic shoots, spinach, and mushrooms were flourishing, looking vibrant and healthy. Jing Shu released the horned frogs, which immediately became active, hopping around to hunt insects. The other 3 frogs remained lethargic. "Mom, why are there so many corpse worms here?" Jing Shu asked, pointing to several piles of nearly formed corpse worms in the corner. These would soon multiply into tens of thousands of larvae. Jing Mom replied, "They're bullying the weak. Those areas with pesticides aren't dared to be visited." As Jing Shu and her mother chatted, footsteps approached. "Director, it looks like all our vegetables have been eaten by the worms. Take a look at how well our crops are growing. We've experimented with several pesticide solutions." Hearing a man's voice, they turned to see a tall, 30-something man entering first, followed by the portly Officer Lu, whom Jing Shu recognized as the man who had discussed prices behind Yu Kai-ni during a property sale. "Vice Director Su, the competition is tomorrow. How are things going? Do you need anything else? Oh, and who is this?" The man shook hands with Jing Mom and then turned to Jing Shu. "This is my daughter, Jing Shu. She brought frogs today to help control the insects," Jing Mom introduced her, then added to Jing Shu, "This is Director Zhu. He'll be moving on to a ministerial position once the location for the artificial sun is finalized." They completely ignored the balding Officer Lu behind them, who, not to be outdone, rolled his eyes disdainfully. "Hello, Director Zhu," Jing Shu greeted with an innocently bright smile. "Hello, hello. Are you getting accustomed here?" Director Zhu appeared young and friendly, a man of high emotional intelligence, typical for successful politicians, always warm to their subordinates' families. Noticing the ropes in Jing Shu's hands and the frogs actively catching insects, Director Zhu's interest was piqued. "Jing Shu, this is a good approach. The Ministry of Agriculture has been wanting to control corpse worms this way, but it's been difficult due to the high mortality of frogs and it not being the breeding season." After some more discussion and learning that Jing Shu had successfully bred a batch of tadpoles, Director Zhu's eyes lit up with interest. "Director Zhu, I'll give you this male frog to take home and try out my idea. If every household could raise a frog to eat insects, wouldn't that reduce the problem?" Jing Shu handed over a frog that she had raised in her space for a couple of days. Officer Lu scoffed dismissively. "Giving away frogs, how demeaning." Director Zhu, however, kept expressing his embarrassment at accepting such a valuable gift, appearing genuinely appreciative of Jing Shu's contribution. This kind of person, if he doesn't climb fast, it would be against natural law, Jing Shu thought to herself. No wonder he became a director in his 30s and continued to rise after the apocalypse. They then visited Jing Mom's crops, and Director Zhu was impressed by the flourishing artificially grown vegetables, especially the oyster mushrooms. The group then proceeded to Yu Kai-ni's experimental crops. Director Zhu raised several concerns. Does the extensive use of pesticides affect health? Are the growth enhancers within international safety standards, or are they excessive? Do these genetically modified crops cause any adverse reactions? Caught off guard, nobody had ready answers, except Officer Lu, who argued, "We're out of food. We can't afford to be picky. Didn't the higher-ups also approve policies to increase production?" Director Zhu nodded. "Note down the dosages used and let the higher-ups make the decisions." The next day, at 4 a.m., Jing Shu and her family joined Jing Mom to retrieve the samples they had prepared the day before. But upon opening the old warehouse, they were confronted with swarms of flying insects. It's the mother corpse worms! Jing Shu quickly zipped up her protective suit and helped Jing Mom with hers, while Jing Dad tried to fend off the insects with a stick. Jing Mom, overwhelmed by the catastrophe, collapsed to the ground as countless mother corpse worms fluttered around. It's her, it has to be Yukai Ni. She must have deliberately released these worms into my warehouse, she screamed in despair. Jing Shu thought, this will be a harsh lesson about human malice for my naive mother. Director Ju arrived hastily and was shocked by the scene. All the corpse worms were eaten by the frogs last night, and I checked every inch of the place before we left. It couldn't have escalated to this extent overnight, could it? Jing Mom said hopelessly. Director Ju summoned Yukai Ni, who arrived with her entourage and arrogantly denied any wrongdoing. Do you have any proof that I put those worms there? Don't make baseless accusations. Anyway, the competition only cares about results. You won't get another 10 days or a half month to produce new samples unless you can pull a miracle. Yukai Ni scoffed and looked very satisfied with herself. She then turned to Director Ju. Director Ju, I hope we can cooperate well when you take your new position. If you need professor-level researchers, just let me know. I believe that combining our resources can maximize benefits. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. Yukai Ni indeed had some clout. No wonder she rose through the ranks in the previous life. But this time, Jing Shu planned to disrupt those plans. All right, I'm off to the competition. Oh, and Vice Director Su, when the competition is over, I hope you bring the money to buy back that broken house of yours, or you might not be a vice director much longer, Yukai Ni said, dressing sharply in her OL attire, looking self-assured. Of course, if you swap it, I might let you stay on for another month, she thought silently. After watching the drama unfold, Jing Shu stepped up. Mom, did you forget we kept a sample at home? Let's go get it. Jing Mom, slowly coming to her senses, exclaimed, Oh, right, thank goodness we kept one. Then hurry. If you win this time, I promise to get justice for you, said Director Ju. His message was clear. Victory would dictate the narrative because history is always written by the victors. Jing Shu and her family rushed home. Naturally, the sample was gone. Everything they had was homegrown. It was a bit troublesome to repack it into the sample box, but they had enough time. To ensure victory, Jing Shu kept adding diluted magical spring water to the garlic shoots and oyster mushrooms, confident they would grow further by the time they arrived. On the way, Jing Mom couldn't stop blaming herself. If I had known Yukai Ni was such a ruthless person, I would have been more cautious. I should have realized from the look in her eyes yesterday. But I never imagined someone could be this malicious. I thought too well of people. People always learn the hard way, Jing Shu thought. No amount of warning compares to learning from one's own painful mistakes. If it takes being burned to teach her parents to be wary, so be it, even if it means getting burned more than once. With magic-infused spring water added, the garlic shoots and oyster mushrooms had not only regrown a bit, but also looked more robust. Jing Shu worried if this might make them suspicious, but it seemed she was overthinking it. She also understood why she survived the apocalypse in her previous life, thanks to her resilience and the numerous unidentified medicines she endured. At the regional government competition, various experimental produce from 13 districts was showcased. There were spinach that matured in 2 days thanks to specific agents, and garlic that, through grafting and chemical treatments, grew multiple bulbs. Jing Mom's oyster mushrooms, although exceptional, only secured 3rd place. The 1st place was taken by a genetically modified oyster mushroom from the new district, which was treated with mold and chemicals and soaked in a foul-smelling green liquid. This mushroom could produce multiple bunches from one culture packet, and even grow layers of moss-like fungi on itself. A disgusting sight, and Jing Shu recalled how she had vomited eating these in her previous life. Each culture packet could feed 20 people. The advantage was its high yield and low cost, but the drawbacks included poor taste and potential health hazards due to residual mold. The 2nd place went to genetically modified corn that did not require sunlight, promising high yield and low cultivation demands, currently still under research. Although Jing Mom's produce ranked 3rd, it was specifically marked as government-exclusive vegetables after the leaders sampled it. This not only promised a promising but dangerous job, supplying vegetables solely to the government officials of U City, while the other districts served the general populace. Yukai Ni's products, being too ordinary and not cost-effective due to the high price of catalysts, placed 7th. Her reaction was fierce, accusing Jing Mom of cheating and using stolen products since their lab was supposedly ravaged by insects. Thus the phrase "history is written by the victors" holds. The outcome of the competition effectively ended the dispute. Director Zhu swiftly demoted Yukai Ni, downgrading her 3 levels and assigning her to a 3-month retraining program, effectively a suspension. Officer Liu faced similar consequences for negligence leading to financial loss. Sometimes evidence doesn't matter, Jing Shu explained to her mother, pointing out Director Zhu's decisive actions. He cleaned house before taking office, clearing any obstacles for you. Moreover, Jing Shu was appointed as an honorary consultant for the Development Zone Management Office to oversee the frog-based pest control program, with compensation based on area and effectiveness. In the following days, Jing Mom was busy with her new responsibilities, while Yukai Ni and Liu faced the grim reality of their downgrades, doing menial tasks as part of their retraining. On May 1, 2023, Monday, just like in her previous life, the U City government officially launched the Artificial Sun Project, aimed at restoring continuous power and gas supply by October after completion. The initiative sparked similar projects across the country, promising a near future with sustainable energy regardless of natural sunlight conditions. But as patience wore thin over the past 5 months, some started showing their true colors, leading to the first burglary, a sign of the desperation setting in among the populace. And as gas was cut off citywide, households had to adapt quickly, mostly relying on electric cookers due to the scarcity of other food supplies and cooking oil. However, the real problem emerged as families realized that their rice consumption was rapidly depleting their stocks. What used to last months now barely covered a week. Even queuing at supermarkets offered little relief as rationing tightened and desperation grew. The first burglary marked just the beginning of a series of crimes fueled by hunger and despair. "Cheers," Jing Dad raised his glass. "Cheers," echoed around the table. Tonight we celebrate 3 things: the launch of the National Artificial Sun Project, Lanzi's promotion to director, and Jing Shu securing a respectable job, Jing Dad exclaimed, proud and hopeful, despite the growing unrest outside. With a glass of wine in hand, they toasted to a future that seemed both promising and fraught with new challenges. The entire family raised their glasses in celebration, clinking them amidst a string of well wishes before beginning their meal. Jing Shu felt particularly nostalgic. In her previous life around this time, her mother had returned home suffering from heat stroke and was left unemployed, while her father endured the scorching 40-degree temperatures waiting in line at the supermarket. As night fell and temperatures dropped to 30°C, they would cover the supermarket queues with thick blankets, sleeping to secure their spot. It was around then that Jing Shu truly matured. She not only had to take care of her mother, but also prepare daily meals between 5 and 7 p.m., bike 3 to 4 kilometers, and deliver food to her father, who could only buy a small amount of grain the next evening. Every household would leave someone at the supermarket to hold their place. Over time, this evolved into laying out blankets on the ground, with family members bringing meals during the day and everyone queuing together, a grand spectacle that lasted until chaos erupted, leading the government to shut down the supermarkets entirely. This led to many people suffering from heat stroke while waiting in line, with hospitals having stopped dispensing medication. Drinking a bit of water and lying down became a matter of survival, leaving the fate of many to chance. Additionally, numerous elderly individuals depended on medications to sustain their health, and without them, their conditions deteriorated rapidly. In new residential areas like Jing Shu's, such phenomena were rare. However, neighborhoods with many elderly residents saw mass deaths, prompting many who had previously been cautious to now speak out in frustration. In this life, Jing Shu's family sat together at the dinner table, enjoying vegetables they couldn't find elsewhere, drinking milk, and using electricity unavailable to others. Despite the scarcity of water resources, Jing Shu's family still had 2 large water storage tanks, allowing them to conserve and survive the last 6 months. Jing Shu felt grateful. Living a second life, she finally experienced the stable life she had yearned for in her previous life without the constant fear of queuing at supermarkets. "Cheers to 4 things tonight!" Jing Grandpa raised his glass, and the family clapped enthusiastically. All the poultry from the Western slaughterhouse had been processed into preserved food and stored away. Temporary workers were let go, while Jing Shu's third aunt, Jing Lai, was kept on for her hard work and dedication, earning her a permanent position. As the family celebrated, Jing Shu and Wu Yuai's phones kept ringing incessantly. Pulling them out, they saw another group chat explosion. Wang Shuimei too posted, "Help! 5 or 6 people with knives are at my door and someone's trying to break in. The emergency line is always busy. Our family of 3 is home. We're at Building 2, Unit 401. At such an inconvenient time, with most people queuing at the supermarket, Wang Qiqi immediately advised that if these intruders broke in, they should not resist. Give them what they want, and then find someone to ask who was home. Upon hearing that the attackers were armed with knives, nearly everyone froze. The security guards at the gate had all gone home a few days ago because they couldn't afford the monthly 3,000 yuan, leading opportunists to take advantage and break in. In the end, Wang Qiqi urged everyone to band together. If these people tried to rob the next household, all the men at home should grab knives and gather at Building 2, Unit 1, scaring the intruders away with a group front. Jingdad immediately grabbed the 2 longest watermelon knives from the kitchen, ready to go out. Jing Grandma tried to stop him. "Mom, I did this to ensure that if someone tries to rob our house, we can get help from others." "But you can't risk your life, foolish son," Jing Grandma insisted. Finally, Jing Shu persuaded her father to stay back by suggesting they send him out with additional members to increase their numbers. Jing Shu herself accompanied him, using her real iron rod as a weapon. In her previous life, due to various reasons, Jing Shu had accidentally killed those who wanted to harm her, pulled apart corpses, slept with dead bodies, and even stole leftover food from the dead. In this life, after drinking spiritual spring water, she constantly felt an urge to kill. Thus, her main objective this time was real combat practice. Unfortunately, everyone arrived a step too late. By the time they gathered, the intruders had already completed the door-breaching phase. Building 2 was quite far, and even though Jing Shu drove quickly, it took her 2 minutes to reach it, parking her car next to Unit 3. "Turn off the lights and stay in the car. You're not allowed to leave. I'll go meet them and then return." Jingdad, fully armored and wearing a helmet, grabbed his knife and hurried off. Jingdad, embodying the philosophy of help others and they will help me, had a good heart, but the apocalypse was teaching him a harsh lesson. As Jing Shu followed in her car, ready to support her father, a group of 6 emerged from Unit 3. 4 were armed with machetes, and 2 carried sacks of rice, emanating a strong stench of blood. The moment Jing Shu caught a whiff of the bloody smell, her adrenaline surged. Her heart raced, her body heated up, and she felt an uncontrollable excitement wash over her. In the darkness, her eyes seemed to glow brighter, allowing her to see more clearly. Without giving the intruders a moment to react, Jing Shu swung her iron rod with all her might. With a resounding bang, the rod struck one of the shadows on the head, breaking under the force. The shadow let out a scream and collapsed to the ground. As the other attackers realized what was happening and began to shout, "Charge! Kill her!" Jing Shu swiftly hurled large stones from a distance of 7 to 8 meters, catching 3 of them dead on. 2 of the intruders, sharing the force, were only partially hit and fell, unable to get up. As the attackers writhed in pain, Jing Shu approached them step by step. In the darkness, her vision was exceptionally clear. She could see their pained, tear-filled faces and one even incontinent, yet inexplicably, she felt a rush of excitement. "What are you doing? What do you want? Ah!" Jing Shu stabbed the remaining 2 intruders in the necks with her broken iron rod, showcasing her immense strength. Her first battle was a swift victory, eliminating both targets within seconds. Jing Shu quickly began cleaning up the scene. Even after killing them, she remained exhilarated until the adrenaline fully subsided, at which point fear crept in. She hadn't expected herself to be so violent. Was it the influence of the spiritual spring water? If only I could kill like this in my previous life, maybe I wouldn't have died. The 5 stones Jing Shu had thrown had already broken one, while the remaining 4, hitting the intruders with buffer, didn't break. She smashed the blood-soaked stones into large pits beside them, burying the dead, and then collected the remaining stones. After calming down, Jing Shu headed upstairs, only to hear Wang Shuimei crying. She learned that Wang Shuimei's husband and daughter had both died. "Why is your hand still shaking? If you're scared, let's head back home." Jing Dad noticed Jing Shu's trembling hands and said with concern, "It's probably from carrying up those 2 bags of rice I found. Those thieves dropped them in their hurry," Jing Shu replied, masking the truth of her violent encounter. At Wang Shuimei's apartment, the scene was grim. Despite surrendering everything as Wang Qiqi had advised, the thieves, driven by desperation and dark impulses, did not hold back. Jing Shu knew the terror of the moment. The parents seeing their child harmed right before their eyes led to a desperate struggle. In the chaos, Wang Shuimei was immobilized, forced to listen to the horrific sounds of her husband and daughter being assaulted. Soon after, she heard one of the intruders exclaim, "Looks like I accidentally killed someone." The intruders hurried to leave as they heard more people approaching. "Let's get out of here before the cops get involved," one said. By the time Wang Qiqi and the others arrived, it was too late. The parents had bled out from severe wounds. Even a rush to the hospital would have been futile. Emergency services were unreachable, and the only number that responded was the one for corpse collection. A team arrived not long after to take the bodies for immediate cremation, a necessity due to the rapid spread of corpse-eating bugs. The family was offered a small consolation of rice for their compliance. "This wouldn't have happened if I'd been a little braver," Jing Shu reflected privately on her first real combat test outside. The violence was shocking, even to her, a stark contrast to her previous life's desperation. Now, she was dealing with the fallout, not just the physical cleanup but the emotional toll it took to see a family destroyed. In the following days, the community was tense. Wang Qiqi proposed a neighborhood patrol, but participation was low. Everyone was preoccupied with securing their own food supplies from the increasingly sparse supermarket deliveries. Back at home, the situation was a stark reminder of the scarcity gripping the city. Jing Shu and her family, now including her grandparents, discussed the heightened risks. "We can't let others know how much food we have," Jing Grandpa said, pacing worriedly. Jing Dad suggested that the grandparents move in with them for added safety. "At least here, with reinforced doors and windows, we're safer, and they can help with cooking," he said, showing his concern for his parents in these troubling times. Wu Yui, ever the individualist, brushed off concerns about her safety. "I haven't bathed in 3 months. If any intruders can stand that, they're welcome to try," she quipped, highlighting the dire hygiene conditions. Despite the tension, life had to go on. Jing Shu checked on her frog breeding efforts in the garden. The frogs were thriving, now numerous enough to require thinning out the population. In the evening, she confirmed there were no signs of corpse-eating bugs in the secured areas of their home. The bees near the water source were doing well, helping to maintain a bug-free environment. Jing Shu made a mental note to continue rationing the stored mineral water. Despite the local water recycling efforts, their large household was consuming water at an unsustainable rate. The luxury of drinking fresh juices was a small comfort against the backdrop of a city slowly strangling under the weight of its environmental and social crises. Jing Shu watched the coconut trees she had planted occupying a full cubic meter of soil each. She had hoped to plant strawberries around them but found no space available. Despite the trees reaching 25 meters, there were still no coconuts in sight. Fortunately, the spatial cube allowed for extending crop growth in all directions, even though it couldn't store objects. Her anticipation for homemade coconut milk continued unmet, although the corn she planted had been harvested several times. Planning a sudden recall of corn she supposedly stored months ago, Jing Shu decided to use it for a live cooking show, fetching bags of corn from the basement to make corn juice. Life is like a play, and it all comes down to acting. Perhaps due to the exertions of her recent violent encounter, Jing Shu found herself indulging in an unusually hearty late-night meal. After preparing a variety of fish dishes with fish from the pond, she pondered the use of the remaining savory broth, deciding to add shrimp paste and beef rolls for an additional hot pot meal. Delicious, she mused as she ate. Reflecting on the day's events, she made mental notes for improvement. She had kept her distance during the robbery due to the robbers' knives and did not give them any time to react, using her spatial stones to deadly effect. However, the confrontation broke one of her shaped stones, a precious resource. For close encounters, use a crossbow. For distances over 15 meters, the stone. And in risky situations where I can't expose my abilities, a gun might work, Jing Shu thought, mastering her spatial manipulation more with each passing day. The next day, fully equipped and carrying various implements and animals, Jing Shu accompanied her mother to work before dawn. The city had just begun constructing a massive artificial sun, a project that had mobilized thousands of workers and promised a partial restoration of modern comforts once completed. All government workers had their salaries cut in half, now paid in a mix of rice, flour, water, and even vegetables. This change spurred envy and discontent among the populace, adding to the already simmering social tensions. Driving to work with her father, Jing Shu browsed forum posts while her mom cracked apricot kernels and her chicken sat quietly at her feet, afraid to relieve itself after being punished previously for such an action in the vehicle. As they drove, Jing Shu thought about the group known as the Heaven Shielding Gang that had perpetrated a horrific raid the previous day, instigating a period of intense and organized criminal activity that swept the nation. Led by a charismatic leader, this marked the beginning of what would be known as the dark half-year of lawlessness. The orchestrator, a highly educated spy, had capitalized on the simmering resentments and desperation of various individuals, leading them in a well-coordinated attack that paralyzed local law enforcement with decoy calls and overwhelmed them with sheer brutality. It seems, as in every society when order collapses, the monsters come out to play, Jing Shu mused, resigned to the harsh realities of her world. Despite her foreknowledge, she knew she was powerless to change these events. Her focus must be on protecting her family and surviving. Upon reaching the government complex, Jing Shu immediately got to work distributing frogs for pest control while a group of government officials brought by Minister Niu Mo toured the facility. It seemed like a leisurely outing at first glance, but it was part of a broader effort to assure the officials and their families of the stability and continuing function of government facilities. Minister Niu Mo highlighted the frog project as a novel approach to maintaining the crops without chemicals. He suggested that the officials take a couple of frogs home to manage pests personally, a testament to the success of the initiative Jing Shu was leading. As Jing Shu somewhat dazedly observed, the distinction between inside the system and outside the system had already manifested itself early on. In the future, government employees would enjoy access to these green vegetables, while those outside the system would have to settle for mushrooms laden with various chemicals and emanating a foul odor. Click, click. The sound of camera flashes filled the air as photographers captured Minister Niu's affectionate demonstration with the frogs, along with several curious children counting frogs. These precious moments, of parents interacting with their children and Minister Niu delivering a speech on how to cultivate vegetables in darkness, moved many family members of employees, and all these scenes were recorded. Jing Shu, tucking up her trousers and planting rice shoots, had to maintain an elegant smile in front of the cameras until Minister Niu signaled, "Thank you for your hard work. You can go write up your pieces now." After the photographers left, everyone relaxed. Interest in the frogs surged, especially among the children who would have jumped in to catch them if not for the barriers. Women approached with their children, and a group of men proudly stepped aside to smoke a rare commodity these days. "How much for these frogs? Ever since we ran out of mosquito repellent, we've been plagued by corpse flies laying eggs everywhere. It's so frustrating. My fish tank was overrun with larvae recently. If only I had frogs sooner." Complaints poured in from all sides, showing the familiarity among the group, and Minister Niu even winked at Jing Shu. Seizing the moment, Jing Shu realized that most of these people were middle-level government officials' family members, still living comfortably enough to afford a few frogs, unlike the more desperate apartment dwellers. Minister Niu had set the stage, and it was time for Jing Shu to rise to the occasion. "I take care of these frogs like they're my grandchildren, providing them with the best water and insects." Jing Shu began to lay it on thick. A lady interrupted her. "Just tell us what you want for them." "1 small frog for 3 bottles of mineral water," Jing Shu stated, smiling broadly. Minister Niu's mouth fell open at her audacity. Negotiations started with the ladies trying to get a better deal. "The frogs are good but a bit pricey. And, if we buy more, can we get a discount?" Minister Niu was astounded by their bargaining, much like dealing with a tough merchant. Eventually, Jing Shu agreed to a group price, selling each small frog for 2 bottles of water, throwing in a leash and a container, and promising after-sales service. The deal was sealed, making everyone happy. Jing Shu taught them how to adjust the leashes and care for the frogs, and they added her on WeChat, promising to promote her if the frogs did well. Thus, Jing Shu transformed from an internet celebrity into a frog seller. Pleased with herself, she eyed the over 100 bottles of mineral water Minister Niu had advanced. Her mother, worried that Jing Shu might have overcharged, scolded her, but Jing Shu argued it was for the frogs' welfare, to ensure they were valued and cared for. Minister Niu laughed and agreed with Jing Shu's methods, then asked to buy 30 more frogs for research into increasing their breeding rates, concerned about the dwindling insecticide supplies. He discussed how the disturbances in the new district the day before had prompted an emergency government meeting to accelerate the distribution of the experimental mushrooms, hoping to placate the restless public with the upcoming news broadcast. Recalling those moldy mushrooms, Jing Shu shuddered at the thought of ever touching them again. "I understand, Minister Niu. I am honored to contribute to our country," Jing Shu replied, and the minister purchased an additional 30 frogs for 60 bottles of water, reserving her next batch as well. Content with her day's work, Jing Shu returned home with her frogs and a car full of bottled water. As water became scarcer, she realized she had underestimated her household's needs. With the water delivery reduced to just 1 liter per person per day, Jing Shu knew she had to act fast. She decided to trade her remaining frogs for car parts that could be useful in maintaining her vehicle as the crisis worsened. She posted in her community group, "Everyone, I am selling a batch of frogs that eat corpse flies in exchange for car tires, shock absorbers, engine oil, and other parts." Afterwards, Jing Shu posted a video about her frog-selling activities online, detailing how to care for the frogs and their bug-catching capabilities, along with the required spare parts and models for a BYD song vehicle mentioned by her father. Now that car factories were shut down and 4S shops were closed, maintaining a vehicle in the post-apocalyptic world was truly difficult. Having essential spare parts was crucial. A few years after the apocalypse, a functioning car would be exceedingly rare. Jing Shu could have attempted to steal tires or raid a 4S shop, but that would be too troublesome, and crucially, she lacked the necessary expertise. Her father, who knew about cars, was disdainful of such actions. It was easier and more efficient to simply trade frogs for the needed parts and conserve time and effort. "Master, I have a child, 13 nen. I'll trade. My car is a BYD and I have the parts. I'll get the tires and other parts for you." Seeing the video Jing Shu posted, many people were amazed by how something as common as frogs had become so rare. Fat Lady 25 Hun. "Raising frogs has become really popular lately, just that there are too few of them. If you were giving them to a doctor, you'd definitely get a hospital bed. I have what you need for your Mini. I'll strip it down for you. I'll trade too. Count me in. Anything usable, I'll pry it off. This damn car is like scrap metal anyway." With corpse flies severely impacting daily life and cars becoming useless due to the lack of fuel, many chose to exchange their car parts for small frogs. This decision was driven by the hope that saving water and keeping their homes free from corpse flies would protect their food supplies, making everyone enthusiastic about the trade. Under Jing Dad's supervision, a variety of parts were quickly collected in front of Building 25, where a group of ragged, flashlight-bearing people awaited Jing Shu's distribution of frogs. Master I Have a Child ended up trading for 3 frogs due to the abundance of parts he offered, while others got 1 frog each. In total, 15 small frogs were traded for several car parts, tires, and even tools, unthinkable before the apocalypse. Jing Grandpa, puzzled, remarked, "Are frogs really this valuable now?" Zhang Bing Bing, ignoring her dirty appearance, joyfully inspected her new small frog and asked, "Jing Shu, are you not short on water? How can you afford to keep so many frogs?" Her question quieted the crowd, who all turned their shabby appearances toward Jing Shu, curious how she seemed relatively clean and well-kept compared to them. Whether she lacks water is her business. If it wasn't for her, where would we get these parts? Just go home and take care of your frog before it overheats, chided a plump woman, shuffling into Building 25 with her new pet. As people dispersed, Jing Shu breathed a sigh of relief, only for her phone to buzz incessantly. Fancy car dealer, 55 Nauen. Jing's Villa. If you need car parts, come to me. We've got everything in our shop. I'll trade with you. Jing Shu remembered this person, who blamed her for not dragging him along to his death previously. She never gave second chances to those who turned against her. Sorry, I've already traded. Fancy car dealer. Our shop still has lots of engine oil and snow tires. I'll take you to get them, just bring me more frogs. I don't engage in theft. Besides, I don't need it anymore. Fancy car dealer. Are you deliberately not trading with me? Yes, I'm not generous enough to trade with someone who curses at me. His words, filled with venom, vented his frustration in rapid, angry typings into the chat box. Why not? Because of you people hoarding food and not willing to sell, I joined that organization. If each of you had given me a pound of grain, would I have joined? 300 yuan for a meal and you act like you're doing charity, Snowmay. It serves you right to have everything taken from you. Also, the boss liked your daughter. You should have just enjoyed it. It serves you right that you're dead now. The government's lying about the artificial sun to buy time, and they've hidden the grain months ago. You're all fools. As he spat out his venom, unbeknownst to him, Jing Shu and her father had called Wang 77 to inquire his address and were already on their way there, ready for confrontation. Wang 77, taken aback, asked, "Do we knock or break in?" Jing Shu, her face set coldly, drew a hook wire from beneath her coat and, with a resounding crash, drove it through the peephole of room 602 in Building 5. Wang 77 swallowed hard, his eyes wide with fear as he instinctively covered his groin, feeling a chill run down his spine. Jing Dad had been fretting about how to help his daughter regain control of the situation, but her forceful approach left him equally stunned. Jing Shu, having skewered the door's peephole in one fell swoop, reached in with a hooked wire to swiftly unlock and open the door. Her skills, honed over a decade of apocalyptic survival, included not just farming but also lockpicking, a necessity when quick access to resources could mean the difference between life and death. By next year, the sea levels were expected to rise, submerging the central areas of Wucheng. Those without such skills would miss out on scavenging the submerged supplies, relegated to consuming nutrient-poor red filament worms instead. In a previous life, Jing Shu had lagged behind in scavenging, ending up consuming such lower-tier resources. However, driven by necessity, she had since mastered a range of survival skills. Barging through the door, Jing Shu led the way into the dark, fetid apartment, followed closely by her father. Wang Qiqi, caught off guard by the rebounding door, clutched his forehead in pain, muttering about how this wasn't the plan they had discussed. Inside, they found Gu Yitian, the resident of the apartment, in a sorry state. Clad only in underwear and hunched over his mobile phone, he reeked of neglect and desperation, common among many during these dark times. How did you get in here?" Gu Yitian gasped, unprepared for their direct approach. To him, these people seemed almost demonic. Had they really just broken down the door? Yet, what could he do? Affiliated with the radical group Blot Out the Sun,
He had been part of orchestrating widespread chaos to take control of their community. Could they really kill him over this? As Jing Dad rolled up his sleeves to deal with Gu Yitian, Jing Shu delivered a swift kick to the man's gut, knocking the wind out of him before he could react. Her next kicks targeted wherever he tried to protect: his head, his stomach, and then lower, with brutal efficiency. Her final kick landed on a particularly sensitive spot, causing a sickening crack. Gu Yitian's screams filled the room until he passed out from the pain. "Does that hurt enough for you to act tough?" Jing Shu continued her assault until she was sure he was incapacitated. Wang Qiqi watched, mouth agape, shocked beyond words by her ferocity. After binding Gu Yitian with wire so tightly that he couldn't move or speak, they discussed what to do with him. While Jing Dad and Wang Qiqi felt killing him would be too extreme, Jing Shu knew leaving him alive was too dangerous. They compromised by leaving him bound and gagged within his apartment, unable to seek help or escape, effectively neutralizing the threat he posed. Later that evening, after ensuring her family was asleep, Jing Shu planned to return and end his life quietly, using a method that would leave no marks, a technique known as smothering with wet paper. It was a grim decision, but in the brutal reality of their world, it was necessary. Their next steps involved planning for the increasing lawlessness outside. As the city descended further into chaos, Jing Shu focused on securing resources for her family. Her father worried about the legality and morality of their actions, but Jing Shu reassured him that their survival depended on such measures. That night, as the family enjoyed a peaceful dinner, oblivious to the day's violent undertones, Jing Shu received a troubling message from Wang Shuimei on her phone, hinting at more challenges to come. Wang Shuimei, Tuantan. "Jing's villa, now it's your turn. Are you ready?" At Jing Shu's villa. "What preparation?" Jing Shu queried, a sense of foreboding gnawing at her. Had she overlooked something? Crack! The sound of her breaking a chopstick inadvertently brought all eyes at the dinner table to her, surprising even Wu Yuai, who hadn't managed to break one despite trying hard. "You and your antics," Jing Mum scolded lightly, fetching a pair of stainless steel chopsticks from the kitchen. "Here, see if you can break these and stop looking at your phone during meals. You're obsessed." "Okay," Jing Shu muttered, accepting the chopsticks and continuing to eat her noodles, though her eyes were still glued to the ongoing messages in the group chat. "Wang Qiqi 13. Wang Shuimei 2. What's going on? Why are you talking like that? Are you unwell?" Moments later, Wang Shuimei sent a shocking video. Upon clicking, the group saw a woman exposed under harsh light, stark naked and forcibly held down by several men on a sofa. Her body bore the marks of being lashed with a belt, her forehead bruised and her face smeared with bloodied handprints. Her gaze into the camera was one of utter despair, a silent testament to a spirit thoroughly crushed. Laughter and cheers sounded off camera as the men continued their brutal assault, accompanied by the chilling slap of a belt against flesh and the woman's agonized screams, followed by horrific scenes better left undescribed. The timestamp showed it was during Wu Cheng's brief electricity supply window. The woman in the video was none other than Wang Shuimei, aged 40. The chopstick in Jing Shu's grip snapped as she plunged it deep into the wooden table, drawing a stunned silence from her family. The lively dinner scene came to an abrupt halt. "Did something happen?" Jing Dad asked, reaching out to touch his favorite redwood table, only to pull back upon confirming his daughter's fierce mood. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jing Mum began to tear up, holding Jing Shu close. "Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you." Wang Shuimei's voice messages played through the group chat. "Didn't expect me back, huh? Well, I'm here. You thought tying me up would kill me? Lucky for me, my group decided to take over this neighborhood today and they came straight for me first. A brush with death only brings greater fortune, ha ha ha." Gu Yitian laughed maniacally, his voice thick with malice. "You all think you can escape? I initially planned to just rob you of your food and let you go. But now, I've changed my mind. I won't spare any of the women, especially you, Jing Shu. I will make you suffer a fate far worse than Wang Shuimei's." His hatred for Jing Shu was palpable, a venomous desire to see her utterly destroyed.
the ultimate revenge for a man who felt utterly emasculated by her. "Don't worry. The main force is already heading to the villas. You'd better stay inside and wait clean. There are guards in every building with residents. It's your turn soon, Jing Shu." "Don't bother resisting. It will only make things worse for you. Calling the cops won't help. They're too busy dealing with an attack on the police station by another gang. If anyone wants to join us, kill that bitch in the villa and you're in." Silence descended upon the group, shattered only by the sound of a bowl breaking. The once warm and lively household now sat in a heavy, ominous silence, pondering their grim options. Jing Dad finally broke the silence, hurling his phone in anger. "At a time like this, not a single person stands with us?" As threats loomed closer, the family contemplated desperate measures. Jing Dad proposed rallying the neighborhood. "We must unite. We outnumber them. If they have knives, we have knives too," Gu Yitian responded mockingly. "Good luck with that." Jing Dad was incensed by the lack of support. Jing Shu, however, was ready. Over the past 6 months, she had prepared extensively, practicing archery and setting traps. Now she was ready to defend her home. "Everyone must die," Jing Shu muttered, clenching her fists. Tonight, she was prepared to use every skill and trap at her disposal to protect her family at all costs. What does it feel like? As Jing Shu felt her body react, pores opening, heart racing, body heating up, she realized that unlike before, this time, she was not just excited, she was bloodthirsty, eager to personally snap their necks. "There's no running now. They're here. Grandma, Mom, Aunt, and Cousin, just stay in the living room and sit tight. Remember the traps Dad and I set up last time? They won't be able to get in, so relax." Jing Mum clung desperately to Jing Shu's arm, tears streaming down her face. "No, you can't go outside. It's too dangerous out there. I don't want you to end up like Wang Shui Mei." Jing Dad stood firm. "If anyone wants to harm you, they'll have to step over my dead body first." Seeing her mother so frightened and desperate, Jing Shu's fists clenched tighter, mentally setting up several deadly scenarios for those outside. "Mom, I need to go get something." Jing Shu quickly ran upstairs, returning almost immediately with a crossbow, arrows, and a gun. Distributing the crossbows and arrows to each family member, she holstered the gun at her waist. "Let's go, I'll explain everything when we have time. I never thought we'd actually need to use these things. Dad will show you how to use the crossbows." Jing Shu led her bewildered family to the yard of the villa. Since her family was so resistant and fearful, she thought it better they see and handle weapons themselves rather than cower inside. Everyone's first time facing such a situation was tough, but this new world demanded toughness. In the yard, Jing Shu fitted the fat chicken with a custom-made stainless steel helmet, equipped with a 15-centimeter spike and a blood groove to ensure a fatal strike if necessary. Wu Yuii watched with fascination, perhaps plotting its potential uses. "Mom, you guys just stay here, don't move forward. All the dangerous traps are in front of you. If someone gets through, I'll shout and then you shoot towards the door. Grandpa and I will be in the chicken coop controlling the traps." Jing Mum's hands trembled non-stop, but she eventually pulled out her phone. "I'm going to call Minister Niu. He must have connections to send the police." The voices of the invaders grew louder, now just outside, laughing boisterously and talking loudly. Jing Shu watched through the infrared camera on her phone, coordinating positions with Grandpa. They knew exactly where each trap was triggered. "Let's hop over the fence, it's quicker," suggested one intruder. "Yeah, grab your gear. After this, we'll eat like kings. Move from the fence straight to breaking down the door." As they prepared to breach the premises, Jing Shu's traps awaited activation. The trap, a simple wooden cover over a deep pit just past the fence, unnoticed by the invaders. As they crossed, several fell straight through to the spikes Jing Shu had secretly planted below. "Only 8 fell in, but it's a start," Jing Shu counted, keeping an eye on the situation outside. They tried to rescue those in the pits, but the tightly packed wooden covers and the sharp stakes in the pits made extraction almost impossible. "Around the villa's wall! Look for another entry, but be cautious," commanded their leader, suspicious of the seemingly cursed villa. Finding the main gate clear of traps, they prepared to break through. "The main door, get it open," ordered one, wielding a professional tool. The sound of the lock giving way was clear, and with a forceful kick, the doors swung open. "Charge! Keep the women, kill all the men!" shouted their leader from behind, the rest rushing in. As the first invaders crossed the threshold, they were ensnared by hidden wires triggering the traps Jing Shu had set up. One by one, they fell in a domino effect, sprawling on top of each other. A successful activation of the traps led to chaos among the attackers, thwarting their initial assault. "Who the hell hit me? Ah, my back hurts so much. I'm being crushed." Those who had fallen in front were not so lucky. The unexpected inertia caused those behind to slip and their knives flew out of their hands, accidentally striking those in front on the head and back, leading to a chorus of agony. Hidden in the back, Big Cover Brother also fell onto the people in front of him, feeling a severe pain in his ankle, trapped and unable to move forward. What is this? He struggled to pull his foot free, to no avail, touching something cold. It was a steel ring, firmly clamped around his foot. Big Cover Brother had the urge to turn around and flee. They had lost over 20 men, all armed, yet they hadn't even seen anyone from inside the villa. Did the damn Gu Yi Tian not tell him about all these traps? Were they about to hit a steel wall? "Where's my knife?" It was too dark to see, and his flashlight had been thrown far away. Supporting himself on the back of Old Jew, Big Cover Brother felt something sticky and warm. "Is that blood? Old Jew, how are you?" Chaos ensued. Those at the front, hearing the screams from behind, thought more people were coming and turned to see what was happening. That's when they heard a whoosh next to their ears, and suddenly 3 large nets fell from above, taking down another group. Along with the nets were nails, tacks, and sharp little knives. A barrage of glass shards, lime powder, and chili powder followed, rendering those beneath the nets temporarily incapacitated. Jing Shu ran out from the chicken coop shouting, "Fire towards the door!" Her family, still in shock, fired the crossbows randomly. Luckily, the crowd was dense, and arrows found their marks, particularly in those at the front, turning them into porcupines. The villa's courtyard echoed with cries of pain. From her magic cube space, Jing Shu launched several more volleys at those under the nets, ensuring they were thoroughly incapacitated before stopping. Jing Shu carefully eyed the remaining shadows. Some were panicking. Some fell into the pond and didn't resurface. A few others, escaping the nets, cautiously moved through the vegetable garden towards the house. And some, realizing the futility, attempted to flee, but found the door blocked by those trapped. Jing Shu raised her crossbow, now proficient after half a year of practice, and started counting her targets. 1, 2, 3. The villa filled with even more screams. "Ko, ko, ko!" The fat chicken with its glowing green eyes in the dark pounced fiercely upon her signal. It used its stainless steel spike to repeatedly stab into a body, turning it into a sieve. Jing Shu watched, a shiver running down her spine at the brutality. Efficiently clearing another target, the fat chicken moved on in search of the next. The intruders, unfamiliar with the villa, were like scattered sand, no match for the organized defense. In less than a minute, no standing invader remained in the villa. "Is it over?" Jing Mum stammered, overwhelmed with relief. Jing Shu, where are you?" She trembled down the steps. "I'm here, don't come out yet," Jing Shu called from the chicken coop, turning on the villa's floodlights. The dark villa was suddenly bathed in light, revealing a gruesome scene that made Aunt Jing Lai vomit instantly, and Jing Mum step back in horror. The few trapped at the entrance stared wide-eyed at the lush apples, white apricots, and a full pond of water. Under the nets, about a dozen people lay either unconscious or grievously injured, covered in arrows and blood. Some had nails and glass shards embedded in fatal places like temples, others' eyeballs popped by the sharp projectiles. A few unfortunate souls lay in the vegetable garden, turned into bloody sieves by the fat chicken. Others drowned in the pond, and a couple more, hit by Jing Shu's arrows, groaned on the pathway, not yet dead. "Cousin, take them inside," Jing Shu suggested, knowing the forthcoming cleanup should be shielded from the women's eyes. Her experience in the wastelands had inured her to such sights, but she didn't want to scar her family. Wu Yui, slightly excited, nodded and helped the older women back into the house. Jing Dad came out to repair traps. There's another group coming. We need to be ready. In times of crisis, Jing Dad proved reliable, ready to do whatever it took to protect his family. I'll help with the traps too. What about the people outside? Jing Grandpa had also recovered. No rush. Let me clean up our yard first, Jing Shu said, showing her teeth in a grim smile. Her idea of cleaning up was simple. She dragged the bodies of the dead to the doorway. Whether dead or alive, she broke their necks with a practiced twist. The living suffered immeasurably from both their wounds and the fear of impending death. Those captured by Jing Shu begged for mercy, but with a snap, she ended their lives, dropping their bodies by the doorway, causing the remaining trapped assailants to pale with fear. Jing Dad and Grandpa continued their work, ignoring the carnage. Having witnessed Jing Shu's actions and the day's events, they understood the brutal necessity. If these men didn't die, their family might have. The remaining attackers crawled towards the doorway, dragging trails of blood. Big Cover Brother, save us! Call Big Sun Brother, help us! Finding his phone, Big Cover Brother was suddenly interrupted by another thud. A body dropped beside him. He wet himself in fear. Jing Shu dusted off her hands and walked out. There are 23 bodies, all accounted for. Now those of you outside, choose how you want to die. A cold wind blew, and Big Cover Brother, paralyzed with fear, began to sob uncontrollably. Overwhelmed with terror, he could only plead for mercy, deeply regretting why he chose to target this seemingly unassailable villa among many easier targets. And this woman, a true devil incarnate, showed no hesitation in killing. Gu Yitian was right. They were all twisted. Who else would plant traps with nails? Who else would set nets so elaborately? Who else would stockpile so many crossbows? And this woman, with a gun strapped to her waist, was she not content with her hoard of rice? Oh, right, I forgot about 2 more in the pond and 8 more outside. Jing Shu turned to fetch a net and started poking around in the pond. Under the bright villa lights, Jing Shu's figure seemed almost demonic, her shadow stretching over the blood-red vegetables. Big Cover Brother frantically banged his shackled foot, wishing he could chop it off and flee. As they say, once the golden hoop is on, you're no longer mortal. You can't indulge in worldly desires. As the blood-drenched bodies were fished out of the pond, Big Cover Brother's cries stopped abruptly. Jing Shu busily knocked off the fish sticking to the bodies with a stick, then calmly tossed the corpses next to Big Cover Brother, splashing him with water. The fat chicken, come and eat. As she spoke, Jing Shu jabbed into the dirt with a shovel at each pit. Big Cover Brother could hear the squelching noises. Those inside were surely dead beyond doubt. A large chicken scurried over. After Jing Shu removed its spiked helmet, it began to ferociously peck at the bodies, quickly stripping them of flesh and fish alike. Big Cover Brother's mouth hung open as he watched half of Wang Tian's body being devoured, exposing ghastly white bones. Li Rui was left with only his upper torso. His lower half was completely gone, now just a sieve thanks to the chicken's pecking. Finally understanding the source of those sieve-like injuries on several bodies, Big Cover Brother vomited, his bile rising. No, she's not a demon. They are all devils. I want to go home. Please let me go. I'll do anything. The remaining 7 or 8 survivors, having witnessed this brutal scene, vomited and wept. They thought they had found an easy target, believing that in this apocalyptic world, even the police couldn't touch them, that they were invincible. But today, they encountered true devils. Devils who killed without blinking, whose fish ate human flesh, whose chicken ate humans, and whose owner was a murderous fiend. Even the apples were probably poisoned. As their pleading turned into useless curses or groveling, Jing Shu lost interest in their words. She began to dispatch them one by one. Whether they were dead or alive, she twisted their necks first. As Big Cover Brother saw everyone else being killed, he stammered in terror, realizing his turn was imminent. I can lead you to kill Big Sun. They're in building 2 with 15 people.
And there are over 40 others scattered around. Jing Shu pondered briefly. Why bother with all that trouble? Just lure those from Building 2 here. Big Cover Brother swallowed, his eyes darting around. And what about the others? Why should I care about them? Jing Shu snorted coldly. If others had stood up to these bandits earlier, she might have considered wiping them all out. But since it hadn't happened, she decided it was best if everyone cleaned their own doorstep. Oh, maybe she could consider saving Wang Qizhen. She'd ask about his situation later. After finding a phone among the bodies, Big Cover Brother, trembling, dialed the number. Watching Jing Shu sharpening her knife, he shook even more. The woman frowned, very ferociously. Make it convincing, she said impatiently. Big Cover Brother's voice quivered even more. Hello, Big Cover. How did it go? Laughter and jeering echoed from the other end of the line, along with the groans of a half-dead woman. Success, of course, huge success. Big Cover Brother's voice trembled uncontrollably. What's with your voice? Big Cover Brother burst into tears, prompting Jing Shu, who was on the verge of deciding to spare no witnesses, to give him a moment more for the sake of survival. Oh, Big Son, not only is there an energy car here, but there's also a pond full of water. So many fish. And an apple tree loaded with apples, and a hen, sob, sob, sob. I'm too excited. The fish ate corpses, the apples were poisoned, and the hen killed. Oh, how terrifying. All right. Keep everyone under control. Gu Yitian wants that woman. We'll make the villa our headquarters and then take over house by house. No one will be spared. Big Cover Brother cursed internally, blaming this idiot for today's demonic encounter, but managed to say, Okay, hurry over and divide the spoils and keep the others on guard. The call ended with a beep. Jing Shu took the phone, searched him again to ensure no communication means were left, and opened the trap. Dragging him out like a small chicken, she tied him up and tethered him near the chicken coop. Then, Jing Shu began tossing the bodies into the pits one by one. Once the entrance trap was reset and all arrows were collected, they turned off the lights. The villa sank back into darkness. Jing Shu stood beside Big Cover Brother, her knife at his throat. You know what to say later, right? He nodded stiffly. Footsteps approached, accompanied by the faint glow of phones. Is it here? Big Son, the woman is here, Gu Yitian said excitedly. Jing Shu nudged Big Cover Brother. Big Son, is that you? Come on over. Everyone's waiting for you. Big Cover Brother shouted. What's with that strong smell of blood? Big Son frowned, then thought of the probable casualties among the 40-plus men Big Cover had brought. But it all seemed too quiet, not their usual style. Just as Big Son felt something was off, Gu Yitian kicked open the door. Big Cover, you kept that woman for me, right? If I don't make her suffer more than Wang Shuimei, I'm not surnamed Gu. The chill wind stirred Big Cover Brother into tearful confession, overcome by the dread of facing a demon. Under her merciless gaze, he had inadvertently shined his phone light, cautioning Big Son, Careful, the ground's all slick. Big Son, cautious yet compelled to lead, followed at a distance, secretly pulling out a gun for added security. A repeat of earlier events unfolded as they neared the house. Where you guys at, Big Cover? Damn, what's this slippery stuff all over the ground? Can't someone turn on a flashlight? As they crossed the threshold, the same nets that had ensnared their predecessors fell upon them, and the remaining men were swiftly immobilized by the traps. In the darkness, Jing Dad, Jing Shu, and the spatially hidden crossbows began their assault. Unprepared, the intruders could only scream and curse in agony as they were struck. The nets trapped 8 men. The metal rings at the doorway caught the rest. Compared to the earlier skirmish, this group was easier to manage due to their unpreparedness and smaller numbers. Damn it, Big Cover, did you betray us? Where's that woman? Did she buy you off? Gu Yitian yelled indignantly. Big Cover, let's talk this out. I can step down and let you lead if that's what you want. Just let us out first, pleaded Big Son as he struggled against the metal ring and pointed his gun in desperation.
Observing their futile efforts and the carnage from the nets, those still free to move panicked and fell to the ground, discovering too late that they were sitting in pools of blood. From the shadows, Jing Shu keenly noticed Big Sun's gun. Her eyes glinted with opportunity. She released Big Cover Brother, kicking him into the light. "You've served your purpose, you can go now." Jing Dad objected. "We can't let him go." Jing Shu silenced him with a gesture. "Shush, watch." Big Cover stumbled into the dim light, his face twisting into a grimace. "They're all dead. All of them." "What happened? Explain yourself." "They're all dead. They are demons. Too terrifying. That woman, she tricked you into coming here. Blame her." Big Cover blurted out as he quickened his pace, desperate to escape. He fled past his restrained comrades towards the darkness. A gunshot rang out, and Big Sun, in a swift turn, shot at the fleeing Big Cover, who staggered and fell after a brief pause. "So you just obeyed her and led us here?" Big Sun sneered, soon to be distracted by the sound of several more gunshots. Suddenly he felt an excruciating pain in his back and collapsed as his gun clattered away. Jing Shu rolled out of the shadows, swiftly retrieving the gun. The remaining bandits finally saw the woman Gu Yitian had warned them about. "Nice. Another gun," Jing Shu muttered as she secured the weapon, noticing several of the surviving bandits attempting to call for help. She wasted no time snapping their necks. Big Sun, lying wounded, watched as Jing Shu methodically executed each survivor before dragging their bodies out of the house, realizing too late why Big Cover had called her a demon. This simple, brutal efficiency had annihilated their entire group. Terrified, Gu Yitian shook his head in disbelief. "Impossible! This can't be happening! Damn it!" He now understood that the leniency shown at his home was a facade. This was her true nature. "Help!" he screamed. Jing Shu approached with several wet sheets of paper, binding a frantic Gu Yitian before taunting, "Ever heard of sticky execution? It's said to be more painful than a broken neck. I was planning to send you off tonight anyway." Gu Yitian wept in fear. Big Sun, enduring agonizing gunshot wounds, pleaded for a quick death as he closed his eyes, preferring a snapped neck to the torturous death Jing Shu planned. Just then, sirens wailed, and soon, several patrol cars arrived at the villa, carrying heavily armed police led by Commander Niu, rushing from their vehicles. Jing Shu's mother also emerged from the house. "Commissioner Su, Jing Shu, is your family all right? I came as soon as I heard the news, hoping I'm not too late. What's the damage?" "We're okay, we survived," Jing Shu's mother said, shaking hands with Commissioner Niu in gratitude. Commissioner Niu had braced for the worst, expecting to recover bodies after learning that dozens of armed robbers had besieged the villa. He'd pulled strings to bring a substantial force but hadn't anticipated this outcome. "Huh? It seems like Jing Shu has the situation under control? And what about all these bodies?" He gestured towards the corpses piled near the doorway and the few living individuals lying on the ground. Gu Yitian seized the moment, gasping, "Help! I'm saved at last! This woman, she's a devil! She killed dozens! She was about to kill me too! You must arrest her!" "This is?" A young police officer accompanying Commissioner Niu appeared confused. "I thought we were here to save people. Where are the victims and where are the armed robbers?" "I'll introduce you," Commissioner Niu said, turning to the young officer. "This is Major Yang from the military police, who I had to beg to bring all these men here today." Addressing Major Yang's question, Jing Shu hesitated before responding. "These piled-up bodies are the armed robbers. This man is Gu Yitian, the leader of Day Barrier, a group attempting to take control of our neighborhood. And this is their Big Sun, another one of their leaders." "Day Barrier? How fortuitous." Major Yang's eyes lit up. "None of them are dead, right?" "No." "We'll take this one then," Major Yang said, pulling Big Sun to his feet. "You must know where that person is, right?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Big Sun clenched his teeth. "Don't know if you know, but a cow can be injected with dozens of pounds of water and not die. If a human gets 3 pounds of water injected, it'll be agonizing beyond words." Major Yang started, leaving the threat hanging as he dragged Big Sun away. Do you understand what it feels like to be in unbearable pain? Major Yang deliberately drew out his words, observing the pale and sweating Big Sun with a satisfied smirk. He pulled out a syringe and slowly started drawing water from a mineral water bottle, then methodically injected it into Big Sun's body. Don't know yet? As the third syringe was injected, Big Sun began to howl. Soon his tears, snot, and drool mingled as he succumbed to the excruciating pain and quickly confessed everything. Jing Shu shivered as she watched. She knew of this notorious method used surreptitiously by police on suspects. It was simple, excruciatingly painful, and left no marks. A brutal interrogation technique derived from a black market practice of injecting water into cattle to increase their sale weight. Major Yang tapped his boot rhythmically on Big Sun's neck, pondering for a moment before asking, "Where's the gun he gave you?" Under the pressure, Jing Shu sighed internally. "It's with me." For the first time, Major Yang seriously looked at Jing Shu. Aside from her obvious beauty, there didn't seem to be anything particularly extraordinary about her. Was this the same woman who single-handedly orchestrated the death of several dozen men? "What about the rest of Day Barrier?" he inquired, as the scene only had a handful of bodies. Jing Shu led him to the pit traps around the doorway, causing even the hardened military police to gasp in shock. Their gaze towards Jing Shu shifted markedly. "There are about 40 others guarding other buildings. They probably scattered when they heard the police sirens." Gu Yitian, witnessing the solidification of Jing Shu's murderous deeds, frantically shouted, "Officers, you see, she killed so many people. You must arrest her." "Please, we're military police, not regular police. This area isn't under our jurisdiction. If you want someone arrested, call the civil police." Major Yang scoffed dismissively. Desperate, Gu Yitian pleaded, "Then take me with you. Lock me up anywhere, just away from this madwoman. She's going to torture and kill me." Ignoring him, Major Yang turned back to Jing Shu. "We'll take this leader with us. The gun is your trophy. We won't interfere with that. As for the rest of Day Barrier, we're not interested. If you have nothing else for us, we'll be leaving." "Wait," Jing Shu's mother interjected, rushing back from the house with boxes of fresh vegetables. "You've come all this way. Please take some fresh produce back with you. We really appreciate you coming out here." Surprised and hesitant, Major Yang looked to Commissioner Niu for guidance. Commissioner Niu chuckled. "Take it. It's the least we can do after all the trouble you've gone through. Consider it a separate favor from your official duties." "With the situation here, not much help was needed from us today. Next time you need something, just call me directly," Major Yang said, accepting the gesture as a form of informal alliance and gratitude. After the police left as quickly as they had arrived, Jing Shu's mother remarked, "In times of crisis, we can only rely on ourselves. If we had waited for their help, we might not have survived." Determined, Jing Shu's mother decided they needed to strengthen their defenses and not always rely on Jing Shu. "Starting tomorrow, except for Grandma, everyone will practice with the crossbow to prevent such incidents. We'll also carry knives at all times. And most importantly," Jing Shu added, "we need to upgrade our traps. They need to be more lethal and twisted." With the surveillance still active and the traps reset, the family spent a restless night in the villa, preparing for whatever might come next. The next day, the real work began. "This net trap is too gentle," Jing Shu mused. "I'm thinking of using a steel plate with densely welded spikes. If it falls from above, it could impale intruders on the spot. It would also save us the trouble of reloading arrows." It was previously unspoken because, after all, how could a girl's family think of such vicious methods? But after yesterday's tragic incident involving Wang Shuimei, the family no longer objected. The proposal passed unanimously. In the blink of an eye, a happy family of 3 was devastated. 2 members dead. Not only does Wang Shuimei have to face a cruel life ahead, but her ordeal, violated by so many men and recorded on video shared in WeChat groups, makes it unimaginable for her to face her community neighbors again. When Wang Qiqi and others arrived, they found Wang Xuemei tortured beyond recognition, tied to a sofa but still alive. Afterwards, she sought death, feeling her life was now meaningless. Jing Shu sent a video of Gu Yitian being tortured to death to Wang Qiti without comment. Living or dying is a personal choice. If one can't get past their mental barriers, it might be easier to end it all, considering the ongoing natural disasters and human calamities to come, where one encounters countless people and myriad ways to die without knowing which will claim them. I think it's still dangerous if some fish slip through the net. Can we add another wire fence? That way we could shoot arrows from the front, suggested Wu Yuai. Jing Shu casually approved Wu Yuai's idea. Just a wire fence isn't enough. It lacks lethality. Our advantage is that we have electricity at home. Let's convert it to an electric fence. It doesn't need to be high, but must be wide enough to cover the entire yard, forcing them to break through it to reach us, buying us more time. The family decided to upgrade the villa's traps in this manner. Jing Shu would acquire the necessary materials, while Jing Ba and Jing Ye began preparations with the materials already on hand. It took the family 2 days to clean up the villa thoroughly, a task complicated by the need to conserve water. Sangu, a doer, spoke little but worked tirelessly throughout, proving why she could remain a cook in the government facility, adding a systematic aspect to her credentials. In the half-year since they began living together, Jing Shu found that Sangu was a strong-willed and efficient Virgo, obsessed with cleanliness and order, traits of a doer, not talker. In contrast, Wu Yuai was a laid-back Libra, who preferred intellectual over physical exertion. Some of the villa's vegetables were ruined and fed to the livestock. The front door needed a new lock, but fortunately, there was no significant damage otherwise. After assessing the damage, they learned that during the day barrier raid, 3 households were killed and 2 women were assaulted, one of whom Jing Shu knew from the neighborhood chats, Zhang Bingbing. 3 days after the incident, the community was terror-stricken, unwilling to even step out to the local restrooms. Meanwhile, all supermarkets in Wucheng had closed, causing those without stored food to run out. This chaos led some to consider robbery, adopting the mindset of attack those who have. People with minimal food reserves were also panicking as their supplies dwindled, prompting protests within the community over the dwindling rations. Online forums exploded with complaints and fears about the impending apocalypse, accepted by everyone as they huddled at home, posting updates about which neighborhoods were being looted or controlled. The news channels, meanwhile, continued to report on state affairs. May 2, 2023. Companies like Master Kong have joined the central government's corporate sector to introduce dehydrated vegetable products, aiming to restore food supplies to the public soon. May 3, 2023. Mobile operators like Mobile, Unicom, and Telecom have merged into a single state-owned enterprise, leading into the 6G era with plans to abolish call charges within a year, ushering in a new era of free data for all. May 4, 2023. A recent significant event in Wucheng involved the Cover the Sky gang attacking the new district police station to steal guns. Using grenades, they breached the station and killed several officers before attempting to access the weapons vault. However, their efforts were thwarted by a locked safe that they couldn't open, leading to a retreat after a deadly standoff. This is why Jing Shu had never encountered anyone with guns in her previous life. If it were that easy to raid a police station, shootouts would be as common as in America, where having a gun makes you the boss. Days after the incident, Jing Shu, her father, and her mother brought gifts to thank Commissioner Niu, ensuring they were fully armed for safety. The price of security doors and bars had skyrocketed, but these measures were scant protection against determined robbers. Deciding on the perfect gift involved considerable discussion. "You have to cater to Commissioner Niu's tastes," said Jing Ba. Jing Ma suggested, "It's best to provide what he lacks most. Offering essentials is more appreciated than luxuries." Jing Shu shared an incident involving Niu's son, which might provide a clue to an ideal gift. Jing Ba empathized, recognizing a fellow sufferer. "If his wife loves strawberries, let's give them some, complete with soil so they can grow more." "They won't lack electricity to maintain them," Jing Ma brightly suggested. "But then you're giving away too much at once. How will they remember you if you don't keep providing? If every visit brings strawberries, wouldn't each visit be appreciated? Jing Shu sighed, highlighting the strategy behind incremental giving. Jing's mother was simply too honest. When she showed kindness, it was genuine, unlike Jing Shu, who was often more calculating. Sometimes Jing Shu even wondered if she was a villain from some author's story. Why else would she do things typically favored by antagonists? Okay, scarcity increases value. We'll just bring a pound of strawberries then. The little chubby kid loves nuts. We'll also bring a pound of cashews, nutritious and tasty. Commissioner Niu's household isn't lacking in water or electricity, and probably not in common vegetables either. Let's also bring a small jar of pickles and 30 eggs. Eggs had become scarcer than vegetables. The poultry farms were wiped out, leaving only a few free-range chickens in rural areas, and some poultry kept alive in government-operated climate-controlled facilities. Similar to agriculture, the livestock sector now primarily served the upper echelon, a luxury inaccessible to most, just like pre-apocalypse luxuries were available to only 3% of the population. At 3 p.m., the family, carrying gifts, set off to express their gratitude, not to suck up, of course. Commissioner Niu's residence was in a civil servants complex in the city center, home to mid-level and senior bureaucrats. The complex was next to the 2nd Armed Police Detachment, patrolled around the clock. No cars were allowed inside. The family was let in by Commissioner Niu himself, and everyone had to scan their IDs. Security was tight. Each building had a temporary public restroom that was spotlessly clean, and there were sporadic streetlights around. Arriving on the 5th floor, they were greeted by Mrs. Niu. The interior was bright and tidy, clearly well-maintained and devoid of any foul smells, with the thermostat set around 26 degrees C, indicating the air conditioning was on. "You've timed your visit just after dinner. Earlier would have been nicer." Mrs. Niu, dressed in a red skirt with her hair casually pinned back, greeted them. Although she complained, she was actually pleased that they hadn't come during mealtime, unlike others who brought useless gifts like tea or antiques during meals. After introductions and small talk, Mrs. Niu summoned her son, who was practicing the violin, and served tea and snacks including candy, sunflower seeds, and remarkably, cherry tomatoes. The Jing family didn't beat around the bush with empty words of thanks. They showed their gratitude through actions. "Here are some roasted cashews since the little one likes them. They're nutritious and better than ordinary snacks." The boy's eyes sparkled as he sweetly thanked Jing Shu's sister. Mrs. Niu smiled warmly, and Commissioner Niu quietly exhaled in relief, finally seeing his wife pleased, unlike previous guests. "We've also brought some homemade pickled vegetables. They're really tasty. Given the current shortage, it's nice to have something different." The couple eagerly tried the pickles and were amazed by the flavor, noting how well it would complement any meal, especially since vegetables were scarce. "Your son mentioned you love strawberries, so we brought some. It's not much, but we'll bring more next time." Mrs. Niu's excitement was palpable, endearing her further to the Jing family as she doted on her son for remembering her favorite. "Last time, the frogs you sent were a hit. They've taken care of all the bugs at home, and our son has found a new hobby. We owe you one," she said, hinting at the previous favor. When the Jing family presented eggs, Commissioner Niu mentally noted a promotion for Mrs. Jing. Mrs. Niu, delighted, resolved to treat her husband to a special night. Unaware of the impression they'd made, Mrs. Jing wondered why Commissioner Niu looked so excited in the following days. Commissioner Niu discreetly mentioned a few leaders' preferences in the agricultural focus areas that could use special attention, giving Mrs. Jing insights into upcoming policies. After a hearty insistence from Mrs. Niu to stay for dinner, the Jing family politely declined, citing urgent matters at home. Looking back, I realize how naive I was. Now I understand why people climb the ranks so quickly, Mrs. Jing reflected on the drive home. The following day, Mrs. Jing returned to work, secured by police escorts for government officials. As new policies rolled out to stabilize society by ensuring food access for all, Mrs. Jing no longer had to venture far for poultry feed. Local vermin served the purpose. That day, as Jing Shu was preparing a corn feast with Mrs. Jing, a call came in that seemed almost life-threatening. "It's Wang Qiqi." Jing Shu, can you drive over to Wucheng County to pick us up? I can get you some steel and wire. Wang Dezhao has killed several people. Those who sold him bad vegetables, causing his wife's death. He's not doing well. Please come check on us. Jing Shu frowned. What are you doing there? What's that noise? There's been a killing. Wang Dezhao took revenge on that group, but he's also gravely hurt. Hurry. Jing Shu frowned. She had been worried about steel rods and wire mesh these past few days. In her previous life, she hadn't stockpiled these materials in bulk. At this time, most households had already installed extra burglar bars and reinforced their doors, causing these materials to skyrocket in price. By the time she realized she needed them, the factories had already shut down. She had considered stealing some, only to find that the factories were completely empty. It suddenly dawned on her. Any strategic material had long been requisitioned by the government for storage and future use. There was a law that allowed local governments to requisition any strategic material in times of national crisis. Half of Wucheng's police force was probably busy doing just that. How else could she explain the scarcity of everything she needed? The armed police and special forces had become mysteriously elusive, claiming that their jurisdiction no longer involved capturing criminals. Another clue, Heng Jin, the prince of Wucheng's logistics industry, had been even busier than Jing Shu over the past 6 months. 3 months ago, the courier industry had suddenly been nationalized, with companies like SF Express, China Post, and Cainiao taking the lead. Now, they had disappeared from the public eye altogether. Even popular financial services like Huabei and Jibei had ceased operations, while Ma Baba silently shifted his business. Meanwhile, Wanda's Wang Zhenlin, despite being in debt to the tune of billions, remained a top figure. The resources required to maintain such a position were immense, and his son Wang Kongxi had announced that he had established numerous Wang Kongxi's secret grain depots around the country. It seemed the wealthiest were always prepared. In her previous life, Jing Shu had been too focused on surviving to notice these trends. But in this life, she began to see a pattern. Many business giants had started diversifying, preparing for the future while dividing the pie of national resources. In WeChat's fitness rankings, Heng Jin always took the top spot with over 20,000 steps daily. When asked what he was doing, he would always reply, delivering goods, unloading, taking orders. Even in the apocalypse, the logistics mogul was swamped. Who was still placing orders? Now, it all made sense. Power remained in the hands of the top 3%. Hello? Hello? The anxious voice on the other end interrupted Jing Shu's thoughts. Okay, send me your location. I'll come to get you. Jing Shu quickly gathered bandages, alcohol, and some basic first aid supplies and rushed to Wucheng County, 30 kilometers away. When she arrived, Wang Dezhao lay pale and weak in a small, shuttered motel. He groaned softly, his right shoulder and neck deeply slashed by a cleaver, revealing bone. Blood pooled on the floor, and he was on the verge of unconsciousness. But he kept his eyes open. His first words to Jing Shu were, "Save me. I thought they were all dead, but one got away. I need to kill him. After I take my revenge, this life is yours." He gasped for breath between each word. Wang Qiti paced anxiously. "The hospitals are out of medicine. Your artery is cut. Pulling out the knife would be fatal. If you have any final words, I'll make sure your revenge is taken care of. For now, let's get you home. I have some medicine there and maybe a doctor can help." Wang Dezhao gave a bitter laugh. "Home means nothing without my wife and child. If I die, don't bother avenging me. He won't survive the trip back like this. Let me handle it," Jing Shu interrupted, tearing off Wang Dezhao's shirt. "Wait! What are you doing?" Wang Qiki rushed over. "You can't pull out that knife. The wound is too big. You need forceps and sutures." Jing Shu ignored him. "Your life is mine now, so you'd better take care of it," Jing Shu said, prying open Wang Dezhao's mouth and forcing in a drop of her mystical spring water along with some haphazardly mixed hemostatic drugs. She washed it down with water and before anyone could react, yanked the cleaver from the wound. Blood sprayed all over Wang Qiqi's face. "It's over," Wang Qiki thought, as Wang Dezhao screamed in agony. But within moments, Jing Shu expertly cleaned and dressed the wound, finally securing it with bandages. "All right, let's go," she said nonchalantly. Wang Qiqi, frozen in shock, swallowed a mouthful of blood. "It's done? How did you stop the bleeding? That was an arterial wound." "I distracted the knife. Now let's get him home to heal. Once he's recovered and takes his revenge, I have more tasks for Wang Dazhao." Jing Shu squinted. She had survived the apocalypse for 10 years and had grown used to seeing people die, whether from sickness, cold, or falling behind in migration. So she didn't have Hua Tuo's habit of saving everyone she saw. Death was a normal occurrence. But if saving Wang Dazhao could earn his loyalty, Jing Shu was willing to try. She had tasks that needed doing, and if he disappointed her, she could always reclaim the life she had spared. As they loaded Wang Dazhao into the car, Wang Qiqi pulled out several newspapers to line the back seat. "I didn't want to dirty your car," he explained. Wang Qiqi was a meticulous person, well-versed in human interactions, which is how he had secured a steady relationship with the workers at the steel processing plant. True to his word, he had managed to procure some steel rods for Jing Shu, though the quantity was still insufficient. Seeing the large idle machinery in the factory, Jing Shu proposed creating heavy spiked steel plates. She also found steel wire mesh, which gave her a great sense of security. In exchange for a single black pig, she acquired steel that would have been worth tens of thousands before the apocalypse, producing 5 spiked steel plates and a wire mesh that spanned her entire villa's yard. A black pig was worth far more than that. She also had a true steel wolf fang mace made. Due to limited craftsmanship, the mace and the spiked head were made separately, but they could be assembled into one weapon. The spiked head was a steel oval with 20 salmon-long spikes welded onto it, capable of immense destruction. The benefit of this design was that the parts could be separated into a steel rod and a flail. The entire wolf fang mace weighed 52 kilograms, exactly Jing Shu's weight. It was a bit heavy for her now, but if she removed the spiked head, it was just right. However, Jing Shu's strength was still growing. Soon she would be able to wield the full weight of the mace. With her strength as her advantage, the wolf fang mace was the perfect weapon for her. After several days of effort, Jing Shu finally transported the completed items back home, where her father and grandfather began the final modifications. Then, early on May 16th, Wang Dazhao visited. "You saved my life that day, and now I've avenged my family. From now on, my life is yours." When Jing Shu first met Wang Dazhao, he had bangs and looked like a bright, sunny boy. But now, with a shaved head and a face full of hardship, his will was as firm as iron. He was a man who had been through the apocalypse, with nothing left to hold him back. "I want you to be my informant, infiltrating the Zetian gang to gather information for me," Jing Shu said slowly. There had always been some unanswered questions from her past life that still haunted her. She was also worried that Zetian might retaliate after hearing about Biri's total annihilation, potentially targeting her neighborhood. Jing Shu had to prepare in advance. Zetian was a group of lawless individuals whose only goal was to seek revenge against society. Their pleasure came from killing and torturing people. Some idiot had exposed the brotherly relationship between Zetian and Biri in an online post. One gang had failed to steal guns from a police station, and the other was wiped out in a remote neighborhood. These events had become the talk of Wucheng, pushing Jing Shu's community into the spotlight. Wang Dazhao agreed without hesitation. Jing Shu then gave him several important instructions. Use a fake name, avoid cameras, don't let anyone scan your information, and never leave a record, she warned. Jing Shu knew that whether the police were genuinely overwhelmed or intentionally letting things spiral out of control, as Wu Yui, her mentor, had predicted, the tide would turn in just a few months. When the government had finished dividing up the spoils and had more control, a bloody era of reform would begin. At that point, anyone caught for robbery or rape would be executed. Anyone with a criminal record related to such offenses would be killed as well. Escaping justice for a short time wouldn't matter because by then, it would be a time of communal meals and face recognition systems for distributing food. Anyone on the blacklist would be arrested,
the moment they tried to claim their share. If you didn't, you would starve. In her previous life, Jing Shu had thought the world was beyond saving. But somehow, China managed to turn the tide by controlling the nation's grain supply. Wang Dazhao went on to join Zetian, taking the bloodied heads of his enemies as his offering. The news caused quite a stir within their inner circles. Jing Shu's long-awaited coconut trees finally bore fruit. 6 towering coconut trees, nearly 30 meters tall, now stood in her dimensional space, each one loaded with coconuts. Jing Shu harvested them all at once, ready to wait for the next batch, which would come much faster now. It had taken her over 3 months just to grow these trees. She wasn't about to cut them down after a single harvest. After all, the apple, apricot, and lychee trees, which usually took years to bear fruit, had produced in just a month. This discovery excited Jing Shu. The taller the tree, the less the dimensional field seemed to accelerate its growth. It required more time. This made Jing Shu wonder. Would plants grown directly in the soil grow faster? Could it mean that medicinal herbs, which normally took decades to mature, might only need 2 or 3 months in the dimensional space? Jing Shu decided to test this theory later. Coconut water had a mild flavor, perfect for drinking, but Jing Shu preferred coconut milk. She followed a recipe, blending coconut flesh and water, boiling it until thickened, and mixing it with milk and sugar to make delicious coconut milk. Even the leftover pulp didn't go to waste. It was perfect for feeding fish and pigs. Jing Shu allocated 2 cubic meters of her space to store the coconut milk. She drank large mouthfuls of it, feeling both happy and frustrated. Sadly, she couldn't share it with anyone. Not even her acting skills could explain the source of this much coconut milk. Worst case, she'd just ration water for the next 6 months and drink fruit juice every day instead. With a different flavor every day, life wouldn't be too bad. Since natural gas had been cut off, the Jing family had been cooking with coal, which was inconvenient and hard to control. A few days earlier, Jing Shu had brought home some corn. Jing Nai had worried it was too much for them to eat, but after boiling some, Jing Shu had devoured dozens of ears herself. Given the difficulty of cooking with coal, they decided to make corn cakes with the rest. Golden and fluffy, the corn cakes were fragrant, crispy, and chewy. Even cold, they made for an excellent snack. Jing Shu's favorite, though, was golden corn pancakes, a simple but exquisite dish. Corn kernels mixed with starch, spread flat in hot oil and fried until golden and crispy. Sprinkled with coarse sugar, they were crunchy, sweet, and fragrant. Perfect for satisfying her cravings. High-quality ingredients often required the simplest cooking methods to create the most delicious dishes. Jing Shu secretly made a large batch and stored them in her space. Now, whenever she craved a snack, she could grab a piece, unable to feel at ease without it. While Jing Shu spent the next 2 days at home, experimenting with recipes, much was happening outside. Luo Zhu, from Building 9. Huang Qiki, everyone's running out of food. Can you think of something? We don't even have enough water anymore. Wang Qiqi responded, According to inside information, the government's first batch of vegetables will be available soon. Just hold on a little longer. On May 19th, there was a robbery and murder in the community. A couple from Building 1, desperate for food, went to Wang Shuimei's house in Building 2 to borrow grain. Everyone in the group chat knew Wang Shuimei had at least 10 bags of rice. They assumed, given her recent traumatic experience, that she would be weak and easily intimidated into handing over some food. But no one expected Wang Shuimei to react so violently. Without a word, she grabbed a cleaver and hacked the couple to pieces. By the time Wang Qiqi arrived, she had stabbed them over 100 times, making it impossible to distinguish their gender. Wang Shuimei retrieved her phone and posted in the group chat, Anyone who tries to borrow food from me will meet the same fate, except for those who helped me. She even attached a picture of the scene, terrifying everyone in the chat. From then on, she was known as Crazy Wang. But even her gruesome warning couldn't stop the desperate. People were out of food, and with no one selling grain and no way to acquire more, they had no choice but to resort to robbery. On May 20th, Jing Shu's father was ambushed 3 times while driving her mother to work.
The first incident happened right at the neighborhood gate, where a roadblock had been set up. 5 armed men charged out, knives in hand. Jing Shu's father floored the car into reverse, running over 2 of them. Then he accelerated forward, hitting 2 more. The last man tried to escape, but Jing Shu's father chased him down, pinning him against the roadblock. The car crashed to a stop, leaving the man trapped and crushed. By the time Jing Shu arrived after getting the call, 3 of the men were still alive, though barely. The one pinned by the car was coughing up blood, eyes wide with terror. If Jing Shu's father reversed the car, he'd die instantly. Jing Shu handed her father a knife. Since they're from the neighborhood, might as well give them a quick death. Seeing her father hesitating, Jing Shu added, "Think about Mom. What if she got kidnapped? What if these people come back for revenge?" The peaceful times were over. The law wouldn't be reinstated until after the next wave of reforms, and during these cruel, lawless months, killing wasn't illegal. With determination, Jing's father took the knife, gritting his teeth as he nodded. He ended the life of the man pinned against the car. Surprisingly, the act of killing didn't feel as horrific as he had expected. What was more unsettling was the surge of adrenaline that coursed through his body. His temperature rose and his heart raced. He felt strangely exhilarated. The men lying on the ground, moaning in pain, began to beg for their lives. "Don't kill me. I just ran out of food and came out to borrow some. I've been starving for 2 days. Just give me something to eat. We're all neighbors. We just heard you had a lot of food. Spare us." Jing Shu thought her father might falter, moved by sympathy, but he methodically ended their lives one by one. The last man, sensing the danger, tried to muster enough strength to escape, but before he could, Jing's mother opened the car door. With a trembling hand, she plunged a knife into the man's neck. Jing Shu sighed. Her mother was clearly inexperienced. Stabbing someone in a non-lethal way only prolonged their suffering. Jing Shu swiftly finished the job, pressing cloth to the wound to stop the blood from spurting. She retrieved the knife her mother had left in the body, cleaned it, and handed it back to her. Jing's mother collapsed into Jing Shu's arms, her body trembling. Jing Shu gently patted her back. "You'll get used to it," she thought. She remembered how terrified she had been her first time. Back then, her mother had always reassured her that everything would get better. And now, things had indeed improved, far better than in her previous life when they had lived like animals. At least now they had enough to eat, a solid roof over their heads, and plenty of water. In this lifetime, they were already standing comfortably in the middle of the pyramid. "Let's go." The energy car was undamaged, so they moved the roadblock and the bodies out of the way. The family remained silent as they resumed their journey. Jing Shu, with her wolf-tooth club in hand, followed them. Each of them was gradually adjusting to this apocalyptic world, while Jing Shu observed it all with a calm detachment, as if watching events unfold again from the outside. Jing Shu relayed the robbery attempt to Wang Qi, who then shared the story in the group chat. Wang Qi. "Everyone, there was another robbery attempt in the neighborhood just now. All 5 robbers are dead. 6 months ago, there were 130 people in our community collecting water. Now only 80 show up daily. Instead of getting yourselves killed by robbing others, why not think of a better way?" Wang Tuihua sent a voice message. "These young folks nowadays, we older ones go out every day to strip bark off trees. There's still plenty of grass in the back hills. Clean it up, toss it in the rice cooker with a bit of rice, and pressure cook it for an hour. You'll have a meal." Fat Girl, Unit 25. The locusts in the hills are fat and tasty. Roast them up, and they're delicious. Wang Qi. Ask around in the group if you need advice. No one has much food left, but the government will distribute the first batch of vegetables soon. Just hang in there. The second robbery happened as they approached the corner near the Ministry of Management where Jing's mother worked. Large rocks had been placed in the road. "Energy cars are worth a fortune now. Let's take it and trade it for food." Suddenly, a group of about a dozen people armed with sticks and knives rushed out. This time, Jing's father was more prepared. He floored the accelerator, reversing the car and knocking several people down. He spun the car around 180 degrees and ran over another group. Some attackers clung to the car doors while others began smashing the windows with their sticks. Pong! The window near Jing Shu shattered. In the chaos with obstacles in the way, the crossbow was less effective than a gun. Jing Shu grabbed the stick that had pierced the window with one hand while firing the gun with the other, hitting 3 attackers. The others, terrified, scattered amidst the screams of the wounded. "She's got a gun! Run! That Biaozi lied! They have a gun!" Jing Shu stepped out of the car with her wolf-tooth club, and in the darkness, she smashed through the remaining attackers. Meanwhile, her father, using the car's high beams, mowed down the ones trying to flee. The fight was over before it had even begun. In the darkness, Jing Shu's eyes gleamed dangerously. She raised her gun, methodically picking off those trying to escape, ensuring none survived. Jing Shu grabbed the man who had spoken earlier, pressing the gun against his chin. "Who told you to do this? What exactly did they say?" "The woman. She said there were just 2 weak women in the car every day, easy targets. She said we could rob the energy car and trade it for a lot of food." As the man spoke, the bus that transported employees to the Ministry of Agricultural Management arrived. The driver pulled over, and several security guards and employees disembarked. The head of security, Huang Long, quickly confirmed Jing's mother's safety before asking, "Director Su, what happened here?" The bus driver, Liu, was shaken. "What's with all the bodies?" Jing Shu chuckled coldly and dragged Yukaini, who had been hiding among the crowd, into the open. "Was it her? Tell them what she told you." "Yes, it was her." The man repeated the story. Whispers spread among the onlookers. "I didn't expect Deputy Director Yu to be like this." "Deputy Director? She's been demoted 3 times and sent for retraining. Can we arrest her for this? At the very least, she should be fired, right?" Yukaini glared at Jing Shu with gritted teeth. "There's no evidence. Su Lianzi, you may have the power to shuffle personnel, but you don't have the authority to fire me. My position is in the new city municipal office, well out of your reach." Bang! A gunshot echoed, silencing the crowd. Yukaini's legs buckled and she collapsed to the ground. Jing Shu released the man, letting him fall beside Yukaini. "Sometimes, does evidence even matter?" she said, blowing on the gun barrel for effect. Yukaini screamed and sobbed, the smell of urine filling the air as she wet herself in fear. "You can't kill me. I'm a government employee. If you kill me, you'll be arrested." "I suggest you remember your place," Jing Shu said coldly. "And you'd better not find yourself alone anytime soon." She smirked, lifting a large stone from the roadblock and tossing it aside with a thud that made Yukaini tremble even more. Jing's mother stepped forward, her voice firm. "Considering Yukaini's poor attitude during retraining, I'm demoting her to a clerk position with an additional year of retraining. Yukaini, since you love working here so much, you can stay. I'll personally supervise your training." It was time for her to stand tall. People always targeted the weakest. The surrounding atmosphere turned tense as all the employees at the Agricultural Management Bureau remained silent. These were government officials, most with some family connections, and they had always seen Jing's mother as non-confrontational. But today, they had all witnessed her take charge with surprising force. By the time they arrived at the bureau, news was already spreading in the employees' circles. Jing Shu's mother's daughter had killed someone with a gun, her husband had driven over and killed over a dozen robbers, and it was all orchestrated by Yukaini, whom Jing's mother was now punishing. Out of the 13 districts in Wuchang, the Development District's Agricultural Bureau was responsible for providing vegetables to all of Wuchang's government employees. Jing's mother's role at the Bureau was to ensure the daily supply of 500 kilograms of vegetables for the 5,000 government workers and another 500 kilograms for the 500 high-ranking officials. Specific vegetables would be provided depending on the tastes of the officials. In contrast to the other departments that were responsible for growing tens of thousands of tons of moldy mushrooms to feed hundreds of thousands of people, the difference was clear. The Bureau was providing small, refined meals while others were preparing food en masse. The Agricultural Bureau had access to various resources, including constant electricity to grow vegetables 24 hours a day. In a few days, they would begin distributing the first batch of vegetables. As Jing's mother kept a distant eye on Yukaini, who was busy turning compost into fertilizer, she calmly ate her almonds. Bright lights illuminated Yukaini as she worked amidst a swarm of flies. Wearing rubber boots and a mask, Yukaini still couldn't escape the overpowering stench. She stomped through piles of manure, mixing it with straw, saltpeter, and other materials. At first, she angrily attacked the pile with her tools, but soon she lost her strength. Lunchtime arrived, and the Bureau provided a meal every day. These days, it consisted of rice mixed with dirt and a dry stir-fried lettuce dish. Having a meal with vegetables had become a rare luxury, and even the security guards scrambled for a spot to eat. "You won't be eating today until you finish that. You won't be going home either," Jing's mother called out from afar. Yukaini threw down her tools in frustration and stomped over. Jing's father had just set up a small table and some chairs, while Jing Shu unpacked a steaming meal from an insulated container. On the table were thick steaks covered in black pepper sauce, a dish of sweet and sour pickled radish, a bowl of crispy fried fish, stir-fried bean sprouts with meat, and a simple spinach and dried shrimp soup. "What, you're thinking of quitting?" Jing's mother raised an eyebrow, disgusted by the smell coming off Yukaini. Jing Shu casually bit into a large piece of steak, followed by a mouthful of bean sprouts and a sip of soup. Yukaini, who had been ready to argue, stood frozen, watching in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, Jing Shu devoured 3 steaks, a bowl of fried fish, and most of the soup. The aroma of the meal was unbearable for Yukaini, who couldn't stop swallowing as she watched. The steaks, T-bones, ribeye, and sirloin, all recognizable cuts of beef, taunted her. Her last few steaks, stored in the fridge for a special occasion, had been infested with maggots. She hadn't had meat in 2 months, not since the last frozen pork given to her by that old man. And now, she could only stand there, drooling and on the verge of tears, both humiliated and famished. She wanted to grab the food and eat it, but Jing Shu's gun pointed at her kept her in place. Jing Shu ate 10 of the 16 steaks, with Yukaini watching the entire time. She had almost forgotten what meat tasted like, only that it smelled so good. Life was about quality, and when dealing with enemies, there was something especially satisfying about watching them cry from hunger as you enjoy a steak. It was a beautiful sight. "I can find people, just like you did. But the people I know are not as gentle. Ever heard of the Jedian gang? They enjoy torturing people," Jing Shu casually threatened. Jing Shu had decided Yukaini wouldn't get off easily. Sometimes living was the cruelest punishment. The third robbery attempt came just after Jing Shu finished her meal. Yukaini's stomach growled loudly from hunger when the sound of sirens and gunfire erupted outside. The robbers didn't stand a chance. As a group of men and women wielding machetes charged in, the police, equipped with guns, fired on them, ending the confrontation in under a minute. The robbers hadn't even made it over the gate before scattering in all directions. It was now clear that there was no more food left in Wu Cheng's households. Some turned to robbery, while others resorted to stripping tree bark or eating insects. With the scorching heat, even wild vegetables couldn't survive, though weeds still clung to life. That evening, when they returned home, Jing Shu learned that her aunt Jing Pan's family had been robbed. Her aunt's leg had been cut, and with the county hospital shut down, the wound had only been wrapped in cloth. They prayed it wouldn't get infected in the unbearable heat. Jing's grandmother packed up some supplies to visit Jing Pan the next day. Jing's father couldn't dissuade her and agreed to drive her there. After dropping Jing's mother off at work the next morning, Jing Shu returned with 3 black pigs strapped to the roof of the car. Her family was stunned. "Where did you get so many pigs this time?" they asked. "The man who sold me the black pig last time gave them to me. His home was attacked the other day and I saved him. These pigs are his way of thanking me. Grandma, don't we owe Aunt and Third Aunt 100,000 yuan? Money is worthless now, so let's pay them back with a black pig. Meat is precious these days. You can't buy it for even tens of thousands." Jing's father scratched his head. You always manage to be in the right place at the right time. Jing's grandmother was overjoyed, hugging Jing Shu tightly. This clever girl had known exactly what was on her mind. Her eldest daughter's home had been robbed, and she worried about whether her daughter would have enough to eat. But now, with such a large pig, her worries were lifted. Pork is precious. Why not give them a few bags of rice instead? You can't buy rice outside either. Keep the pig, and I'll make a nice stew for you, Jing's grandmother said, her heart leaning toward Jing Shu, knowing that her youngest son's family didn't lack vegetables or rice. But for Jing Shu, the Thai fragrant rice stored in their basement was far more valuable than the pigs. Black pigs could birth 10 piglets every 6 months, and they practically took care of themselves. Rice, on the other hand, required tedious processing, from planting to harvesting and shelling. Besides, her aunt Jing Pan had risked her life a few months ago to bring them 3 crates of apples. Even though she had never asked for the money to be repaid, Jing Shu couldn't just pretend the debt didn't exist. The black pigs were simply excess from her plans. Ultimately, Jing Shu prevailed. They kept 2 male pigs while strapping a female pig to the car to take to the countryside and visit Aunt Jing Pan. Jing Shu also packed some Yunnan Baiyao and antibiotics for the trip. After speeding along the road, Jing Shu, her grandmother, grandfather, and father finally reached Aunt Jing Pan's house, only to find a crowd gathered at her tightly shut gate, yelling about seizing the landlord's food. They used apples to trade for 1,000 jin of wheat. Their family definitely has surplus grains. With so much food available, why aren't they willing to share with us starving people? Everyone, unite. If they don't share, we'll smash their doors and seize their food. Seize the grain. Seize the grain. The group consisted of both men and women, most of whom were barely dressed due to the scorching 43-degree C heat. They smeared themselves with thick layers of mud to shield against the heat. Some squatted at the gate, others placed stones under their feet to try climbing over the towering walls, and some even hurled stones into the courtyard. The energy car beeped incessantly, its headlights illuminating the ragged, dark-clad attackers who looked like African savages, revealing their fierce faces and the sticks and knives they wielded. At that moment, they all surged toward the car. Jing's grandmother grabbed Jing Shu's hand in fear. Jing Shu quietly comforted her and exited the air-conditioned car. A wave of hot air rushed in as she slammed the car door shut with a thud. She fired a shot into the sky, and with a bang, the gunshot echoed. The attackers immediately froze, their eyes wide with terror as they stepped back. "You have 3 seconds to leave or I'll start shooting. I have 12 bullets left in the gun. Try hitting me if you dare." "She's just armed with 1 gun, what's there to fear? Bring it on." Some still attempted to approach. Bang! Before they could finish their sentences, one of them was shot in the abdomen, emitting a piercing scream. The surrounding crowd immediately dispersed, fleeing into the shadows, leaving only one person lying on the ground wailing. The main door slowly opened a crack, and a flashlight beam shone through. A burly man cautiously asked, "Is it Jing Shu? Mom? Why are you here? Dad? Uncle is here too? Come in, bring the car inside so we can talk." The man was Jing Pan's husband, Wei Chang. Compared to Jing Pan's honest and straightforward demeanor, he was much more savvy in dealing with people. Wei Chang pushed open the heavy double iron doors, allowing Jing's father to drive the car inside. Just then, 2 more people dashed out of the darkness, shouting as they ran. "Mom, brother-in-law, I'm here. A lot of people surrounded the gate and we didn't dare to come out." Jing Shu squinted. It was her second aunt Jing Zhao, whom she hadn't seen in over 10 years. She was accompanied by her son, Jing Shu's cousin, Li Yun, a 26-year-old who had bullied her relentlessly as a child. Looking at her second aunt now, her once 180-pound frame had shrunk to 150 pounds. She wore a black-gray jacket, sweat-soaked, and her lips cracked and bleeding. Her loose pants and disheveled hair made her look no different from a beggar. Li Yun was similarly disheveled, wearing beach shorts, his face dirty, lips peeling from dryness, and a foul smell emanating from his feet. Jing Shu calmly distanced herself from them. "Why are you here? Why aren't you staying in the city where it's safer? It's so chaotic out there." Jing's grandmother scolded. Second Aunt Jing Zhao lowered her head and her cousin Li Yun spoke up. Grandma, aren't Dad and Mom in jail? My mom was just released a few days ago and my dad is still being reformed in prison. We have no food left at home, so we came to Aunt's house to borrow some. Jing's grandmother was shocked. How did they end up in jail? Why didn't I know? Everyone has been hiding it from you, someone chimed in. Standing nearby, Jingpan's father warmly diverted the conversation. Mom, Dad, you've come all this way. Please come inside and rest. Jingpan has been worried about you, and it's too dangerous outside. The family quickly entered the house, closing the heavy iron doors behind them. Jing's grandmother, concerned for her eldest daughter, led them through the courtyard into the house. Jingpan's home was in the town, where the land wasn't valuable. The courtyard spanned over 200 square meters, with a squat toilet in the upper right corner, a gate to the apple orchard on the upper left, a vegetable garden in the middle, a cellar in the lower right, and a main door connected to the lower left. A row of houses occupied the far right, covering a total area of about 500 square meters. When Jing Shu first arrived in her previous life, the house was still a dirt house. 6 or 7 years ago, with improved national policies and subsidies for urban and rural construction materials, every household had built beautiful red brick and green tile houses, tiled with porcelain, painted with latex, and paved with cement in the courtyard. The renovations made them almost indistinguishable from city homes, costing less than 100,000 yuan. Before the apocalypse, such land and upgraded houses were worth only 20,000 yuan. The apple orchard covered a few acres owned by the state. The nearest neighbor was 300 meters away. Jing Shu looked up at the wall, which had been raised from the original 2 meters to over 5 meters with cement and densely packed nails and wire mesh. At the gate, there were piles of maggot-infested larvae, indicating past corpses that had been consumed by insects. Jingpan's husband, Wei Cheng, chose to ignore the screaming victims on the ground, showing his desensitization. It seemed that Aunt Jingpan's home wasn't as forgiving as Jing's grandmother had feared. Her grandmother always thought Aunt Jing was too honest and naive, worrying she'd be taken advantage of. Inside the house, Aunt Jingpan lay weakly on the kang, a traditional heated bed. Jing's grandmother briskly approached and scolded her, then examined the wound. It wasn't deep, just a long cut from a cleaver. Before the apocalypse, it would have required at least 20 stitches. Jingpan had only dabbed her wound with alcohol-soaked cloth and wrapped it with a bandage. Now the wound was inflamed and oozing pus, with the flesh rotting around it. You were seeking death. Where can we get you medication now? Jing's grandmother pointed at her aunt's head. Jing's grandfather, who had remained silent, finally said, Enough. Leave some dignity for the child. Jing Shu took out a first aid kit. Grandma, step aside. I brought medicine. A group of people watched warily as Jing Shu calmly treated the infected wound, using a flashlight to illuminate the area. They nervously held their flashlights, shivering. Jing Shu cut open the bandage, scraped away the pus, and dug out the rotten flesh. Her hands were steady and swift, as if the flesh was no different from pork knuckles. She then applied anti-inflammatory medicine and Yunnan spray to stop the bleeding. After adding 1 drop of the numbered 3 spring water, she wrapped the wound with bandages, leaving only 3 days' worth of anti-inflammatory medicine. Though Jing Shu had plenty of medicine, it was all reserved for emergencies. After 10 years in the apocalypse, medicine became increasingly valuable. Applying the spring water directly to the wound was Jing Shu's new discovery. The last time she used 1 drop on Wang Dazhao had made her regret it, but she wondered if applying it directly would be more effective. She then experimented on numbered 1 the fat chickens and regular chickens. It took a long time to cut through the fat chicken's tough skin, but after several trials, she found that the numbered 3 spring water had significant effects on external wounds, especially for those who frequently consumed the spring water. This discovery thrilled Jing Shu. It was another survival skill in the apocalypse. She decided to further explore the additional functions of her dimensional space when she had time. Recently, the fat chickens had been avoiding her, but every time she called for food, they eagerly ran back.
showing no signs of reluctance.
It's not serious. It'll heal in 3 days.
Jing Shu calmly packed up the first aid kit. Without the spring water, the situation could have been dire. The family finally let out a sigh of relief.